from the best 42 in the land. All ages from kids up to grown men. Walk through the gates of the coal miner's daughter to make a point clearer than the creek water. Who's the best? Who's it gonna be? In Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Can you feel the adrenaline? Dirt flies hypnotized by the wheel spin. In the crowd, everybody's whistling. Line on the fence. If you can put it all together 3 times, this 1 week of racing could change your life. Everybody knows this is where it all begins. Do what you gotta do for 20 plus 2 out at the ranch.
Kyle Mooney, A.D. Kiefer out there on the number 47, Jacob McPherson on the number 49, William Barrett on the 51, Gavin Petit on the number 52, Grayson Watkins on the number 53, and the 57 of Blake Lisby. On the number 59, that's going to be Tommy Doble. Caleb Wood on the number 61, Victor Valsenauer on the 63, Hogan Mims, the number 70, the 71 of Chase Haynes, Riley Bussey on the number 74, Cole Coker on the 75, Ryan Sampson, the 76, Travis Tucker, the 79, the 80 of Jasper Ciscortino, Will Campbell on the 82, the 83 of Blake Thomas, Josh Bowman on the 85, the 86 of Carter Roberts, Jonathan Yelton on the 91, Jameson McDonald on the 93, and Holland Russell on the number 98 machine. K-Dub, we've got a stacked class here in 450B.
No doubt about it. That thing is stacked, and they are, look, I think I can read a few of their minds. They're like, we're Moto 2, track's going to be smooth. They take a side lap, and they're like, oh my goodness. It's not quite smooth just yet. This thing is developing very quickly. Multiple lines already, so there's some things to look at for these 450B riders as they have just about completed. They're pulling back in their start. The nerves are going to continuously rise. I'm sure they've been on the elevated a little bit ever since breakfast this morning, but it's go time, baby. And man, when you pull into that gate, hopefully your mechanic's got it packed just the way you want it. You kill your bike for a second. Man, those nerves start to kind of get to a higher level all the way up until the gate drop. The car goes sideways. I think that's the part where you finally just like, all right, let's go. I mean, nothing I can do at this point.
Yeah,
this race is going.
Well, butterflies are gone. The gate drops. That's when you get out there, you make it happen. And like you said, man, I used to love getting a morning moto because I knew the track was going to be somewhat smooth. But these plus 30 riders, they made it just right.
Yes, they did. There was a lot of, there's a lot of experience in that class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And they have started the outside lines. They've started the inside lines. They've started, even some of the middles. It looks like there's some moist spots, some areas where it might be a little wetter than others. Obviously, you want to pick the spot where you can let your Dunlops grab the dirt and really shoot you forward. It looks sticky in a few areas, but they've done a great job. There's so many options out there early in the morning.
Let's talk about it real quick, Kevin. These early motos right now, are you running the scoop or are you going to run the 34?
Oh, we're scooping.
Scooping for sure.
Yeah, we're scooping. I bet most of those riders down there are scooping their way to the first turn and primarily for the start,
Exactly, 100%. Definitely want that traction to make their way through.
Everybody running out onto the viewing deck here at the Announcers Tower. Everybody wants to catch this start as, let's see, just about time. 450B Moto 1 off and rolling, the gates down. Bar banging up the inside. It looks like it's a Kawasaki leading them in and leading them out. That's Caleb Wood, GNCC style. He knows how to do a dead engine start, and he knows how to do a live engine start as well. The Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki out front leading the way. Looks like it's a Blue Crew 2 and 3 as Wood starting to come under fire from the number 51 and the 75. They pull up alongside. It's a battle in the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, that was the 61 of Caleb Wood, the whole shot right there. One of the Shoals prodigies showing he's been working hard and coming out here with the whole shot in his first moto of the 450B class.
Yeah, Caleb Wood, a star of the GNCC series as well. Knows how to do it in the woods and getting it done on track as he now slides back to that number 2 spot as the 450B field heads back in the Storyland here for lap number 1. So how about that? We'll have to wait and see when our leaders come across time and scoring if some of the favorites maybe didn't quite get the start that they were hoping for. A lot of bar banging in those inside gates headed into turn one, K-Dub.
Yeah, that was crazy watching lap number one. We talk about options on this track. The first three riders to go through the 10 Commandments all hit them a different way and all came out about the same at the end. So there was some doubling where others were tripling. There's some obviously the inside and the outside. So exciting to see the options that are playing out in this race course early this morning.
Getting ready for our leaders to pass us here at the tower for lap one. It's the 51 out front leading the way, the 61 in two, and the 71 now in three. How about that battling? Wait a second, the 75 not giving it up quite yet, Dean. He fights through that Thor sand sweeper as they still side by side.
Yeah, that's the 75 of Cole Kirker. You tell he's been putting in the work, going through that sand sweeper. Not necessarily going for the easy line, the smooth line, but making his way through that inside and making it happen out there. As they come through the finish line section, pick him up, Zach.
Taking a look, making their way back past the mechanics area, going to be getting those words of encouragement. You see the towels waving as everybody trying to motivate their rider. The 51 right now, William Barrett out front, muscled his way into that number one ride and is trying to put some distance between himself and the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's a great opening lap for William Barrett. The first time he triggered the transponder, wherever that split is, he was positioned in 8th. So to go from 8th to 1st, as he blows a foot, he is down in the
just
10
like that. Oh man, the 10 Commandments already wreaking havoc into this 2025 National. As your leader, you can tell, frustrated, trying to stay out of the way, and he is going to lose a ton of position and a ton of time to go along with it. Meanwhile, Caleb Wood now retakes the lead on that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki. He's got Cole Coker and Chase Haynes doing battle behind him for that number 2 spot.
Good news for the Barrett fans. He is remounting the machine. Looks like he's taking the course. And, man, I hate that I put a little announcer's curse on him because he had the best opening lap ever from 8th to 1st in one lap, and then we lose it in the 10 Commandments. There you go, Caleb Wood. You got handed a gift. What can we do with it now?
The announcer's guilt meeting meets on Wednesday nights, K-Dub. It happens to the best of us. I hate it.
I was just trying to say how good he did, and then boom.
So we refocus to that number 61 ride out front, Caleb Wood. Like we said, the primary focus for the Wood family, the GNCC field, moving up to the big bike after being youth champion. He's raced the Super Mini and Mini senior classes out here at the ranch, but man, what an impressive performance for the Shoals rider out front leading the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Here they come, checking through the finish line area. We're watching. Now, what I got my eyes on is number 24, Owen Coble. He is pushing hard right now, trying to come through the pack, but I'll tell you what, the number 61 machine of Caleb Wood is doing a great job. Like we talked about, he got handed the lead right there, pushed it hard. Once he got into the lead, then he's able to get a little bit of a gap on second and third, but Coble is coming, as you see right now.
Yep. He's
checked in third the last lap through.
I'm so glad you brought up the number 24, Dean, Owen Coble. Certainly one of the names being talked about for a title favorite here in this 450B class. Has worked his way into the top 3 now.
Guys, we're just now getting some good lap times here with a 56.7 from Caleb Wood. That means they're hauling the mail. Yesterday, I think our best time of the day was a 56.3, I believe. And now we're in the 56.7s right now early, so that means the track is prime and these guys are throwing down. Good to see, and let's see what Covell can do as he's starting to make moves, as he's now starting to put some pressure on Hayes as they head back into Storyland.
I tell you what, I'm watching these Team Green boys of Nate Freehill and Aiden Kiefer. Freehill was throwing some mad style in practice yesterday, but Kiefer was outside the top 10 the last time I saw him on the chart, now sitting in the number 6 ride with a 157.6 on that last lap.
Watch now as they're making their way out of Storyland. It's Caleb Wood feeling good right now, leading this one out. I actually had the opportunity to see him at his regional, too. He did really good out there at his regional and carrying on right here at Loretta Lynn's. They go through that sand sweeper. But look at the battle for second and third, Kevin. They're pushing it right now. That is Chase Haynes and Owen Coble.
Yeah, a couple battles now. I think there's also a battle now for the 5th spot position. Oh, as the Cowie rider. Who is that? Is that Kiefer?
Oh, it might be.
Kiefer just stalled it.
Let's see. No, this
Keep
might
your eyes on him. I lost the number.
That's there. Kiefer right there, okay, so that might have been Freehill.
Freehill, the one making the mistake there out of the sand section. Loses some positions. He's back up and going, but lost valuable ground there.
Man, I have to say, guys, I am pretty impressed with the 61 of Wood maintaining those fast lap times, a 157.3. Like I said, this guy's primary focus is Woods racing. He can maintain these kind of paces for hours at a time. He's just said, I need to get on the start. Similar to Dean, I talked to him at Lake Sugar Tree Regional. He said, if I can get the start and be up front early, I know I've got the fitness to run the full moto.
I no doubt he has the fitness, and this is not condescending, but he needs to get going right now because he lost about 2 seconds to Covell on that lap. So pressure's coming for Wood right now as the Yamaha's trying to latch on and make a pass here as they're 3 complete going on lap 4 right now.
Yeah, you made the point. Wood not getting slower, the rest of the field getting faster as Koval and Haynes both a little bit faster. How about it? Aiden Kiefer now a 154 on that last lap. Kiefer is flying and working his way inside the top 5 now, trying to chase down Chase Haynes for a podium spot.
Megawatt, we need to go ahead and file away a 54. That is now the fastest time of the week. It's Kiefer who has it, 54.6. We need to keep note of that. As these lap times continue to drop, the track just gets faster and faster, and I think these guys get more in their zone, right? I was talking to a lot of riders yesterday that after practice, you come into the big event like this and you just don't feel yourself. Well, I think today and as we get later in the week, riders start feeling more and more like themselves. The track kind of changes a little bit. I think this time gets faster and faster as we get deeper and deeper into this wonderful week of racing. I can't.
I'll go ahead and give you a top 10 rundown as they make their way through. It looks like Caleb Wood, Owen Koval checking in second. Chase Haynes, Aiden Kiefer, Cole Coker, Tommy Doble, Austin Schaefer, Will Campbell, Nate Freehill, and Jaden Wolf to round out your top 10. But I'll tell you what, this one's far from over, Kevin. Oh, what do we got here? What's the number on that bike? Is that our leader? Our leader went down.
Is that
going
Wood?
Going to the beach. That's Wood right there. Man, tough break. What a heartbreak for Wood. We see a heartbreak with Barrett, but now we're going to see Wood down there. But he is okay. He's trying to get refired and remounted and going again, so he doesn't lose too many positions. But he's definitely shook up. So now what do we see?
What a bummer there.
Owen Koval in the lead.
Yeah, and now, like we were talking about him applying the pressure, now he might be receiving the pressure as Kiefer is running a 55, Covell a 56 that last lap. So this 450 moto, everywhere you turn, there's some pressure being applied right now.
Hey, I'm not saying it's good luck, but Aiden Kiefer was at the Zach Herron concert at the beach yesterday. He was jamming out.
What was his request?
They're big Nickelback fans.
Okay.
Yep. So they got some good style. He just enjoyed it. He had a little iced coffee going. He was, and I think you talk about feeling in the zone. I think the Kiefer family, one of those guys, kind of openly emotional. Kiefer, a big smile on his face. I didn't ask how practice went, but it seemed like he had a good day. Got a little wild right there. If you just saw, went off track, did a good job of jumping back on safely. But Kiefer seems like he's feeling the flow, and he's feeling dangerous right now as he's trying to chase down Koval.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you don't have to ask, right? You say you didn't ask him how he went. You just read it on his body and on his person. You can walk through these pits and see who's having a good week just by their demeanor, how they carry themselves, their shoulders, or as they're dipping their head. So.
Exactly, but as a racer too, we have a bad moto. We got to have short-term memory loss to move forward. We can't hang our head down low. We got to keep that head high because guess what? We got a second and third moto here at Loretta's. And I'll tell you what, Owen Koval right now, he's the man on the mission. But you guys said about it, Kiefer, he is hungry. He landed second fastest last time through. And I'm curious to see what happens now as they check through the finish line.
Just reading my way here through these top 20s. What you seeing there, Dean?
I see Koval taking that smooth inside line, and Kiefer was kind of going hard there into the inside, which obviously the inside line is the main line, so it's a little bit rougher. And I'll tell you what, Kiefer is on a mission right now as we see the timing and scoring going through 154 for Koval. So Koval's the one that stepped it up, and Kiefer made a mistake on that lap.
Yeah, this is a game of call and response right now between the 24 and the 47. That lap belonged to Owen Koval. Let's see what Kiefer's going to have to do. K-Dub, he can't afford multiple laps like this.
Kiefer obviously made a mistake. I hope. Hopefully, it's not some. Okay, so he went off the track. So that's a good sign that hey, we had a slow lap time. It means to me that he's probably going to be able to recover. It's not like a bike issue. It's not an arm pump issue. But we just went past the 10-minute mark. So we're getting into the later stages of the race. About halfway, just going a little bit past halfway. So it's good to know that it was a simple one-lap mistake. That's probably going to be something that he can rebound from.
Yeah, it's probably one lap mistake, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard to catch that leader because you see there with the 154.7, that's only a tenth of a second of our fastest lap time of this moto and of the week so far, I believe.
That's a heater. Yeah, and that's what he was just chilling at 56s, right? Like,
yeah,
and then all of a sudden just throws down a 54 mid-moto. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, you know what? As a racer, what he's seen is the leader's not too far away. I could win this first moto if I just keep it right there on top of the board.
I'm telling you guys, I don't know when you first spotted Aidan Kiefer. He was outside, I believe, the top 15 early in this moto. So a lot of passes being made by the 47 and still running very close to that lead lap time. But he's got to respond here if he wants a chance to chase down the Yamaha of Koval.
Yeah, here they come making their way through. I want to give a big shout out to Tommy Doble. Doble was around that 10th place mark, and he is up to 4th place right now.
Here we go. Your leaders making their way through the Thor Sand Sweeper. Koval running that tight inside line. Kiefer, and then shout out to Haynes as well, hanging tough in that number 3 spot.
I'm telling you guys, the Tommy Doble is coming, though. He's in the 4th spot right now, and he is starting to reel in Chase Haynes. And with him reeling in Haynes, he's also reeling in Kiefer, as we see Haynes now in pursuit.
I was about to say, I think Haynes has flicked the switch and said, hey, I got to go from defense to offense and charge to try to get to the back of Aidan Kiefer. So a 155 for Koval, another 157 for Kiefer. Koval starting to gap this thing out just a little bit, where he's not having to quite push it as much. He's still charging hard, don't get me wrong, but not quite on that ragged edge.
That was a lap where we were looking for a response, and we didn't quite get it. But, you know, you never know what's going on in their head. It is Moto 1 of a 3-moto format, obviously. Everybody knows that. And, you know, second is good enough if you do your job the rest of the week. So we don't know where Kiefer's at exactly. I know that he wants to keep Haynes at bay, which they're running about the same lap time there. So they're probably going to start pacing the gap. We're now, 13 and a half minutes into the moto.
Yeah.
So
exactly, and we know here at Loretta's consistency is key. You know, you don't want to do something silly and have a bad finish in this first moto, because as far as overall goes, you really make it not easy on yourself.
Well, that's exactly what I tell my guys. It's, you know, this is a week of attrition and a 3-moto format. Everyone knows how difficult a 3-moto format is at regionals. It's only tougher here because, you know, all of the regions are now together. You know, whether it's a poor gate pick or a poor chip draw or a motor malfunction or a rain day or whatever the week holds, you know that it's going to get mentally, you know, of course physically, but the mental challenge of this week and to carry that momentum through, you know, the entirety of your experience here, you're going to have adversity that only the toughest survive. You know, everybody's going to survive it. I mean, like, with a win, with a podium, with a top 10, going under the 10. I mean, it takes just you know, like you said, a short-term memory loss.
Yeah.
You don't have a bad moto, you got to let it go, right? But you're going to have something happen this week, and so just such a tough battle.
Yeah, and you said it yourself, like, this isn't a weekend race. This isn't we do 3 motos at the regional, but we got the youth regional, amateur regional. We got everybody here, so these guys will be racing and then probably taking a day or 2 off, you know what I'm saying, and then getting back at it. So it's definitely more difficult, more challenging for these racers, and they're doing a great job right now.
Very unique environment, and so yeah, the second for Kiefer this moto, keep it where it's at. I think that sets him up really, really well for the week. I mean, it's a perfect position. Not as good as Covell. Covell's throwing it down right now, and look, now you see Covell coming down to the 57.4. So I think now he's in monitor mode. Like, let's check our 6. Let's just maintain the gap that we got right now. It's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, I'm going to give you guys a top 10 rundown real quick out there on the track. Owen Koval is your leader. Aidan Kiefer in second. Chase Haynes, Tommy Doble, Cole Coker in 5th, Austin Schaefer, Nate Freehill in 8th. We got Jaden Wolf, Will Campbell, and look at there, Felipe Costa. He is moving up through the pack right now in the top 10.
And once again, want to welcome everybody watching live on RacerTV.com. 450B getting wrapped up here for our second moto of the day, Moto 1 for 450B. Owen Koval going to come across the line. And leading the way still is the 24 of Owen Koval. Aidan Kiefer has worked his way into the number 2 ride. Chase Haynes, the backside of the top 3. Had a fantastic Vet 30 Plus moto to kick off the day. Brandon Haas grabbing the win here, but now the tail end of 450B Moto 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up right now, see where Tommy Doble is and see what he's doing, because you see there on timing and scoring, he was 3 seconds faster than Chase Haynes that last time through it, and I'm not sure how big the gap was, but they got to be tightening it up right now.
They're actually just coming to the finish line, and I was looking for that same exact battle because it should be tightening. We can't see the gap right now on our screen, but math tells us it's tightening.
Yeah, it's definitely tightening, man. We're watching right now. They're coming out of the billboard section across the mechanics area. We're going to pick them up here as we see that gas rider go through that Monster Energy sweeper.
Good call. That is the race on the track right now. It's the tightest battle as they make their way towards the 10 Commandments down the long short shoot.
Long short shoot, I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah, it looked like lap traffic playing a little bit of factor right there, but both riders able to navigate their way through, and they're in the 10 Commandments at the same time. And look at the rhythm for Doble. Doble's got a good rhythm, and he's really been taking some outsides and opening these corners up, and I think it's playing in his advantage out here right now.
Man, Dean, that's exactly what we talked about. These small changes to the 2025 course, I feel like, have really opened up some of these corners. Multiple line options as Doble all the way to the outside, cuts back across, another outside. I don't think the throttle cracked through that whole section.
He is going everywhere that Haynes is not, and that's the way you make a pass. And as they're out of sight for just a second, they're going to come back in the storyline. Look again, one to the inside, one to the outside. That is such a difficult position to be getting that kind of pressure this late into the moto, as it's still Haynes holding off Doble as they're still through the sand. Look at him. Look, everywhere that the Cowie goes, the Honda's going to be to the outside, or the gas, excuse me, the gas is going to be to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, he's charging hard right now, and you know, you definitely don't want to follow, and he's not following at all, least bit, taking every different line he can. It's gonna, you might lose a little bit here and there.
Check him out here.
Pick it up. Here goes to the outside.
Going the long way around.
White flag coming out as Koval makes his way across the line.
Yep, Owen Koval going to pick up that white flag. One more to go. It's kind of a sigh of relief when you see that white flag. You've been charging hard through this whole moto.
Well, I tell you what, Chase Haynes certainly isn't Scion right now. He's trying to chase Kiefer and trying to hold off Tommy Doble. Right behind him, a 158.6 to a 159.2 for Haynes.
Yeah, man, Tommy Doble, he's on a mission right now. You know how it is. You see that white flag, it's game on. Taking the outside right here, that's what I was talking about. He lost a little bit taking that outside, but he's able to get to the inside of this next corner and pick that time right back up.
Taking a look on our Racer TV screen here, it's Owen Koval that we're watching aboard the Yamaha, making his way into the 10 Commandments here for the final lap of 450B Moto number 1.
Yeah, Koval just needs to do what he's doing. He's got this thing in the bag, keep the bike on 2 wheels, Kiefer the same way, and then we get back to that battle for 3rd and 4th with just a lap to go. You know that Doble is just trying everything he can, as he has been doing for the last couple of laps, going everywhere that the Cowie of Haynes is not.
Oh, good drive.
Look
at this.
Storyland, side by side.
In the air at the same time. Doble going to take that outside line. Can he carry the drive? We lose sight of him for just a moment. Doble's going to have the inside. I think Haynes might have slammed the door. Going to catch them jumping out of Storyland here.
Here they come again, and I think now is that a lapper? Is there a lapper involved?
If we can hold our Racer TV camera.
Out there as they're pushing hard out there on the racetrack.
There's our leader on screen. And there is the battle that we're talking about. So there you see the 71 of Haynes in that red gear on the Kawasaki. They're right to the rear wheel of Kiefer as well. That's Kiefer just in front of them. So this thing's coming all the way down to the wire.
What a response from Haynes. Doble had the pass made, I thought, going into Storyland, and Haynes just had to be back in Storyland playing massive defense. 1 turn to go. What do you see?
Looking like that's the 24 of Owen Koval. He tucks it to the inside for the final time. He's going to jump up and see a checkered flag waving. It will be Owen Koval grabbing the first moto win here in 450B. Aiden Kiefer going to hang on for the number 2 ride, and Chase Haynes gets it done and fights off Tommy Doble for the final podium position here in moto number 1.
Man, I thought Kiefer had a little bit of a gap. I thought he was going to be fine, but man, the pressure that Doble was putting on Haynes wound up having Haynes come up to Kiefer, and it was not as safe as I thought with just a lap to go.
Yeah, that was the exact kind of racing that we've come to know and love here at Loretta Lynn's. These riders, they put in the work. We talk about these B classes right now. I believe it is still Kiefer with that 154.6, the fastest lap that we've seen so far in the week. We often ask, is it going to be the A or the B class? These boys making an impressive start to the lap time battle that we'll see all week long.
Boy, look at the bikes on Racer TV right now as they come into the impound here. Our top 10, they're going to get a nice little Monster refreshing, probably water. I'm going to go that they're going the water option right now, right after the race, and those bikes are just taxed as this track is super deep right now. But congratulations to that man as he is about to go up and celebrate with Weege. What a great feeling and an impressive way to start out the week for Owen Covell. Congratulations, my friend.
That is exactly how he wanted his week to start. Hey, let's give you a top 10 rundown. It's Owen Covell grabbing the win, Aiden Kiefer and Chase Haynes 2 and 3. There you see Kiefer chatting it up just beside him. Tommy Doble going to be in the 4th place spot with Austin Schaefer rounding out your top 5. Cole Coker, Nate Freehill coming back after that early race crash. Jaden Wolf, Will Campbell, and Jacob Hawk. Your top 10 brought to you by our friends over at Oakley. A fantastic race there. You see Owen Covell shaking out some of that moose gear.
I feel like we're 2 for 2.
I know. I was about to. This is a great way to kick off the week. I mean,
two great races.
Yes.
2 motos in the books. We're 2 for 2, boys.
This is how we wanted to get things started.
Hey, we're 2 for 2. I think we're going to be 3 for 3 right now.
Ooh, big expectations here. Hold on a second.
We'll see what happens.
No announcers' curses down here. And let's
Hey, boys, we're going to get this started down here, and we'll hand out the bronze. 3rd place, Chase Haynes. B-class is always tough here. How'd that moto go, Chase?
Oh, it was pretty good. Got off to a good start, and Owen passed me after a couple laps, and I tried to hang on to him and see if I could get up on the box.
Got it done. What's that like, man, to get a moto medal and everything else?
I mean, it feels really good. I trained a lot to be here, and to be up on the podium just means everything to me.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Chase?
I like to thank my mom, my dad, Adrenaline Motorsports, Fly Racing, Dunlap, Renthal, ODI, Team Green, Fly, all my friends and family out there. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Chase Haynes, 3rd place. 2nd place in this moto. Welcome back to the ranch. Couple years of injuries. Going to be the runner-up. And we'll bring Aiden Kiefer on up for the silver. And this is where it gets tricky because there's a tent between me and them, so they can't see me. Oh, luckily, this guy knows the drill. His dad has won here before, and now it's his turn. Get some more moto medals. Welcome back to the ranch. Silver medal. It's here for Aiden Kiefer. Buddy, that's got to feel good. I know you had a couple of heartbreaks of hurt, injuries, and you're back.
I'm back, baby. This year, last time, I had a hurt shoulder. And after I came back from that, I tore my ACL. So I haven't really mowed much the past year.
Do you feel fully prepared even this year, or are you almost surprising yourself a little bit?
Honestly, a couple weeks before I had a crash and I got a little concussion. So the prep hasn't been great, but that's when you got to dig deep and really remember those hard days.
You did. How was this moto for you, man?
Man, I knew it was going to be a struggle at the start just because of 450s. I came out good, and then I just got pinched off. But I'm like, well, I've done this before. I got to do it again. So I just locked in and just rode my own race.
Awesome. All right, Aiden, who do you want to thank, man?
First and foremost, I'd like to thank my mom and dad. They do so much for me. My mechanic, Eddie, he came all the way out here. My grandma, my grandpa, Dr. Navarro for getting me straight with my shoulder, my knee. Ryan Holiday, Team Green Kawasaki, Monster Army, Fox, Alex hooked it up with some sick hits this week. And Dunlop, Works Connection, Jamie at Twisted Development. He's been building my engines for a long time. I love that guy. He's like my second father. And that's it, man.
All right, Aiden Kiefer with the silver in 450B. And we'll hand out the gold now. Doing a little work, making it happen. Let's hear it for the number 24 of Owen Covell. Everybody has different goals at Loretta's. Some guys just want to make it. Some guys want a top 10 podium. Is there anything less than a win that will be okay for you this week? Is this the goal?
Yeah, this is the goal every time. And yeah, it took a little work, but I got up here.
Yep. Yeah, tell me about the early laps of that moto.
Oh, it was chaotic. I probably was in like 5th and somehow got in the 10th before the 10 commandments, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. So took a few laps to regroup and got back into it.
Cool. Who do you want to thank for the gold?
My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, my mechanic Jaden. We've been working really hard. Everyone at MTF, the work we put in the past 2 weeks with on the bike and off the bike stuff is absolutely insane. Altus, Yamaha, 100%, Moose Elite, Alpine Star, Dunlop, Tamer Whole Shot Device, Parts Unlimited, Monster Army, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, working on more titles at Loretta's Owen Koval. One of the great stories from 2024 and making it happen early in 2025. Send it back up.
All right, thanks a lot. We got it covered down there with Owen Coville. Next up, racing the 385 CC 10 to 12 come Alpine, Wyoming. The number 9 of Sawyer Geek. From Parker, Colorado, the 11 of Chance Olberg. From Graham, Washington, the number 12 of Race Matson. The number 13, Carter Gray from St. Clairsville, Ohio. New Waverly, Texas, sends us the 14 ride of Jay Sowen. Randrum, Idaho, the number 15 of Colton Thierry. Gavin McCoy, number 16 from Clever, Missouri. Number 17 of Tatum LeBay from Lotus, California. All the way from Canada, the number 18 of Parker Hatt. The 22 of Benjamin Danik from Homer Glen, Illinois. From Orlando, Florida, he's whole dealer in Little Dean's Heart. The number 23 of Austin Keller. Fair Oaks, California sends us the 24 ride of Eddie and Steinbrecher. Palm Harbor, Florida, the 25 of Nolan Cobb. Donnell, Florida, the 26 ride of Martin Ospina. From Arlington, Washington, the 28 of Caden Meyer. The 32 from Orlando, Florida, Gavin Welzine. Greensburg, Indiana sends us the 34 ride of Colton Whitaker. Berry Creek, California, the 42 ride of Jaden Smart. The 43 of Chase Brennan from Winchester, California.
Coming out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, that's going to be the 50 of Talon Hill. Littleton, New Hampshire, Carter Pilgrim on the 51. Coming out of Hammer, South Carolina on the 52 is Keiki DePino. The 54 of Grayson Dempsey coming out of DeLand, Florida. Coming out of Mounds, Oklahoma, Dax Wiles on the 55. Out of Muskego, Wisconsin, Adam Graham on the 56. Coming out of Salmon, Idaho, Ryan Stice on the 57. Coming out of Guadalajara, Enrique Rodriguez on the number 59. The number 60 of Jay Sonnenberg coming out of Frazee, Minnesota. Mounds, Oklahoma's Cade Nightingale on the number 67. Midland, Texas, the number 68 of Landon Lee. Coming out of Draper, Utah, Ryden Hansen on the number 69. On the 71, it's going to be Lenny O'Toole coming out of Springdale, Pennsylvania. Out of Pittsburgh, Texas, the 73 of Kyler Pruitt. Out of Lizella, Georgia, that's going to be Anderson Waldell on the number 74. Coming out of Machinery, Illinois, that's going to be Holden Lampkin on the 76. Port Angeles, Washington is going to be Skagit Williams on the 77. And coming out of Richland, Indiana on the 82 is Braxton Roth. Coming out of Ucaipa, California, that's going to be Connor Wolf on the 86. Out of Cairo, Georgia is Waylon Ballinger on the 89. Out of Zebulon, Georgia, Ryder Lane on the 91. The 94 of Jake Wheeler coming out of O'Fallon, Missouri. And Florence, South Carolina on the 96. That is Gage Miller, and that is your 85 10 to 12.
Wow, the best of the best here, Ooh. Zach. Ooh, this one here is going to be a shootout here. Who do you picking?
You'd be foolish to pick anybody this early.
Right now.
We've got some of these big names. I mean, you take a look, Sawyer Geek, that's a name we're used to seeing. Carter Gray, you go down Gavin McCoy. We've got Parker Hatt. We've got Austin Keller. How can you argue against the 23 machine, Aiden Steinbrecher? We've really got some big names. Jaden Smart, he's a smart pick, no pun intended. This guy knows how to get it done. Talon Hill, Keiki DePino. There's so many fast riders, and everybody, this is kind of a primo track. I don't get me wrong, it's nice to ride on a fresh track, carve in those new lines, but you can't really race it. You've got lines still developing, your back end's dancing all over the place. Now, Wes, this is a perfect track. We've got some braking bumps. We've got some ruts developing. You need a smart rider as much as a fast rider. 10 to 12, don't let the age fool you. These kids know how to get it done, and I'm excited to see them do just that.
Well, there's so many Loretta Lynch champions already in this class. In the 50cc, Jaden Smart's won his share already. Adian Steinbrecher under the watchful eye of Danny Lewis over there. So they've got some really heavy hitters. Gavin Welzine, I had dinner with him the other night. Those guys are locked and loaded. They all want to stake their claim in this early on. You want to make your statement in Moto 1. Just like Brandon Haas did this morning.
Absolutely.
He's like, hey, bro, I'm here.
Yeah, this is the time to make a statement, and there's several riders looking to do just that. I've been pulling out my VurbMoto Prospect app to kind of keep track of
what do you see?
Who's who. Jaden Smart, perfect example. This guy's all-time ranked #1 as far as amateur riders go. He's got a huge presence, a huge social media following. Oh, yeah, and a huge stack of trophies back at the house as well, Wes. Be foolish not to bet against the 42 of Jaden Smart.
Del Pino looks good. Is so many notables here. We can go all the way down the list again. There's just every one of these guys. They've done their area.
Now take a look at this, Wes. We take a look at our Racer TV screen. We talked about the random gate choice here in Moto 1. Look at how far to the outside Jaden Smart is. That was probably not his first gate pick.
No.
Might have gotten a chip he didn't want to see. He's lined up way on the outside.
But we've also seen a lot of guys get hole shots from outside. So he's very smart. So I look for him to use every advantage out there, the outside gate. They're lock and loaded. You guys are watching at home on Racer TV. You see the mechanics. You see the heat is starting to come up there. They're fanning their riders. They're about to get that gate drop, and we're going to see who lands up in that top 10. They're fired up. Number 23 over there, he's getting ready, and that's going to be Austin Keller. You can see him pumping those arms like a miniature Chase Sexton out there, like, give me some.
Everybody's got their style on the line, Wes. You remember young Kenny Roxon? He used to do the shakeout. He'd be getting fired up. Some guys are almost yawning to themselves on the line. They're just trying to get things figured out. Looks like maybe one rider with some issues trying to get that mechanic behind the line, as now we hear the bikes up on the pipe and the gate is down. There it is. We're off and rolling 85, 10 to 12.
All right, down in the first turn. Let's see it. Somebody from an inside gate pick. Woo!
With a fist in the air. I think that's going to be the 91 of Ryder Lane, if I'm not mistaken, and it is the 91 out front, a fist in the air. Hey, I'd be celebrating the whole shot as well here at Loretta Lynn's. Kyler Pruitt and Anderson Waldell 2 and 3.
That was one of Crockett Meyer's signature moves, and any time he can get, whether it's LCQ and a pro motocross or an arena cross, that was Crockett Meyer's move, like send it. But there we go.
Take a look at this. Waylon Ballinger, he was in 7th when they crossed the line in the first turn, now finds himself out front leading the way. So Ballinger making some, and he's down just like that. Our spotter Megawatt here in the tower calls it. He washes the front end over the berm and is going to lose a ton of position.
Again, the dog days of summer has reached down and took away, but not over with. He's back.
Doesn't take that lead back and going to find himself in the #1 spot. They make their way out of Storyland and getting ready for a nice warm day at the beach.
I don't know if that looked like Steinbrecher over there coming through. Let's keep an eye on them now as they work their way. You're watching on Racer TV. They're headed down that. That side of the road is like 20 miles of bad road when they're coming down through there. A lot of them can take the high road, the low road, but watch them now. As they come through, they're going to buzz the tower. Zach, what do you see over there?
Here we go. Slingshot engaged as we've got our leaders. Look at this. Up and over. That might be the 43 making a pass on the Suzuki, if I'm not mistaken. Chase Brennan, he was in 10th place just a little bit ago. He now finds himself out front leading the way, taking the long way around that Thor Sand sweeper.
That RM Army now, the boys over there, they got to have a little quiver in their knee as they're watching the 43 ride do some work out here today.
I'm rubbing my eyes. I'm saying, is that old Eli Tomac out front? 43 on the Suzuki, but man, he's got remnants of Eli Tomac style out front leading the way as Waldell now in the #2 spot battling with the 9 of Sawyer Geek.
You better look out. Here comes the 74 ride looking good as he's locked and loaded. He wants to make a move through there. And there's your leader now behind the billboard, the top 3 trying to do a little breakaway. Brennan, Waddell, and Sawyer Geek.
Look at this, side by side as they make their way through the shadows. Look at this. Geek, he's trying to force the issue. He leaves the brakes off, taking the wide line around. They're still neck and neck. It's too close to call.
Absolutely. It's already started, Zach. A Pier 6 brawl is already erupting here in the 85, 10 to 12 with Brennan, Waddell, and Sawyer Geek.
He runs along the outside of the 10 Commandments, doubles all the way down. Geek slams the door in his face and takes over the position. Let's see what the number 43 is able to do about it. They're headed into Storyland, and look at Geek really putting the power to the ground. Going to triple his way to the backside of the track.
And the story is being told, and the book is written back there with Brennan, Waddell, Geek, Height, Welzine, Lane, Gray, Ballinger, Del Pino, Lampkin, all in the top 10.
Take a look at this. The Suzuki not giving up quite yet, but he's bouncing back and forth between offense and defense. He's got 2 KTMs on either side of him. Waldell has had a sight of this lead position pretty much the whole moto, but is yet to have his time out front, really. The 74 try to make something happen and close the gap here at the beach.
Here's a couple of nobles back there. 18th, Jaden Smart, Dempsey, Wolf, Del Pino. We're looking for Olberg now to make a move, but Steinbrecher got dealt a dirty hand on this one. He's back in 29th, and he's starting to put his swim goggles on and make his way to the top.
I'm telling you what, Wes, this is why I'm not a betting man. You can't put your money on anybody until you see them doing their thing out on track. Chase Brennan, Anderson Waldell, and Sawyer Geek showing that it is their show here in 85, 10-12. Look at them, 3 wide through that Thor sand sweeper. Go ahead and throw Parker Hatt into the mix as well on the Husqvarna.
Knock on the door, just out of the top 10. I've got Nolan Cobb in 11th, Colt Whitaker 12th, Landon Lee 13th, Cade Nightingale trying to make a move in 14th, but here comes Kyler Pruitt rounding out the top 15.
Man, take a look at this. Waldell still holds on to that final podium spot, but now Carter Gray, Gavin Wilsian, and Parker Hatt, 4th, 5th, and 6th, are wheel to wheel to wheel, going at it for the backside of the top 5 and flirting with that final podium position as we're just about 5 minutes or so into this moto.
There they go. They buzz the mechanics area, the Yamaha mechanics area, and they're coming down that long, short shoot, a little look over by this young rider there you're watching on Racer TV.
Taking a look now, the number 9, Sawyer Geek. He's on that KTM Fly Twisted development and monster-backed ride. Starting to open up just a little bit of space on the 43 of Chase Brennan. Can't say enough about the Suzuki rider. Worked his way into that number 1 spot in the RM Army. Well, this guy's got to be a sergeant first class or something in the RM Army over there, because that is an impressive start to your 2025 Lorettas.
We're checking in with Jaden Smart. Something must have happened on that one. He's dropped all the way back to 34th. We hope he's okay. He's got to get back on that trusty street. Donnie Luce is over there watching closely at this young prospect. He's trying to bring the Blue Crew up and live back on the West Coast. So let's keep an eye on that one. As far as Gavin McCoy, number 16, back in 28. So a lot of heavy hitters getting dealt some dirty hands here, but let's see how it develops, Zach.
Yeah, we've got even more than that. You take a look just a little bit up, 21st place, Austin Keller. Just behind him, Colton Terry. That's 21st and 22nd. Those were some of our favorites. Aiden Steinbrecher now in the 18th spot. So these guys up front, Geek, Brennan, Waldell, making the most of this first moto. Consistency as much a key as anything here at the ranch, and it does start right here in Moto 1.
Top 3 still looking good. The 74 of Anderson Waldell, Chase Brennan, the 43 in second, and a rider that's riding a ride that dreams are made of here down at the Dude Ranch, Sawyer Geek, the number 9, leading the charge.
I'm telling you what, Geek is geeking out right now as he continues to drop those lap times. A 2:05.5 this last lap. Let's see as we wait. Time and scoring just about to refresh. A 2:06.4. He's keeping these things under 2:07. He's not interested in partying with Chase Brennan anymore.
Hey, it's a 3-way dance back there in 15, 16, and 17. Nightingale, Ospina, and Oberg here bringing along the young Steinbrecher.
Taking a look now, you've got your Loretta Lynn's top 20 rundown on the side of your screen here on Racer TV as Brennan, Waldell, Geek, Hatt, and Welsian all inside the top 5, but no doubt about it, it's the number 9 of Sawyer Geek out front with clear air in front and behind. This is exactly how he wanted his week to start.
Hats off to Austin Keller now in 21st place. He's trying to make something happen. He's hooked on to the back. Well, he's made a couple of passes now. He's got around Nightingale and Pruitt. So now Austin Keller up in 18th. The push is coming from Keller. Oberg and Steinbrecher now starting to move up the charts.
Ooh, taking a look now, Carter Gray getting a little sketchy through those 10 commandments, hanging on for dear life, but he keeps it on 2 wheels.
Hop, skipping, and jumping through those 10 commandments like a quick game of hopscotch. He tried to play hide and seek and get away from the rest of the field.
I'm telling you what, that was a game of hopscotch he didn't want a part of. He was out of there. No, thank you. I'll catch you again tomorrow as Sawyer Geek making his way through, writing his own story, as Wes Kane said out back there in Storyland. Taking those outsides, you can really see these ruts starting to develop as well, getting deep, using those outsides, but looking just like a kid out there at Dirty Myrtle. He's just playing at the beach right now.
All right, let's check in on on Jaden Smart. We're looking at him now. He's moved up the ladder just a little bit, like a song, trying to get number 1 on the charts. He's already came up there, up into the 20-something, mid-20th position there. So Smart back on that trusty steed and trying to make something happen.
Man, I'm telling you what, just watching your leader on screen, he knows that gap he's got, and he is maximizing those outsides, really trying to piece this Loretta Lynn's course together, feeling a flow. Lap time's maybe not going to be quite as quick as we've seen the sprint pace, but he's just trying to bring things home as he's got a little bit of time to play with.
Sawyer Geek, you're watching him now. He hand salutes that Can of Monster inflatable as he works his way around. There he is. Look at him go over the tunnel. The number 9 making it look easy. He's got the best seat in the house right now. I mean, he's holding a good hand. That's the way you want to start your week, Zach.
Yeah, there's no other way you want to do it. And you look at the track in front of him and behind him, not dealing with a ton of crazy lap traffic so far. He's able to pick the lines that he wants. You see him launching those insides. Looks like he's having fun out here at the ranch, and that is a very dangerous rider in the number 9 of Sawyer Geek right now.
Here he comes down that long short chute. You're watching him on Racer TV. Here he comes. What line does he take? Kind of in the middle. He drops to the inside now. There he is again, Zach, through the 10 Commandments. And he's obeying every one of them. He gets right through there, greasy, slippery as an eel, and off he goes into Storyland.
Following each and every one of those rules and watching the number 43 of Chase Brennan. He's liking those outsides, takes a long way around and carries the momentum all the way through the section. He's getting some company, though. Waldell not letting him ride off into the sunset, and Carter Gray wanting a piece of the action as well. A much cleaner drive through the Commandments here on this lap.
All right, back in 20th, the battle still raging on. Pruitt, Nightingale, Keller, Stice, Lane, Olberg, all from 20th into 15th. Little Dean's got to be happy with his little superstar there. Austin Keller, McCoy, Gavin McCoy in 27th. And let's check in on Smart, back up to 24th.
Smart moving up. Steinbrecher, moving up as well. He's now in the 12th place spot. Cole Whitaker on the bubble of the top 10 for the moment. So lots of movement still late in this first moto of 85, 10-12.
Here's your leader one more time. Watch him now. He's going to come through there. I call that, back in the day, that used to be the twisties. They kind of change it around. You come through the sand section. You make that right-hander 180. You buzz the tower. Give him a little hand salute as he looks over. Zach's looking over his left shoulder, and there goes Sawyer Geek. Cool, calm, and collected as he heads through the sands of Iwo Jima.
Yeah, this guy is just prepared for whatever's being thrown at him. He's taking that middle line through the Thor sand sweeper. Got a little off balance there, able to correct it and able to get back to business as we continue to wait. Should be a couple of laps before we expect to see a 2-lap card, but he's out on a cruise right now. He's done the work. He's got the time. Another 2:08 he turns in, and Chase Brennan now crosses the line at a 2:10. So Geek maintaining a steady pace and maintaining a pace that pulls him away from the rest of the field.
Plenty of time to go. We're looking up there now. They're only 9 minutes into this one, so we got plenty of time out there. Our spotter over there, Whitaker, Lampkin, Steinbrecher now jumping up into the 12th spot. He had to dig deep out there. He was buried in the field.
Yeah, Megawatt picking up on the speed of Landon Lee back there in the 14th place spot. He is 5+ seconds faster than the riders in front or behind of him, so got to think maybe something happened for the 68 as he is trying to work his way forward. A bit slower there on that lap with a 2:13.
Yeah, 2:08 right now with Sawyer Geek seems to be. There's the 43 now on Racer TV, pulling his way through those 10 Commandments. The 74 still hanging tough.
Oh, hang on to it. Carter Gray getting a little wild through the 10 Commandments once again. You can never rest. That's one of those sections every lap. You got to kind of just take a breath and say, okay, here we go. Get me through this thing. As no problems right now for the 9 of Sawyer Geek making his way through Storyland. Really likes this outside, able to launch his way onto the beach. And you can see the technical skill of Sawyer Geek as well. He's up on the pegs, got the flat back, got the elbows up, really just seems prepared for whatever this Loretta's track is going to throw at him. As now you see him starting to get into some lap traffic, a rider here, a rider there. That's only going to get worse as this race continues. Wes, he's going to get deeper and deeper into the field. Going to be harder and harder to make those lap passes.
I mean, plenty of laps left. Again, we're checking the clock, 7 minutes and 43 seconds. There's a lot of things that can transpire, a lot of things that can, it's like overnight development news out there. You never know what's going to happen until you finally cross and get that checkered flag. But right now, the man, could that have been a little slip up there?
A small bobble at most, but Geek right now, we talked about those quick memories or forgetful memories for racers. He's already forgotten about it. He doesn't know what we're talking about.
That's already behind him.
Geek's already focused.
We're talking about what he's already forgot about.
Exactly. He's going to hug the inside here. He's going to look over, get some words of encouragement on the pit board, and keep on digging, running that single-digit number. And was showing us why right now. This is really impressive performance from Geek. He's been able to consistently match those lap times and was one of the names. I don't think this catches anybody by surprise necessarily, but certainly showing what he's capable of and that he's put in the work here in 2025.
Well, this is where you set your flag into the ground and you make your statement out here. You send everybody else back to their camp thinking about what they got to do. The lap times are all close. Could it be a start? Have been that deciding factor where Geek just got a good gate and was like, color me gone. But, I mean, Brennan's matching the lap time almost in a tenth. 2:10 there, 2:11 Carter Gray, 2:10 Ballinger. Cobb, Steinbrecher now jumps up into 7th.
Yeah, Steinbrecher's continued to climb. I mean, he was outside the top 15, outside the top 10. Now knocking on the door of a top 5 late in this one. You look at it, a 2:08.7 on that last lap, a 2:12 and 2:10, the lap times of the riders just in front of him. So Steinbrecher not laying over yet, still got plenty of time to work it into a top 5.
Did you see the body English there on Racer TV? Of our leader, sticks out the big outrigger
style
like on a crane.
Puts out the sail.
Yeah, and he holds it in there, so he is all over the bike. But I want to talk about Steinbrecher for a minute. When you're sitting up there and you're looking for riders or you're checking boxes, one of the boxes that you want to check, hey, if you get a bad gate, can you come through the field? Right there on Steinbrecher, we're checking that box. We're checking and making sure, like, hey, if we need to hire a guy that we know can get a bad start, that old Adrian Steinbrecher can fight and get it done. A lot of notables out there. We'll talk about the top 20 right here. Jaden Smart in 20th. Ryan Stice 18th. Cade Nightingale 17th. Austin Keller 16th. Martin Ospina 15th. Chance Oberg 14th. Colt Whitaker 13th. Holden Lampkin 12th. Landon Lee 11th. Kakai Tapino 10th. Parker Hatt 9th, Gavin Welsing 8th, Adrian Steinbrecher 7th, Nolan Cobb 6th, Waylon Ballinger 5th, Carter Gray 4th, Anderson Walville 3rd, Chase Brennan 2nd, and the man with the plan, 911, call 911 because he's stealing the show right now. There's a robbery going on, and Sawyer Geek has the money bag, and he is delivering and gone. He is amazing right now. Doing a great job out there, Sawyer Geek. We're watching on Racer TV. He's just out there having a Sunday ride.
That's what it's all about, is taking a look. Yeah, taking a look. Landon Lee jumping up several spots, I believe 3 or 4 spots on that last lap. Now finds himself in the 8th place position. Steinbrecher now, just like that, inside the top 5. A 2:08, that is once again about 7 seconds faster than Carter Gray and about 6 seconds faster than Anderson Waldell. I'm not putting it past him. He may be looking at a podium by the time things are all said and done. Can't quite see what the gap is, but this is getting close.
I'm watching Steinbrecher run at 2:08. Yes. Everybody's starting to do 2:10, 2:9, 2:14 Waddell. Adrian Steinbrecher says, I'm dropping the hammer. Just like Cole Tricker, we'll halfway through, and that's where the cream starts rising to the top here at the Dude Ranch.
Yeah, Steinbrecher going El Chupacabra style on him. Waited till about halfway through the moto and dropped the hammer as he has climbed his way through this top 10. I don't really think we've seen that much movement inside the top 10 so far.
No. And we said Steinbrecher was out of the top 20 at one point.
Way outside the top 20.
So Danny Lewis and the boys over there working hard and making sure that this young athlete is getting what he needs to be here in competitive at the ranch. There's your leader one more time through that sand. Feet on the pegs, up off the seat. He's taking a good, comfortable ride there. Using that body to keep him up, not getting tired. And here he comes. What do we got?
Well, and you can tell Geek has put in the work. He's technically very sound on the machine, even late in these races. As you saw, the 2-lap card coming out here for 85, 10 to 12. 2 more times around the ranch for Sawyer Geek here in Moto 1.
I believe Steinbrecher just came up by the tower. Don't know if he's got enough room, enough time to actually roll up on Carter Gray. That top 3 looks pretty solid out there. But it's Geek, Brennan, Waddell looking to make a statement here in Moto 1 of 85 cc 10 to 12.
Sawyer Geek continues to pick his way through lap traffic. got to plan ahead, kind of try to predict where these other riders are going to go. And that is a big part of the game as well, Wes. You know it. As we see, the rider gets a little sideways just in front of him.
Landon Lee, our spotter, Megawatt, says Landon Lee's dropping that 208. Just like Steinbrecher, late in the moto, it's not over. That 2-lap board comes out. A lot of things can happen in the next 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, taking a look, Landon Lee, I believe, actually the fastest rider on track on that last lap, a 208.1 to a 208.4 for Aiden Steinbrecher, and they're the only ones really sub 210 at this point in the race.
It seems like everybody else is kind of settled in. McCoy back at 21st. There's Nightingale 16th. Everybody's settled in. But, hey, we're just now getting into the first inning. I always say some things about riders and racing, and my cousin Willie Manning, we're watching. He goes, listen, dude, it's the first quarter of the game. There could have been an interception. There could have been a fumble.
Yep.
Tom Brady will still come back and win the game. So it's not over yet. We're just getting into the meat and potatoes of what's happening here.
Trying to take a look out our window. One of our riders crashed, headed back into Storyland. Couldn't quite see what the number was on it.
Yeah, I think our top 10 contenders are still going to roll like they are. Geek, Brennan, Waddell, Gray, Steinbrecher, Bowlinger, Lee, Cobb, all in the top 8 there. Hats off to Gavin Welzine. Great job out there. You're rolling in the top 10. Keep it up, buddy.
Here we go. White flag getting ready to come out. There it is right on cue. Sawyer Geek one more time here in 85 10-12 Moto number 1.
I don't think he sees that white flag. That means surrender 1 iota. Yep. That means drop that hammer and keep moving.
Yeah, got to think a point to prove here for Geek, and a point being proven at this point. Was able to get a great start, and from there continue to hold a great pace.
If you're watching on TV, there's your leader right there, the number 9, Sawyer Geek, looking good.
Steinbrecher picks up another spot. He does make his way around the 13 of Carter Gray. So Steinbrecher keeping himself in the fight. We've seen bigger gaps than that.
Hey, I was wrong. He did roll up on Carter Gray.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah. So let's see what he's got now. He dropped a little bit. Where's Anderson Waddell? There's your leader getting into some back markers back there. He threads the needle. He gets around about a couple of guys there, and he's still working his way out in the back. And if the story be told, he's only got about 3/4 of a lap coming in, and he's going to be over there on that box.
Yeah, Geek making it a story worth reading right now for sure. As
a story worth writing.
Absolutely.
He's writing his own story as he goes. He's got his pen and paper out. He's taking notes. He's scribbling it down, and he's going to put an exclamation point on it when he gets over to that box and sees Jason Wygant.
No doubt about it. Staying patient up on those pegs late into the corners. You can see really getting into some thick lap traffic now at this point. Got to kind of be careful and tuck his way through there, back to the inside. Knows these riders are battling for position as well.
Quick note, Zach, Steinbrecher's won here before. It's all about position. That 4th or 3rd, if he gets in there, like Gray, Bollinger, Waddell, by come Saturday or Friday, that could be the position. We've seen it enough here. That one spot that you got somewhere throughout the week was the one you needed to get to make the end of the program, the end of the race up at the box.
And we've seen it multiple times as well. Yeah. It's that spot in the first moto. I think sometimes
shots fired.
People get a little complacent. They say, hey, I got 2 other motos to get it done. I can kind of lay over on this first moto. No laying over, though, for Sawyer Geek. You can see the emotion as what an impressive ride here for 85 10-12 Moto number 1. Geek gets it done and grabs that first moto win. Chase Brennan making his way towards the checker flag, crosses the line in the number 2 ride. Very solid for the Suzuki rider. Anderson Waddell does hang on for that 3rd place spot. And it looks like Aiden Steinbrecher going to cross the line in the 4th place position. Carter Gray should be rounding out your top 5.
There's Darian Sanahi, gives a little fist pump to his guy right there, Sawyer Geek. But like we say, some of these heavy hitters are down there. I don't think Jaden Smart's is going to stay in 15th.
Yep.
When that next one comes out, he's going to jump. There's going to be this one here is going to come down to moto number 3 later on in the week.
Well, take a look at what you're saying. We've got Jaden Smart and Austin Keller in a battle on track. That's not surprising.
Yes.
But it was between 14th and 15th place. That part is surprising.
And Gavin McCoy back here. Yes. So any of these guys, they're here. The 42, they're all dangerous. They all can make something happen. So Lee looks like he went down
over there then. Yep.
So we're checking it, but Lee able to get 9th coming in, very respectable. That might have been the rider that was down that you spotted over there, Zach.
I think it was, Wes. And to take that last lap crash and still turn it into a top 10 finish, great job as far as the damage control goes, and certainly not out of contention for a top 10 and potentially even a top 5 overall.
I am super pumped right now. There he is. There's our guys down there. Anderson Waddell's talking a little bit about his race. There's the fist pump right there. Chase Brennan. The boys at Suzuki got to be pretty pumped. I'm watching Tim Castone over there with his guys, his elite RM Army soldiers. Waddell, a walk in the park. Got that top 3.
Yeah, we're going to get Waddell on up here and get this podium started. How about the Suzuki, by the way? We're going to put a Suzuki up in the number 2 spot. Been a while since we've seen an RM85 up on the podium. And no surprise, see Sawyer Geek getting it done with the moto win. But first, we'll talk to the bronze medalist, which is a 74 of Anderson Waddell. And it was beautiful about 6 in the morning today. It was great for the first moto at 7 a.m. Sun has now come up over the trees. It is changing in a hurry. But these kids are used to this sort of situation. They've been here and done it. Let's hear it for 3rd place, Anderson Waddell. Podium, man, a good way to start the week. How did your moto go?
Awesome.
Take me through it.
First I pulled 28 on the chips, and I was very inside, so I just ended.
Yeah. The start ended up being decent?
Yeah, I came out like 3rd.
Pretty good. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Fly Racing, Scott, A1 Racing, Suspension, and Moto Bros.
All right, there it is. Anderson Waddell, 3rd place. And we're going to bring Chase Brennan on up, doing it for the RM Army. Long legacy of Suzuki's here at Loretta's, and this dude's bringing it back. Chase Brennan, 2nd place. We're trying to figure out the last time Suzuki had a podium in a mini bike class. It might have been Eli Tomac. So that's pretty good company. How'd that moto go for you, man?
Didn't get the greatest start, probably like out of the top 10 around the first corner. But all those kids getting stuck on the inside because the ruts are so deep, so I swept around the outside, then realized I was in first, and then around the mechanics there, Geek got me, and I tried to run his pace, but he was running a good pace, so ended up 2nd.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Chase?
Mom, Dad, BC Goggles, RM Army, Suzuki, One Industries, No Cap Soda Pop, Pro Circuit, Asterix, T-Rex Throttle, and everybody else. Thank you.
Oh, no. There it is, Chase Brennan, the runner-up. Awesome work. And they're growing all the time. Sawyer Geek is going to end up with a moto win. Remember seeing him as a little guy shoot. Now he's getting big for an 85.
You're on fire, bro.
Come on down. Let's hear it for Sawyer Geek. We'll let you grab all that. We got plenty of time. Sawyer, man, we've seen you go all the way through the ranks. How's the 85 working out for you? Looks pretty good.
Yeah, 85's treating me good. I'm a little big, but I'm making it work.
Okay, in like January, when you decide you're going to race this class, were you shorter? Have you gotten bigger as you're preparing for this race? Has that happened?
Yeah, I've grown a lot. I'd say a little too much, but it's okay.
Okay. How'd that moto go?
It was really good. I got a decent start. I was like 5th off the gate. I just pushed as hard as I could to get up to the front, and then I just managed from there. It was a really good moto, though. The boys were ripping.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Sawyer?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, my trainer Jake, and just my whole family in general. KTM Orange Brigade, Fly Racing, Alpine Star, 100%, Monster Army, and just everyone who gets me up here. It truly is you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, there it is. Sawyer Geek with the moto win. That's a wrap on 85, 10-12.
All right, thank you for that, Ouija. Appreciate it. On the gate right now, we have the 125 C class. That's going to be the next one to take off. We got the number 11, Ivan Druluo. The number 12 machine, Talum Ekholm. The 13 of Halo Pirate Dinsley. The number 15, a Preston Miranda. The number 18, a Cooper Coet. The 21, a Paxton Zavitsky. The 22, a Joey Matat. The 24 of Austin Gore. The 25 of Kyler Kubik. The 26 of Ashton Savage. And on the 27, we got Cole Nielsen. The 28, Wesley Maneri. The 29, Hudson Short. The 32 machine will be Noah Kovarik.
There he is, the number 35 from Spring Hill, Kansas, Mikey Sandigi. Felicity, Ohio, the 36 ride of Riley Owens. Waynesboro, Georgia, the 39 of Brock Lamb. Depew, Oklahoma, the number 40 ride of Wade Gardner. Hamilton, New York, sends a 42 ride of Garrett Weaver. Valley Center, Kansas, the 45 ride of Dominic Dwelling. Isaac Opaleski from Port Orange, Washington, Wisconsin, the 48 ride. Beckett's Ferry from Sonoa, Georgia, the 51 ride. The 52 of Xander Haas from Silverton, Oregon. The 53 of Zach Davila from San Jose, Costa Rica. Santana Ross, the 59 ride of William Popov. The number 60 of Davin Kane from Micheloville, California. 62 of Austin Smith from Canton, Ohio.
And on the number 64, it's going to be Corbin Taylor. Out of Kingwood, Texas, the 66 of George Cosenza. The 67 machine of Jaden Smeltzer. The number 70 of Jackson Flynn. He's out of Hampstead, North Carolina. The 75 of Kylan Bells out of Colton, Oregon. The 79 machine, that's Jackson Castleberry. Castleberry out of Cumberland, Virginia. The 81 of Jared Brown. This 83 machine of Porter Hare. The 86 of Luke Carlson. He's out of Lonsdale, Minnesota. The 88 of Landon Yucker. Carson Smith, he's going to be out there on the number 90 machine out of Kimball, Minnesota. The number 92 of Ryan Gomez, one of the California riders out there. The 94 of Justin Gamage out of Jacksonville, Florida. The 97 of Ryan Dial out of Lyles, Tennessee. And on the number 98, that's going to be Cash Edwards out of Pleasanton, California.
Thank you guys for the rundown of the 125C. And I just want to flash back to the 85cc 10.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Sawyer Geek, not only with the ride, but the professional nature of that interview. I was impressed. This is the 10 to 12 class.
Yes.
Great podium speech. Talked about managing his race. Thanked his guys. I mean, that just sounded very seasoned. I don't know how old he is, but he's got to be 10 to 12, right? Well, so that's what's his name? How old is Sawyer?
That's something that we do when we go to Camp Boom Diggity with the Moto Playground race.
Yeah, I'll be there.
And you were at Ponca. We try to mentor the kids because you're selling your product. You are the product. That's why the teams, not only are you a rider, but you're also an ambassador, and they're branding you. So you have to be well-rounded. Yeah. You have to speak. It's all, you can be fast as you want on a dirt bike. You still have to have some sense about you, and you're a marketing machine, so they've got it right. They're on point with it, and they're going to sell a lot of tickets with Sawyer Geek.
Congratulations to Sawyer Geek for his on-track performance as well as his off-track performance, as we have the 125C about halfway through their sight lap for the back runners, checking out the sand section. A couple lines developing there, a little bit of bump, a little bit of smooth. Pick your poison, right? You're going the long way around. You're going to stick to the inside.
I mean, it's all about picking lines. And for the C class, these guys, they're our stars tomorrow. Oh, yeah. You know, just like Avery Long came out of C class, 3-year deal. Boom, he went. And doing great. Top 20 in outdoors and some supercross rides. And right out of C class, 3-year program, and won the pro class here.
The kid that's winning the 450B class, William Barrett, I watched him. He was a C rider out there at Mini O's, man. He made it up. He was leading out that B class, so it was impressive to see.
So just a couple of years ago, I kind of thought and I felt like, man, if you're in the C class, like, you're going to move to the B class the following year, and you're going to have a year of getting your teeth kicked in, right? I mean, the B class is essentially the A class, but the talent level in the C, to me, is one of the most the biggest moves.
Right.
Like the talent now that we're seeing in the C class is really amazing, and I think that the transition is now, you know, in the last 4 or 5 years is becoming a little easier to transition into the B class. Normally you got all the, you know, super mini kids and stuff that don't ever get a chance to ride the C. They go straight there. C guys are out for the B year. That's not the case anymore.
One of the greatest C riders we know to throw a leg over a bike was MC.
Absolutely.
Came here in C class, and he wrote his own book after that. So
He did actually
anything is possible.
Like literally wrote a book.
He did write a book. He wrote the history books. I mean, he's the king. No doubt about it. But, hey, you never know. The next guy might be sitting right out here on the gate right now.
Might be loaded right now.
Hey.
The next MC might be loaded.
There's Matt Walker down there in the line. Give one hit.
What is Matt Walker doing down there? He's got his riders down there. He's checking them out. He's looking around. There they are, the C class. Lock in there.
Yeah, they're all locked up and loaded on the starting line, Wes, right now. You know, these C guys, it's their first time here at the ranch, so you know those butterflies are turning and burning there. And
they're out there. Dad's patting on the number 12 bike. He's like, get in there, son. Get in there. Beckett's Ferry yesterday had some issues with his bike in practice. Didn't get, and they found they had a whole host of things. I don't know the details on it. But they said they're ready to fire out of the gate today. So let's see what happens with Beckett's.
Firing out of the gate is something he's going to have to do. I think he drew about chip 34, 35, 36. I saw him on the outside. He's on the outside of the gate now.
I've seen whole shots come from there.
Of course. But it's time to go.
It's go time. Your machine, your trusty steed has been fine-tuned and is ready.
Oh, boy.
Papa Dean over that thing. He's all over it like ants on a candy bar getting that bike right.
We got a 2-minute hold right now. I don't know what's going on. Probably some kind of malfunction for one of the riders. But, man, that is just a crazy 2-minute period where those nerves just really start to rock it up. That's typically not something you want to see as a rider.
You're ready to go.
You're ready to go, and that extra 2-minute hold can really mess with you, especially in the C class, right?
It's like being at a local race and following the shaft class. You know,
they're waiting. Well, here they go. Hey, guys, one quick note. If you're slipping, get gripping. Go see the boys at MX Tire, Rob Fox, Jeff Cernick. They're slinging those Dunlops just like hotcakes off a griddle over there. They'll tell you tire pressure. They'll tell you different times of the day, what track, what tire. Here's the application. We're going to hook you guys up. They'll mount them for you. You can mount them. They got the best prices. MXTire.com, Jeff Cernick, Dunlop. Remember, if you're slipping,
get gripping.
That's right. Go see Jeff Cernick, Rob Fox, and the boys over there at Dunlop Tire. And you better believe they got a lot of Dunlops down there on these guys right there. And they're ready to go. Dad's checking that one here. Let me get over there. Let me pat that radiator down. Let me see what's going on here.
Well, the starting official now has a 1 being displayed on his hand, which indicates we're halfway through this hold. I don't know what issue the rider's having, but you got about 40 seconds to get that thing figured out. Don't be an edge or a Armbruster like a couple years ago.
That was history.
Don't miss the gate drop. You know, that was a crazy ride by that young rider who came back from really almost a lap down, right?
Well, you have to leave that gate before they make one lap.
Yeah, well, right now we still have a delay, but the delay is over. I don't know if the rider got his bike started, but it doesn't matter. We've waited long enough. The 2 card is now up, and revs will be coming up very soon as we'll start our 125C.
Let's watch the reaction, K-Dub. You're watching this. I'm watching on Racer TV. There's the gate, and there he is. That's the guy on the outside gate. He's got 43rd gate pick with number 45 on his bike. Let's see his reaction. Let's watch. Could have been gone.
Not what he wanted.
Let's watch him. Who's coming around the outside? Whoa, there's that number 12 that was out there that got the pad on the fender. He's in the mix.
I see the number 18. I think that's Cooper Cowett. He was also, I recognize the rider. He rides at the farm, but also he was right next to Ferry on the gate pick. Both those guys had bad draws, but they made it happen from the outside.
Yeah, it looks like
our leader now.
Looks like short. 15 to Preston Miranda was short there, right behind him. Short off to a good start in this one.
He was. He has now shuffled back to looks like 3rd place as they work through the 10 Commandments.
Here we go. Katie barred the doors down. Looks like Short, Schmidt, Miranda coming around there. Let's take a peek as they come through. Got to let this thing settle in.
Yeah, exactly.
One lap, get in there, get their groove.
Short making a quick move right there, trying to get to the inside of Miranda. He's going to go to the outside right here. How's that going to work out? Can Miranda pull through out of the inside?
Short
cannot. Short carries the momentum around the outside.
Wow, great move by Short. Not wanting to follow, taking a long way around. Obviously letting that 125 rip, carrying some momentum.
Oh, short. Make a little mistake there.
Outside worked in the corner before. Inside did not work, as it looks like he's going to be passed. No, he
shuts the door.
Look, that's a dad move right now.
I'm watching back there in 3rd and 4th.
Dad's.
Go ahead.
Just for the record, Daddy Short knows how to slam the door. So Andrew Short is now teaching Hudson how to ride defensive, and it worked.
So he didn't come up short on that one.
No. He slammed the door on that boy.
Knock on the door. It's Hudson Short, and he is now in that sand section getting a little real estate in between him, 2nd and 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, we got a real battle shaping up here behind him as well. Look at that, a 4-way battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now as they make their way through the finish line. Looks like it's the 88 going to be checking in with a good position right there. That's the 88 machine of Landon Junker. So Junker moving through the pack quick.
Junker had a great first lap there. He was, up there on the start, but not in the spot he is now. I think he made about 6 passes on. Hang on to it. Who is that? That's
Miranda on the 18 machine.
That's Cooper Cowett, actually.
Oh, Cowett, sorry.
Made a bobble in the billboard turn there.
Oh, little contact here. The 15 gets the elbow. K-Dub, boom.
Man, they got some business being thrown around. Shots fired.
Out there.
Shots fired over the bow. Who's it going to be? Leader. That one's for you, Sonny. Oh, look out.
Oh.
What in the world?
Here they go. Oh, sideways, almost off the track right there. They're able to maintain control.
This is what makes the C-Class what the C-Class is. You never know what's going to happen from 1 minute to the next. But right now, Hudson Short's out front. Landon Junker, Kyote, Miranda, Schmidt, Smeltzer, Bells, Dinsley, Owens, Elcom.
Little mistake there as they go into storyland. Put
full sin.
Here. Yeah, full sin for sure, man. These guys going at it. Screaming on these 125s. And that's what I love to see, man, these 125s going around this course. That brings back some memories. I'm sure you guys watched plenty of 125 motos in your day.
That guy was mowing the grass. That guy looked like a weed eater going through there.
Chopping it down for sure.
Wow. Well, there he is, Hudson Short, still out front. We're watching on Racer TV, and if you are watching this 125C extravaganza, you have slid your chair a little closer to the monitor, and you're on the edge of your seat right now watching these guys go at it.
You don't even have time to wait for the popcorn. You're watching this one, man.
And if you're a rider in one of the upcoming motos, what are we on race 4 now already?
Yeah.
If you're one of the upcoming motos, you're watching and you're seeing that outsides are working.
Yeah, they really are.
There's some spots where you don't want to dive bomb that inside. Yeah, it's a short way around, but we're seeing some passes being made on the outside right now. So that's very promising for the for the racing all day long. And take note of that when you're in your RV watching Racer TV.
All right, they're Short out there with a 206 out there. Is that Coate? Is that how we're pronouncing that?
No, Cowett.
Cooper Cowett.
Yeah, up to 2nd now. Good job for him. He had a bobble right here in this corner last lap. Got through it a little bit smoother here. Still have some pressure from the 88 of Junker, as well as Schmidt in tow there, trying to come up to the heels of Cowett as he is securely in 2nd. But right now, the man of the hour just is Hudson Short.
Let's talk about that top 10. Hudson Short out in 1st. Cooper Cowett in 2nd. Landon Junker 3rd. Carson Schmidt 4th. Kylan Bales 5th. Yaden Smeltzer 6th. Riley Owens 7th, Preston Miranda 8th, Cash Edwards 9th, and 10th is Halo Pirate Dinsley. Round out your top 10, guys. I don't see Beckett's Ferry out there. I hope he's okay. I know he had some bike issues yesterday.
Well, he's right now. He's in 33rd.
Okay. Yeah. So he's coming through the field. I thought on the first lap he got buried back in he was back there in 39. So he's making some moves out there. There's Savage, Mello, Quebec, Gore, Gardner, Carlson, all around 25th, 26th, 27th.
Yeah, watching right there in front of the pack. Hudson Short, man, 2:06 lap time, so he's a few seconds faster than Cowett. But Cowett, now that he's got a clear racetrack, I'm really curious to see what he can do now. Maybe he can pick it up and try to reel in our leader, the number 29 of Hudson Short. Back in that 3rd place position around the top 3, Landon Junker. Junker kind of settled in right now, but the one to watch behind our 4th place rider, Carson Schmidt, is Kylan Bells, as he ran a 2:09 lap time the last time through, so he's inching up on him right now.
Watch out for the 94 of Justin Gamage out there running a 2:10, so he's he's got top 3 speed out there. Yeah. So let's see if he's got to work his way through there, just maybe coming back from a bad start. So let's watch him on that radar screen as he works his way into the top 10.
Yeah, Justin Gamage, he actually is out there riding MX Master Kids for Team USA out in France, so it's good to see him out here doing some battle in the 125.
Another pass here as the Racer TV's focused on the battle for 3, 4, and 5. Our leaders, Hudson Short and Cooper Cowett, stretching it out just a hair, but man, what a battle we have for 3, 4, and 5 as Junker gets shuffled back that lap. He's now in 5th position, and Smith and Bells now in 3rd and 4th respectively as they come to the billboard turn. Let's see what the mechanics say to these guys as they rip around. Get them a quick little note. Breathe. Pin it.
Yes,
go
it
fast.
takes some smooth lines. You're right, Kevin. We're watching on Racer TV, and you can see some of these lines. The outside is opened up, and it's not choppy or rough. On the other side of the billboard, that rider just went around there. It looked like a smooth part of the track.
I believe that was the 88 of Junker taking the long way around, but it worked out for him as now Short is through the 10 Commandments. We're watching Cowett come through the 10 Commandments there. And here's the battle we've been watching for a couple of laps now. Nothing secure about 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, yellow flag put on riders right there. That might have been the 36 of Riley Owens, man. Yeah. Tough break for him.
Riley Owens now have to pick that bike up and get back into the fracas.
Got back up quick, though. That's what you got to do. If you go down, you got to get up quick because you could lose some positions quickly. Oh, one rider off the track over there entering the storyland. It looks like it was the 67 machine of Jaden Smelter. Gets back on and still gets the triple, man. That's what you got to do. Hold your composure and get back to it.
All right, Brock Lamb back there in 15th. Miranda was our one. Miranda was up in the top 3 right off the bat the first couple laps. Miranda having some problems develop, dropped him down a little bit, so he's just out of the top 10. He is hanging around 14th. You got Miranda, Kovarik, Flynn, Ekholm, and Gamage all trying to maintain that top 10 position.
Short really threw down early. Like I think it was a 206. He's now in the 208 range, and visually, it looks like Cowett is coming for him. It'll be interesting to see what Hudson Short's lap time is as they're coming around the complete lap number 4. But look at the frame here.
Right there, man.
Racer TV, it looks like the number 18 is really starting to get on the heels of Hudson Short right now. Blue flags, waves, they check in. I can't wait to see what the transponders show us here as they'll report 210.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow, and a 206 for Cooper Cowett. What a heater for that guy.
4.
That's a lot.
He's on a reel. You might say he's got his pocket peel fisherman out, and he's reeling them in just a little bit. Like old man Stewart used to stand on the side of the track and roll that fishing pole for Big James, reel him in, son.
Is that why Mookie wants to fish so much?
Yeah, because he looked at Big James with that fishing pole going, get him, reel him in.
Reel him in. Well,
oh, a little bobble there.
Right now wanting to reel in is Cooper Cowett. And
so Short does the checkup from the neck up.
Look, check here.
And that is a sign.
Look at this.
Look out!
Oh, no, get up.
Oh,
you got to break for Cooper there.
Racer TV never failed to deliver what we just saw there.
Absolutely. Wow. He's back up and going. Wow. He definitely lost a lot of time, a lot of positions that he made up to this moto.
But Short started looking back. And you know what happens when they start looking back? Usually you make the mistake. Yeah. 18 made the mistake.
Yeah, it bit Cooper Cowett as he went down. He was rebounded fairly quickly, but, man, what a loss of momentum as he was putting on the pressure of Hudson Short. I think Hudson's kind of feels like, okay, I needed that break. He needs to recover here. He had a 210 the last lap. We'll see what he does this lap, but now he's sitting on a pretty sizable lead.
You can tell in his ride style.
Whoa, no, but he makes a mistake
He's tired right now. Keeping this moto. Like you said, he got out there quick and pushed it real hard. Maybe he pushed it a little too hard early in the moto, and wind is out of the sail right there as he makes his way through the sand sweeper.
I mean, we still got a few more laps left in this one.
Minutes, yeah, anything can happen. As we saw, look, Cooper Cowett went down. Hudson Short just did a little waddle, little pedal his bike through there with his feet as he came out of Storyland. So, look, things can happen as we're in the C-Class and the late stages of it. These guys have been prepping for a long time, but the track and the pressure and the magnitude of this moment is so heavy on these riders. So,
what we used to say, the weight of a championship on your shoulders can get heavy by the end of the week. So can you hang on to it? I mean, you held on to a few of them.
I have, but I've let a few go.
You let a few go.
Yeah. As the 2-lap board is out for Hudson Short, I'm sure he's glad to see it.
Oh, he's the one that's riding a ride that dreams are made of here.
Look at time and scoring, Wes. 2:13 that time for Hudson Short, and a 2:08 for Kylan Bell. So Bell's on a move. Cooper Coet, he's still in that third place position, so he's definitely still in this race.
He's still in contingent.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And the irony we see in the C class, you either have a guy that comes and runs away with it through the years here at Loretta's, or you see a guy get a 3, a 6, and a 2, and 2 to go, 2-lap board out, and they'll win a title. I know Sean Skinner came through here and won 2 of them with not even good scores. All right,
I think number 75 is starting to smell a little bit of blood in the water right here. They're in the 10 Commandments here at the same time. We got about a lap and a half to go, maybe a little more. They're about to go to Storyland, tricky part of the track.
What you're saying, the 75 now is starting to reel them in a little bit.
It's going to be a good one going down to the end. They're going to get the white flag this time.
Oh,
have
boy.
one more to go. Can Hudson Short do what it takes to hold off? I believe he can. With a name like Andrew Short being your dad, man.
Well, you got Jackie Short. I mean,
she's the pusher, huh?
You got the bloodlines there for sure. So Hudson Short doing a great job out there. We're going to start to see the 75 come into the same picture frame.
Yeah, that's the 75 of Kylan Bell's out of Colton, Oregon on his Fresh Start Homes racing ride, trying to reel in the number 29 machine. What do you see, Wes?
Oh, I thought I saw Short getting a little squirrely there for a second coming through that sand section, but he's able to hang on. You got to have that leg strength.
Well, so we got Ryder down here. Ryder down. 75? What is that? That is the 75.
Oh! Now, does Short have some kind of magic?
Yeah.
Like, get
Look
back?
Look at this. They're side by side. Now, that's the battle for now 3rd and 4th.
Wow.
As Bells has lost 1. Now he's lost 2 positions.
Yeah.
Cooper Cowett now up to 2nd place. Andrew Short, again, starting to feel a little pressure.
He fights
they go down.
it off.
Starting to feel a little pressure. They go down. Doing what he has to do to get Moto 1 win here with just 1 lap to go.
Wow.
Is Hudson Short. And there's still some more shaking up for 2, 3, 4, and 5 as we'll see where they run as they check in past the checkers or the white flag.
That third place
challenger coming up to him. I mean, normally when that happens, it's something, the lead changes or something happens. They just, wow.
What we're trying to get eyes on right now is that third place battle. That's what you see, and he got up and got back going again. That's Kylan Bells and Cash Edwards battling it out. Bells was riding a good race, had a little mistake out there, and it happens. It's a long moto out here at Loretta's, especially here in the 125C class.
Short is looking back as he comes down that short chute. He's looking back to see how much time he's got.
That's what it is, Wes. He looks back with those laser eyes and then just tip over.
He tip over. Like they got something going on over there. Wow.
Got a good lead right there. You can see a full 10 Commandments section lead for the number 29. Hudson Short doing a great job out there.
Who's back in the position again?
Oh, yeah. Right where you want to be.
The number 18 says, you know what? Let me get second, and let me get out there and drop some hammer in a second, third moto. It's all about position here, guys. We spoke about it early on. You got every position counts. Steinbrecher, we saw earlier today, come all the way back from out of the top 20. And he's in that 4th position in that class, and that could be the charm and the 1 point of position he needed at the end of the week to get it done.
Out of Storyland for the final time is Hudson Short. A couple of sand sections to go. I'm sure that's causes a little anxiety sitting on the lead. He's sitting on.
Exactly.
I just got to make it through the section one more time.
Yeah, there he is.
Just one more time.
Yeah, don't crash. Don't
down 20 miles of bad road. I like the wall jump now. It's got a better angle to it, a better pitch. You can either jump it or sail it, but it used to be the wall, and then you would send it, and you just like clunk.
Hey, we got some stuff happening here for 2nd and 3rd, I believe, as Short is by the tower. Let's check the number 18 here, Cooper Cowett, but look at right on his heels. What number is that?
98 ride of Cash Edwards.
Yeah, Edwards now putting the pressure as they go down to the Bermuda Triangle. First is pretty much sealed, but man, 2 and 3 with 1 turn to go. Cooper to the outside. Look, starting to the inside.
Baltimore action
Edwards
here.
Going for it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Whoa, what happened? They almost collide.
They are side by side. Wait till you see the gap on this.
It's Short. Coyette and Edwards still hangs on.
I would love to know the gap between those two. Cooper Cowett inching out Cash Edwards. Man, Edwards with a great charge. It was a photo finish.
Edwards dropped a 209 at the end of this, and they're running 2.8s in the beginning.
I'm going to head down to the podium and see those boys congratulate Short in the game. Cowett, Edwards, Bells, Smeltzer. That's your top 5. Run down the rest of them there, West King.
We got you, bro. All right, here we go. I got Short out front in second. Coyette. There's third. Cash Edwards. Look at Short now getting a drink of water. The 29 ride. There's Smeltzer. Dinsley. Flynn Lamb in the 9th. Hare is in 10th. Schmidt 11th. Owens 12th. Menry 13th. Kovic 14th. Kane 15th. Kozna 16th. Eckham 17th. Obleski 18th, Gardner 19th, Javitsky in the top 20.
And then you see the 21st, we got Preston Miranda, the 22nd, Jason Brown. And behind Brown getting 23rd, going to be Xander Haas. 24th going to be Kyler Kubik. 25th, we're looking at Jack Davila. Then behind him, Drew Lowe. And it looks like Austin Gore in 27th, Jackson Castleberry in 28th, William Papa in 29th, Ashton Savage in 30th. Garrett Weaver going to check in at 31st. Corbin Taylor in 32nd. Luke Carlson in 33rd. And 34th, we got Joey Matat. Moving up in the last lap, it's our boy Beckett Ferry. He's going to finish up in 35th. Cole Nielsen in 36th. 37th for Ryland Dial. Looks like Justin Gamma's going to come in a 38th place position. 39th, Dominic Dreeling. Mike.
All right, boys, I'm going to steal this away, and we're going to talk to the third place finisher and hand over to bronze to Cash Edwards. There you go. All right, come on over here in the center. Be proud of that. What's it like to be on the podium at Loretta's?
It's insane. I started racing about 2 years ago, and this is a dream come true.
What kind of work you putting in to make it happen?
I've been training with Bryce Hammond, and he's helped me so much. I just want to thank him and my family. They put in so much work.
Who else do you want to thank, Cash?
Canvas, lace belt, and I can't think of anyone else, but thank you guys.
It's hard up here, isn't it? It's tougher than you think, right? Hey, you gonna get more of these?
Yeah.
That's the goal. Let's hear it for Cash Edwards taking third, 125C. We'll bring up Cooper, who finished second in that one. Had some analysis from our man Kevin Wyndham up in the tower.
Yeah.
So we're bringing up the number 18, who finished that one in second. The 75 had that second place spot, was charging for the lead, and ended up going down and missed the podium. So we're looking for the 18 of Cooper Coet. Glad you're here. Oh, running the cowboy hat, being proud of it. Let's hear for the silver medalist, Cooper Coet. Hold that up there. People want to take some photos. Oh, yeah. Man, there was a lot of battling in that moto. Take me through it. How'd it go?
Yeah, I pulled 35th gate pick, and still got like a 4th place start, and I was coming for him, and I tipped over before the 10 Commandments, but got back up and still got second.
You could still win this title? Are you thinking that? This is a good way to start it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
All right, who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, Farm 14, Kevin Wyndham, Chris for prepping the tracks, Lance, my mechanic, John Bailey for bringing my motor, FXR, Gizmo Mods, Tom's Aunt Racing, Plainview Power Sports, and Larson Cycle.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for Cooper Coet. And the moto winner, second generation stars, dad, multiple titles here at Loretta's, including one last year. Welcome to the podium yourself. You're the star of the family now. Let's hear it for Hudson Short. Man, you've come a long way. You're in the C class. A lot of people are probably thinking Andrew Short's kids in the C class, but when you were like 5 years old, 8 years old, how much riding were you even doing?
About once a year at an FCA camp. I didn't really start riding till COVID, and because I had nothing to do on the farm. So I got a really late start, but I'm happy I'm getting a lot better now.
Did you expect this, though, this level, to go out here and get the gold?
I've done good in the C class this year, at like spring nationals and stuff, but it's definitely a surprise to do it at Loretta's, you know, the biggest race of the year, and I'm so grateful.
That is awesome. Hudson, who do you want to thank, buddy?
Fly Racing, TJ Cycle, Fuel Factory, W Wheels, Graphics Guys, and just everyone else that helps me, and yeah, I'm just so stoked. I'm like out of words.
Awesome. And your mom not too big a slouch on a motorcycle as well, so that helps. Let's hear it for the moto winner, Hudson Short. Yep, keeping the 29 proud. I saw Dad's already geared up. He's got a moto coming up not too far from now, and that's a really cool story with the Short family, and I'll send it back up.
Thank you so much, Weege. I appreciate it. I'm going to bring in now Jackson Burrell and the Kevin Kelly, man. Kevin, how you doing?
Dude, I am great. It's Loretta Lynn's, the best, hardest week of the year. It's my absolute favorite race of the year, and I get to do a bunch of them, as do you, and this one just means the most. It's the hottest, it's the hardest, it's the best, so let's go have some fun. We got 65 7-9. It's race number 5, 65 7-9 limited. Let's say hello to the number 1 ranked prospect, the Vermoto Prospect app. Based on their algorithm, says the number 7 out of Big Sky, Montana is the highest ranked rider in America. Aboard that Cobra. Number 13 is going to be J.R. Giannetti out of Blind River, Canada. Cobra mounted. Mickey Fluhart will be aboard the number 13 out of Brandywine, Maryland. The number 16, that's going to be Tate Bush, Altawood, Tennessee. Yamaha, that's where he calls home. The 17 is Deegan Mullen out of Coatesville, PA. KTM rider. Darren Campstra out of Elk, Washington will be aboard the Cobra, and the number 18 plastered on the plates. Number 19 is Luke Marcus out of Bedford, Wyoming. Gas is his weapon of choice. The number 20 is Dominic Steele out of Freeport, Florida. Cobra rider. Gunnar Lusk will be aboard the 21 out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. He'll be aboard a Cobra. And the number 22 of Hayden Zinisk out of San Antonio, Texas will be on that Cobra machine.
Out of Estacada, Oregon, we got the number 23, J.J. Baker. The 24 of Tucker Pavlovic. He's going to be out of Hermantown, Minnesota. The 25 of Elaine Stowers out of Lincoln, California. The 27 of Ashton Etzen. He'll be out of Franktown, Colorado. And out of Okeechobee, Florida. Down there in my neck of the woods, the 29 of Levi Meyer. Out of Goddard, Kansas, number 30 of Cruz Peterson. Out of Petersburg, Indiana, the number 33 of Jack Deffendahl. Adrian, Missouri, that's where we see the number 36 of Edwin Meyer. The 39 machine of Hayden Nash, he's out of Valley Springs, California. And Daxton Dinkfeld out of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania.
The number 41 is going to be Umina Burnington. Burning comes to you from Pleasanton, California. He'll be aboard that KTM. Husqvarna rider out of Menifee, California. It's going to be Tate Anderson on the 42 machine. Jackson LePan will be aboard the 43. Out of Orange, Massachusetts on the gas. Jarrett Tincher on the number 44 out of Elk View, West Virginia. He's going to be on that Cobra. Jackson Turner comes to you from Rockwood, Michigan. Cobra rider number 45. The number 51, Shannon Tarnow out of Thrall, Texas will be aboard that Cobra. And Gracie Heineck out of Booneville, Illinois on that KTM, the number 54 machine.
I think you might have forgotten about 52 of Dakota Lee out there out of Sanger, Texas. Got to look out for him. Enzo Pasca, he's going to be out of Palmdale, California. The 59 of Miguel Garcia, he'll be out of Mexico. The 71 of Logan Slater out of Oxford, Connecticut. The 73 machine of Caverick Stewart, he's going to be West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. 75 of Cam the Man, Cameron Buckman out of Huntington, New York. The 77 of Connor Rodriguez, he hails out of Spring Hill, Florida. Ezra Armbruster going to be out there out of Garden Grove, California. Out of O'Fallon, Missouri, that's going to be Mason Wheeler on the number 87. Wyatt Karofsky out of Decatur, Texas. The 92 machine at Grant Woodring, he's going to be out of Angrier, North Carolina. 94 Finn Johnson out of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Riker Fitch on the number 96, he's out of Elbert, Colorado. Jason Kukika on the 98, he's going to be out of Vanessa, Canada. Also number 99, that is going to be Matthew Simino out of Zachary, Louisiana. And that is our full rundown here, the 65cc 7-9 Limited.
Yeah, it's funny, and we'll welcome Jackson Burrell in here. You saw some of these, heard some of these names. Posca, you've got Jet Rao. I think we saw, who's the other kid I was looking at? Armbruster. So some heavy hitters to be calling out at the age of 7, like the crafty veteran, the 7-year-old.
Oh yeah, we've known them since most of those riders since they were 4 years old or so. So they've been at the ranch several times. So some big hitters here in this one.
Hey, Kevin, just before we get kicking with this 125C, you know, we got a special member of the team that's not with us this year. Of course, he's at home taking care of some health issues, but, man, he is monitoring the radio, watching the broadcast right now. We want to send our best wishes to Mr. Roy Jansen. Roy, we love you, buddy. We wish you were down here. Keep us in line, man. Keep sending those texts, and have a great day. Have a great week, buddy. We miss you.
Yeah, and anything you want to say, my name is Wes Kane, Roy, so if you got any problems with what's going on, just hit up Wes Kane. That's where you'll find the problems. 2-card is up. We got to hold it.
Yeah,
looks like
speaking of problems,
that's the worst thing, man. A 65. You get here, you've got this basically brand new motorcycle. It's run great. You've done practice. You did your parade lap. You come back, something happens, and then it is just a frantic rush of emotion trying to get that thing back. I think Ezra Armbruster had that last year in the third and final moto. We talked about that. He had 2 1s, and then he had a problem on the gate. I hope. I mean, come on.
He was almost a complete lap.
He was almost a complete lap down, and if you go a lap down and you don't get that lap in, then they won't even let you pull out. So he made it out just in time to then go race his way all the way to 7th. So showed a lot of character, man. And you like to see those kids that can just, shake that off and get busy. Zach, you here? You with us, or are you just hanging out? I just want to say hi to Zach here.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Don't forget another name I heard you read off, Yamina Burney. Remember how she performed out there at World Mini?
Oh, my goodness,
she is looking to shake things up. This is another one of those groups where we've got a female athlete bringing the fight to the boys here in this next 65 class.
Yeah, at the World Mini, she led Jet Rao, I think, about every time on the racetrack till 3 or 4 laps into the race. And it wasn't like, oh, she just got a good start and he was way back. No, he would get there, and he just couldn't get around her. She's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been impressive. That was kind of the debut, that Verve Moto Prospect app. We've already used it a couple times today, and we've got some heavy hitters on the world ranking already here in this 65 class.
Yeah, Rao and Armbruster, one of our top 5 in that Verve Prospect app. As we get ready to go, look at those little chicken arms there. Bap, 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 bap.
That 2-minute hold has expired. Here we go. We're going racing.
Gate is down. There was a happy dad. He threw his hands up like something good happened 10 feet out of the gate. He knew something good was happening.
Looks like Cobra Rider with the whole shot.
Number 18 for the moment.
That's Kamsha, Darren Kamsha on the number 18 machine. Edwin Meyer right there in tow. Shannon Tarnow also there. Mickey Fluhart, Cameron Buckman. So a lot of heavy hitters getting a good start in this one, Kevin.
Yeah, let's see if he can hold on. That's the trick. Get through these first 3 or so turns here. And there he is, a little wheelie over the braking bumps there. We got a new second-place rider. It's going to be the 36 now jumping into that. Yep, Edwin Meyer out of Adrian, Missouri. So Meyer wheeling over some of the braking bumps, and looks like Jet Lawrence with that little move.
I've been putting in the work, right?
I mean, just seeing that kind of stuff. You see the bumps, you're like, oh, I can do this and jump over that, and it looks cool, and it's probably faster. A couple of riders down just before the 10 Commandments. So if you're a parent, you're like, oh, he's on the Cobra. He'll be easy to find. Really? Because there's 38 other Cobras typically, and they all look kind of the same. It's kind of scary. You're like, then you pick out their riding style, and you kind of figure out who's who.
Yeah, we'll tell you who's who in this one as they're getting sorted out through the whole shot line. Because we got the whole shot time up here. It was Aaron Camps with that whole shot. Edwin Meyer, Shannon Tarnow, Mickey Fluhart, Cameron Buckman, Hayden Hash, Jared Tincher, Ashton Itzer. What you see down there? Oh, no.
Ezra Armbruster must be one of our riders that had the issue perhaps on the gate.
But he made it out there.
He did. Yeah, you're right. He did come through. So what happened on that start to be absolutely dead last? It's like a Jackson Burrell move when you're racing like a local series at Calhoun. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there's a big pile up there in turn number 2, turn number 3. So that possibly is what took him back to the pack.
Watch on Racer TV right now. We're starting to see a battle shape up out in front. I know Cameron Buckman, he's the man in the middle right there. As they make their way into this right-hand sweeper around the beach, who's it going to be for lap number 1, man? That's where we talk about small wins. Getting a whole shot to win. Leading that first lap to win.
Absolutely. Yep. The 36, though, has made his way into the number 1 spot. Look at that, feet off the pegs there for the number 75 ride. And that is Cameron Buckman. I believe he's up closer. We see him on screen in 5th, but he's not in 5th.
No, running in the physical second place now as he checks in here at the finish line.
Up and over that tunnel of love as we continue to watch these boys put in some work. Heading over towards the billboard now, Dean.
Looks like 51 of Shannon Tarnow has made the move on Buckman. Buckman trying to counteract and fire back now as he drops to the inside of the billboard.
Inside line there, good to the number 75. He might have picked that position right back up, so we are swapping back and forth.
Yep.
1 lap in the books.
And that's the good thing about the inside, about the billboard right there. You're able to come in to the left a little bit, set yourself up better going on the mechanics area, because you see they put a lot of sand down there.
And Buckman's down.
Oh, no.
He goes down. The feet were out there trying to save it. He's going to do the reverse pickup grab. He's been trained well.
Yeah.
He put the waders out, but not
save that one.
I feel like it's one of our commandments. Keep your feet on the pegs.
As long as you can, anyway. As we get into the 10 Commandments, man, you watch some of the older videos of those squishy, they look like Cadillacs jumping through those. This guy on the Suzuki is just real slow. Now these kids look like little factory stars going through those deep ruts.
Yeah, they've got the rhythm, no doubt, going through those 10 Commandments.
Ezra Armbruster now has passed 13 riders in 1 lap. He's up to 28, so we will keep tabs on the number 79, a favorite going into this moto. I mean, when you do it this early in the race, that's kind of a good thing because they're all going to be bunched up together. And they're bunched up right at the front of the field, the 51 of Tarnow.
Yeah, Tarnow's turning up right now, Kevin. He's putting a lot of pressure on our leader, Edwin Meyer. And Meyer doing a good job of holding his composure, leading this one out. But I'll tell you what, this thing's far from over. We got about 16 minutes left in this one.
Look at the 51 using all those different lines, Jackson. He's not following.
Holding on to that outside here. He's going to do it again through the sand section.
Careful. We saw what happened a lap or so ago.
All right.
Kids playing in the sand, Jackson.
It sure is. Meyer to the inside, Buckman to the outside. Once again, he's going to keep trying those outside lines. It'll probably work for him if he keeps it up to the inside this time around.
Yeah. Looks like Tarnow might have it here.
He has
it. Look out. The 2-for-1 maybe coming from the 41 of Umina Burning right there side by side right behind us. They are right in front of the announcer's tower. Burning now, putting pressure. He might pull this whole thing off, make the double pass here.
She's really pushing it right now, coming out of that sand sweeper, dropping down into this left-hander up to the finish line area. Oh, a mistake for our leader. Tarnow making a little mistake, man. And Umina is going after it, Jackson. What do you see as they come through and check and through the line?
Burning is trying to make some moves here. So Shannon Tarnow going to check in here on our screen. Umina Burning in the number 2 spot, and Edwin Meyer now moves back to the 3rd place spot. Mickey Fluhart, and then look at that. Levi Meyer advances up to the 5th place spot.
And you know what I've noticed is these girl riders really starting to make a push here and racing with the boys and battling it out. Umina Burning doing an amazing job there in second, putting pressure on our leader.
Look at this, Armbruster now up to the 28th place spot, so he's clicking some off.
Yeah, that should change. That was from the last lap, so he should come through a little bit higher now. And we are watching Umina Burning. I told you she did this at World Mini. I'm like, holy cow.
Our spotter, Kevin.
Where we at
KWC,
now?
buddy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Matt Simino up to 8th place right now, turning some really good lap times, so he's not done there. As our riders go through the 10 commandments, we're watching our leader of Tarnow, Shannon Tarnow, doing a great job leading out Umina Burning. Burning makes a little mistake right there, but really holds the composure, holds on the gas, and makes it happen. A little dab there by Edwin Meyer, I believe, to that right-hander as they make their way into Storyland.
So Armbruster now going to pick up a couple spots, moves into 26, but
he picked up 13 spots that first lap, so he must have had a little issue there.
Well, Kevin, they're starting to get more spread out, and you have to imagine once you start making it up through the ranks, they're just going to get harder and harder to pass as he keeps chipping away at it. Some more riders chipping away at it. Tate Brush now into the 13th place spot here in this one. Another familiar name of ours.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the top 10. It's J.R. Giannetti in 10th, Hayden Nash 9th, Matthew Semino 8th, Cameron Buckman up to 7th, Tucker Pavlovich 6th. Here's your top 5, Levi Meyer, Fluhart, Meyer, Burning, and Tarnow.
We're watching Meyer now on screen. He was starting to put a little pressure on Fluhart, so we're going to watch that battle as it starts to shape up. Through that sand sweeper, I mean, I'll tell you what, it's already getting pretty rough through there, but it's going to get nice throughout the day as they do this track prep.
I don't know what you define nice.
I was trying to make it sound good.
Yeah, let's be real here, man. It's going to be rough. It's going to be hard.
It's going to be tough.
And that's what Loretta's is all about.
There's the battlers side by side, Kevin. Watch them now as they make their way through. To the inside, now is number 14, a Fluhart.
Not Braveheart, it is a Fluhart. Crisscrossing those lines.
Looks like Edwin Meyer out there in the mix as well. And Meyer takes a look over his shoulder and sees another Meyer, that in the form of Levi Meyer. No relation, by the way.
Same spelling. I just say make them cousins, man. Join forces.
Cousins.
Share some resources, right?
Yep. Here they go, dropping the billboard. We're looking at Shannon Tarnow, Umina Burning, Mickey Fluhart, Edwin Meyer, and Levi Meyer rounding your top 5.
Yeah, and your leaders have already cleared that section. They'll crisscross their lines just like fighter pilots there.
And
Jackson, what are you seeing out there?
Man, I'm seeing it. Umina Burning is tearing it up right now. I am very, very impressed with that 41 KTM machine.
It looked like Levi actually passed Edwin, so Levi passed his brother. Not just kidding, no relation.
We're going to have them cousins. They'll be whatever.
Brothers, whatever.
Umina going into the 10 commandments there. Double, nice and clean there. The yellow flags are out for a rider just in front of our leaders. So there's your top 5. They're all in the 10 commandments at the same time, so nobody really running away from this race just yet. Tarnow going to have to fight off, I believe, a whole crew of folks before this thing's over with.
Oh, look ahead.
Lost
Levi
the
Meyer
visor.
Navigate through there.
All right, so going back into Storyland, we're watching that number 14 of Fluhart and Meyer.
And this could be dangerous from them if Levi Meyer is able to get up to that lead pack.
This is where stories are made and told back here in Storyland. We got our eyes on Fluhart. Can Fluhart hold off the number 29 of Levi Myers? We're about halfway through this one now.
It's incredible how fast this track develops. Like, it goes from a smooth piece of buttered toast to what it is now, and it's, whew.
I'll tell you, Kevin, after that first motor, that plus 30 motor, the track was already beat in.
Thanks a lot, plus 30 guys. There's the 51 of Tarno, and Burning not going away. Inside lines there. Dude, I like that.
Yeah, Yumina got a good line through there.
Shorten that up, man. It's smooth. There's not a big rut. So Burning found her something she can put in her pocket here and save for next lap. She can get close. She can make a pass. She picked up 2 bike lengths right there.
Yeah, I'd love to see what kind of time she's turning on time and scoring as they make their way through the finish line section.
Right around the big beach there.
And she has a good line through here. She's in that outside trying to find some smooth real estate.
You're right. She's got 2 good lines that lead toward the finish line. She could save those and uncork them, because that has put her right on the bumper of Tarno.
And take a look at Meyer here.
Oh, feet off the peg there for the number 14 of Fluhart. The pressure now getting to him.
Levi Meyer gets it done.
Yeah.
All right, so Meyer going to go try to have a little dance up front with Tarnell and Burning.
So Fluhart still holding on to the 4th place spot here in this one. And now Edwin Meyer going to move back into the 5th place position.
So Meyer, a little different line. Didn't quite hug the billboards. Cost a little bit of time. Do you think those kids even look at their parents over there? I didn't even see them raise their heads. They're over the pit board.
I know.
I think that's as much for dad as it is for the kid.
Right.
I just need something to do, man.
They're up on the top of the monster tower right now.
Was that the pass, the 41? Did she get it done? Yes.
I don't think she's made it just yet. I think they're still battling it out. Yeah, there's the 51 machine.
Oh,
And there is the 41 Yumina Burning. And here comes the 29 of Levi Meyer. Meyer has joined this party, and he's got plenty of time here to make some passes and make something happen before it's over. He's going to try to take a middle line right here and navigate his way around Yumina, but Yumina railing that outside, carrying the momentum, finding that line like K-Dub was talking about earlier. It's a little smoother, can carry a little more speed through there, and that's just what he did.
I said it a lap ago. If Levi Meyer can catch this lead group, they're going to be in trouble, and it looks to be the case.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure on now.
To the outside of Yumina. Let's see if he's going to be able to make the pass here.
There is Tarno on the screen, the 51, Burning right there behind him. Man, that was close. Ooh. Meyer was right there.
Let's get this shot. There it is, side by side.
Trying to protect those lines. We'll see what she can do here. She's got that inside line. Nope, that'll be it. Meyer will make the pass.
Awesome job. I'll tell you right now, I've seen Shan Tarnow. Right now, the tear-offs, they're all pulled off. They're hanging the side. You can hear them flapping. And, man, it definitely gets in your head a little bit mentally. But let's see how the 51 Shannon Tarnow can come through here.
I think, man, the 29 has just got a head of steam right now. He's about to fly past us here in just a moment. He will check in with Jackson Burrell, so I can get some tips, man. What do you think?
How'd it look out there, man?
You look great.
Yeah, looking good now.
Really good. He's already made that pass on Burning now. He's got just a few bike lengths separating him and the lead, the 51 of Tarnow.
And Levi Meyer wasn't scared to dive into that big deep rut there on the inside. Cost him just a little bit of time, but now back to the rear wheel. To the inside once again. Is this going to be it?
Not just yet.
It looked like it, didn't it?
It did. The 51 machine Tarnow able to make it happen, forces the issue, gets back up in that top spot.
Still a ton of racing to go, over just under 8 minutes of racing to go. Here we go.
Inside.
Meyer again with some pressure.
Oh, well, almost had
inside line for the 51. Meyer goes around the outside. He's not going to look at his dad over the mechanics area at all. He just knows to hammer down.
I got this, Dad.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Yumina's not out of this, so look at that. She's
right there. You guys battle it out. I'll just slip on through here.
Hair flying in the wind.
All right, so there is your leader picking his way through those lines.
Man, I just want to reach out there and yank the rest of those tear-offs off Tarnow.
I bet he does too.
There's Burning on the inside. Can she get back around?
Here we go to the outside for our leader. Inside for Yumina, but that might have cost her a spot, and it did. Actually, she was trying to make the pass
yeah, she's
back.
Trying to pass back. Oh, it's Jamie.
And I'll tell you what, for her to just go in and throw a wheel in and let Levi Meyer see that wheel.
And she
put a little pressure on Meyer.
Yeah. Levi Meyer has to know she's back there now.
That flagger's pointing. I want a hot dog that's over there. That's what I want that hot dog.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's looking for the hot dog.
He's pumped on this race. The 51 of Tarnow.
Ooh.
You thought Meyer was just going to, the way he had zipped up there right to him, he was just going to make the pass and go on out. Nope. Tarnow has turned it up.
And so has Burning.
Burning.
she's there.
That rut is going to be over their heads by the end of this moto here.
Yeah, but Burnings threw out a tow rope here on Levi Meyer. She's been able to make it hook. She's right there, just a few bike lengths behind. So this one's not over yet for the 41 machine.
Riding the absolute wheels off that bike. I think they're still trying to put this whole racetrack together. There's so many lines. You're like, oh, my goodness, this is way faster.
Trying to figure it out, right?
So hard.
And the hard
you can talk about it and you can walk it, dude. It's going to change 50 times based on who raced before you, what kind of track prep they did.
Exactly. Every day is going to be a new day for these riders.
Levi Meyer says he's not scared. He goes through that inside rut. He says, I don't care if it's over my head. I'm going to go through it. It's the shortest distance, and that's what my daddy told me.
That's just confidence. That's confidence in your ability. Ruts are, a lot of kids try to avoid them at that age, not these dudes.
And
look at
keeping that front wheel light for the 29 machine.
Is this? I mean, we're going to say this 50 times. Best race of the day. This is a great race. Look how close they are. Right at the finish line, you'll pick up the 51, the 29, the 41. 5.5 minutes to go. 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. 2-lap board was out there as they made their way through.
All right, so white flag will come out next time around. That'll be a holy cow. Shannon Tarnow, if you could hold on to this one, good Lord. And if you could hold on to those tear-offs, maybe use them again, for next moto, man. That's $20 worth of tear-offs.
Tarnow's been able to figure out something there over the tunnel of love. Meyer having a great line there, but Tarnow must have figured that one out.
All right, so they've come through the mechanics area. Now they're going to work their way through the woods. This is one of our, if you will, newer sections. I think, I don't know, maybe 7-8 years ago now when I say newer. It's been that long ago. Heading towards the 10 Commandments. That's not new. They were here when they wrote the 10 Commandments.
You know what I was thinking, Kevin Jackson? This might be a strategy for earlier turnout. He might have purposely pulled his tear-offs. Like, I can't get past. I will have no tear-offs. I got to stay in front and keep clear vision.
Just force him.
Just force him.
There you go. All right, so we got yellow flags. We got a great race out front. Tarnow, Meyer, and Burning. Look at Burning around the outside. Feet off the pegs. The 29 is passed, and Burning has gotten back around. Meyer, what a pass. That was just pressure. She was relentless in that pressure.
Yeah, but props to Levi Meyer for that big knack-knack there through the corner.
A surface knack-knack. Judges are a little not quite as impressed with that one. All right, so back through Storyland, and all the while, Tarnow has fought off Burning and Meyer.
The 29 machine going to have to regroup. Let's see if he can do it.
Golly, is that her right there on the inside?
Look at this.
For it.
A battle for the lead here in the closing stages.
Out of here. White flag getting ready to come out. We had all not really written off Burning, but she had slipped back to third. Not so fast there, bud.
Yeah, she's
here. I am. All right, see if she's got these lines she's put together. Ooh, there's a 51. Like, oh, she's back.
Yeah,
leave me alone.
Burning took that tow rope off Levi Meyer. Now put it on Tarnow.
There's that inside line, Jackson. She's good there.
Let's see what she can do here to the outside, far outside here for Burning. Looks like Tarnow going to choose that same line.
What a day. Umina Burning. Let's go. Here we go. Right past the announcer's tower. We can look down there and give them a high five. The 51 has to make it through this section 2 more times. Now and then next lap. Ben Riddle's happy with that number 41. He goes, yeah, that looks good on you.
Yeah, it looks good.
All right, are we getting ready? Is that white flag out? Oh, that's a great shot of the sky. Yep. There it is. Very artsy. Ansel Adams-esque here. All right, up and over the tunnel of love one more time.
And Umina that last time through was 2 seconds faster leader as Shannon Tarnow. So I'll tell you what, it's going to be a good last lap. These guys are going to be charging as they make their way into the billboard section.
Tarnow has to do the dance one more time. Can he get it done here in this one? Or could Umina Burning pull something off here in Moto 1 of this 65cc 7-9 Limited?
Those are some short little motorcycle wheelbases. She is right there.
Hey, look at this. Problems for Levi Meyer as Mickey Fluhart moves into the 3rd place spot. Tate Brush into the 4th. Levi Meyer now going to be your 5th place. Keep your eyes on our race lead. I'm going to go through our top 10 here. Cameron Buckman, Edwin Meyer, 6th and 7th. Then Tucker Pavlovich, Matthew Semino, Jarrett Tincher going to be your top 10. Brought to you by FMF.
I thought Burning was going to try something on the inside. She did, but it didn't quite work out. In fact, it gave up probably 2 bike lengths. She has got a lot of work here to do as this moto starts to close out. But, man, Tarnow is having a fantastic final lap. They head off to Storyland, riding away from us. Can the 51 hold off the 41?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Kevin. And a fantastic ride for Shannon Tarnow, man, to withstand this pressure that's been thrown. Yeah, exactly. They've been taking punches for sure, and he's been taking
it was 1-on-2, man. He's like, I'll take you. Now, who do you want some? You want some, Levi?
And it looks like he's actually gained a second or two over Umina Burning, his 2nd place rider.
And I know you just reset the field, but Fluhart back up to third, Brush, and now Meyer slips back to fifth. So maybe a little problem there as we get ready to close out the 65-7 to 9-year-old class. This is what's special about Loretta's. Like, you go to your local races, you'll have, of the 25 races that day, you might see 5 or 6 good ones. Every race here is going to be like this. They're the best of the best. It means the most to them.
Yeah, I think the only one we have is our first moto. We've seen Brandon do an amazing job out there.
Yeah, here at Loretta Lynn's, you're throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at it. Everything you got.
All right, just about 30 seconds worth of work to do here. If you're Umina Burning, man, you got to go back to the truck going, heck yeah, I'm in this
no
fight.
doubt.
That's fantastic.
Moto 1, second place. But hey,
we've seen things happen, man. You got to get all the way to the finish line. There's the 51. One more turn to go, Jackson.
Here we go. The final time for the 51 machine of Shannon Tarnow. And he's going to get it done here in this one. Moto 1 going to go to the 51 Cobra machine.
Wow, and props to Umina Burning. She rode the wheels off that machine, challenged for the lead multiple times. Fluhart will get credited with third. That is your podium. Tate Brush, Levi Meyer round out your top 5. 65-7 and 9 is in the books. That is far from over. We're going to get Armbruster in there and Jet Rao. Where's that guy? What happened?
Yeah, have some comeback motos for some of these riders. See if they can.
With the 21st. Yeah, I'm not.
They'll get it figured out. They'll be out here for Moto 2.
Armbruster finishes 29th.
Shoo. I know that's not what he was expecting here today, no doubt. So Tate Brush checks in officially now in the 4th place spot. Cameron Buckman in 5th. Edwin Meyer now checks into the 6th place position. And down right at the finish for one young rider.
Oh, is that the reverse grip again? Let's go.
The 99 machine. Matthew Samino.
Oh, he came through the pack too.
Yeah, he was in ninth.
Back.
He's trying to get a top 10 finish. Crank that machine, young man. There you go. I don't think he even lost a spot. Way to go, dude.
If he did, no more than one. So there it is.
Yellow flags are out. Checker flag is out. All the kids get to cruise under that tent. The top 10 tent is where you want to be. They got water. You got to deal with Jason Wygant. Typically, that's the only bummer part of that deal. But we'll get ready to toss it down to our podium as we say hello to Shannon Tarnow. Look at that kid, that bulletproof medal there. Man, that's some bling. Everybody gets those big dogs. That is impressive. Better tuck that chain, man. You get beat up down there at the Quick Trip.
Jason Wygant will snatch that.
Yeah, he'll snatch that chain. He'll be down there trying to pawn all that gold at the end of the day. All right, we continue to watch the 65-7 and 9 riders come through. And Tarnow was the undisputed champ there. Rode great, fought off Beering. And what's up? Mookie in the house. Man, that handshake. This linebacker
Kevin
grabs you up, dude.
Hey, we know that we just getting ready to kick it off real quick, but hey, real fast, Malcolm Stewart got a fishing tournament tonight coming up about 5 o'clock. Going to do our final weigh-in at 7. Got the new FXR line going on with your stuff out there, so you know everybody's excited about that. But the opportunity to go out here and cast a line with you, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, I always try to look forward to coming to this place, at least try to do it every year. And no, we're going to have some competition tonight, 5 to 7. So I'm excited. The kids are probably going to be whooping me. I ain't been practicing, so they probably got a couple days on me, but it should be fun. You know, I know there's some big fish in there, so let's just see how it goes.
And it doesn't matter with Mookie, whether it's come down, lead some parade laps, come down, do some fishing. Dude, this guy will come down, he'll sell programs. He don't care. He loves this place.
Easy on selling the programs, but yeah, but no, again, we know we like to have fun. We love this place. This is such a big family-orientated sport, and I love to try to give my love back to this sport. But yeah, I mean, to me, I just want to tell all the fans, I mean, all the families and stuff, even all the riders that listen. Like, no matter how you do out there, you guys are all champions. The fact that you made it here, it's a dream come true, and you know, just be thankful for what you got.
No wonder this guy's a fan favorite at every single track, indoors, out. Mookie, hey, we appreciate you taking some time real quick. Said, no, you got to go get some rods prepped up back there. But stop back up later this afternoon before we go fishing.
I definitely will. But I mean, if I see some kids out there fishing right now, I'm gonna. You guys are protesting. I'm protesting right now. So nah, but go out there and start, you know, casting up. Get these fish fired up. So again, 5 o'clock, it should be going down.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much, Malcolm Stewart. And waiting for him to get the podium set up right down.
All right, Megawatt, I'm jumping in
just a moment.
We're trading out Malcolm Stewart for Mickey Fluhart, 3rd place in that moto, man. I just asked you, how was it out there? And in a word, you said rough. It's brutal. Take us through the race.
I got 3rd off the start, and I got passed for number 4th, and third place went down, and I took third.
Yeah, man, you limited those mistakes. A bunch of back and forth battling out there. Was it hard to kind of pick the lines? Were you going inside and outsides, or did you kind of have your line set?
I did not have my line set. I was going inside, outside.
You're trying things out all over the place, right?
Yeah.
Hey, well, you played it smart, man. It worked out for you, and you turned it into a podium finish. Who do you want to thank for getting up here?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Thor, Cobra Elite, Scott Goggles, Clay, Nathan Jurgens, Driven MX, Ethica, ASV, T-Rex Throttles, Roos, Dunlop, and everybody else.
I love it, guys. Starting the week out strong. Let's hear it for Mickey Fluhart, third place on the day. All right, now I'm going to bring in our second place, Yamina Burning. What an incredible effort she put in. And now she's got a silver medal waiting on her. Come on up, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Yamina Burning, second place here in Moto 1. Yamina, I'm going to get you up front and center. Let's talk about that race. An absolutely incredible performance. You were in the mix throughout the whole thing. You fought back from some mistakes, and you turned it into a second place in Moto 1. How do you feel?
I feel really good. This is the best placement I've got here, so I'm really stoked on that. The track's super difficult, bumpy, ruddy. The dirt's amazing, and I'm super happy.
Hey, I bet so. You said this is the best way you started out your week. You get a little bit of hardware. How do you think this track's going to shape up throughout the rest of the week? You think you got what it takes to bring home a championship?
Yeah, I think it's going to be super rough, super ruddy, and it's going to be hard, but if you just charge, and you can get through it.
You can get the job done for sure. Well, Yamina, I know you're not doing it by yourself. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here?
I'd like to thank my family, my coaches, Jeff and Shannon Nide, my mechanic, Redane and TJ, 110, 100%, Renthal, ODI, NLab, Bees Moto Lab, and everyone else that's helped me get to this point. Thank you.
I love it. Give me some high five. Yamina Burning, second place here in Moto number 1. What an impressive performance. Are you ready, dude? You ready to flex that chain off? Let's hear it. Shannon Tarnow, he's going to be stacking necklaces. He's got a gold chain. Might as well throw a gold medal on top of it. Let's hear for your Moto 1 winner. Dude, you got dual necklaces. You're blinging out all over the place, and you grab a first Moto win. Take us through it. How was it, dude?
It was great. The track was really rough, and I just rode my race.
Hey, absolutely. You did exactly what you needed to do. You stayed calm early, you made some passes, and you got the win. What do we think about this track? I know it's deep, it's rough. How did you think you performed out there?
I think I performed pretty good. I was battling with Yamina. She rode really good.
Hey, yeah, it was fun to watch. Everybody at home on Racer TV was enjoying it. You start the week off with a win, dude. You think you can turn it into a championship?
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch. Well, Shannon, who's helping you out? Who do you want to thank for getting up here?
My mom and dad, O'Neill, Viral, Mitten, Cobra, Game, Tommy Hahn, and Dunlop, ASV, PR2, and everybody else. Visit my Instagram at Shannon10710.
Dude, got on the shout out, gonna get some followers. Let's hear it. Your Moto 1 winner, Shannon Tarnow, getting the job done. Hold it up in the air. There it is. Celebrating for everybody here on site and at home. Make some noise for them, folks. All right, and that is gonna do it for us down here from the podium. Guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you very much, Zach. We are about ready to go here with race number 6. It's going to be our senior 40-plus. That is going to be coming up next. Man, what a race that one was, but now time to move to the next one.
Yeah. Next one's going to be the senior 40-plus out there on the number 5 out of Washingtonville, New York. We're looking at James McNeil. Out of Hesperia, California, Chris Kiefer. He'll be on the number 6 machine. The number 8, Michael Mitchell. He's out of Union Grove, North Carolina. The number 11, Brandon Belcher, out of Johnson City, Tennessee. Number 13, James Singer. He's going to be out of Bentleyville, Pennsylvania. 14, Casey Clark. He's out of Burnville, Pennsylvania, not too far away. Number 15, Alan Flanagan out of Gulf Breeze, Florida. Number 18, Michael Mercer out of Cincinnati, Ohio. This number 19 machine, Jared Whitaker, he's out of Somerset, Kentucky. Doug Earls going to be out of Mooresboro, North Carolina on the number 20 machine.
Yeah, I'm going to speed this up, try to get through these guys. The 21 is going to be Martin Garcia, 22, Patrick Mahan, 26, Mike Bottle of Sun. That's tough, man. Mike, if you get a great start, we're going to have a problem there. The 27 is John Bill, 29 is Andrew Short, the 30 is Michael Carter, 31 is David Trijimba. Man, that's tough on there, too. 36, Brock Strobel. Kip Posey, 37. Adrian Spiker on the 39.
Yeah, James Ellis going to be number 40. Nick Galpin on the 41. The 42 of Brian Johnson. 43, that's going to be Blake Keaton. 45 of Aaron Strobel. Also got the number 46 of Casey Turley. Jimmy Lamastis, he's on the number 47. The 53 machine, that's going to be Ronald Rothkrantz. Matt Barber going to be on the number 58. The number 60 of Jeremy Cook.
In the number 63, Jeff Stewart. Dustin Curley, 65. 66 is Timmy Wygant, no relation to Jason. There's an extra T there. The 68 is Billy Jurevic. 74, Benjamin Kennedy. Robert Fitch, 76. 77 is Danny Brocker. 78 is Chris Wisniewski, 78. The 85 is Brad Smith. 88 is Shane Kelleher. Matt Miller, number 97. And Derek Fisher, number 99. I've kind of circled through some of the guys that I expect to be in the mix. Obviously, Andrew Short has to be the odds-on favorite, but there's some other guys that would like to say something about that. You've got James Ellis. That's James Ellis from Twisted Development. He'll get a good start. Matt Barber is super fit. I saw him at Mammoth. He goes good. Wiegand will be good. Brad Smith, I believe, might be a former champion. Shane Kelleher will punch you in the face, and Derek Fisher is a former Canadian standout on the number 99 machine. Kawasaki rider out front for the moment, the number 8.
Yep, that's the number 8 machine of Michael Mitchell with a good hole shot out there, and that's where you want to be. You have nice clear vision of this racetrack, but I'll tell you what, he's got a slew of senior 40-plus riders there right behind him.
Yeah, I see Brad Smith in about 5th on the number 85 machine. Yeah. Whoa, the 26 going all over the racetrack.
76, that's Robert Fitch making the grown man moves in this one. He's up to the top spot.
How he held on to that machine and now is in the number 1 spot. If that doesn't pump your arms up, I don't know what will. Fighting that with YZF 450.
Yeah, good to see Fitch out there doing it well. I believe he actually tried qualifying for Pro Nashville this year, so definitely showcased his skills in the senior 40-plus.
I think that's Brad Smith now in the number 2 spot on the 85. Did he hang on? I saw both sides of his motorcycle just then. So Brad Smith does all of the heavy lifting down there at MTF in terms of heavy equipment. There he is on the inside.
Andrew Short now up to the 4th place spot there on the 29 machine. Oh,
and Michael
Short
Mercer there as well, man. This thing is just, we've changed leaders and you name it. Oh, man.
Short triples in the back section there, able to make the move while doing it. Man, that was tight.
All right, so Brad Smith trying to get gone, and he is going to bring Andrew Short right with him.
And Andrew Short remembers that finish he had here last year. He's trying to make sure he gets out front in a hurry.
God.
Oh, wow.
Man. Excuse me. I have something to do, sir. Dang.
I'm coming through. Here we go. It's going to go to the outside of the sand sweeper here. It's got to pay off for him.
All the way to the lead for the 29 machine. He has overtaken it. And look at that. On lap number 1, going to go from 8th to 1st as we check in here for the green flag.
Probably would have seen Chad Reed bouncing around out there up towards the front as well. Chad was on his way to racing at the ranch. Maybe we'll see him next year. Hopefully. I know who else was talking about it? The number 39. Dang it. I'll circle back to that.
Fitch was off the edge of the track right there, and that allowed Brad Smith to put the pressure on, but he was not able to make a pass on him. Fitch regained his composure. He's back out there as they go through the mechanics area.
Yeah, we'll stick with this battle for the number 2 spot because that is something else. Fitch is on the Yamaha, Brad Smith on the Kawasaki.
And they're all being led out by that Husqvarna rider, Andrew Short. Shorty now doing a good job. Let's see what kind of line he's got to the 10 Commandments.
Oh, wow. We'll go 3-2. 3, just bounce around the last few of them.
Tell you what, though, Fitch is not giving up. He is keeping the number 29, Andrew Short, right there in his sights. They tried to have the inside, and that inside's been super challenging right there because you see some potholes down there in those ruts. They drop into them, drop out of them as they charge into Storyland.
And seeing some separation here for about our top 5 riders, but the other 37 riders out on the course, they are battling it out right now.
Battles all over the racetrack right now, Jackson.
Yeah, and these guys don't have the benefit of, well, I mean, just a handful of them do, but to just go and train at facilities. And, this guy might change tires over at Jiffy Lube, 4 days a week, and then he's got to try to squeeze a moto in at the end of the day when he's changed tires all day. He's exhausted. Brad Smith runs heavy equipment most of the time. Maybe he sneaks out on the MTF there to bang out some laps with the boys.
Here we go on Racer TV, watching the 76 machine of Robert Fitch going at it with the 85 of Brad Smith here.
Yeah, both those guys have proven they are strong. They both saved 2 ginormous, what should have been 2 crashes. That's what grown man strength will do, though.
Indeed. Here we go. The 85 machine trying to make something happen from the outside. Going to choose to go to the outside here before the finish as well.
Fitch has the benefit of just kind of controlling those inside lines. Going to make you work all the way around in those deep ruts.
What I noticed, Andrew Short, they went to the outside. I'm guessing he probably has a paddle tire on because it's starting to get a little hard, a little dry right there. And you see that rear end kind of slide through there as he went to the finish line section.
It's got to be the tire, right? It's got to be the tire you want to use here. This place really does not get hard packed. So we are watching Fitch and Brad Smith, and I think Andrew Short has just left the building.
Yeah, he definitely checked out. He's not even on screen anymore.
We need a wide-angle lens to get Andrew in on this. It's a great battle nonetheless. Mercer still in 4th. McNeil 5th. Mitchell is 6th. Barber, Wisniewski, Galpin, and Keaton. Derek Fisher up to the number 11 spot. Timmy Wiegand in 12th.
Yeah, the 76 machine, Robert Fitch, making his way out of Colorado, going to be riding for Rocky Mountain Cycle Plaza, Oakley Fly, and Fitch Racing as he tries to hold off the 85 of Brad Smith, a Georgia native. Riding for MTF, Kisme Motorsports, FMF, and Factory Connection.
There's a good view of our leader, the number 29, Andrew Short, as he comes out of Storyland, hitting the rhythm section. Getting that triple out right there.
Brad.
Solid line there for Short as he makes his way into the sand sweeper. Doing good. Look how he's carried that front end through those bumpers, through those rollers as he makes his way through. And that gives you an idea of how big that lead. Andrew Short has already opened up as they check in for lap number 3 as they make their way around. Looks like Fitch just kind of cruising around right now. Is he showing a little bit of tiredness already 5 minutes into this one, Kevin?
I did not say that, Mr. Fitch, so you just point your emotions towards this young man here. No, I'm just kidding. I think they probably are getting tired, honestly. I mean, they saved the motorcycle like 2 or 3 different times from crashes, and that will just take it out of it. Here's Brad. He's changing things up again.
To the inside.
Crawling that way inside, trying to find a smooth line there.
Same spot here. He went to the same place on this track last time around.
Losing a lot of ground on that outside here before the finish.
Wow, Jackson Burrell, very critical of Brad Smith. He's a big guy. So, Jackson, I hope you don't cross paths with him.
Yeah.
Hey, something worth noting here. According to my sheet, Brad Smith was the first gate drop, or first gate pick, and then Robert Fitch, second gate pick.
Worked out pretty good.
How about that? It did.
Yeah, Kevin was telling us that these two guys kind of train together down at MTF. They ride together, so they're familiar. It's like riding with your buddy.
Absolutely. I don't think Fitch is tired. I think he was just kind of conserving energy. There's a difference.
There you go.
But I'll give you a top 10 rundown as they check through. Last time around it was Andrew Short, Robert Fitch, Brad Smith, Chris Wisniewski, James McNeil, Michael Mitchell, Nick Galpin, Matt Barber, Blake Keaton, and rounding your top 10, it was Derek Fisher. As they make their way through the twisties right here and back into Storyland, we're still looking at Short, Fitch, and Smith. We're on a 1, 2, and 3. I feel like Smith has kind of pulled back a little bit, given Fitch a little bit of breathing room. I think he's probably going to strike here in the next couple laps.
Yeah, he knows this game. He knows Loretta's. And he's been here several times, done very well.
Looking good through those ruts, able to get some good drives there. Looks like he's got that balance down pat.
There he goes from size to balance. You see that? We picked up a couple.
Yeah, there you go. We see what you're doing there, Jackson. You better, because he's big, dude. He'll lay his shoulder into you when you're going to get a hot dog, put you on the ground. I heard what you said.
Speaking of putting people on the ground, you got to keep your eyes on some of the riders trying to make their way through the pack, like Shane Kelleher, the bare knuckle baller back there in 12th, trying to make some moves.
There you go. He almost made a move on Wygant last year on the podium.
That's what I heard.
They got that all squared away, though. All right, that's the battle for the number 2 spot. We're still watching Fitch and Smith. I tell you, the older you get, there we go.
He heard me. He's going to. No.
Oh, he will not give you that good line, man. He's so stingy.
Defense is the best offense, right?
Yeah, for right now it is. But getting like this class, this plus 40 class, is so hard to prepare for. You can't just be like, in December, I think I'm going to try Loretta's. It's almost too late if you decide then. Like, you have to decide pretty much right now. If you're at home watching this and you're 40, you better get on a bicycle right now. Get your curls in, get all that stuff, stop drinking beer, and get busy, because it is a full year to go like these two guys. You can barely squeeze in 30th or 38th or whatever and kind of bounce around the racetrack. But if you want to be that guy, good luck. Hey, that's Andrew Short. I will take him out of the mix here. But Fitch and Smith, those dudes are in it every day of the week probably.
So Kelleher going to pick up another spot. He actually started in 15th here in this one. Able to pick up 4 spots so far.
Yeah, it's not as easy in the senior 40-plus class to pick up those spots, I'll tell you that.
It is not.
Because you've been picking up too many Miller Lights, and that's what costs you, dude. It's tough. We have to pan way back to get Andrew and maybe our race for the number 2 spot.
And Andrew Short hitting that triple there lap after lap as he comes out of Storyland.
Well, look at his lap time. He's got a 2-minute. Everybody else a 2:06, 2:07. So,
hey, that 2-minute flat is very close to what we were seeing with our pro sport riders. Fastest lap time we saw was a 1:57.1.
Yeesh. And he's not getting pushed.
Oh, look at that. Keeper with a 1:54 today.
Yeah,
how about that?
Where's he at? He's supposed to be in here. Is he not riding? Number 6.
I don't think he is, actually.
We continue to follow along. Andrew Short now working his way through lap traffic. Just another day at the ranch. This is probably a nice cool day in Texas.
I'll tell you what, I love watching Andrew ride. So he's so smooth in the way he rides, so caress around the racetrack. See the way he landed there, kind of a little wheelie
down.
down.
Off the top there.
Yep, impressive work by the number 29 of Andrew Short. And of course, 29 Andrew Short is out there in his fly racing. And also like to thank Jackie Short for supporting him all these years.
Yeah, she knows her way around the motorcycle as well.
It's kind of cool, actually. The whole Short family rides, the whole Fitch family rides.
The Rao family rides.
Exactly.
The Wygant family, big. Like Alyssa, she's big into moto. Not really.
Here we go. 10 Commandments once again here on Racer TV.
Triple again. There you go.
So light on the pegs.
Very light.
Silky smooth. Going to the outside, making his way around to some lap traffic here. Oh, and look at this. The 85 machine has made it happen.
We'll see.
He's been working this for a while, too. Oh, he didn't make it happen.
No.
It's still Fitch.
Man, Fitch.
Just over halfway through this one, so there's still a little bit of fight left for the number 85 of Brad Smith.
There's the number 15 going, man, you can have it. Nope. See, that's you start seeing the little mistakes there. These guys are tired. I mean, even though they are fit, this hot sack deep into this moto with about less than 9 minutes now to go. I always think Brad Smith's jumping off the track when he jumps way over there every time.
It's on purpose, promise.
It is. It might be smoother over there. There's Fitch. There is Smith. You just got to stay around that top 3 if you are really in this thing for the championship. Feet off the pegs there again. That probably happens 25 times a race for these guys. A near crash experience. Got to stay top 3 just to keep yourself in that championship hunt.
Yeah, you definitely, like it's talking about, it's best average score is where you want to be here. Consistency really pays the dividends at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. And consistent right now is Fitch, man. Robert Fitch doing a great job of holding off the fight from Brad Smith.
Every time you see Smith, he's somewhere just on a different line, just trying like crazy to get around Fitch. There's that bird's eye view of Andrew Short.
Navigating his way through some lap riders now.
Lots of them.
Man, I love that drone coverage there. Got the eyes in the sky right now on the racetrack, watching Andrew Short and the rest of the competitors.
Yeah, be careful. You get too close to the sun here, that drone will just flat out melt. There's Shorty again, working his way all around the traffic there. Gonna pop this double, sit down, triple it, triple again. Makes it look way easier than it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially this late into a race. Oh, no, the wheels have come off. He ran a 2:02. Oh.
He makes the whole racetrack look easier than it is.
Sure, it's not that easy. So those of you watching at home, Here we go again.
Brad's back.
Side by side, Brad's back. We need a shirt that says Brad's back.
That'd be a good one.
He never goes away. Brad Smith, try it again, dude.
Yeah, he's been there many times.
Saw him skim the last couple of minutes ago.
That wasn't planned. He went to the outside to double in, but he had to actually single the outside line, which is a little bit taller than the inside.
Fitch has struggled with that a couple of times now. A little bit of momentum kind of rode him out of that. Is there blood in the water now? If you could see a guy doing that, kind of making a few dabs there, you're like, all right.
Oh, yeah.
There goes Smith off the track. Oh, does he save it? Yeah, no. That was on purpose.
Fitch, though, definitely using as little energy as possible out there on the racetrack. Oh. An unplanned brake check there on Brad Smith.
Hey, if it happens, it happens. Sorry, buddy. See you in Cairo on Monday.
Like that nice inside line right there. Like you said, we've seen earlier, someone trimming the hedges.
Another little mistake there. He looked over his shoulder. Yes, he's there.
Yeah, he's still there.
I promise you, Brad Smith
Fitch is shaking his head. He's like, man,
God, I can't get rid of this guy. 6 more minutes of, just ground and pound by Brad Smith. There he goes around the outside. I'm going to try this line 900 more times.
Getting the double in there.
There we go. Can he do it?
Yeah, I think Fitch kind of let him have it there.
Yeah, you can kind of tell the head kind of goes, whatever, dude. Go ahead.
And you don't really see any fight left.
Holy cow. Well, that only took 6 laps. We'll go back to Andrew Short, who pulled off for a hamburger there and jumped back in. And again, we welcome everybody watching on Racer TV. There's a look at your top 20 there, Jackson Burrell.
Yeah, as we get down to our final 5 minutes in this one, look just outside of that top 20. Sitting in 21st, going to be Casey Turley. Brandon Belcher going to be holding on to 22nd. Then we see Billy Jervik, Jeremy Cook, Jared Whitaker, Matt Miller, Danny Brocker, Doug Earls, and then Jimmy Lassis is going to round out our top 30. Then we see Kip Pazzi, Benjamin Kennedy, Mike Bottleson. And then we're going to see Adrian Spiker, Brian Johnson, Aaron Strobel, David Tringema, Jeff Stewart, Patrick Mahan, James Ellis, Alan Flanagan, and then Brandon Hughes going to round out this senior 40+.
Man, that was tough to watch. The number 41 there coming through. I think he's a lap down. He crashed, but he's missing the visor. Like at that point, I need somebody in the mechanics there to set me up. I cannot ride a full moto on Racer TV without the visor. I think it costs you 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, at least.
I know Megawatt would be like, nope, I'm pulling off. Yeah, I will not. Have you ever raced a race without a visor, Megawatt? No. I guarantee you. Not happening. No, if you roost him, he's got pull-off jerseys. He just rips one away. Not having it. And then you don't deal with it. I saw you do it. I saw you. I do race, ma'am. True story.
Here he comes, Andrew Short, across that finish line. 2-lap board is out, so 2 more to go in this one. Solid ride for Short. I just had to check time and scoring. He's got about a 34-second lead now on the rest of the competition. And we're talking about riders like Brad Smith. Smith's no slouch, neither is Fitch.
No. Wisniewski back and forth. McNeil, Mitchell, Matt Barber. That dude is fit. Got one of the best jaw lines in the business. If you guys know Matt Barber, he's from California. I mean, the stoutest jawline you've ever seen.
Good stuff.
It's good stuff.
Hey,
I pay attention to that stuff.
We do have an exciting announcement here that we just got to talk to Mookie a little while ago. We're going to be having Chase Sexton doing some autograph signings come Wednesday at 1 p.m. over at the Oakley tent.
How about
that? So for everybody here on property, go ahead and mark that down on your calendars for the week.
On Wednesday.
On a Wednesday, tomorrow.
He doesn't pop into the ranch too often. I can't say that I've seen him here, I don't know, in years.
Coming fresh off that win, too. So
man.
2023 Supercross champion, 2024 Motocross champion, going to be in the house with us. So take advantage of it.
You guys watch his vlog? Like he's got a pretty cool vlog. It's pretty basic.
I watch yours, but not his.
No, you don't watch mine. But just the golf and just his training routine and just him and the dog, dude. I don't know why. It's fascinating to me to see what these guys go through. He's just got his own little deal.
Yeah, he's a chill dude.
My son turned into a Chase Sexton fan this year. He goes, man, I could hang out with that guy. He's about the same age. He plays golf. He goes, I forget the motorcycling stuff. Me and that guy would be buddies.
That's cool.
One of the bros. They're not buddies,
check it out.
but they could be.
They could be.
Here we go, Andrew Short now to make his way into this wall section. A little bit of a change here this year. You're going to allow them to double into that a little bit easier, a little milder facing on that. Added a little bit more of a landing to it as well. And
well, shoot, a couple more turns to go, and Andrew Short's going to lock down the race win here in this plus 40 class, Jackson.
2 lap card is out here in this one.
Yeah, get a white flag now.
Yep, white flag this time around. 1 more lap left to go for Andrew Short, and he'll be on his way to a gold medal here in Moto number 1.
Hey, I want to also give you guys a heads up. We are raising money for the Motocross of Nations team, and we've got a booth set up at Roost MX right next to Fly Racing. We had it out at Vintage Motorcycle Days, and we are trying to help fund. We're trying to get ahead of the cost of what it takes to go overseas. We understand the races in America this year, but we're trying to get some money in the bank to get these guys. We're tired of nickel and diming and these guys barely making it and trying to have it, maybe I can bring my wife, maybe not. We want to make sure all that's done beforehand, before the team's picked, make it as easy as possible so we can send our best team. So that is over. We've got hats, t-shirts, socks. Every penny goes to the Motocross of Nations effort. And it's over at Fly Racing, right next to Fly Racing and Roost MX. So Christina Denning and John and Nick from Winners Take Y'all, they said, we're doing it. We're going to help these guys. They love that race, so they want to make it happen.
Well, a lot of people don't know, Kevin. They're taking these racers, taking money out of their own pocket to go to this sometimes. So
sometimes for their family, like they'll allocate a certain amount for travel, and after that, you got it takes more than just you and your wife. Like you got to get them, and you got to get bikes over there. I saw pictures of Christina Denny in the airport with like 22 tires, wheeling those things through there. Like that doesn't need to happen. We need to ship that stuff over there. We don't need to put it all on her and Chris. And you guys can help. Go buy some official Team Motocross of Nations apparel. All that money goes directly to the team effort, and we will get the biggest and best team. I mean, can you imagine if we get to send Hayden, if we get to send Chase and Eli Tomac? I mean, that's a pretty formidable team.
Absolutely.
So here we go, Andrew Short.
Yeah, speaking of Fly Racing.
Yeah, a quarter of a lap to go for this man on that Fly Racing-backed KTM machine.
Another day at the office for Andrew Short.
Amazing drone shot right there.
Hey, I've been seeing some people online asking where you can get the moto order. You can find that on Loretta Lynn's. Look it up on Google. You're going to find the MX Sports website.
Yeah, and you can just set your watch to it. And you can set your watch to this right here. The checker flag is out. Andrew Short will grab that race win. Brad Smith had to beat up on his buddy Robert Fitch for the better part of 6 or so laps. Chris Wisniewski should finish up 4th. McNeil 5th. Shane Kelleher clubs his way to 6th. Michael Mitchell 7th. Nick Galpin, Matt Barber, and Blake Keaton round out your top 10. And that is your senior 40-plus class. 1 moto in the books. Andrew Short made short work of that one. Brad Smith and Fitch slugged it out for several laps, and Smith was finally able to get him. There is Brad Smith, and there's Fitch, not too terribly far behind him. No, he's out of the shot. I'll take that back. There is Smith, a hard-fought second place. There's Fitch coming into the view. There's a fan for Robert Fitch. And Brad Smith will see his favorite flag, the checker flag, when it's 1 million degrees here. The folks in the
what a run. Brad Smith going to get to go talk to our buddy Zach Herron down on the podium. Robert Fitch checks in with that 3rd place spot. And then Chris Wisniewski.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's the Short clan. There's Hope from Fly. Andrew looks barely hot. He's just barely sweating. No big deal. There's Brad Smith getting some waters. These guys get to cool off for a minute before we throw that camera in your face. Of course, Short's such a beautiful man. We'll just throw the camera right there. Even after a race, guy looks great.
Yeah, looking good. Hey, don't go anywhere, guys. Mini Senior 2 coming up next. Ooh. Race number 7 for the day. That's going to be a good one, Kevin.
Yeah, that's kind of the older group there. So, that's just shy of the Super Mini. Yeah, Kelleher fought his way to 6th place.
James McNeil, the number 5 machine, going to hold on for a 5th place spot.
Yeah, Brad Smith, get out of those boots, man. I'd be down to my underwear if it was legal. Just immediately get out of that gear. I'm in my underwear here, but nobody sees me. So Brad Smith looks like he just fought 18 rounds against Mike Tyson right now. Look at that. Oh, my God. I feel you, dude. You got all that gear on, even though it's lightweight and vented. We're getting ready to toss it down to Zach Herron as soon as we can get these guys out of hospice and up onto that, on that top of that podium. Andrew Short has plenty of water. You can't drink enough water.
So once again, going to be up on the podium here in just a minute. Zach, go ahead and step in whenever you need to. Taking a look, Andrew Short, Brad Smith, Robert Fitch, our top three. Chris Wisniewski, James McNeil, your top five. Shane Kelleher, Michael Mitchell, Nick Galpin, Matt Barber, and Blake Keaton going to be your top 10 here in Moto number 1.
All right, guys, just about ready to kick things off on the podium. The man in the house, Jacob Hayes, helping out his buddy Michael Mitchell. 2 for 2 hole shots for Michael, but we've got some podium celebrating to do. We're going to have Robert Fitch up first, third place on the day. Andrew, we're going to save you for last, man. The winner, you're last. Take some time. He's worked hard. Look at that. Andrew's like, perfect. I'm going back in the shade. I'm cooling off. All right, so we're going to have third place up first, Robert Fitch. Thought he was right behind me. These guys are worn out. We talked about things starting to heat up, track starting to get brutal as well, and it is taking it out of these athletes. All right, so give me just a second here, guys. Going to run back in, try to find Robert Fitch. They're shaking hands, kissing babies. I get it. Here we go. Perfect. All right. So if you would, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Robert Fitch, third place here in Moto number 1. Make some noise for him, folks. Now we're going to bring you up front, man. Talk about it. Things are starting to get hot, starting to get sticky out here. The track's starting to break down as well. What'd you think about that moto?
Yeah, no, it was good. I got off to a great start. I wanted to lead a lap, but I think I wasted some energy doing that. This heat is brutal. Like, being one of the older guys now, it's hard to keep up with Shorty and Brad. I just held on as long as I could.
Hey, you put on an incredible fight, man. We saw you guys wearing each other down throughout the moto. Big picture, though, as far as the week, you set yourself in a perfect position title-wise. You're in contention. How do we feel about the rest of the week to come?
Good, really good. You know, I couldn't do this without the help from MTF and Danny Lewis and Altus and just Fly Racing, Oakley. They kept my vision clear the whole time. It was awesome. The Dunlop tire, dude, hooked up. That's a 250F that pulled on those guys. So great start. Tamer hole shot, the FMF pipe, like everybody out there, thank you so much. Donnie Lewis, just everybody, thank you guys.
All right, guys, let's hear it. Third place on the day in Moto 1. Robert Fitch getting the job done. As now going to be looking for Brad Smith coming up next, second place in class. And he's got a silver medal waiting on him. These guys are worn out. They have put in the work, 20 plus 2. And Brad Smith going to walk away with a silver medal. Brad, I'm getting you up front here. Let's talk about the battle that had to take place there. You guys were wheel to wheel inside the top 3, working your way up throughout the duration of the moto. Take us through how you got it done.
36 gate pick, way outside, but I got a hell of a start. I was third around the first turn. A few mistakes by some other people, and I just kind of weaseled my way through in the second. Bobby got out front on a 250, which is awesome, and he's at MTF with me, so we ride a little bit together. I knew how he was going to be, but he made it really tough on me, like 6 or 7 laps, and just I used my last tariff on the last lap, so that was good. My Scott goggles are awesome, but I wanted to pass him earlier, but I was fading close to the same pace as him, so just held on for a second, no crashes, a few mistakes, but kind of roll within my limits. It's hot, humid, and that's Loretta's.
Hey, absolutely. You played it smart here in the first moto. We still got a long week to go, and you put yourself in a great spot, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you do it?
Everybody at MTF. You know, I work there, but they allow me to train, ride, work on the track, make my special lines. You know, no. I do it for the kids, but I get the privilege of doing it, and I've learned a lot just being an employee there, so that's good. Team Green Kawasaki, Bobby at Kissimmee Motorsports, hooked me up with bikes, FMF exhaust, Dunlop tires, let's see, Sark clothing, Scott goggles, factory connection suspension, and anybody else, thank you. My parents, my wife, thank you.
There you go.
My aunt and uncle.
He's got the whole family shouted out. There it is, second place, Brad Smith. A solid performance to start off the week, but man, this guy was unstoppable. got out front and said, I'll see you up at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your first moto winner, Andrew Short. The crowd goes wild. Andrew, let's get you front and center for all the folks at home on Racer TV, man. We're back at the ranch. It's hot, it's humid, and you're out front. Take us through it.
Yeah, you think an early morning moto wouldn't be as hot, but it's still hot. And I'd like to thank Fly Racing, WPS. I have a lot of fun out there, but Fly family for life for me, and it's great to see them out here. They're down here by the river, and I'm stoked to be a part with their group. So those guys, along with TJ's Factory Connection, my awesome wife, the Revive people, Factory Connection Shock, Mo, Casey, Lee for building my forks. Those guys are awesome at the R&D group. T Concepts, Works Connection, Graphics guys, Scott Goggles, Johnny Knowles, he's awesome. So Dunlop Tires, all these guys, big part of my group. It's Nana's birthday, and my daughter came out. They never come to the races, so it's cool to be here.
Got the whole fam with you. Andrew, congratulations. We're excited to see you the rest of the week.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for us down here from the podium. Back up to you in the tower.
All right, congratulations to our podium in that plus 40 class. We get ready to say hello to the Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15. The number 10 is going to be Cooper Johnson out of White Oak, Pennsylvania, aboard the Yamaha. Nicholas Guzman will be aboard the number 11 out of Antigua, Guatemala. That was a tough regional down there in Guatemala. Fought his way through that. Sam O'Leary on the number 12 out of Batavia, Ohio, KTM rider. Wetumpka, Alabama, Suzuki rider Colin Holbrook on the number 15. Jackson Lane, number 21 out of West Lynn, Oregon. He'll be aboard the Husqvarna. Gas rider number 22 on the plates. It's Alex Campili. Don't say the G, out of Stockton, California. Marcus Trujillo. It's a soft J. 2 L's. Make a J, boys. Out of Amarillo, Texas. KTM rider. 26 is Creighton Roberts out of Canton, San Diego. South Dakota, that is. Wow, it's San Diego. Turns out they're not a state. So I'm going to have to hustle through this here. And we'll check in with the rest of the field here. We'll get you the whole shot, and we'll continue on with our rundown. Look like a Husqvarna, the 86 with the whole shot.
96, a Dylan 96. Graham going to get it done on the Husqvarna machine.
Cooper Johnson, Hannah Jamison, Max Daniels, Jackson McCarthy. That is your top 5, but we know how this works. It's going to change about 1,000,000 times. Now it looks like the 53 of Elliott Bosher passed like 6 guys and now finds himself out front. And look at the Yamaha rider just launching into the inside there. Who was that? Was that Cooper Johnson, perhaps?
You're absolutely right, Kevin Kelly. We have the 53 out front, and we got a Yamaha in second, and looks like Hannah Jamison in third here in this Mini Senior 2 class.
I think the number 10 now of Cooper Johnson on the Yamaha. It's our third leader in about 3 straightaways, Jackson.
How about these ladies here today? Seeing several ladies battling it out up at the front.
Man, Cooper Johnson looks super racy. Look at that. Got to be one of our Blue Crew riders, I would have to imagine.
I would imagine so as well. Currently running in first place out here in Mini Senior 2. And doing a great job, already pulling a couple of bike lengths over second place.
Yeah, if you can get up to race pace in that first half of a lap when everybody's just trying to settle in and they're battling each other, man, you can just make hay while the sun shines. And the sun is shining right now for Cooper Johnson.
It is. He has clean air, and honestly, second and third place have some clean air too. But further beyond that, they're all battling for positions still and losing a little bit of time while they're at it. As we can see with Cooper Johnson still continually pulling a lead as he takes this green flag.
And if you're wondering, that is not Wes Kane talking. I know they sound very similar, but it is Sophia Phelps. I wanted to officially introduce you. But, hey, it's Sophia Phelps here bringing you all the action. Well, no, you're not. No, it's Sophia.
So there it is. Cooper Johnson leading the way. Elliott Bowser in the number 2 spot. Hannah Jamison holds on to third. Max Daniels and Maddox Timmerman going to be your top 5. Dylan Graham, Pace Morgan, Jackson Bick, Brayton Cricklow, and Jackson Lane going to round out your top 10 here with 1 lap complete.
Yeah, we're going 20 minutes. We're 17 and a half more minutes to go. 1 lap basically in the books. But, man, it is all Cooper Johnson. Another Cooper coming down the pipe. Should we get used to that? Should we make some good nicknames up for Cooper Magic Johnson?
Hey, they're in a battle here for this second place spot. Keep your eyes on it. I'm going to pick back up here with some of our numbers and names. Jackson McCarthy is the 28 ride out there. Brayton Krieglow, like we said, on the 29. Trey Jarvis on the 30 machine. Connor Hensley's going to be on the 32. Calvin Roberts on the 35. Caleb Luttrell on the 38. Jake Willis on the 41. Timothy Scott on the 43. Riker Hopkins on the 44. Willie Rives on the 46. Maddox Timmerman on the 50. Logan Connolly on the 51. Matthias Thompson going to be on that 52 machine.
Yep, you also have the 53 of Elliott Bosher, the 57 of Cash Landry, Hannah Jameson on the 59, Travis Lawrence on the 66, Bryce Danenhauer on the 67, Jackson Vick having a ride right now on the number 70, Max Daniels 71, Hudson Vagel on the 72 machine. Jackson
Samuel Hawk going to be on the 73, Colton Allenberger going to be on the 74, Easton Kirby on the 80 machine, Bryson DeJean going to be on the 81, Tyler Grove on the 83, Tucker Coyette going to be on the 86 machine, Tace Morgan on the 89, Davey Collins on the 92, Lane Fleshy going to be on the 94, Carl Oakes going to be on the 95, and then Dylan Graham going to be on the 96 with Evan Thalman on the 99 machine. And that is your rundown here for the Mini Senior 2.
Yeah, in our first motos, we always like to highlight all 40 riders. We want to say their name through the first set so that everybody gets their just due. And Sophia, what are you seeing out there? I know you're anxious to say something.
I am a little bit anxious. Maddox Temmerman was sitting in 5th place. Now he's moved up to 4th, but he is right on the heels of Hannah Jameson. And
just
there
like
he makes
that.
the pass right across the starting line and is headed to go up for 3rd place. So, yeah, he's making his way through the pack quickly.
Yeah, we expected Maddox to be up towards the front, and that's exactly what he's doing. A good, solid start. Remember, we do the chip technique, so you get to pull your, it's not lap time, so you have to pull your little straw or chip or whatever. And, you may get a 40th gate pull, and then that's a spoon, and then you got your work cut out for you. So you'll see the guys kind of migrate to the front after they get a good, solid finish. Then they'll get like an 8th place pick on the gate, and then they'll win the next moto. They'll get the number 1 gate pick. So you guys see what we're doing here.
Yeah. It does add a little bit of chance to racing, which most of racing is not chance. It's preparation and hard work, which these riders have clearly done. But the little bit of chance definitely plays a big role throughout the week. If you're getting 1 or 42, those are very different chips to pull.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Timmerman with our 10th gate pick. He pulled out the 10 chip here this morning.
Okay. That's not bad. I think he can make something happen. He was top 6 or so off the gate. There is a look at the number 50 Fox Racing rider of Timmerman, cousin of the other Timmermans. There's like 3 or 4 or 5, 27 Timmermans, something like that.
Yeah, Maddox going to be riding for Fox, Monster Army, Dunlop, and DRF Suspension, trying to get it done right now.
Got around Hannah Jameson. He's up to 3rd. He's working on Elliott Bosher now on that 53. Feet off the pegs. Blood in the water now for Timmerman. But where is Cooper Johnson?
Look at them scrub over that wall. It looks like Cooper Johnson's about 2.5 seconds ahead last time they came through time.
There he is. Little Cooper, Magic Johnson. All right, the battle here for the number 2 spot on the inside. Timmerman, like clockwork, I believe he's going to be able to grab it. He's going to have to race to the inside line. And he gives up the inside, goes way outside. He might have given the position back to the 53 of Elliott Bosher, but then he's going to have a good drive up to the finish line. He goes, shut up, I know what I'm doing. 2nd place now for Maddox Timmerman. Bosher drops back over that tunnel of love. And now Timmerman going to set sail, Jackson Burrell.
Yeah, Tace Morgan going to be able to pick up a spot on the 89 Yamaha machine. Jackson Lang, Jackson Vick, 5th and 6th. Hannah Jameson having some trouble there that last time around, as Dylan Graham also going to get around her into the 7th place spot. Jameson now moving to the 8th place position. Alex Campligli going to be in that 9th place spot with Max Daniels rounding out our top 10.
All right, let's see if Maddox Timmerman can make a run at Cooper Johnson. There's Cooper. He's really had an uneventful, non-stressful race so far.
A good moto for him so far. Good lap times for him as well. A 2:05.6 that last time around with a 2:05.3 for Timmerman. So about 0.3 seconds faster for Timmerman.
There you go. And Sophia, you know how that goes. You can have a great ride, but when the pressure gets applied, then the mistakes come.
And some people deal with it better than others. Cooper Johnson's lucky right now to have a little bit of a gap, but we're going to see how that shakes out once Maddox catches up to him, because it does look like he's moving in that direction.
I would say speed has helped him as well. A little bit of luck maybe with that gate pick, but man, he's riding the wheels off of that Blue Crew Yamaha. I like the One Industries gear. I love when kids break out the new stuff. Stuff looks good. It's got a little day glow action to it. Heading over towards one of our mini spectator viewing areas.
It does, and it makes them easy to see that nice bright white.
That's right.
Popping out. He's lucky that it's not muddy this week at Loretta Lynn's. We've seen plenty of that before.
Yeah, we don't want that. 2 years ago was enough mud for 5 years of racing here at Loretta's. That was brutal. There is some orange gear on that young man for Maddox Timmerman, Fox Racing specialist.
Yeah, Timmerman now is about 4 seconds behind Cooper Johnson. Yeah. And that last lap, he only had 3/10 of a lap on, or 3/10 of a second on him. But now he has a clear track, so we'll see how much quicker he can make up this gap.
Yeah, that is not going to be the case this time around. He is about to check in. Sophie, let's check it this time around. He had to have gained some time.
Oh, and he certainly did with a lap time almost a whole second faster. Timmerman now dropping into the 3-second range as far as the gap between the two of them.
Did you see those kids lay into that left-hander? I was turning around watching it real time, and I was like, I want to see what that looks like on TV. That is a lot of work at a training facility or at a practice track to bust that left-hander like that around the billboards.
Yeah, TV cameras don't quite do it justice to what you see here in person. These ruts are deep, these riders, and it is truly a sight to see.
Hey, let's give a shout-out to that number 86 or 89 right there of Tace Morgan. Look at that lap time of 2:06. He is zeroed in on Elliott Bosher on the inside, so another Blue Crew standout here. Tace Morgan, we've been saying a lot about him all year long, and Tace has jumped up to fourth, and he is on the hunt for Elliott Bosher.
Hey, gang, we're just over 10 minutes to go here in this mini senior 2, 13 to 15. As usual, got a lot going on and off the track this evening. First thing I want to do is announce no private drones in the air on the property here. No private drones. If you have a drone and you happen to put it in the air a few minutes ago, you need to take it back to the camper. We will take it out of the air for you. That's not a problem. You think that's big talk? Just ask the guy at Sacramento. We follow through with our promises, so keep your drones out of the air. With that being said, we're going to move on to 4 o'clock coming up. Got an autograph signing with Levi Kitchen at the Fox Tower. That's going to be from 4 to 5. Of course, we had Malcolm Stewart up here. We got the Mookie Catch and Release Fishing Classic coming up. That will be at 5 o'clock as well. At 6:30, going to be the RM Army HEP Motorsports Dinner. That's open to all Suzuki riders and families at the HEP Suzuki Pits. At 7:30, going to be the annual AMA Organizer Appreciation Reception. That's going to be at Loretta Lynn's Plantation Home for all the promoters. And at 7:30 as well, going to be our Stasic Jam Fest, non-racers only at the Stasic Pump Track.
Every year.
So, Sophie, got a lot of cool stuff going on all around the campground this evening, on and off the track. Of course, we're going to be racing all the way to about 6:30 this evening, but plenty of action after that.
We do have a lot of things going on, and it really adds to the culture and the experience here at the ranch, and it makes it a great family vacation, family activity, all of these things. So definitely get yourself involved in all of these evening activities, and it will be worth it. You'll make great memories. I remember taking my dog to the dog show one year when we did it, and yeah, I have so many great memories from doing that. So do that as well with your families. You won't regret it. But right now on the track, we've got Tace Morgan making the pass on Elliott Bosher last lap, and now trying to make his way up towards Maddox Timmerman and Cooper Johnson.
Got a little work to do there, but yeah, you're right. There's so much to do at night. Look at the program. Follow along on Instagram. There's always something going on. Me and Wygant will be at the AMA organizers dinner tonight for sure, getting that free meal. Wes Kane will be there as well every year.
Wes is volunteering to go as well. You know, it's funny. Most of the announcing team will be there for a free meal. No doubt about that. So
I'm going. Yeah, we're doing it.
If there's one thing about everyone up here in the announcers tower, it's that we're the type of people who want a free meal, and we'll go to Great Lakes to get it.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we've got 29 linear feet of hot dogs that we've got to eat here before the end of the day. Jackson, are you up for the task?
Oh, I've already been on it.
My man. My man.
Luckily, we have Kevin Windham, so anything is possible as far as
he is a dog machine, dude.
Yeah, he just stocks it up every time he comes up here.
Couple feet at the time. There's the number 10 of Cooper Johnson. He's got some company. The 50 of Timmerman. I think they broken free from Tace Morgan. But Timmerman has just been inching up there, a half a second here, a second there. So, and we still got 8 more minutes of racing to go, so you got to figure 3 more laps.
It's true, and he's just under 3 seconds behind him, according to the last time they checked in.
Yeah, I think he's almost in that shot now.
Agreed, he is.
There he is.
Ideally, by the end of this moto, we can see some battle between these two.
Man, I like the form. Cooper Johnson just has a cool little riding style. Normally, they haven't really developed whatever style it is they're going to have. They're just kind of small, but he already looks like he's kind of got a little polished little riding style. Timmerman, just a bulldog right there, reeling him in.
Yeah, he is, and these young kids are so elite even at their age. And we watched Timmerman come out of that sand section, get a little bucked around, but he pulled it right back together, and you could see him hit that hook in the rut. But man, these kids are so strong and so talented. They've worked so hard. You can see them pulling these bikes wherever they need to go. It's really impressive.
Hey, Jackson, you can speak to this too. You know, when you get a picture of yourself riding, you're like, man, I thought I was way more farther on the bike. Cooper Johnson is so far up on that bike, like textbook form, and it is hard to ride like that. It is exhausting, but it's the right way to do it.
It is. He's been putting in a lot of work. You can tell somebody's been putting in a lot of work with him. Somebody's been putting in some work with Maddox Timmerman as well, as he has now closed this gap up. There is no longer a gap, only a bike length or two between them. Oh, a little bobble there from
Cooper. He was so deep into that rut, standing up on the pegs before he finally sat down at the last moment there. There's Timmerman kind of getting some of that head English in that one there. So it's coming. The race is coming to Cooper Johnson. Now, will he respond?
Well, and I'd just like to point out, back in 17th now was our early race leader, Dylan Graham. With a 2:40 lap time, he's dropped back about 10 positions within the lap. So that was heartbreak for Dylan Graham, coming around now in 17th.
Now, check out Cooper Johnson. I just noticed this. His leg is above the radiator. When he goes into a turn, I'm talking, and that is a lot of work to get that leg up there, but it's right. It keeps him out of harm's way. So see if that works out in his favor. We used to always talk about Adam Cianciarillo's high leg kick. That dude's leg would be it would be above the radiator. And Cooper Johnson, similar to that. There is Maddox Timmerman. Good form there. Out of that right-hander. No bobbles there. It's go time, dude. Probably going to see the 2-lap board.
That's such a good habit to develop at such a young age and get that form dialed.
Just muscle memory, right?
Yeah, we're talking about how elite these kids are. They're going to remain that way with how well they practice.
All right, we're going inside with our leader, Cooper Johnson. He has responded. 2-lap board out. Are you seeing it? Oh, wow. Still got some racing to go. 5.5 minutes to go. So this is a good thing if you're Maddox Timmerman. He is closed down. Here we go, Sophia.
That was a smooth line there, able to jump over that braking bump. That's going to allow him to close up to the far inside.
Yeah. In and out of that turn. What a battle here. It is happening.
Man, only a bike length at certain points between the two of them. And you can see Maddox just going for any different line, just trying to find anything that Cooper's not taking and stay out of his rust, but also give him a chance to pass him.
There's that high leg kick there by Cooper Johnson. Watch him when he comes into this right-hander if he does it here. Jumps into the turn there. Didn't even sit down till the last second there. He's responding, though. He's making Timmerman go outside and maybe in some of the unpreferred lines.
Look at this. Timmerman going to go outside into the 10 Commandments. Comes out of them in the inside line. Able to make that one work for him.
And the more you watch Cooper, he stands up a lot on this racetrack. He was way into that rut again before he finally sat down just for a second. And he responds. They're both going down to the 205s late in the moto. You got to think that 2-lap board comes out next time around.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, with just under 4 minutes or just over 4 minutes to go at this point, you can see these boys making their way through Storyland.
And you see Timmerman kind of scrubbing, so he's still got some fitness there. He's not tired. You don't see him just kind of surviving. He is still active on the motorcycle. Johnson, same thing.
They do, with 7 laps into this moto, and like we were saying earlier, that the cameras just don't do justice how difficult this track is and how deep everything is. I think the best way that you can get an idea is if you're watching the riders and you see how much their suspension is moving when they're coming into corners, or how deep into the ruts their bike is, because yeah, you can't quite tell, but being able to watch that, you can see and kind of assume that, okay, if the track looks that smooth but it's that bumpy for them right there, then it probably is everywhere else, and it gives you an idea of what these riders might be dealing with.
This might be Cooper Johnson's best lap. He has absolutely rose to the occasion here. 2-lap board is now out as we hit lap number 8, another 205 for Cooper Johnson, a 205.7, so we are almost dead even in terms of lap times. Here we go. Timmerman now showing a wheel. Nice and clean coming out of that left-hander. We have got one cooking for you right now.
Oh, and a good drive here for Timmerman. He's been able to turn one fast lap after another, almost identical lap times. It was 205.7 for both Johnson and Timmerman that last time around.
You see Johnson way back on the bike there, putting the power to the ground. Different lines here way on the inside of the track is Timmerman. Johnson will come in and close that line down.
Timmerman knows he's got to pull the trigger now. He's been right there all race. Well, can't quite say all race long, but most of this race as he triples out of the 10 Commandments.
Watch
now
here,
it's going to be the time for the move.
Cooper Johnson, man, he's got some elite skills if you pay attention to what he's doing. See if it pays off for him. Lap traffic now.
And this might play into Maddox Temmerman's favor. I mean, the leader coming up on lappers, the lappers aren't quite expecting it at this point. This might be the first time they've been lapped in a race. So, yeah, Maddox Temmerman should be able to, hopefully he can take advantage of that for his sake. And not to mention it's going to force Cooper Johnson into other lines. And Maddox Temmerman's been trying different lines this whole race, so he has an idea of what he's working with.
Trouble for Timmerman there. He got held up bad there in that rut. That's going to cost him at least a couple bike links.
With these boys running such similar lap times, that might be what makes or breaks the moto for him.
That might be the tell of the tape there.
Yeah, lap traffic not favorable for Timmerman, and Cooper Johnson opens it up just a bit. In fact, from the 10 Commandments all the way through Storyland, he is absolutely on rails. It seems like Timmerman's able to close in on him from here all the way to the to Storyland. Just a rougher, just bulldog your way through it. There's Johnson bouncing his way through the big rolling sand section here. He's going to get that white flag. Can he fight off Maddox Timmerman one more lap? Clean out of that left-hander. Here we go. And just like that, Timmerman has clawed his way right back to Cooper Johnson. So Johnson's going to have to change some things up on this half of the racetrack. Whoa, Johnson with a big mistake. And Timmerman blows right past. He's lucky to have saved that.
That is how quick it can happen here at Loretta Lynn's. We have a new leader, Maddox Timmerman, going to be able to overtake it due to that mistake there for Cooper Johnson.
And look at that. Timmerman was behind Johnson the whole race. He knew that's where he went every time. That decision maker, he goes inside to keep Johnson behind him.
And look at that. Johnson trying to make some moves.
He's right there. We got lap riders. We got all kind of stuff here. Here comes Johnson on the outside. He's not ran this line very often. He locks right back in on Timmerman.
Man, these boys are just so close in speed, going left and right, back and forth. Sometimes when you're that close in speed, it's almost like you can't make the pass.
Careful here. You don't want to follow the rider through. He gets hung up, and Johnson almost runs into the back of Timmerman. You got to be careful with those lap riders. You get locked into one of those slot car ruts there, and you're stuck.
Especially on these 85s with the small wheels. That is tricky for these guys to move anywhere out of them.
Johnson not able to get a good drive going back into Storyland. Trying to track down a gold medal, no doubt about it. These two going to be in the fight for the championship here this week.
Nice ride for Morgan, who has cleared everyone but Timmerman and Johnson back in third. Campili and Bosher in fourth and fifth, and we're just running out of time now. If you are Cooper Johnson, it's good news. If you are in the Maddox Timmerman camp, there is Maddox, there's Johnson, still trying to charge. Plenty of fight left in Cooper Johnson here.
No doubt. He doesn't have much time, though. About a quarter of a track, not even left to go here in Moto 1 of Mini Senior 2.
Yeah, and Maddox Timmerman will be grateful he was in the right place at the right time to take advantage of that mistake by Cooper Johnson. Unfortunate for Johnson, but there are 2 motos left. That's a great thing about being here at the ranch. You can ride 3 motos.
Hey,
I think Timmerman's got it.
Brad Muter triangle right here might reach up and grab him. Let's see.
Ooh, that was a dangerous risk for the announcer's curse.
And the checker flag comes out for Maddox Timmerman. Leads the most important lap we have here, and that is the last one. So heck of a ride there for Cooper Johnson. Finishes second. Should be Tace Morgan in third. We've got a good one cooking in this Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15. 2 more motos to go.
Certainly come back and watch the second and third motos of this. Yeah, Mini Senior 2. We will be having some great battles.
Sure.
It looks like Alex Campigli coming in fourth. Elliot Bosher is expected in fifth. Jackson Vick in sixth. Jackson Lang in seventh. Trey Jarvis in eighth. Max Daniels ninth. Sam Olery in 10th. Hudson Vigel in 11th. Dylan Graham 12th. Easton Kirby 13th. Samuel Huck 14th. And Marcus Trujillo in 15th.
And then in the 16th place, Jake Willis, Tyler Sansick holding on to 17th. Davey Collins 18th last we checked. Hannah Jamison 19th. Colin Holbrook 20th. Logan Connolly 21st. Tyler Grove 22nd. Tucker Coyetti in the 23rd place. Calvin Roberts 24th. Lane Flishy going to be in the 25th spot. Brayton Krieglow going to hold on to the 26th position. Timothy Scott in 27th. Then checking in, they have been through the checkered flag. The 28th place rider, Cash Landry. Nicholas Guzman in the 29th place spot. Willie Shrive. Bryson Danhauer. Caleb Luttrell. Carl Oakes. Bryson Dijon. Federico Romo. Riker Hopkins. Creighton Roberts, Jackson McCarthy, Connor Hensley, Colton Ollenberger, Travis Lawrence, and Evan Thalman will round out our Mini Senior 2 13 to 15-year-old class here in Moto number 1.
Man, I got to tell you, Jackson, that was a great motor right there. A lot of things, a lot of changes happened. We've seen Cooper Johnson slip up, and Timmer was right there to capitalize. It was a great motor. You see now they're chilling out underneath the hospitality tent, the top 10 tent, like we like to call it. And that's always the goal here at Loretta, is to be under that tent every single moto. And these guys did an amazing job right here. Looking a little Tace Morgan on the screen. Putting a hard fight out there on his Yamaha. He's going to finish up third in that moto. It's good to see some of those Yamahas up there in the front of the pack here in the Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15.
Yeah, it seems that they have some pretty good support from Blue Crew going on, which is good for these boys. Maddox Temerman winning, though, on the Husqvarna.
There's the boys getting suited up now on Racer TV as they get ready to go and talk up on the podium to Mr. Zach Herron. Going to get to hear what all happened out there for them, at least from their point of view. 450C going to be coming up next. That's going to be race number 8 here for the first day of racing at Loretta Lynn's.
Following 450C, we have 250B Limited. That will be at 11 a.m. 250 Pro Sport, 11:30. These are some big classes coming up. 65 10 to 11 Limited is at noon, and then we'll have an intermission at 12:30.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I'll tell you what, intermission, you guys go on down. We have plenty of concessions, plenty of vendors here. Take a trip down Vendors Row and make sure you get that T-shirt, that event T-shirt. It's got Tomac on it, Levi Kitchen on it. Definitely one to have.
Don't know how many warnings we can give you. Now's the time. Get your favorite size, get your favorite color before supplies do run low at Moto Tees. You can see final preparations being made right now for our riders make their way up to talk to Zach Herron on the podium. And again, coming up next, going to be 450C. And it's going to take just a moment, give the track a little bit of a drink right here, and we'll be back with all the action in just a few moments.
All right, folks, so just about ready to kick off the podium celebrations here for Mini Senior 2. Going to start things out with third place, Tace Morgan making his way up to the podium. A solid ride for the Blue Crew racer. Going to chat it up with him, talk to him a little bit about the moto. He's got the goggles on, the glasses on, he's wiping the face. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Tace Morgan, third place here in Moto 1. Tace, I'm bringing you front and center for all the fans home at RacerTV.com. I heard you breaking things down in the cool-off area. Not the chip we wanted to pull, man. Tell us what your gate pick was and how that first moto went.
Yeah, I pulled 35th. Wasn't a good gate pick, but I managed I think a 15th place start. I made quick passes first lap. I think I got up to third lap, and I kind of just settled there and made sure I am still in the championship hunt.
Absolutely, Tace. We've been talking about how much you've been preparing for this race all year long, leading up to it. How much was that in the back of your head? How far up you needed to go to stay in championship contention?
Well, when I see my gate pick, I know it was going to be a struggle. But by the time I get up to third, second and first was already checked out, so I kind of just settled. And I know my fitness was good for the other two motos, so it should be good.
Tace playing it smart, getting a podium finish to start off the week, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you get it done?
My mom, my dad, Altus, Yamaha, Bell, 100%, Moose, Alpine Star, Dunlop, Win and Kim, Jacob, Dog Pound, and everyone else helps me out. Thank you so much.
There it is. Tace Morgan starting things off with a third place there in Mini Senior 2 after a tough starting chip. As we get ready to bring up our second place rider, and he's got a very special guest to present him with that silver medal and do the interview as well.
Hey, all right, come on up here, Cooper Johnson. We got coal miner's daughter, but we got the coal miner from Pittsburgh up here. Come on over here, making a statement out there, got a good hole shot, and let it. Tell me about that mistake in the back that cost you this win.
Yeah, I got off to a good jump, got a good start, was running first for a while, just was getting so tired, and then the last lap made a mistake on a bump and kicked me sideways, but we tried to recover, ended up second, and thank you.
What did you learn out there?
Don't make mistakes.
Who do you want to thank for your big support system and everybody helping you?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Monster Army, Triangle Cycles Yamaha, Donnie Luce, Rusty, Monster Mike, Wes Kane, Next Level 101, PR2, Jessica Patterson, Eddie Ray, Knox Ray, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you very much.
There he is, guy, Cooper Johnson. And we got our moto winner up here. Come on up here. Mr. Timmerman, great job out there. You got to see what happened. You took the win. Tell us about your race.
I got a really good, not a really good start, but I took a line, got into like 5th, then rode my race, passing some few people, and then the last lap I finally got first and rode it on from there and got the win.
How's it feel to take this win here down at the ranch?
Feels awesome.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my whole family, Mom, Fox, Husky, Motor X, DT1, Mika Metals, DRS, Guts, Only Creation, Dunlop, Monster Energy, and everyone else forgot. Thank you.
Give it up, guys. Maddox Timmerman. All right, great job down there by all competitors out here. The Timmerman family, great people out there. Mika Metals in the house. Go ahead, take it away up in the booth. Kevin Kelly. Good job, guys.
All right, Kevin's actually going to take a little bit of break right now. I'll give you guys a rundown here in the 450C class. They're lining up race number 8. We're looking at the number 12 machine out of Spring, Texas. That's Talon Trahan. Out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, that's going to be Tanner Pike at number 14. On number 15, Jacob Kingsfield out of Tallahassee, Alabama. Justin Petters, he's out of Dade City, Florida. Cooper Kawa, he is out of Maple Lake, Minnesota, on the number 18. The number 19, that's going to be Bailey Murphy. Bailey Murphy out of Leoma, Tennessee. Colt Moe out of Tyler, Texas, on number 21. Zachary Chambers, on number 23, out of Alvord, Texas. The 24 of Austin Gore, he is out of Aiken, South Carolina. Then we got out of La Vernia, Texas. That's going to be number 26, Dylan Carter.
The 27 machine going to be Peyton Smith out of Queen Creek, Arizona. Then we're going to have the 30 machine of Bladen Blakesley out of Redding, California. Dayton Lowry going to be aboard the 33 machine, making his way out of Ohatchee, Alabama. Then we got Michael Snyder out of State Road, North Carolina on the 35 machine. The 37 will be Aiden Proctor out of Indiana, with Nate Millsaps making his way out of Conroe, Texas on the 41. Canyon Albada going to be making his way out of Colorado on the 47 machine. Jackson Cranebrough going to be on the 48 machine, making his way out of Henderson, Nevada. Wyatt Gordon going to be on the 49 machine out of Hayden, Idaho, and then Sean Sutton making his way out of West Jordan, Utah on the 50 machine.
And on the 55 machine is going to be Jack Dawson. Dawson out of Ricky's, Arkansas. The 56 machine of Brody McEachern. He's out of Canada. The 57 is going to be Cooper Bergeron out of Gray Court, South Carolina. On the number 58, that's Cade Martin. Martin out of Springville, Alabama. Out of Elizabethville, Pennsylvania, that's going to be number 60 of Parker Cook. Out of Sydney, Iowa, we're looking at the number 61 of Deegan Driscoll. Pine City, Minnesota, that's where we want to home Dirks Foster. Foster on the number 62 machine. We got Cannon Kaufman. Kaufman on number 67 out of Hayden, Idaho. Jet White on number 70, he's out of Lehigh, Utah. And out of Cedarport, North Carolina, none other than number 71 of Aiden Conklin.
The 72 machine going to be Brock Worcester making his way out of... Now, where is it, Megawatt? I don't know. All right, the 73 machine, Mason Mims making his way out of Fairhope, Alabama. Owen Thiel making his way out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, going to be on that 77 machine. Got Mason Sakanikas on the 79 machine, a GNCC racer trying his hand out at Moto. And then going to have Jordan Allen on that 80 machine out of Washington. How about Hunter Trumbull making his way out of Stella, North Carolina on the 88. The 91 machine, Michael Thomas making his way out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Out of Tuckerton, New Jersey, going to be Nathan Ruff on the 92 machine. Grayson Stroud going to be on the 94 machine out of Statesville, North Carolina. Jamin Wilkie going to be making his way out of Moroni, Utah on the 96 machine, with the 97 being Jake Roberts out of Sumter, Florida. We'll have Parker Shelosky making his way out of Canandis, Pennsylvania. He's going to be aboard the 99 machine to round out this 450C class, race number 8.
Thank you so much for that, Jackson. I'll tell you what, in this 450C class, there's a lot of heavy hitters in this one. I'm looking through these names. I've seen these names in the circuit throughout the year. Obviously, Spring Nationals carrying on here to Loretta's, going through some regional championships, and now the gate's about to drop here at the main amateur national, Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, going to be a big day for these 450C riders. Kevin Wyndham, I'd like to welcome you back up to the tower here. What you thinking about this 450C class?
Well, I love the 450C class, and I want to note that it's hard to tell from the booth who's riding a 450, who's riding a 250, but I believe I even saw some 125s out there. So a mixed bag of CCs and horsepower as they will soon be locked and loaded in their gate as the 450C sight lap is concluding. So it's go time, but I noticed a lot of different bikes out there, and I saw some 125, so a little bit of a power disadvantage, but you know, 450 can be a lot for the C guys to handle, so it may not be a bad call. We'll see as this race plays out.
Yeah, and multiple reasons for that. Some of these riders are going to be used to those 125 machines or the 250 machines. Some of these riders are going to be too young to ride on a 450cc machine, and that's why they're going to be on those 125s. So going to be interesting to see what they can do. I know we've saw some Motos 1 here in the 450 class with a 125cc machine, so not necessarily at a huge disadvantage. We'll see what they can do.
Well, the disadvantage is going to be Jackson on that start. I'll tell you what, it's a long sweeping start, and that 125 compared to 450, it's going to be a little bit different there.
Yeah, that is going to be tough for these riders as they get set to go now. Everybody getting those revs up. They're staring down that start chute, looking for our man with that 30-second card.
Man, I'll tell you what, if I get a bad gate pick and somebody slips up, misses one of those inside gates, I would definitely prefer the way inside over having to go to the outside. But like we said, we've seen it happen time and time again. People pull hole shots all the way from the outside. And I think the main reason is you can carry momentum, and then your next corner after that right-hand sweeper is the left-hand corner, so you really set yourself up for that inside. As the car goes sideways, the gate is down.
And here we go into turn number 1 for our 450C class. Let's see who it is going to be.
Wow, that's a hole shot right there.
Number 91, it looks like on the Yami.
91 of Michael Thompson with a good start out there. Big hole shot for him. Jamin Wilkie going to come through. Wyatt Gordon in the mix as they make their way through the switchback and into the 10 Commandments. We're still looking at the number 91 of Michael Thompson leading this thing out.
And here we go, making our way into the 10 Commandments for this first time. The 97 machine of Jake Roberts heads to the outside.
Got a pileup here going into the 10 Commandments. Looks like the 41 and possibly the number 30. They have remounted and are going now as our leaders get ready to head into Storyland.
Yeah, about 16th and 17th place. They're going to drop down out of that top 20, no doubt.
So when I left the booth here a little while ago, the outsides were working, but that rider in second, it looks like Wilkie made a stab at the inside, made the pass, but now Thompson, I think, retakes. Too early to call. They're still handlebar to handlebars. This thing works out coming out of Storyland. Yeah, the 91's still in front, but just by a hair.
Thompson and the number 57 they're right behind him, Cooper Bergeron. So Bergeron making quick work. We see him the time of scoring through the hole shot. He was in 5th. Already making a challenge for a lead here, but taking that way outside line, nearly falling off that sweeper there. Definitely got to hold it on right here as they make their way over what we used to call the wall jump. They, like I said, lowered it down a little bit, made it a little easier to get over, a little cleaner, and a little bit softer landing as we're watching our leader now make his way into the middle of the racetrack around the beach here. He's got some pressure, though. I'll tell you what, Cooper Bergeron, he is no slouch. I've seen him at the regional. I believe he was maybe a regional championship coming into Loretta's, and that's kind of where you want to be.
Mistake for our leader.
There. Look, around the outside, is it enough? No. Thompson holds on to it with a little bit of a bobble, but the gap has tightened yet again as you can throw a blanket over these two. Look, a little mistake again by the 91 as he cases the hip triple there right after the finish line. Through billboard straight away into the corner. I don't think the mechanics are going to write much right now. These guys are going to be locked in. They're not looking over at the board on lap one.
No, they're definitely locked in for sure.
So here we go. The 57 machine still trying to track down the 91. A battle of the Yamahas up at the front of this pack.
And look at these two. These two are starting to get a little bit of gap on the rest of our riders out there on the racetrack right now. But it is a Blue Crew breakaway out on the racetrack. Different lines here in the commandments. Let's see if he goes double triple. He does go double triple. So a good line right there for what is now our new leader. It is the number 57 machine of Cooper Bergeron. Yes, Bergeron, man, making it happen out there as he makes his way, and he's going to write his story in the Storyland.
Bergeron going to be making his way out of South Carolina, backed by Next Level 101. Phoenix Suspension, EBC Brakes, and Fly Racing trying to make it happen for them.
You know, obviously all the C classes, everyone knows this is their first time here, and I'm watching Thompson. I think he needs to lock in just a little bit. Having that lead was probably a little bit stressful. He's riding a great race, but he's had a couple bobbles, and I think the reason he lost it in the 10 Commandments wasn't necessarily because he didn't triple. He made a little bobble going into him, got him off a rhythm. So if the 91 can clean this thing up and latch on, this might be a good reset for him. I mean, obviously you want to be in first, but you're in a great spot, and this might kind of calm the nerves a little bit as he made about 3 very small but significant mistakes to help the 57 there take the lead. So
you're absolutely right, Kato. This novice class, what you consider it, these guys that get out front, they're not breathing. Now that he's gotten past in second, now trying to charge back and get a lead, he can breathe a little bit and clean those mistakes up. But I'll tell you what, Bergeron has something to say about that. He is trying to make a breakaway here on his Yamaha. Got to give a big shout out too for our third place rider, Brody McKieran, doing a good job out there. Jake Roberts slid back to fourth. Rounding your top 5 is Parker Cook on the number 60 machine.
Cannon Kaufman going to be in the 6th place spot. Jamin Wilkie in 7th. Jacob Kingsfield in the 8th place position. Aiden Conklin and Bailey Murphy will round out our top 10 here in this one. Just outside of that, Cannon Avida sitting in the 11th place spot. We're going to have Owen Thiele holding on to the 12th place spot. Jet White in 13th. Zachary Chambers to round out 14th. And Sean Sutton to round out our top 15. Oh, and some changes here for our top 10. Sean Sutton and Jet White going to advance up into it behind Parker Cook for that 8th place spot.
Yeah, some solid running around the racetrack right there as we watch them go into the commandments. Almost a full commandment lead now for our leader.
Oh, no.
Cooper Bergeron, what'd you see, Kevin?
Thompson not even able to double in. He kind of cross-rutted, so he knew that the lap before he got passed by Bergeron around the outside, so he chose to go to the outside, was not even able to double into the into the 10 Commandments. So taking the long way around and not getting the drive to get the double. So that was costly for the young rider. But Bergeron, like you said earlier, trying to gap out a lead, and you were exactly right because he posted a 2:08.
That's impressive.
Yeah, everybody else in the 2:11s are above, so solid 3 seconds faster there on the first full timed lap, right?
Yeah, and you notice Michael Thompson made that mistake in the 10 Commandments. He has a 9-second lead right now, so even though he made a mistake, he lost a lot of time. He's still going to be pretty comfortable there in that 2nd place position.
Looking at the lap countdown, 9 minutes left. So this is a shorter moto, right? These are going to be your 15-minute motos.
Yeah, it must be.
C-class.
I believe the C classes are doing 15 minutes compared to the normal 20 minutes out here at Loretta's. As we got our eyes in the sky, panning down on the number 57 of Cooper Bergeron.
He doesn't want to mess with that deep inside right as he goes into the Bermuda Triangle. Going to take the long way around, but it worked well for him the lap previous, so he's going to stick with that line.
It's pretty smart, you know. You got a little bit of a lead. You don't want to get caught up in those ruts, make a big costly mistake and cough up this lead. You can kind of ride comfortable and smooth, and he's still 2 seconds faster than your 2nd place rider, Michael Thompson.
Kaufman with a great lap, answering the call. Also posting a 2:10 as he just went by Racer TV. Here we see the, 97, Jake Roberts.
Yeah, Robert's a good ride right now. He's going to come through. Probably make a mistake on the last lap, though, 2:19. Sean Sutton, though, he's the man on the move. He's going to run a 2:11 lap time, about your third fastest lap that last lap through. Oh, tough break for the number 96 machine, having some issues out there.
So, yeah, checking in here, going to take a look just outside of our top 10. In the 11th place spot, Zachary Chambers. In the 12th place spot, we got Parker Shalowski. Mason Sakanikas in the 13th place position. Like I said earlier, that's going to be a rider I'm familiar with from the GNCC circuit. Wyatt Gordon holds on to the 14th place spot. Hunter Trumbull in the 15th. And then Brock Worcester holding on to 16th. Peyton Smith in 17th. 18th, Dirks Foster. Grayson Stroud in 19th. And Jamin Wilkie in the top 20. As we get a little deeper into this moto, we'll give you a 21st through 40th rundown here in just a minute.
The 57 Cooper Bergeron almost let that PW50 rider go through.
Yeah, did you see the leg swag he had, dragging a little foot?
Definitely, but doing
dragging
a good
the foot
job.
will pull you to the low side. I was wanting to see if he was going to tuck that front. He wound up saving it, but he's going to want to clean that up. That's that leg drag can definitely pull you to the ground pretty quick, but got through it. Still just hanging on to a nice lead right now. If he can hold that 210 range for a couple of laps, he'll have that cushion to really just take a lot of pressure off. I know he feels the margin, you know, the gap growing, so he's doing his job.
Still going way to the outside there.
But I still think it's to the point where, you know, you got to stay locked in, right?
Yeah.
This track, you just let up just a little bit and get out of your rhythm. This track will bite you pretty quick.
You know, you're right on that. Like I tell my kids all the time, like they get a little bit of lead and they start like slowing down, you know, taking it easy. And that's not what you want to do because you're used to riding at a certain speed, a certain pace. So when you differentiate your speed, it could be costly.
Hey, everybody out there on Racer TV, I know I've saw some people in the comments looking for a race order. You can find that. We got a Loretta Lynn's app you can download on your app store. That goes for everybody here as well as on Racer TV. Make sure you get that app. You'll find live timing on there. I know me and K-Dub have been using it like crazy. So go and grab it for yourself. And, hey, if you don't want to go look it up for yourself, I'll let you know. The next two races are going to be 250 Beat Limited and then the big one, 250 Pro Sport, where we see the next prospects to go up into the pro ranks. So don't go anywhere as we battle it out here in this 450C class division. Yeah, the boys over at MTF hooking us up with some beef jerky up here in the tower. Everybody's snacking down.
Yeah.
Shout out to them. Shout out to that rider that gave it to him to bring up here to us. But yeah, man, it is all the 57 machine here on Racer TV. Cooper Bergeron getting it done. He's dropping one fast lap after another. 2:10.4 for that young man.
That was a great lap. Here we go through the corner. He had some trouble in last time. He cleaned it up that time, and so looking good now. And I'd said he needed to answer the call. He was sitting on about a 4-second gap, which is, you know, it's a lot, but that can diminish very quickly. But that last lap that he did to remain in the 2:10s has now put him into a 7-second lead, which as a racer is a completely different category, completely different level of comfort. And so this young man doing his job quite well here in Moto 1 450C.
Hey guys, one thing that's super cool about this, nobody over 20 years old that is out on the track right now. The oldest riders that we have are 19 years old, so some young guns here in this 450C division. Your leader right now, the 57 machine, just 16 years old, making his way out of Gray Court, South Carolina.
Yeah, out of Gray Court, man, making it happen. I know a lot of good riders come out of Gray Court because I believe there's a facility over there in Gray Court, South Carolina.
Yeah,
so
he's actually
been putting in the work.
Sponsored by Next Level 101, along with Phoenix Suspension, EBC Brakes, and Fly Racing. And you know he has to be making them proud right now. There goes our second, third, and fourth place riders checking in. Cannon Kaufman. Michael Thomas kind of loses the spot, moves back into the third place position, lets that 67 KTM machine around. And then Jake Roberts in the fourth place position there on the 97 Yamaha.
Yeah, Thomas putting in a 2:21 that lap. I was not watching. It was a complete lap. I don't know if he made a bobble somewhere, lost the front. But that lap cost him a position. See if he can rebound now as we watch the 57 and the 10 Commandments hitting a triple in the middle section.
Sean Sutton going to move up that last lap through. He's going to move up to fourth and put Jake Roberts back to fifth. And like you said, 2:25 lap time. He must have made a mistake. As we've seen, Thompson had to make a mistake out in the last lap as he lost that position as well. But I'll give you a top 10 rundown right now on the racetrack here. The 450C class as the 2-lap board is out. Cooper Bergeron is in the lead. Cannon Kaufman in second. Michael Thompson in third. And fourth, it is Sean Sutton. Fifth, Jake Roberts. Sixth, Aiden Conklin. Seventh, Owen Thiel. Eighth, Jet White. Ninth, Zachary Chambers. And rounding your top 10, it's Wyatt Gordon.
There we go, there we go, there we go. 3 laps complete here in this one. Gonna have, well, that can't be right. That's what it says over on Racer TV, but only 2.
They're on lap 5 now,
left.
yeah. Actually, they're completing their 6th lap now. The clock has about 2:40 left on it, like we were saying earlier. Slightly shorter moto for the C classes.
OPAG gonna get on that for us, get that corrected up at the top of our screen. 57 machine going to make his way into the Bermuda Triangle here.
Check him out. We want to go to. He's going to stick with us, I promise you, for the whole races.
Oh, yeah.
Good little exit out of there.
What kind of confidence does this give you moving to the second, third moto when you just got out there, you made it happen, you got about a 14, 15-second lead now on the rest of the competition?
Oh, well, I mean, it's incredible to have that performance, and it's going to put a smile on his face and his parents and everyone here supporting him, all his sponsors and teams and fans watching at home on Racer TV. But I will still tell you, and we said it earlier already today, I think we even said it in practice, is that this week is going to throw a curveball at you at some point. But he has set himself up as good as you possibly can as we're nearing the conclusion of this one. Just a little bit to go, so just lock this thing in, bring it home.
6 laps complete here in this one. That is the correct amount of laps as we watch the 57 machine here through the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, Bergeron, man, I'll tell you what, he's going through the 10 Commandments, and you know you have a lead. When you go to look, you don't even look back. You just look to your side and see the next man coming out of the corner of the straightaway. Yeah, next level 101. We already called him out. We knew as soon as we knew he's from Gaycourt, South Carolina, we knew where he was at, you know. He's been putting in the work, and it's showing right here as he leads this one out. And it looks like Jake Roberts having some more issues. He's going to lose some more time out on the racetrack and drop back to 7th. But a lot of the riders doing a much better job. You see joining that top 10, Parker Shalonsky in 9th. Peyton Smith, he's going to move up to 10th. Aiden Conklin, he's the man that lost a little bit of time out there. He falls outside the top 10.
Hey, we want to take a look here as we work on this final lap at our top 40. In the 21st spot is Grayson Stroud. 22nd going to be Colton Moe, Aiden Proctor, Mason Mims, Cooper Coyetti, Tanner Pike, Jackson Cramble, Jack Dawson, Bladen Belansky, and Cannon Abita. Going to be holding on to our top 30. And then Dayton Lowry, Jamin Wilkie, Hunter Trumbull, Talon Trahan, Nathan Ruff, Justin Peters, Michael Snyder, Bailey Murphy, Deegan Driscoll, Ryan Smith, Dylan Carter, and Nate Millsaps will round out your top 42. And here we go, everybody. On your screen, you're going to see the 57 machine taking the checkered flag and a gold medal with it. Cooper Bergeron going to get it done here in Moto 1 of 450C.
Yeah, that was a solid ride for Bergeron, man. Props to him. Got out there, got in the lead, put his sprint laps in, got a gap, and steadily maintained it.
Sorry. First time here, but he knew where to go.
Yeah.
I'm riding my bike straight up on the podium. No one has to direct me. I know where to go.
He's been watching, been paying attention.
And a good one there as Cannon Kaufman, Michael Thomas check in for our top 3. Let's see if Sean Sutton can hold on for a 4th place finish here in this one, along with Owen Thiele. Waiting for them to check in here with timing and scoring. Last time we saw, like I said, it was Sean Sutton, Owen Thiele, your top 5, and Zachary Chambers, Jake Roberts. Mason Sakanikas has made up a ton of time up into the 8th place spot now. Parker Shalosky has been able to move up to the 9th place position, and then Peyton Smith, 10th last time we saw, as Sean Sutton officially checks in along with Owen Thiele. So that will be your top 5 here in this one. Zachary Chambers makes his way across the line, as does The 79 of Mason Sakanika is going to grab another one. The GNCC kid getting it done. Parker Shalotsky holds on for an 8th place. He's going to grab another spot here on this final lap. Jake Roberts moves down to 9th. Peyton Smith will round out our top 10. Shout out to Austin Gore as well. Going to pick up some spots as he moves into 11th. Brock Worcester 12th. Jet White, Brody McUrchin going to be holding on for a 4th place spot. And Aiden Conklin will round out our top 15 as our top 3 get ready to go chat it up down on the podium.
Yeah, we got the opportunity to take it outside that top 15. Then 16th is Jordan Allen. Jacob Kingsfield 17th. Colton Moe 18th. And 19th Parker Cook. Mason Mittman 20th. Cooper Cowett. He's going to finish up 21st. Dirks Foster in 22nd. Tanner Pike. He is going to be out there. A solid ride for him in 23rd. 24th will be Grayson Stroud. Creighton Bull, he's going to finish up in the 25th place position. Bladen Blakesey. He's going to finish up 26th. 27th for Dayton Lowry. Jack Dawson 28th, 29th. Canyon Abita behind him. Talon Trahan. Trahan going to finish up in 30th. Jaden Wilkie. Michael Snyder, Nathan Ruff. Justin Pedersen 34th. Hutton Trumbull at 35th. Deegan Driscoll 36th. 37th. Wyatt Gordon. Aiden Proctor. Bailey Murphy. Ryan Smith. 41st going to be Dylan Carter and Nate Millsap in 42nd. With that being said, here the podium, the stage is getting set. We're going to sit on down to the podium.
All right, let's get things kicked off down here on the podium. He is ready to rock. He's got a bronze medal in hand. Front and center, man. You work too hard to hide behind the bike. Come up here for the folks at Racer TV. Michael Thompson, 3rd place on the day, folks. A round of applause for him. Michael, man, take us through that race. It's hot, it's brutal out here, but it's the first moto of the week. You got to set the standard off the jump. Tell us how your moto went.
The moto was pretty good. I got the whole shot, which is pretty awesome. And then that arm pump just started to get me, catch up to me. Still got to work a little bit harder for that, but yeah.
Hey, you held on to it, though. A solid podium finish. Still in championship hunt. Overall, got to be pretty satisfied with your performance, right?
Yeah.
Hey, well, who's helping you out? I know nobody does it by themselves. Who helped you get out here to the ranch?
My mom, my dad, Tyler from TMA, Holly from Moto Speed Factory, 110 Racing, Triangle Cycles, ODI, FMF, Dunlop, and I'm sorry if I forgot, but I'm just tired.
Hey, I understand, man. You left it all out there, folks. Let's hear it. Michael Thompson, 3rd place on the day. They're in Moto 1 of 450C. We're going to get Cannon Kaufman up next, your 2nd place finisher here from Moto number 1, and he wasn't joking. These guys are worn out, dumping water over the head as soon as they get to the impound area, trying to rip those jerseys off as fast as they can. So we are going to give 2nd place just a moment here, trying to get cooled off. Cannon Kaufman and then Cooper Bergeron, your winner, will grab after that. But going to try to grab our 2nd place finisher there for 450C Moto number 1. I think we've got our own Jason Wygant moving him up. I know, I see it. Yeah, I see you looking. All right, so Cannon Kaufman, we need you up on the podium. I got a silver medal with your name on it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for him. Cannon Kaufman, 2nd place. I got to get you up front, man. Everybody at home's got to see you. Man, you've been working hard for that. You've been dreaming about it, thinking about it. You finally got it in hand. Take us through the moto.
Yes, sir. I was very outside gate, hoping I could do something with it. I think I was probably about 15th around the corner, and everyone kind of got bottlenecked on that speed check, so I went on the outside and was able to pass at least half. And then I came to that inside, to the 10 Commandments, still was behind. And then by the time I got about going into Storyland, I hit that on the inside, and a couple kids wrecked right there, and I just felt good, held the outside, tried to have smooth throttle control, and led me to a 2nd.
Hey, absolutely. Now let's bring you front and center here and make sure everybody at home on Racer TV can see you. It's just as much about being smart as it is about being fast, especially in these C classes as well. How you feeling going into those 2nd and 3rd motos?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready. I've been training with Carrie down at Grindstone. She's helped me dramatically. Really helped my form, not waste as much energy as I used to. Still a work in progress, but yeah, feeling good for those other motos. I'll be ready.
Hey, we can't wait to see it, man. One more time, let's hear who's helping you out, who you want to thank.
I'd like to thank TK's Painting, CNC Cedar, Sherwin-Williams, Joe, Bryce, and Cole, and Josh at Coeur d'Alene Power Sports. They've helped me a ton to get here. Carrie at Grindstone, JTRD, Jake over there, he does really good suspension. He's helped me a lot. And that's it.
There it is. Well, a huge congratulations. We plan on seeing you back in the second and third motos. Cannon Kaufman, second place in moto number 1. And last but certainly not least, he's got a gold medal waiting on him. Let's hear it for Cooper Bergeron, your first moto winner here in 450C. And the crowd goes wild. Cooper, let's break it down, man. I know you've been waiting for this moment, and you executed it to perfection. Grab that first moto win. How good does it feel?
Feels amazing. Been working really hard to get this done.
Well, talk about how the track was out there, how you felt your riding was like. What do you think about this Loretta Lynn's course?
It's really bumpy. I've never ridden a bumpier track in my life, so I'm still trying to figure that out. But just trying to be like Jet Lawrence, try to hop around.
There you go. Try to keep it light, hop and skip when you can, man. Well, who do you want to thank for getting you up here and grabbing this first moto win?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, everybody at Next Level, Jessica Patterson, Eddie Ray, Tim Ferry, Scott Racing, Phoenix Suspension, Chris Blows, FMF, Fly, and anyone I forgot, thank you so much.
That's Cooper Bergeron, your first moto winner. Boys, I'm sending it back up to you.
All right, let's welcome the 250B Limited class. I'm going to jump back on the mic. 250B Limited, it's going to be number 12. It's going to be Christopher Harris. The number 13 of Elijah Marsh. The 15 is Franklin Boshier. And who's the number 16, Kevin Wyndham, with the dog in your mouth? Oh, you can't do it, can you? No.
That's right. I got you, Kevin Kelly. It's Luciano Tessine.
Tessine, way to go. She's got your back. Ooh. Number 17 is Ryan Jeromeo. Mason Brown is the number 20. Talon Staggs, the 21. Jackson McCarthy, number 25. Chase Eglentowicz. Eglentowicz.
You can do it.
Lenowitz. Just forget the EG. Lenowitz. All right, number 26. Noah Sherman will be aboard at the number 28. Sophia, pick it up there.
McCaden Fitch is the 29 out of Colorado. Wyatt Thurman from Texas is number 30. Jace Wolf, the 31, is out of Wisconsin. Slater Pearson, 33, is out of California. Max Shane, also from California, is 39. Michael Pillar, Washington, is 41. Amari Arnold, out of California, is 42. Jace Williams, out of Oklahoma, is 43. Wyatt Duff, number 44, out of Kentucky. Baylor Bakar, out of Oklahoma, is 45. Who we got on 46?
The 46 is Vittorio Fazio, number 46, out of New Hampshire. Lala Turner will be mixing it up with the boys on the number 47 machine out of Nevada. Brennan Harrison on the 49 out of Jacksonville, Florida. Golden, Colorado brings you the number 50 of Gage Dunham. Gavin Pettit will come to you from Webster, Minnesota. That's Ryan Dungey territory right there. The 54 is Ryder Skodras out of Sussex, Wisconsin. Indiana, Pennsylvania, that's 2 states, but not really. It's where Joseph Shipley calls home on the number 55. The 57 is Mason Pappas out of Loomis, California. Oak Hills, California, Dustin Davis. Number 58, Jacob Garcia out of Rancho Cucamonga, California on the 59 machine, Sophia.
Yeah, that's Caleb Wood coming in on the 61 in South Carolina. 63 is Connor Rosiak in Michigan. Robert Weiss from New Jersey is 64. Dakota Baker from Indiana is 65. Michael Gerda from New York is 67. Logan Hecker, 68, out of Michigan. Wyatt Harrington from California, 74. Carson Robertson, 79. Clayton Stockstill, 82. Cohen Jackman, 94. Gavin Moon, 96. And Aiden Bailey, 99.
You just got it in.
Shot. Hopefully coming up from Christopher Harris, number 12 on the KTM riders.
Yeah, the number 12. How old is he? 15 years old in this 250B Limited. So he's like a freshman playing varsity basketball here with the boys. See if you can hold on for a minute. Kevin Wyndham, how are you dealing with the tuna coming from Sophia right now? She had some tuna before this moto.
Killing it. I went for the unhealthy route. I was glad we had a 2-minute hold on that race. I was able to eat the dog, but the action's hot now as we see Christopher Harris shuffling back just a hair. These guys are jockeying for positions inside, outside. There's some Great passing lines around the outside, and Christopher Harris now shuffled back to third. It is the...
Dang, is that Franklin Bosher on the Yamaha?
That's the first Yamaha. Now, he would have been in fifth on the start. That's the first time we saw him. But he's the only Yamaha in the top 10.
That.
So we're going to go with Franklin Bosher potentially in the lead now.
Yeah, Cooper Johnson did that moments ago as well. Came around in about fifth, and next thing you know, it's 10 Commandments, and he is leading. So Bosher now taking his shot at leading this thing. 250 beat limited. We're going 20 minutes. Plenty of time for all this thing to settle. Plenty of time for Kevin Wyndham, who's on the mic with us, to eat 3 linear feet of hot dogs. It's always a challenge to try to get those dogs in during the moto.
I feel like leaving here and going to the hot dog eating contest after, but they keep us fed well here. Thank you, Megawatts, for getting them rolling. But right now, rolling is Franklin Bosher as he's about to fly by the tower here. Got some pressure from the number 30, which is Wyatt Thurman, who also wasn't in the best spot. He clocked in at 7th off the start, which is not a terrible start, but to make 5 or 6 passes in lap 1 is incredible. As look at him in the Bermuda Triangle, handlebar to handlebar here. Bosher holds on to it for the moment.
Where is Max Shane? I see him in about 12th or so we'll keep up with him and Gage Dunham. They're 15th, excuse me, for Max Shane. Lala Turner in 17th. And Dustin Davis, that's the son of Ty Davis. I saw him at Mammoth Mountain, and that guy can rip, so we'll keep tabs on Dustin Davis. But we're keeping tabs out front of Thurman and Bosher.
Got a square up here. Thurman squares up Bosher as they go out of the mechanics area. It was enough to get the pass made. A little slingshot action.
I like that.
Early a little bit, yeah, those riders almost bumping into each other, just bar to bar.
10 Commandments, that's where you will find your lead. The number 30 of Wyatt Thurman now taking his turn, our third leader of the day. Here comes the number 12 of Christopher Harris.
Christopher is on the move, coming around, almost up around Wyatt Thurman, and he's going to the inside. He might be able to make the move.
Now to the inside of Bosher there, yeah. Christopher Harris now up to your second place position. A guy with the whole shot, had a clear plate, and you know, everything was going the way he wanted to, and then, man, just got jumped on very quickly, but he is answering the call as he's now on a charge going towards the front. Good to see from the number 12 of Christopher Harris as they're deep in the storyline.
Let's see where Christopher's from, out of Texas.
Texas,
so he gets
yeah,
all
Texas
that.
Guy.
The Texas scene is super strong there. You can just stay in Texas and probably get really good, never even have to travel that much. The racing's so good in Texas. Shan Garcia, JP Parsons, the voices of Texas motocross. I'm sure they've called this kid's name a million times. Three-way battle now, Kevin Wyndham.
Bosher putting some pressure on Harris now, trying to go the long way around as they both air out the old wall jump. Now we call it a double, I guess. About to come to the tower, give us a flyby. As number 30, Thurman, now with certainly not a comfortable lead, but both Harrison and Bosher battling it out right now.
And they were both the first and third place riders were able to jump over that big roller that kind of develops. It's like the signature jump right beside us here. Hang on.
Yeah, it's so cool to watch those guys air it out over this. We used to call it the sand quad right here next to the tower.
I'm not getting into triples and quads because I've debated to the end of my days. A table to singles, not a triple, but that's for another day. That's for another day. Look at Max Shane in fourth, guys. What? He was in 15th, and Max Shane is just out of camera view. Sorry to interrupt you, but I was like, he was 15th on the first lap.
Yeah, and he's already up to fourth with, you know what, not far behind our third place rider.
He's in the shot right there. Max Shane. Get a lap time on this guy. Oh, well, there it is. It's 2 minute flat.
It's a 2 minute flat, but it's probably a little bit deceiving because of the amount of traffic that he was in. So now he's going to be getting to a section where he should have a little bit of clear track. But as soon as I say that, he's nipping on the heels of Franklin Bosher. So,
man, what you talk about making passes and making them quickly. Max Shane wasted 0 time. Kevin, did you have a problem with that, or were you conscious of, getting through guys immediately and not spending much time behind them?
Well, we actually talked about that yesterday a little bit, and we brought up the great Eli Tomac, right? Sometimes you see Eli Tomac in this like beast mode thing where he's just the fastest man on the track, and if he can keep the momentum going and moving forward, he'll win the race. But sometimes they'll just get caught behind the guy, 4th, 5th, whatever. And so the point of that is like, yeah, it has a huge impact on your momentum.
Sure.
And
there it is.
A guy can slow you down
settle into his pace.
Take you out of your pace. And once you lose your pace, it's very, very difficult to get it back.
Well, Sophia, you saw that. Max Shane almost had the pass on Yamaha rider there.
Yeah, tripling out of Storyland. That gave him a lot of momentum going around the outside, and he was very close there to Boucher, but not quite able to make the pass. Here he goes on the inside.
I think he's got it now.
Jump.
They're going to go side by side.
Man, what a cool view from up here in the tower of those guys right next to each other. But yeah, Max Shane now making the pass into third place.
I mean, what a comeback ride. You could have gotten really nervous there in 15th on that first lap, but Max has obviously got some speed there. A 158 for our leader, Wyatt Thurman, 159 for Harris. Max Shane with a 158 while passing people. So on the hunt is the number 39 of Shane.
Yeah, and they're not far behind those two in the lead. So he has an opportunity to make it up. There's still almost 14 minutes left in this race.
Heck yeah. So KTM's 1 and 2 seem to be agreeing nicely with this racetrack. There's Max Shane just on the outside there.
Yeah, Franklin Boucher not trying to let him get too far ahead.
Watching a matrix here.
A little bit of a matrix.
Or you can just go old school and actually look out the window and watch the riders.
Is that how they used to do it in the olden days,
That is how we used to do it. I used to call races and we didn't have computers. There's the 30 going away from us out of Storyland. I can look over there and see him. And is Shane already into second now?
Yeah, Christopher Harris just had a mishap as they go into Storyland. I'm not sure if Max made the pass or
I think that was a bobble because he's way ahead.
Just made a mistake, but Christopher now back to third and actually getting some pressure now from. Is that the 54 on it?
I think so, Skodris. I believe so. Coming out of Storyland are leaders, and you have better get on your horse if you are Wyatt with 2 T's. You've got Max Shane breathing down your neck right now.
He does, but Wyatt currently has a pretty sizable lead. He doesn't need to be too worried as of yet, although Max Shane's lap time was a little bit faster last lap, and still a little bit going through traffic because he had to make that pass around Boucher. So
there is the 30. He goes into that Bermuda Triangle. Zach Heron, thanks for that. There's Max Shane just behind him. I know we're not calling what's on the screen here. Trying to keep tabs on what's happening on the racetrack as well.
As they check in for their 4th lap here, we got Max Shane now making the move up to second.
Look at that lap time, Kevin.
57. That's impressive, and it's probably got Wyatt checking his 6th a little bit. That puts Franklin Boucher now up to third. Christopher Harris sliding back to 4th. Ryder Skodra still in 5th. Brennan Harrison now up to 6th. First time we said Brennan Harrison's name, he must have been shuffled back a little bit. Now in 6th place, Baylor McKellar in 7th currently. McCaden Fitch in 8th. Logan Hecker on that lap getting shuffled back to 9th, and Jace Wolf running out the top 10 here, 250B limited.
Dude, how about those lap times from Max Shane? He has gone 4 straight laps. He was at a 2, a 59, a 58, a 57.
Yeah, his lap times keep coming down as he's getting more comfortable at the track and getting himself some clean air. So I'm curious to see if they continue, if he continues to shave off some speed.
So we got Max Shane definitely throwing down, and we said Brennan Harrison for the first time. He also is in a 58, and we got to watch McCaden Fitch also in the 58s. These are some riders
deep in the
that you expect to see up towards the front. Obviously not with the best start, but turning lap times that should have them up there in the front. So we'll see if those 2 riders specifically can continue that charge that they have and see how far they can move up here as we're, almost halfway, 10 minutes into this race, I believe.
It takes about this long to kind of string together all your laps, or your lines anyway, right? You're kind of playing around with lines the first couple of laps before you settle into something.
It depends on the rider.
They could.
Really?
I mean, I would be completely done heading back to the truck in 10 minutes. So it depends on your,
Oh, true.
Well, we got 20 minutes, so you can't quit. You have to ride the whole moto.
Well, I could. I'd be hunting a hot dog or something.
You're a mid-moto hot dog.
Wyndham.
Yeah.
Today's Kevin Wyndham.
1995 Kevin.
Oh, that's a different.
Yeah, that's a different.
But maybe not Max Shane right now, as he seems to be figuring out his lines very well. And the interesting thing about the first motos here at Loretta's, and we keep talking about it, but the riders that are really good might start further back because they don't have time qualifying, so they might start in some kind of bad gate. So, yeah, these riders that are still making their way through the pack, like McCaden Fitch and Harrison, with those fast lap times, that's kind of an explanation for it. But Wyatt Thurman now coming around and turning a 2-minute lap time. That's a little bit on the slower side for him lately.
Look, the camera guys at Racer TV are not having to work very hard to get the lead two in the same shot now, as Max
making it easy for him for sure.
Has really tightened up there. Thurman last lap turning a 2 flat. Max Shane continuing with the 158s. Now we have Christopher Harris in the 59s. Brennan Harrison in the 59, McCaden Fitch in the 59. So things are getting exciting here, boys. This is really going to start closing
that's what
this deal up.
For Motos 2 and 3, you should see those other kids, Harris and Fitch, kind of get a better start on the gate because they'll have a better gate pick, and you'll see them up in the mix there. Look at the hook in that one there. Shane was able to get out of it.
That is such a gnarly hook, but I've just been watching Max Shane's form in going into some of these corners and.
Wait, we have a yellow flag back in Storyland. Who is it?
Oh,
I think that's one of our leaders. Yeah, Max Shane down.
Wow, I was just going to compliment him. On
it's
his
the curse. I did the same thing earlier today. I complimented one rider and they lost it in the 10 Commandments while complimenting them.
Well, and he's going to get up and have to deal with Bosher and Harris, who are battling it out just behind him. So there's your leader with a little bit of a gift there, Wyatt Thurman. But you got to be there, got to be in there to receive the gift. So he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do.
It's true. He put himself in a good position, and he previously had 2.4 seconds over Max Shane, and that will be much different now, I'm sure, as they come by.
Hey, Kevin, look, when they're about to come your way, if you look out the window, you're going to see Shane, then a three-way battle right behind him. 1, 2, 3 there. They're all slugging it out here. There's Shane trying to regroup, and there's Bosher, Harrison, and Skodris, so the push coming.
With that crash, that's interesting, Kevin Kelly, as it looks like it was a fairly decent crash, but he's still in second. But look at, now we have Brennan Harrison jumping into the mix. He's now the one putting pressure on Franklin Boucher. Watch as they check in here, see what's moving and shaking. That is impressive for Max Shane to not have lost a spot there.
They had raced
He did not lose a spot with a 2:12 lap time, still holding on to the second place position. But Franklin Boucher with a 2:03 and Brennan Harrison 2 flat. And Christopher Harris right in the mix as well. McCaden Fitch, these things, I'm telling you, we called it a couple laps ago. It is super tight. Still 7.5 minutes to go. 6 laps complete in the books, but the pressure will continue.
It just shows you the level of those top 2 riders, Wyatt and Max, as they were battling and pulling away from the pack, that he can go down and still have a little bit of a gap over 3rd place.
Yeah, he lost 10 seconds, so that's how far they were out front. There's your leader again, the number 30, Wyatt Thurman, working through some lap traffic. You'll kind of look to your left, coming out of 10 Commandments. There's Shane.
Thurman loves that view, but man, once you get behind the leader who just, like you say, he's rode a great race. You can't look at it as he got a gift. He was in position. He was doing what he had to do, but man, all this chaos back here from 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is not where you want to be, because this race is going to go on for quite a while. As look, Christopher Harris now getting pressure from McCaden Fitch as they were side by side going in the Storyland.
So, Kevin, now if you were to put yourself in Max's shoes, you worked up a little bit through the pack, you were on Wyatt's tail a little bit, you go down, and now you have to work back up to get back to that position. What are you thinking? What are you telling yourself right now?
Which Kevin? Because I have a lot of experience at Bremen Race Park on Thursday nights. I was very good there. I guess you were talking to Kevin Windham.
Oh, that was very, very good job reading the room, Kevin Kelly. Thank you.
Kevin, she was talking to you, buddy.
Oh, okay. Well,
K-Dub.
What was it? No, well, right now he's getting a little bit of pressure from behind here as they come by the tower here, flying by. Brennan Harrison, now the rider putting pressure on him. I'm not overly concerned about a second. I mean, obviously 3-moto format, you're in great shape. Don't worry about the second, but I think for mental and confidence and whatnot, I mean, obviously he wants to hold off Brennan Harrison, and he seems to be the rider on the charge right now. We'll see what these lap times are now, as 7 are in the book. 7 are in the book here. Thurman with a 2 flat, Max Shane with a 2:01, and also Brennan Harrison with a 2:01.
There you go.
So if you now Fitch now putting the pressure on Boucher, who was at a 2 flat. Franklin Boucher 2:05. So Franklin's still getting some pressure. He's been having that pressure here for about 4 laps now from these guys coming through.
Yeah, that's exhausting when you're up front, and then every time for lap after lap, you're dealing with someone fighting a guy. Yeah, no, there's nowhere to chill on this racetrack, right?
Well, it seems that each of these guys have had pressure the entire moto. That's just the thing about these 250B limited classes, these young riders that are so excited, so hungry for these moto wins.
There is a look at Max Shane. Trains with Greg Albertson. There's the 49 just behind him. Brendan, that's your guy? Trains with you.
Yeah. Plus, since we were naming who they train with, I figured.
Oh, absolutely.
Throw it in there real quick.
You definitely should. Oh, yellow
Another
flags are out
down.
again. That was a Kawasaki, perhaps.
I think that's a lapper. Yeah.
So Shane now having
Shane
to
to
pick
the
some
inside,
laps.
Brennan around the outside. Let's see how it plays out here. Brennan going the long way around both of those corners here.
I don't blame him, though. With those lap riders, you don't know what's going to happen directly in front of you. There he goes again, splitting the lap rider.
Whoa,
Hang
heads
on.
up here.
Yeah, he had to cross the line there.
That was a great line, though, by Max Shane to triple and then take that outside line, carry a lot of momentum, and not have to deal with a lapper at all. So that kind of worked out poorly, unfortunately, for Brennan Harrison.
Jumping that big roller again. More lap traffic for Shane. Look at
Look at this to the inside. Brennan Harrison
just zapped him. I don't know if he knew that was.
Got the
and he
view
jumped
coming back
past
down.
him.
Wow. Max Shane making the double, triple, quad, whatever we want to call it. But now they're side by side through the Thor sand sweeper
Lap
into
rider.
the Bermuda Triangle with a lapper. What's going to happen? I think Brennan. Oh, look, they split him.
Nicely done by Max Shane. I think he got caught off guard there with that pass, so now he knows he's got to go.
It did kind of seem that way, and especially because of the way that Max Shane was able to rebound after that. It seemed like he wasn't quite expecting to be passed.
For sure.
So Brennan with the 2-minute flat there. McCaden Fitch 159. The others, whoa.
Was that a brake check?
That was a little brake check, I believe.
The Greg Albertson special.
Yeah, I'm going to do it where no one can see it, but don't worry about that because Racer TV will get the angles in all of these corners. We saw that little brake check.
All right, it's far from over because he's got him again. And I think he just made the pass
there
again
he goes
on
on the
him.
outside. That is correct. Yeah, Brendan Harrison is now around Max Shane and solidly in second place. Max Shane having a little bit of trouble through those 10 commandments, casing a couple of them.
I mean, picking the bike up has got to be exhausting and kind of stressing yourself out.
It's hot, and when that air quits moving, and obviously the motorcycles are hot as well, and that can really take a toll on the body, both mentally and physically.
Not everybody just hangs out in the air conditioning in the tower.
Yeah, it's not that hot up here.
Yeah.
That's why I
didn't even notice the air was on.
You're just that locked in?
I'm locked in, boys and girl.
And ma'am.
Ma'am.
So we're looking at Max Shane, who is still in third. Had his shot at leading this thing.
Yeah, Brendan Harrison still sitting in third. McCaden Fitch in fourth.
Fitch, Harrison made the move to second now, but
sorry, that's my bad.
Shane is as quickly as we were thinking, like a second might be good. Now he needs to really focus on going forward because I think Fitch is now side by side as they're coming by the tower.
Oh no!
No, it's not quite side.
It's close.
Handlebar to handlebar yet.
Close.
Wow, it's true. Max Shane is losing a little bit of steam this moto, it seems.
All right, white flag is out too here. Fitch, this could be the difference between a podium.
Now look,
overall,
a two you're not worried about with 3 motos ago, but you start getting 4 and 5. Like now you got to start doing some math and working some things out.
We know these kids are homeschooled, and that can get tricky after you get about 4 or 5. All right, 9 laps into this thing. Thurman, Harrison, Shane for the moment, and Fitch on that Yamaha. Harris rounds out your top 5. Kind of the cream has risen to the top here.
It's true, and Franklin Boucher, an early moto leader, now sitting in 6th place. Riley Skodras in 7th. Baylor McKellar in 8th. Gage Dunham in 9th, and Dakota Baker rounds out your top 10. Here as we watch Wyatt Thurman.
What a quiet little moto he's had. It's just been a nice, clean moto for him.
There was a little bit of a threat for Max Shane at one point, but
not a lot of big mistakes. So no, oh my goodness moments for him. So he'll probably tell you different, but. Look at that.
But this is the way that you want to ride a moto, is just what he's done.
He definitely fought off some hard chargers early in the moto and settled in, and now sitting on a nice little cush with about a half a track to go. Look over, checking to the side. Where's second?
Nowhere to be found. It feels good. I've never felt that ever. What's your biggest margin of victory out here? Like, do you remember like half of 30 seconds? You think like very comfortable?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you do. You know. You got all the stats.
47 seconds.
There you go. I knew you'd have it. Just made that up.
Yeah, Wyatt Thurman now with a 15-second lead over Brendan Harrison.
Wow.
That is
Heck yeah.
definitely a sizable gap and something to feel comfortable with.
Here we go into the Thor Sweeper one final time for your leader, the number 30 KTM ride. He's got a lapped rider in front of him. No big deal. Just chill out. Don't go down trying to deal with this guy.
As we're headed into the Bermuda Triangle of all places on this very last lap.
There we go. He navigates that properly there, unlike the Bermuda Triangle. He's going to get that checker flag, gets the win. Wyatt Thurman puts one on the books. Blows a kiss to the crowd. Nicely done, sir. He's going to head to that top 10 tent.
I will see y'all in a minute for the Pro Sport Moto. I'm going to go down and high-five some guys.
Go some of your guys,
exciting
man.
moto.
Absolutely.
And, man, some great performances there. Some of my guys, some of the other guys, any guys. They're all my guys. I'm going to high-five all of the top 10.
Everybody gets high-five.
Brendan Harrison is taking your second place with Max Shane rounding out your podium. Fourth place will be McCaden Fitch. Fifth is Christopher Harris. We're expecting Franklin Boucher as 6th, Ryder Skodras in 7th, Baylor McKellar in 8th, Dakota Baker in 9th, and Dustin Davis in 10th. That will about do it for your 250B limited class. So we just watch everyone come around the finish line. Who do we have down there on the podium? Who do they get in?
Well, we're about to make it happen here, Sophie, because this dude had a big enough lead. He's already got time to download with the team. About 15 seconds at the end, they told him. And we'll pull him up there in just a moment. And that's big in the B class to do it. 250B limited to get that big first moto win. Quiet! And we say this all the time. We're always trying to replicate everything these riders will have to deal with at the next level, which would be at the professional level. And any one of those riders will tell you, you're trying to cool down, you're trying to collect your thoughts, and some TV guy gets in your face and brings you up to the podium when you are not ready for it, but that is part of the game. So that's why we put these pressure on these guys. Let's get Wyatt Thurman on up. And then we'll talk to second and third. Nice charge by Brendan Harrison to end up in second. And Max Shane had a tip over while trying to go for the lead. And that ended up being costly. He goes back to third. So we'll bring the gold medalist on up. We're going to go 1, 2, 3 here. Going for the gold. What a performance. A dominant ride for Wyatt Thurman. Dude, you were in control. Shane tried to put in a run. He went down. But honestly, man, you look like you were just putting in your laps. How was that moto?
Yeah, I got a 20th gate pick, and I was third from the inside. And I was just thinking on the line, I have to make this happen. If I don't get this jump, then I'm not going to get a good start. And you know, I got a good start, pushed up, past everyone, got to first, and just tried to throw down a little gap. Really just rode my own race, the same pace that I run in game moto. And yeah, just brought it home.
Yeah, these people are pumped. Look, this is a tough class, 250B limited. Did you expect this to go out there and do this, or did you even exceed your own expectations a little bit, or is this it? I'm here for the gold.
No, I expected. I put in so much work with Greg Lorenzo and Greg Albertson out of game moto, and I walked in here knowing that I was going to make it happen, and I made it happen.
You did. Who do you want to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Mom, Dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Greg Lorenzo, Greg Albertson from Game Moto, FMF Joel, Alpine Star, Thor, 100%, and everyone else that supports me, thank you.
Wyatt Thurman, everybody, with the gold moto win. Looking for Brendan Harrison, second place, and a come from behind second place. This dude was charging with good laps right to the end, and that paid off with a runner-up ride. So we're looking for second place. Never give up. Could have settled for third. He wanted second. Let's hear it for the silver medalist, Brendan Harrison.
Let's go, baby! Yeah, buddy.
Hey, man, late in the moto, you did some serious work out there. Good job.
Oh, yeah, just got off to a rough start and kept my head down and just kept digging all the way up. And I was like, man, I'm really catching these guys, and it felt like I was able to advance a little bit more. But, yeah, stoked for Moto 2.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, Jesus for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, the whole Gas team, my girlfriend, my mechanic, Alpine Star, Thor, Oakley, Twin Air, Factory Connection, and Dunlop, and anyone else. Thank you.
All right, Brendan Harrison, everyone, second place. And we'll give the bronze to Max Shane, who was up to second, was going to try to make a run for the lead, had a little tip over there in Storyland. But I think you're going to hear more from all three of these guys as the week goes on. And the championship battle begins to tighten. Third place in the first moto. Let's hear it for Max Shane. Well, we caught you there with a tip over in the back, but was that you trying to go for the leader? Were you trying to run him down?
Yeah, I was running him down, and then a tree just jumped in my way, and I just literally slammed into the tree, but got up as quick as I can, got a couple of battle wounds. After that, my clutch was all banged up, but we'll be ready. We're still in the championship fight, so let's get after it.
Okay. Who do you want to thank, Max?
Big thanks to my mom, doing everything she can to get me here. Team Husqvarna, Darian, Jen, just everyone from the team, Jen, helping me out. TLD, big thanks to Max, Taylor, just everybody from Troy Lee. Monster Army, Dunlop, Rob, big thanks to Greg Albertson, GC, Aspen. They've been like a family to me, so I couldn't thank them enough. Greg Dorenzo, he's just got my program perfect. Obviously, I'll show it this week. Altis, Todd, LJ, put a lot of work in the suspension, so I couldn't thank them enough. 100%, Dave, Nick, Alpine Stars, Christian, and really I just couldn't thank everybody so much.
All right, Max Shane, everyone, third place in the first moto. Okay, that's 250B limited. Send it back up.
All right, thanks, Jason Wygant. As on the line, we've got our 250 Pro Sport. Let's give you a rundown of who we've got sitting on the line. On the number 12, coming out of San Diego, California, Devin Ruth. On the lucky 13, coming out of Jacksonville, Florida, it's Thor Powell. Out of Thousand Oaks, California, the 14 of Nathan Abbott. Out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, it's the 16 of Bailey Kroon. On the 17, Cade Johnson, coming out of Hideaway, Texas. The 18 of Landon Gordon, coming out of Murrieta, California. Out of Easley, South Carolina, on the number 20 is Logan Riggins. Out of Visalia, California, is Enzo Timmerman. On the 21, Mason Nettleton. On the 22, out of Clinton, Connecticut, the 23 of Landon Gibson out of Peachtree City, Georgia, and also out of Visalia, California, the 24 of Alvin Hillen.
There he is right there, number 25 from Old Town, Florida, Jonathan Getz. The 26 ride from Cole Sakfafkol is Hungman from Connecticut. The 27 of Rocco Morse from Burbank, California. Statesville, North Carolina sends us to number 30 of Eli Gross. Or Nebraska, the 31 of Caden Meyer. Cairo, Georgia sends us 32 of Liam Olaf. North Fort Myers, Florida, the number 33 of Tyler Moore. From Irwin, Pennsylvania, the 34 of Reese Wheaton. From Taylorsville, North Carolina, the 35 of Hayden Hefner. From Canyon Lake, California, the number 39 of Dane Morales. Sealy, Texas sends us to number 40 of Braley Williams. Sedinova, Wisconsin, the 41 of Gavin Templin. Weatherford, Texas, the 42 of Hayden Bone. The 46 from Midland, Pennsylvania, it's the Skywalker, Luke Falzer. The number 50, Cole Forbes, hails from Richmond, Virginia. Raymond, Nebraska, sends us to 54, the 7.3 Diesel Thomas. From Kendale, Texas, the 56 of Kate Miller. The number 60 of Blake Broderick from Rapid City, South Dakota.
Hey, coming out of Chemung, New Jersey, that's going to be Clark Robbins. On the 62, Hamburg, New York, it's Trevor Hazlett. On the 65, Elizabeth, Colorado, that's the 67 of Carter Malcolm. North Canton, Ohio, has the 71 of Trevor Maley. The number 72, bet on it, Gavin Betts, Clifton Park, New York's own. Coming out of Twin Lake, Michigan, that's going to be Ethan Day on the 77. Yardley, Pennsylvania, brings us the number 80 of Michael Corcoran. The The 83 of Colin Barnes coming out of Thompson, Illinois on the 83. Christopher Schroeder on the Baroda, Michigan 89 backed ride. The number 90, Cameron Harrison out of China Spring, Texas. Landon Hartz out of Wilsonville, Alabama on the 92. Zach Peters on the 97 out of Lakeville, Ohio. And last but certainly not least, coming out of Batavia, Illinois, it's going to be Talon Zollers on the 99.
It's the who's who, Kevin Kelly of 250 Pro Sport. This is the one we've been waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how the chips and the spoons may fall in terms of where they got on the gate. So some of these guys not on the starting gate where they are accustomed to, like first gate pick. So
yeah, they're picking the chips, and they're also memento chips, so they get to keep them. Whether it's a 38, hey, you get a 38, you win the moto. That's your favorite chip. If you get 38 at the end of the moto, that might not be your favorite chip that you want to fall back on.
Flip that card to the number 1, and there are 42 Pro Sport riders about to fly down that piece of real estate here.
Here we go. Gates down, 250 Pro Sport off and rolling. It's a drag race up the inside. Who's going to walk away with the lead? It's the Diesel Thomas out front grabbing the whole shot.
He's got that coal, smoke, black coal rolling, and he's out there. Thomas, Williams, Kroon. There's Jonathan Getz. Anything Jonathan wants,
he gets.
And he's got a good fourth place.
Timmerman way back. Kate Johnson way back. Alvin Hillian way back.
Oh, man.
Oh, man goes down right there. Look. Oh, no. One of our early runners out there. We'll get a look at him. A couple of guys going down in that long short shoot.
That was
Jason
Broderick. Broderick goes down on the number 60 KTM. So some of our heavy hitters buried right now. What do you got going on, Zach?
Man, this is crazy. The number 18 of Landon Gordon, arguably the favorite in this Pro Sport class. Lot of bar banging in those opening couple of corners. He was in the middle of the top 10 to top 20, just trying to shuffle his way towards the front of the field right now.
I'm looking out the window, not at Racer TV, but I got 4 or 5 guys down after the 10 Commandments in those twisties going into Storyland.
Yeah, the leaders now side by side. Looks like a couple of Husqvarnas perhaps, or at least they're white, at least according to my screen. Where is...
You better watch Landon Gibson back there
on the 23. Yeah,
Landon Gibson, they said he's fit. That in here, this one here, you got to be fit.
Man. We're about to find out.
Some quick moves being made from Landon Gordon. He is already in the number 3 spot. You see that Kawasaki slicing and dicing his way through the pack. But how about the 39 of Dane Morales, who's worked his way up to the number 2 spot, took a glance out the window, and now they're 3 wide through the Thor Sand Sweeper for the backside of the podium.
I see a Kawasaki now trying to get a good move around that outside. Who's going to be coming through there, Kevin? Who do you see?
Take a look. Landon Gordon making the move. Kevin,
we're trying to get this screen situated here. This thing's kind of glitching out on us right now, so we're kind of having going old school here. Diesel Thomas having a good run here. Landon Gordon has climbed up to second.
A couple of guys down.
46 behind him of Falzer, man. They have really piled through the front here.
Over there in the sand wash, over there in the sweeper, I got a couple guys down over there too. So it's who's who. We got Malcolm Stewart up here spotting as well. We're keeping an eye on this, but a lot of things are happening here as this one here is in the opening laps.
We've got some heavy hitters up front right now. Landon Gordon and Luke Falzer, both some of the stars of our SMX Next program. They've gotten the chance to perform on the big stage now. This is their big stage for amateur racing and the time to get it done.
All right, here we go into 10 Commandments. Watch him now. It's still going to be Diesel Thomas leading the field, but he's got company out there. Landon Gordon, Morales, Nuttleton, Falzer, Timmerman, and Olaf in the top 7.
Dude, the guys that I was calling that were buried on the start have all found their way. Falzer has gotten up there. Timmerman's gotten up there. Olaf's gotten up there. Hillian's gotten up there. I am shocked at how many passes they've made.
Tough break. Jonathan gets back in, up in 4th right now. We thought he was down, but he is up and running as they come through there. A one to watch is Kay Johnson and Gavin Betts out there.
Yeah, those guys. He was right there back in about 12th or 13th, so he's had a couple of problems in because he was right there with the boys that are now in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
I'm watching the 62 back there in 30th. Clark Robbins not having a start he needed, but he's got plenty of time out here to work his way into the top 10.
Man, take a look at this group just outside the top 10. Alvin Hilling, Cole Forbes, Eli Gross, Getz, Betts, Johnson, Gibson. These are some of the names we thought would be in title contention. Now just trying to find a way inside the top 10.
Carter Malcolm out there to number 67, all the way back in 40th. He's got a long way to go, but I think he can get there.
Falzer has been just kind of following and shadowing the number 18 of Landon Gordon. He is right there with him. There's Falzer on the inside. There's a look at one of the crashes. Maybe that's Kay Johnson flying off the racetrack. Who is that?
Oh, look out. Bike goes down. Rider
that was a replay
having some issues. Yep, that was a little bit of a replay there.
There you go.
Hey!
Exciting nonetheless. All right, so we're watching Gordon now, who is getting some pressure from Fowler and the number 32 of Olaf. So these three have kind of all been together this entire moto. They were charging through from about the 10th place spot.
Just a quick note, I talked to Ryan Holiday earlier in the day as he was putting up banners, and he said these pro sport classes is going to be fit. He did mention Gordon, and in the same breath, he said, Olaf, you got to be fit. So there he is out there, your nemesis out there, Ryan Holiday. Oh, no!
Oh, tough break for Fowler. He goes down, doubling into that turn there. We were just about to comment on that.
Man, you take a look at the style, the riding style of your leader, Landon Gordon. We talk about the trickle-down effect from what Jet Lawrence could do. It's not just the 18 they have in common. Hopping and skipping his way through some of these bumps, keeping it smooth out front, leading the way.
Knock on the door, Landon Gordon. You better look out. Here comes Liam Olaf.
And not too far behind him sits the 21 of Timmerman. He's just out of that shot on the Kawasaki. And they're going to have some company here.
Impressive ride right now from Olaf. Has had to work his way into this top 5 fight, and now all the way up to a battle for the lead as they make their way to the beach. This thing really starting to get whooped out.
Ooh, on the inside.
Look at the switchback.
On the inside, he dive bombed.
Oh! Knock on the door, Landon Gordon. It's Liam Olaf.
Olaf bringing the fight to the Kawasaki rider, the number 32, making it happen. They're side by side as they buzz us here at the tower. What a battle here for the front of 250 Pro Sport Moto number 1.
Olaf with a little bit of an advantage, Kevin Kelly, as they head down out of sight in the Bermuda Triangle. But it looks like Olaf now is going to clock this one in as the race leader.
Yeah, now he's got to protect now. We'll see how he handles being out front, the pressures that come with it. It's been a minute since we've seen him out front here at the ranch. So have a go, Mr. Olaf.
Back in 13th, the battle of slugfest is happening there with Eli Gross, Cole Forbes, and Landon Gibson. Gibson now back there with his hands fit to be tied as he's got to go around these guys and bring that bike into the top 10.
Hey, got to give a shout out to the 92 of Landon Hartz. We talked Fowler and Timmerman behind him, Olaf and Gordon in front of him, but Hartz holding strong in that number 3 ride and running identical lap times to your top 2 for the moment.
I mean, can we get any more riders with the first name L in their name? Liam, Landon, Luke. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking at him going into the 10 Commandments. You better go if you are Olaf. You need to disappear and let Gordon fight off Hartz and Fowler. Fowler having a remount after going down, so good on him.
If you're Olaf, you need to say what we said earlier. Play that quick game of hide and seek and hope they don't find you.
From Olaf to Goloff, baby. You got to go run.
Oh, there get those roll-offs, Olafs. But here you go. Dane Morales out there looking good. Landon Gibson in 14th. Gavin Betts 15th. Eli Gross and Clark Robbins now working it back there in 17th, 18th. But I'm looking for some of these other guys. There's Zollers out there.
Climbed up into the number. He's top 10 now. Kay Johnson has kind of sorted out some of his early moto issues.
Yep. Keep an eye on that guy down there, Cade Miller. Thor Powell on a number 13 ride in 29th, not having the ride he wanted right now.
Hang on, the 21 of Timmerman getting some pressure from 5th place rider, Mason Nettleton on that 22.
Look at that inside rut right there, gnarly. Look at that. Malcolm, you know about those ruts like that, them big deep ones, huh? To swallow your whole bike up. He's like looking at that. Hey, not for you today, right?
How about Luke Fowler getting up and around the 21 of Timmerman? Maybe they're just battling each other back. Timmerman's going to go right back at him.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Fowler had the spot. Timmerman bringing the fight to him, but they've also ridden right up to the rear wheel of Landon Hartz. So now it's a 3-rider battle for that final podium position.
So that's Hartz on the Yamaha, Fowler, and then you see the 21 of Timmerman just back and forth.
Oh, look out! Whoa! You slip, he grips.
Fowler just racing today, man. He has crashed. He almost went down again. He is not afraid, putting it all out there.
Olaf just snuck it right in there. Like old man Stewart said, you got to protect that inside. That was a Carmichael move. You give him an inch, he just slides that thing right up in there.
And again, the 21 just relentless. And here comes Hartz on the outside. Fowler goes from, second to fourth, just like that?
Man, blink and you miss it here in this 250 Pro Sport classes. It's not done yet. Still different lines heading into the 10 Commandments. Fowler tries to tuck back underneath as Hartz now chases after Timmerman.
And Fowler was having a great lap, and he goes backwards.
So the push is coming from that trio right there.
Yep.
They are hooked together, nose to tail. and they're pushing and soldiering to the front.
And you can see these lines starting to really get chewed up as well. You saw that hook on the inside. Landon Gordon back in, started to step out. So you'll see these riders start to adjust those lines accordingly as well. See whether or not Hartz and maybe even Fowler can regroup and bring the fight back to the 21 of Timmerman.
I'm going to give a shout out to Landon Gibson out there. Brings that machine into the top 10 with Alvin Hillen, and they are working with Kay Johnson and trying to make an impact here early on in this moto.
1:57 lap time, so really digging deep now is Liam Olaf, doing exactly what he needed to do to try to run away from that nonsense behind him.
Jason Wygant, what do you see up there on Racer TV?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome the way this moto has turned out. Shout out to Diesel Thomas, who had that early lead. But we had 3 wide 1 lap ago with Fowler and Hartz, and somehow Timmerman has come from, what, 7th or 8th?
Yes.
That's probably going to be the Mendoza line to watch here. It looks like Alof might have Gordon covered. Can Timmerman start to make moves on that top 2? Is he done? Or we're only halfway through. Does he have more in him? There's the second place Kawasaki rider, the 18 of Gordon. There's the leader, the 32 of Alof. But what kind of lap time? And there it is from Timmerman, the 1:57. He picked up 1.2 compared to the leader, Alof.
This is far from over. As we said before, the shuffling of the deck is occurring right here before your eyes.
It's got to be a little tough for Alof right now because he made the move on Gordon. He's got a comfortable lead. So he's in no man's land right now. He's just riding all by himself on that 32.
And they're coming.
And yes, the Cowie boys are starting to close in, especially Timmerman.
Man, take a look at this. This is where the intensity in this class is coming from. It kind of seemed like Alof and Gordon had settled down. Timmerman now making things exciting as he's taking these wide lines, really trying to find a way to put this piece together without following Landon Gordon, and this might be it.
You better look out, Landon Gordon. Here comes your teammate. Now, Ryan Holiday, watching very closely, has a little quiver in his knee right now going, come on, boys, just ride fair. Let's do this together. Don't take yourselves out. We've seen that before where teammates get crazy, and boom, they're both laying on the ground.
Cowie's pretty big on every guy for themselves. They want to see them race it out. Even when there were more A classes, they would often put the same guys in the same class just to really see where they measure up. Now, Gordon trying to take the measure or trying to get away from Timmerman. Look at Timmerman in the 21. Another outside line. Zach, he's going for it.
I'm telling you what, Jason, it seems like Enzo Timmerman can put that Kawasaki wherever he wants and not lose any time. How about putting it up the inside and in front of Landon Gordon as the 21 makes the pass happen?
And here they go. They buzz the tower now. The 21 now takes the position out there. So Timmerman now is going to move into the number 2. The pressure now. He's got missile lock on him. He's got the laser beam. Can he reel in Liam Olaf, Jason Wygant?
I think the real key there is how much time did he lose while battling Gordon? We had a couple close calls there. Let's see the lap time for Timmerman this time around.
I'd say that's
he still did a 1:57 even while battling. Oh, it's on. He can see. Wait, we got someone
there was a
down.
rider down.
Let me check out the window.
That is not Alof. Okay, so
KTM rider.
There's
no, it's not Alof.
A bike in the track there, so good heads-up riding from our leader. But did you see the change in body language from the 18 of Gordon? He put everything he could into keeping Timmerman behind him, and as soon as the 21 got in front of him, it was like, man, that kind of sigh of relief, like, man, I did everything I could.
So if you're Liam Olaf now, you just got to ride. You got to do your job. You got to manage your race. You got to do your due diligence. No mistakes. We saw Johnson early this morning leading that one, and Maddox Timmerman got in there, so maybe the Timmerman's got another plan here for Olaf.
What are we thinking about? 3 more laps maybe, Jason Wygant, with 7.5 minutes to go?
Yeah, these are longer motos than they used to be here. They extended them by 5 more minutes, so there's time. Yeah, the key is going to be figuring out the gap because he's going 2 seconds a lap faster right now.
It wasn't much.
Although you have to wonder, Alof I don't think was worried about it. Maybe now the word gets out that it's not Gordon anymore.
The board has to go out.
It's Timmerman, and you got to go. And he is going right now with a big triple in the back, the 32 of Alof. And this is the first shot fired. They're all trying to win that Nikki Hayden Horizon Award. Get that first moto win in the books would be huge for Alof.
And Liam's had kind of an up and down year. A little this, a little that, the futures and the combines, and I mean SMX next, and you expect a little more out of him. And I think they went and they regrouped a little bit, and they got their fitness up. And I talked to old Joel Olaf, and he said, hey, we're going to see where the chips lay here, Kevin.
Yeah, they run a nice, quiet little program. You don't hear a lot about him. He just gets in there and grinds it out. And he's doing a great job. He's time's on his side. Like, he wants this race to end. He wants this thing done with, but a couple more laps, at least 3 probably.
And we've seen it here. It's never over till it's over. And that's the irony here at the Dude Ranch.
So Alof out front on that SLR-backed Honda ride, continuing to lead the way on the 32, but the man on the move, another solid lap time from the 21 of Enzo Timmerman, 2 seconds faster than your leader on that last lap.
Like shark in the water. He's ready to pounce on any miscue by your leader, Olaf. There he is. If you got a camera,
use it.
Because they're in the same picture frame right now.
And that's what matters, because now Timmerman sees him. You called it, Wes Kane. He can see him on the long, short shoot into the 10 Commandments, so we got a battle for the lead now.
A battle royale. Fisticuffs have erupted here in the 250 Pro Sport with 5 minutes to go at the 2025 AMA Loretta Lynn's National Championship. Brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. And let's see, Timmerman is unleashing the beast right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And pretty fun background. His family's actually Belgian. He would, when he's younger, go over and ride those sand tracks over there. Not so much anymore. He's California-based. But has actually ridden some of those legendary tracks like Lommel over there because his family still has some relatives that live over in Belgium. And he says it does come in handy, especially this section coming up, the sand, because, boy, has he closed the gap on Alof. Here we go, battle for the lead.
This is what it's all about here. He's on him like Wes Kane on a monster cooler. It is all over. Look at the long way of Timmerman slingshotting around the outside.
Move.
There it is. Once again, Wes,
Textbook.
every time.
Textbook move like you did Gordon right there. You go outside, I go inside. Let me show you what it's all about. He was all over him like ants on a candy bar, and now he is going to clock in your race leader, Jason Wygant.
And he's got a couple of lap riders just in front of him that did slow him down just a bit. Alof pulls back alongside, but I think the Cali rider's still going to maintain control of that lead.
You got Gordon still third, Hart's fourth, Fowler fifth, Landon Gibson from way back up to sixth, trying to salvage some points here, maybe to get back in the contention for the overall. Nettleton, Johnson, Forbes, and Thomas, early race leader 10th, Gavin Betts 11th. Jonathan Getz 12th. Clark Robbins had a tough start in this one, 13th. Alvin Hillen and Bailey Kroon. That's the top 15. I don't believe the 2-lap board came out there yet, so still plenty of time.
Yep. Hey, how about that power move to tear off? When you make that pass, you pop that tear off.
Oh, yeah.
You know that's
I'm gone.
I'm out of here, dude. His body language says that he is absolutely on a mission right now. Olaf just trying to keep him in sight now. Maybe hope for a mistake. Maybe a lap rider be there to capitalize on it.
We know what a 2 is. A 2 is
it's as good as a 1. That's the only math where it works, folks.
That's it. It's got the abacus out, and we're sliding it over. Leader is Enzo Timmerman on that Team Green Kawasaki.
Man, take a look at those lap times. Enzo Timmerman continuing.
Was that a crash? Was that Olaf down?
Olaf down. Wow, yeah, just saw that on our Racer TV camera. So
Liam, shake it up a little bit.
Yep, things
Zach.
starting to happen late in this moto. He's tired. He's been putting on a charge. Now putting on a fight to try to keep Landon Gordon behind him as well. So things starting to happen fast for our riders late in this moto as it is hot. It's sticky outside, and these guys have been doing battle for over 20 minutes now of racing.
I don't see the 2-lap board yet, so plenty in this one. It says 253 on there, so we got our eyes peeled over there on the captain.
I have to think the 2-lap board will come out this time around.
It's got to.
After that.
Yeah, there ain't much time on the clock, so.
And there's another look at the 21 of Timmerman, who has kind of put all that behind him. You talk about salvaging after that start. It could have been over. One little mistake, he get caught up with a guy in 15th, you're down on the ground. But he was able to clear all that stuff.
You know what we call that? The junk man. You're able to salvage something up, make it happen, never give up. And Timmermans know all about that. So Timmerman, hats off to you. Kay Johnson, great job out there, able to come back up there as well. Far from over yet, folks. We still got a couple of minutes left in this one.
Man, and you can tell it is starting to take the energy out of these guys. Landon Gordon actually rolling a little bit through that sand sweeper, still just behind Liam Olaf. Enzo Timmerman, though, it's like the guy is out there on his first lap. He's hopping, skipping, still manhandling that Kawasaki all around. So kind of running off the adrenaline of being out front late in this first 250 Pro Sport Moto.
And how confident are you after you just ran through everybody? You just went through the murder drove guys, took care of every one of them.
I mean, we went down the list and gave you everything that you had, and the best in the business are out there at this point in their careers, and Timmerman has risen to the occasion.
Yeah, it's a heck of a ride there. Tripling there, triples again. He's still putting this racetrack together. I'm still trying to figure out how this monitor works. It's hard to see. getting around some lap traffic. Now he looks to his left. That's scary when a guy looks left.
Oh, get out of the way. Just get off the track.
Oh, there you go. He's way left. Hey, it's way smoother right there.
You think he hollered at him? You think he said,
get out of the way? He looked left for sure. He's got a little horn.
Heard him barking. Timmerman now looking good. There's Getz, a little honorable mention to Getz back in 13th. There's Hillen 14th, Kroon 15th, Ruth 16th, Rose 17th, Meyer 18th. Carter Malcolm moved way up. He was buried back there. 20, 19, there's Trevor Maley in 20th. So great job by those guys. Got a little work to do, but hey, that's the mystique of the ranch.
Hey, how about that 158? It's only about a second off his best lap time. That was on lap number 9. He just did a 158. Those are the things that tell you he's fit. He's in traffic. He's still able to turn those super quick lap times.
Well, and on top of that, Kevin, it's not like he's really doing anything crazy flashy. He doesn't seem like he's riding over his head. He's smooth. He's putting the track together well, in control of this race so far. Yeah, Timmerman firing on all cylinders right now.
Looks good there, heading into the Bermuda Triangle. One more turn to go. He should bring out the white flag this time around.
What are you looking at? I don't see anything yet.
Good Lord.
Not even a 2-lap card out
How long
yet.
are we going? So what did this thing just has a natural 20-minute timer apparently? Because it's down to no time. We're zero's on the clock.
He should get the 2-lap board. This one.
Yeah,
it's 25 plus 2.
25
right?
plus 2.
Well, this thing is way off.
All right,
well, just keep on racing. He'll just go until it's
He'll just race you down to Waverly. Right out the gate.
All the way to Bucksnort Tavern. I'll see you there.
You have seen me there.
So
Timmerman, Olaf, Gordon, Hartz. Hey, big shout out to the Floridian there, Hartz. Good job out there, Fowler. Gibson, Johnson, Thomas, your usual suspects. Just like we said, you see these guys at the SMX. You see them there. You see them in the combines. Now we get a look at them right here at the Dude Ranch.
Couldn't quite tell. Thought we might have caught one of our riders down on screen for just a second. No, it's not Timmerman. We know that. But like you said, it's definitely names we're familiar with. But if you really think about it, think 3rd through 6th, Gordon, Hartz, Fowler, Gibson. They're really in this position where they have to capitalize on this moto to keep those title hopes alive. Yes, don't get me wrong. A 5th place in Moto 1 can lead to a podium finish. It can lead to a championship. But here in these classes, it is so tough to put things together. And as I say it, the announcer's curse might have struck again. I believe that's Fowler. I see on the ground headed into the 10 Commandments, not what the KTM rider needed.
Well, there's no curse you're going to put on this guy, the number 21. I'm watching him with my own 2 eyes, looking out the window. I'm not using this monitor. We'll just go old school. There he is, the 21 of Timmerman. Flies past us, still jumping the big.
Fowler back up and running. So Fowler now, I don't know. All right, he's back in the fight. He's going to lose a couple spots, I do believe, by the time he gets around over there. 2-lap board is out by our spotter. Thank you,
Kevin Windham.
Yep.
He's just up here for the
Hey, we got great spotters. I got Kevin over here. I got Malcolm Stewart over here. We got the best in the business. Who do I got back there? Rich Travelisi's back there. Got all kinds of talent up here spotting for us. Great job.
It's easy to spot this guy, the 21. He has looked fresh the entire moto. How about that? Enzo Timmerman ran right through everybody.
I mean, what do you do, Kevin? You put him back on the game, let him run another one?
Absolutely.
He probably could.
He'd line right back up. Back-to-back motos here.
Well, that's
for
what they
Enzo
said about
Timmerman.
Danger Boy when he comes off. He looks so poised, like, hey, he could actually just, hey, I'm going to go do another 30 on the 450 to put me in double classes for the day.
And your leader now making his way through the 10 Commandments. This is where, if you're Timmerman, you can't get complacent here. You have to work your way through these lap riders. Stay on your toes. You're coming through a little quicker than they are. They'll jump right in your line. Next thing you know, you're off the racetrack, Zach.
Yeah, Timmerman staying in race pace for sure. Only a 2-minute on that last lap. Yes, not the fastest that we've seen from him, but still charging hard. Like you said, you got to stay in race mode. You can't let anything sneak up on you here in these final few laps. He's getting deep into lap traffic. These riders might get a little squirrely on him late in this race.
Well, I mean, they're deep into this dirt. Have they even touched this racetrack? And I say that in a good way. Like, we haven't really messed with this racetrack. It has just got chewed up for 3 straight hours.
Yeah, I believe track maintenance coming up, if not next, then a couple of motos from now. So this is some of the roughest conditions these riders are dealing with. We step outside for a split section. Guess what, boys? It's hot.
It's hot.
Very, very hot.
What are we looking here on this? It says it's 92 degrees. And you guys can speak to this. We all go to a bunch of local races or smaller races, and there'll be 20 in one class, 15 in another. Not here. Every class has 42 riders. So the track gets as abused as it can possibly get.
Well, and on top of that, at the local level, sure, maybe you get some battles for the podium, for the lead, maybe a top 5. The guys that are in 17th and 18th, Devin Ruth and Eli Gross going on right now. Eli Gross is from the Carolinas. The guy rips, and he is battling his life out just for a top 15 finish.
So they move Terra Firma here, even back in 30th, all day long, every moto.
All right, there's the white flag out. Timmerman gets that white flag. Does that mean surrender or take it home?
No, well, it does look like Gordon has been able to make the pass around Alof. Our spotter, Malcolm Stewart, pointing that one out. Those two, you could physically see how drained they were, kind of up on the pegs. Looks like
somebody down over there.
Down.
So it looks like Alof goes down. So Bowser's gone down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's picking the bike up here.
Believe so.
Just after the big sandy turn. How
he is
exhausted.
Spent. He is spent.
Dude, we're 25-minute motos in this heat.
Hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's good. He's picking the bike up.
Man, that is absolutely heartbreaking. Is put in such a great
but here
ride.
we go. Landon Gibson has rose up into position. It's all about position here. That third could stand by Friday or Saturday. And it's going to be, well, I got that one more guy is the only reason why I got what I got.
And how confident are you in your fitness? Like, if you know you're fit, you're like, bring me those 25-minute motos. Give me those last 3 laps. That's when you can make a bunch of work up.
Those are the 3 guys plus Olaf.
Yep.
That Holiday said was on his list. He's checked the box that, hey, we're going to have to really, really watch out.
Fowler had the speed as well. He just had those crashes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not taking nothing from none of these guys. The respect is all there. But, you know, when you're a team manager, you're like, okay, you really need to be careful over here.
Tip of the spear here.
Yeah.
So we're on this white flag lap here as we continue to watch Enzo Timmerman. They're saying Olaf is down one more time.
Yeah, he's down hard. I wonder whether or not they're going to kind of observe Olaf a little bit. He looked to be having some issues controlling the motorcycle, making his way around.
No, and it happened over there. That's why when he picked up the bike, he was
there's Holiday running out into the track. He's making sure nobody runs over him.
So here we go. We've got one more corner to go for your leader. Timmerman going to take the wide line.
Take it nice and slow through here.
And here we go. Checkered flag coming out. Enzo Timmerman going to grab this first Moto 250 Pro Sport win.
Yeah, and you don't want some battle to come right to the finish line and take you right to that jump. So hopefully all the riders are paying attention to that yellow flag, and they're doing a great job. They have guys way down the start line. Even Ryan Holiday jumped out there on the racetrack, it looked like, to kind of help push them away. And there's the number 18 of Landon Gordon, who's going to secure that second place. So Cowie goes 1 and 2. Let's hope our buddy Liam Olaf is okay.
Yeah.
See the SLR Honda team running over there. Yeah, Liam put in such an incredible ride.
Buddy Antonez quick over there.
Yeah, his dad's a firefighter, so he knows exactly what's happening in terms of the health and well-being of his son.
Well, when he picked his bike up over there, he looked a little rattled, a little like, you know, I wasn't all there. And that's when I said, I hope he's okay.
Yeah, these guys are putting it all out there. We talk about the heat. We talk about how much goes into this, and heart rate spikes after a crash like that. So hopefully Liam going to be okay as we congratulate our top 5, Enzo Timmerman, Landon Gordon, Landon Gibson, your top 3 with Landon Hartz, and Diesel Thomas, your top 5. Luke Fowler does bring things back for a 6th place spot. Cade Johnson going to cross the line in 7th. Shout out to Cole Forbes working his way up into the top 10. Gavin Betts working his way into a top 10 finish as well in the 9th place spot. And it looks like Clark Robbins going to round out your top 10, brought to you by our friends at
All right, here we go. In 11th was Jonathan Getz. 12th was, well, they scored Ian Olaf in 12th. 13th is Mason Nettleton. 14th, Kroon, Bailey Kroon, Alvin Hillen. 15th, Eli Gross. 16th, Devin Ruth. 17th, Trevor Maley. 18th, Carter Malcolm. 19th, Caden Muir. 20th, Logan Riggins. 21st, Dane Morales. 22nd, Riley Williams. 23rd, Michael Corcoran. 24th, Trevor Houslett, 25th. Gavin Templeton, 26th. Cullen Burns, 27th. Cade Miller, 28th. Talon Zollers 29th, Tyler Moore 30th, Ethan Day 31st, Cameron Harrison 32nd, 33rd Cole Sorentsev, Christopher Schroeder 34th, Nathan Abbott 35th, Rocco Morse 36th, Hayden Bone 37th, Thor Powell 38th, Blake Broderick 39th, Hayden Hefner 40th, Zach Peters 41st, and Reese Wheaton will round out the top 42. And once again, Dunlop.
Hey, the Dunlops worked down here. Thank you, Wes. And what a performance through the pack to win in the end by a comfortable margin. Let's hear it for Enzo Timmerman.
Everybody.
Well, we were just trying to do the math on lap times and how many laps are left, wondering if you could get there. You got there quick. Did you have the bad gate pick, or what was the problem early?
I had 22nd gate pick. I got a decent start. I think I was around like 7th maybe, and I had to come through the pack. It was a really good moto for me though. I think this is the last time at the ranch for me, so good to start off the week with a win.
Hey, you've done a couple 30s now on the pro side. Does that help in a moto like this?
100%. I just came from Washougal National, and I think racing that one day was good prep in itself.
Okay. Horizon Award, is that on your list of what you want this year?
Just moto wins.
Just moto wins. So far, so good, Enzo. Who do you want to thank?
Everybody at Team Green Kawasaki, they're a great crew. They do a lot for me. Everybody at Fox, they're great people too. I love the crew I have behind me. My whole family, my mechanic rider, he's been busting his butt at home. And everybody else, just thank you so much.
Gold medal, Enzo Timmerman in 250 Pro Sport. Okay, we'll take second place. More Kawasaki riders. Come on out front. Let's hear it for the 18, Landon Gordon. Well, as usual here, you're right in the thick of it with the second place finish. How'd that moto go?
Yeah, it was a good moto, to start the week. I'm just trying to be smart, it's really hot out there. And long week ahead of us, and let's just keep putting in solid results.
Do you find a way to get some humidity training in before this, or are you just figuring it out right now?
I've been in Florida for about a month now, and I think it helped a lot.
Yep. Who do you want to thank, Landon?
I'd like to thank Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe, my whole family, Team Green Kawasaki, Pro Circuit, Alpine Star, Throttle Syndicate, Maxima, everybody else, thank you so much.
There it is. Let's hear it for Landon Gordon. Nice. And a friend of mine just gave me the joke. Couple kids, Landon on the podium, two of them. We're going to bring Landon Gibson on up, and I don't even know where this one came from. We had him like 15th, 10th, 7th, and the next thing you know, he ends up 3rd. What a comeback to keep himself in title contention. Let's hear it for Landon Gibson. This is why you never give up, man. If I could bet on this, which I could not, and we wouldn't, it's an amateur race. 3rd didn't look likely where you started that one. What a ride.
Yeah, thank you, man. I drew 37th on the gate pick, and I just told my mechanic Grizz, I said, looks like it's time for work, baby, and that's what we showed up for, and that's what we did. So.
Yeah, I mean, you were outside the top 10 at one point. Do you even know where you are, or are you just putting in laps?
Dude, I was just putting in laps and trying to just fight to the end every lap.
Okay. And how do you avoid the frustration at that point to not make it worse?
It's honestly very tough to do because I think the track's a little tough to pass right now. So you just have to be calm and just find your passes.
Awesome. Well, you're in title contention, so good job. Who do you want to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, everyone over Rockstar Energy, Husqvarna, Nate, Merv, Fly, Garnet, 100%, and everyone else, thank you so much for helping me get here.
All right, well done. Let's hear it for Landon Gibson. And expect some more showdowns between those three as the week goes on. Tough break for Liam Aloff, who had a great race going. Diesel Thomas, who had the whole shot. But these are long motos. Anything can happen here at the Dude Ranch. Send it back up to the tower.
All right, folks, so here we are back up in the tower. Going to do a little bit of track work like we always talk about. Not only do you have the best racers in the country, but you got the best track crew in the country as well. And like we talked about, we're not going back to a blank canvas here, Kevin. Still keeping a little personality in this track, but touching up a couple of spots, giving this thing a drink, and keeping it just like we need to keep these motos rolling.
Yeah, they got it plowed nice and deep. The water's nice and deep. You'll see the tractors running around. They'll smooth a few key spots. There's so many great trained eyes that look at this track. They have a plan when they go out there. They're like, no, we're leaving this. We're going to hit that, putting water down here. We've got the best track promoters from all over the country with their equipment out here, the best operators. So
and of course, Jeff Russell leads the charge in charge of everything there. So Sam Gammon, he used to come up here a lot and do a little work up there. Even K-Dub would jump right up in there and help out. So you never knew who's going to be in that water truck or on that plow or doing whatever it takes. I mean, you could even get out there, Kevin.
Absolutely. Hey, it's a good time to remind you about keep yourself hydrated, both mom and dad, even the parents. Like, you guys are working, you kind of forget about yourself. You're too worried about your son or daughter, getting them to and from, and all the things that go on here at Loretta Lynn's. Keep yourself hydrated. Keep your riders hydrated. Try to get out of that stuff as soon as you can and get back in there and start recovering. I mean, it's the science behind this, getting these guys all hydrated, getting them cool, and when to come out and when to go back in the truck. As we are in a track maintenance hold right now, and then we will get back into some races with you. Hey guys, just a reminder, the Monster Lounge is open to you guys. We encourage you all to go out to the Monster Lounge before your races and staging.
All right, so did just get word there from race control, and Kevin, like you were talking about, want to stress the availability of that Monster Energy cool-down zone in the staging area, really allowing the riders, all riders, an opportunity to keep their body temperature as cool as possible. It is hot. It is brutal out here. We want you guys to do as much as you can before your moto even starts to keep yourself as cool as possible. And on top of that, we did just get confirmed from race control, we will be cutting these motos by 1 lap until further notice. This is the prime heat of the day. I believe there is some weather advisories for how hot it is. So out of respect for that, we're going to cut these motos by 1 lap until further notice. As soon as race control tells us, we'll be back to full length.
And don't forget, once again, we can't say it enough, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Keep that core of body temperature down. That Monster Lounge is over there for everybody. You don't have to be a monster athlete. I don't care who you are, you get over there and you get soaked down and keep that body core temperature down. And who do we got out there now in a 65, 10, 11 limited?
Let's take a look. 65, 10 to 11 limited out on track. Their sight lap, and kicking off the program coming out of Odessa, Texas, Adam Aguirre on the number 13. Coming out of Calgary, Canada, Ryan Taylor on the number 14. Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Luke Skelton on the number 15. The 17 of Braxton Gauthier out of Ishpeming, Michigan. Estacada, Oregon on the number 18. That's going to be Ben Baker out of Whitesboro, Texas. Brim Brockmuller on the 19. The number 20, Jacob McGinnis out of Columbia, Kentucky. Come out of Pondale, California. That's going to be Crew Posca on the 21. Jal Ferreira on the number 22 coming out of Claremont, Florida. And out of Elan, Wisconsin on the number 24, it is Aiden Mash.
Yep, and on the number 26, going to be Destry Trucker out of Bellingham, Massachusetts. 27, Chase Stenwig out of Manalapan, New Jersey. Ashburn Hall, number 28, out of Morganton, North Carolina, be aboard the Husqvarna. Beckett Burke, number 29, out of Burlington, Canada, on the Gas. KTM rider out of Inman, South Carolina. Hudson Cohen, number 30. Ford Addington, number 32, out of Canton, Georgia, KTM man. Mac Murmis, number 33, out of Great Bend, Kansas, aboard the KTM. Levi Geis, out of Jordan, Minnesota, aboard the Cobra.
And there you have it right there, the number 40 of James Ellis from Winchester, California.
Jamie Ellis' son.
That's
Twisted
right.
Development.
The 41 of Landon McBride from Fresno, California. The 42 of Zayden Kemtu from Yucca Valley, California. Creston, California sends us the 43 of Caden Sedgwick. 46, Levi Letty from Oxford, Florida. Yucca Valley, California sends us the 47 of Landon Corbin. The 49, Talon Henson from Clovis, California. The 51 of E.J. Dutton from Graham, North Carolina. Brooksville, Florida sends us the 54 of Racine Kyler. Rolette, Texas, the 55 of Cannon Yamanik.
Zaboniak.
Hey, he's a winner. Brooksville, Florida sends us the 57 of Ryan Soretti. Thornton, Colorado, the 66 of Eli Herrick. 69, Cole Workman from Echo Point, Kentucky.
All right, taking a look now at the number 70 coming out of Wilmington, North Carolina. That's Braden Paxton. Out of DePere, Wisconsin, Weston Otto on the number 72. The 74 of Parker Lambeau coming out of Webster, Minnesota. Coming out of Wapakoneta, Ohio, Zeke Utz on the number 75. The 77 of Ryder Anderson out of Blossom, Texas. Out of San Jacinto, California, Mason Westergaard on the number 82. Out of Ringgold, Georgia, Braden Vandergriff on the 88. Tucker Tix on the 96 out of Glenburn, North Dakota. That's what ND is. Ashton, Canada brings us Chandler Powell on the number 97. Forrest McPherson on the number 98. Coming out of Peru, Maine. Going to be up at MX 207 in a couple of weeks. Leland, Illinois brings us the number 99 of Jax Baker to round out this 65 10-11 limited.
Hey guys, once again, Jason, I know you'll agree with me. Get that Monster Energy Cool Down Lounge over there behind the starting gate. Everybody's welcome up there. Let's keep these court temperatures down. Don't be like, hey, I'm a tough guy, I can handle this. Listen, when the bear claw comes out, as we know in concrete work, Ryan Dungy, you gotta be able to recover and keep your core body down. So head over there.
Well, and on top of that, Wes, this is something that you want to stay ahead of. Jason, you know this as well. Our pro athletes, they do so much work before they ever get to the starting line to make sure they're as prepared as possible.
If you're feeling bad, it's already probably too late. So it's Tuesday. Stay ahead. Don't try to make a comeback later. We're going to talk canvas gear here on a Tuesday before the gate drops for the 50cc class. This guy used to be a mechanic for one of our top racers back in the Team Green days. Your guy, Chris Aldridge. We met back there. Then you worked for Husky's off-road team. And then you hit me up and you said you have a completely different role now with the guys at Canvas.
I'm now the athlete relations manager at Canvas, and just here getting my feet wet, rebuilding Canvas, trying to make it big, be competitive. We got some kids racing in the sex class right now. We've done fairly well so far this morning. Cash Edwards did work in 125C, and Carter Gray did really good in the 85 class. And just here trying to learn the ropes, catch some things up. It's new job, so learning.
Definitely different than spinning the wrenches. Now, Canvas we know as the custom gear. Is that what Canvas really is, or is there stuff about Canvas that we don't even realize?
Canvas is a completely design your own. We have our own label series. You can get our design work just like everybody else has gear companies, but you can go online, design your own gear, and get it completely done for yourself.
And the craziest thing is this is made in the USA? This is an American company?
Yes. Michael Lieb, the ex-racer, ex-Loretta Lynn's champion himself.
Yep.
You know, the children of Andrea and Don Lieb out of On Track. It's his company, and that's how he builds it and goes.
Can we talk about the fact that some other gear companies sometimes use Canvas for their custom stuff? Let's not talk about that. We'll just keep that secret. But there are more people using Canvas gear than you realize use Canvas gear. Real quick, where can we find out more and maybe build a custom set?
Canvas gear, just go to canvasmx.com. If you're a rider here and you're doing good and you think you need a sponsorship, go on the site, fill out a sponsorship form, and get back to me. I'll hit you up. We'll get some worked out with you.
Athlete relations. All right, we got a 50cc class. If we can call it start, our monitor up here is running a whole lot worse than these motorcycles. And we'll try to figure out. We had a crash in the 10 Commandments.
Man, he smashed down Hardy right back up off the ground, though, Jason Weigand. That was impressive. 34 goes down. Smashes into the number 30, but I believe it's Levi Letty now out front on the 46, at least when they came through the 10 Commandments. There's Levi on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Orange gear.
Yeah, that was Hudson Cohen and Levi Geis going down into those 10 Commandments, both riders that we expected to see up towards the front of the field. So a lot of work cut out for him now as Forrest McPherson grabs the early race lead on that Cobra with Talon Henson on the blue crew just behind.
And Zabojnik in the number 12 spot. not where he wanted to be, but geez, man, these things change so quickly. We've seen guys make tons of passes on those first couple of laps there at West Kane.
I mean, you just got to let it right now. The first lap, you got to let it stew. They got to find their line. They looked at it in their sight lap. Now they're picking up the pace. Some of the lines they looked at, they didn't see, so they're moving through there. But you got to let this thing develop here, and they are working it.
Look at our leader already stretching things out. I believe I saw Talon Henson in there on the Yamaha. He's kind of gotten passed by a couple of riders, but here comes your leader right down Broad Street next to us here at the announcer's tower, and that is the number 46 of Levi Letty, and he is stretching his little tiny little kid legs out.
Here's one for you, Kevin.
Let's go.
Go ahead and pronounce that.
Zeke Utz?
Nope.
What is it?
You got to watch My Cousin Vinny. Utes.
Utes? Is it Utes? Oh, there you go. Good for you.
There you go.
You got it, man.
I got schooled on that,
I was about to say.
sure y'all know.
Yeah, I appreciate
got it.
I appreciate it. I need that. All right, your leader's about to come through, and they are completing their first lap, and it is Levi Letty getting credit for leading a lap here at Loretta Lynn's. Davey Coons informed us that as of last year, no rider with the last name of Zing has ever, in the history of this race, won a moto. Last letter Z. And then you had Zing and Zaboynian both win motos last year that had never happened before. Fun little piece of trivia that only Davey Coombs would dig out. Zabanin. Forrest McPherson second. Geo Ferreira Jr. is third. Racing Kyler fourth. Talon Henson fifth. Ryan Ciceretti is sixth. Parker LeBeau is seventh. Braden Vandergrift eighth. Eli Herrick and Cannon Zabanik rounds out our top 10.
Weston Otto back there in 38, trying to make something happen. Westergaard 37th. Ooh. Ellis 36. Levi Geis up to 34th, but it's early in the game. It's only not even the first quarter. They got it. It's good.
We're not shooting threes yet. No. Plenty of time. Run your offense. Come down, set it up. We're not pressing just yet. There's the number 43 racing through the field. I was trying to figure out who that was. Caden Sedgwick. That he just looked fast. I'm like, who is that? And it was in 27th place, Caden Sedgwick coming through the field. So keep your eyes peeled on him.
What about Racine Kyler now back in the fourth position over there?
Slow motion crash on camera. He's picking the bike back up. One of our front runners there, number 22 of Geo Ferreira Jr.
And Levi Geis finds himself down once again in the 10 Commandments. Things going from bad to worse for the 34.
I see him back there. He's kicking his trusty steed. He's clicks her in gear, and off he goes again.
So your leader's heading through and out of the sand, and it's already Levi Letty off to a commanding lead. About 4 seconds a lap quicker, Zach, than everybody else on the racetrack.
All right, it looks like Levi Letty's going to just head off the track, so maybe there's something there that didn't work out, but he's okay. But he's headed back to the pit road.
And Levi Letty. Geis went down.
Yeah, Levi Letty.
Not Letty.
Letty's
still the leader.
Geis is the one that was down, yes.
Yep, and Geis had some Harley ape hangers on the bike after that crash, so he's pulling off the track because of the bars. He looked to be okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
Levi Geis out. Levi Letty
out front.
Out front. Think of like lead and Letty.
Yes.
Be your guide.
He Letty
to what's happening currently in this moto.
Hey, how about Racing Kyler on the number 54? The young lady moves her way into the number 2 spot. A lot of eyes on the 54 coming into this season.
Named the Team USA for the FIM Juniors. And she wants a bigger resume bullet than that. She wants a moto win.
Hey, we've got some of the incredible females racing with us now, like that are up there. And
Hannah Jameson.
Burning. Hannah Jameson, they were top 5 in the boys classes, all of them. They've been fantastic.
They said this could be a record here. If she wins moto or title, this will be a record here for Racine Kyler.
Right,
no
for
65
winning an actual
65
not a girls class.
Yes.
Yeah, that's incredible. So we just did a little bit of race prep, but not enough to make a massive difference. More water on the racetrack than anything else.
Letty, Kyler, Henson, McPherson, Yamanik, Ferrari, Herrick, Soretti, Vandergrift, Workman in the top 10. Utes now working up there in the 19. There's Tucker Tix, Braden Paxton, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Weston Otto now climbing up that chart there.
There is the 46 right beside us here in the announcer's tower. The 46 got that lead early on, has really stretched things out. There's the 24
Oh, Talon Henson starting to close on Kyler now. They're in that sand beach turn. Henson on the Yamaha. YZ65 mixing it up with the Cobra. In second with Kyler and the KTM out front, Levi Letty. Good to see a couple different brands now running quick in the 65s. I think we're going to have a battle for second. Or will they be able to catch the leader?
Oh, it's a battle brewing right there. Letty and Kyler Henson. Watch very closely. There's your lap times. They are neck and neck right there, Kevin.
Yes,
Kevin and Kevin.
It is fun. Kevin on Kevin Crowley. I love announcing races with guys with the same name. You know it's going to be awesome.
Kevin!
We'll try our best there, Kevin Kelly.
All right, when I say what I say and I go Kevin, which one of you guys are going to jump in?
He's Kevin. I'm going with K-Dub.
K-Dub.
All right.
Oh, you get a cool nickname. I'm KK. That's all I get.
All right, well, Letty out front. Kyler Henson. I see some 222s back there, Henson and Yabanik. There's your leader now, the 46, Letty into the 10 Commandments.
Is it Yabanik or Zabanik?
Zabanik.
Okay, we got to say the Z. Let's give this
Zabonik.
We don't know that you have to. We just do.
I think by law you have to.
If you say it wrong long enough, it somehow becomes right.
And they'll be nice, and they'll never tell you like Aaron Plessinger.
But
he let us call him that for 15 years.
Yeah.
And he was like so nice, and you told him, and he was like, "No, it's all good. Whatever. Just call me what you want, man. Whatever."
All right, I'm watching this one closely. K-Dub, Letty, Kyler Henson.
On screen now.
What do you see?
A little pressure from Talon Henson as they're back in Storyland. Great performance here by Racing Kyler. I love seeing the hair hang out of the helmet. There has been a couple of lady racers that have really been holding their own and in contention for a title early in the week here at Loretta's. A lot of things have to go right, but right now it is going right for Racing Kyler. Trying to hold off a hard charging Talon Henson.
I'm watching them now. They're over in the sand wash.
Second generation racer there, Casey Henson.
Yep.
They are steadily after. I believe Casey's wife has a podcast she does.
They're all about it.
They are all in. They're all invested. But, man, shout out to Racing Kyler.
All right, there's your leader there. Letty buzzes the tower.
Yeah,
Kyler, Henson, 1, 2, 3 bike breakaway. Looking for McPherson and Yabanik. There they come.
Look at the lap times. 2:23 for your first and second place rider. Henson with a 2:22. So some great parity there with Zabanik as well with his 2:22. This thing is far from over.
I'm watching Brock Mueller back there in 13th. Corbin, Cantu, Workman, Sedgwick, McBride, Wessonato, there he is, 27th, coming up the roster there, K-Dub.
Yeah, looking good for all of those riders, and you see that, like you were talking, Kevin Kelly, about the parity and the depth of what Moto 2 and 3 will look like. Also, another shout out to Levi Geis, had a very unfortunate get off in the 10 Commandments. He's another rider that will certainly be up there in Motos 2 or 3 to mix up, the overall points later in the week. But this thing's setting up very nicely as we have 4 in the books. Again, a reminder that all of the motos will be cut by 1 lap until further notified.
And a lot of people like to go, and I've heard this and seen this posted like, oh, we're old school, we're this, we're that. Well, guess what, man? We've got science that backs up what we're trying to do here. Is the more exposure you have to the heat, then the more chances you are we're going to have an issue. So if we can limit that exposure, which we have places for you to limit that exposure right behind the starting line, stay in that cool zone. Keep your core body temperature as low as possible, relatively speaking, before your moto, and then you give yourself the best chance to get through there and perform at your best.
Yeah, hats off to the Monster guys for creating the that cool zone where the riders of all level and doesn't, like you said earlier, it doesn't have to be a monster athlete. So that's super cool. And not only they're supplying us with product, both energy drinks and their spring water, and now a cool zone. Great to have them.
And they do it in all sports. Kevin, your son, I believe, played some travel baseball. And we had family and friends that played football, and they have a stopwatch. When it's this hot, stopwatch every 30 minutes. They're pull the kids off there. You got to get out of the. There's just a whole formula to how you do it. It's not just hang out here the whole day to see who can suffer the most. Those days are done. We can fix that.
The days of science and like you said, keeping them safe.
Yeah.
But when we were kids, there was none of that.
None of that. They did 2-a-days. Like we were doing 2 practices a day in football. Like if you pass out, get him out of the way. Next up, third string, you're in. That's the way it was. That's the way it was around my house.
I know.
I got a third son. You're in, Kyle. Kevin's out.
Just like when you got sick.
Yes, my dad didn't care.
No, let him go.
We care, though. We care about you guys, and we want you guys to be safe. So stay hydrated, stay in the cool zone. Parents, I know it's so fun to let your kids run wild out here. If you're going to let them run wild, put them in the creek.
Yeah.
I would not have my kid out just going wild, sweating.
I mean, Donnie Luce is telling all his guys, or any Yamaha athlete, he's making sure, and all the kids down there, he's one down there, hey, you guys go get in that cool zone. Don't just stand around before your motor. You're down here early. Get in that thing and cool yourself down.
Things staying hot here in the front of the 65 10-11. Our
nice
third-place
segue,
rider,
dude.
Actually the fastest one out of the three-pack, the trio there, Talon Henson with a 2.22. Both riders racing Kyler and Levi Letty with a 2.23. So this thing will start tightening up as we have 5 completed. Again, that one lap is going to be significant.
It will, yeah. We see some of the best racing, some of the passes that are made on that last lap. Keen up to talk about that Junior World Championship they all just flew to England to race in, man. The effort to get all those kids and all the bikes. They rent bikes when they get over there, and it's a massive undertaking. They worked with the OEMs over there.
Jeff Cernick is spearheaded.
I called Mike Burkeen for a technical question on the race here at Loretta's, and he answered from Ernée, France, which is where
the best, right?
Where we won our Motocross of Nations team. Very special place to us, and such an incredible experience for these young athletes to be able to fly overseas and compete on the world stage like that. And the opportunities that all of these kids get nowadays is just their access and things that they're able to experience in life at very early ages is just incredible, and a real testament to where our sport's at.
Well, here we go. Not to cut you short, Kevin, but I'm looking over here, and the top 3 are starting to tighten up a little. Oh, Kyler almost off the bike. Racing Kyler dabbed that leg, and here comes Henson. If you're watching on Racer TV, it's getting wild and woolly now as they come to that finish line. 2-lap board is out. 2-lap board is out.
Yeah, speaking of the Motocross of Nations, I feel like getting that junior world team to prominent and where it's relevant and makes sense to those kids will further bolster our efforts for our big team, because it's kind of not as big a deal as it used to be maybe when you were racing, and we're trying to fix that.
There's a lot of pressure with Motocross of Nations, but not when you start riding it at 10 years old.
Right, yeah. If you've already been to Europe, you've kind of experienced the format. So,
that's a great
it's a cool idea. Yeah, Mike Burkina and Jeff Cernick have been champions of that for many, many years. And
used to the pressure, but, man, what about the pressure right now from Henson as he is still just – I think he made the pass on racing Kyler.
Just like that.
They're heading into the 10 Commandments. Let's see, all 3 riders are going to the outside.
Yep.
Yeah, he has
double in. He is going. He's going after our leader now.
He has.
I mean, he has really found some new
solidified
life.
second, but I don't think he's happy with second just yet.
No.
He says sights on Levi Letty here. A 6 are in the books. What flag's being shown? No, just the board now.
Okay, so white flag will come out next time, and it is go time for Race and Kyler, Talon Henson, as they both try to track down Levi Letty. But Henson now, the man on the move, gets around Kyler and sets sail, going after Levi Letty on the 46, who has had this moto going his way the whole time.
We've been talking about the top 3 quite a bit here. I'd like to give a shout-out to Kenan Zabanik, who just turned a 2:21. Eli Herrick rounding out the top 5.
Get it in, Kev.
He's doing a great job. Westinato, look where your guy Westinato is. 16th from way back.
Down a little bit. He's been coming.
He's been working. He's chiseling away. He's chiseling away. You got to chisel away.
Not going to be happy with 16th, I don't believe, but a good ride for him.
Here we go. Henson has him dead in his sights, about a half a second separating the two of them. They're going under the Yamaha banner. They're going to come into the right-hander, takes them right towards us here in the announcer's tower, and you're going to see them in the air at the same time. Henson is... He's got one lap. He picked the right time to get busy here. The white flag comes out.
Look, coming by the tower now, Zabanik is the man on the move, as now he wants to get a pass done on Racing Kyler. He's to the inside of the Thor sweeper.
Hang on, Kyler.
Kyler around the outside. It's going to work out for the young lady as Racing Kyler holds off Zabanik for the time being as they made it through the Thor sweeper and the Bermuda Triangle.
1 lap to go. I think Letty's going to start hearing him barking back there. The gap is closed up, Kevin.
Yeah, he's got some lap traffic directly in front and around him, so Levi Letty's got to make good, smart decisions.
You have to, or otherwise it's going to help. It's going to help Henson. He's right there. They both come around there. They're behind the billboard now as they race there.
You don't want to throw a whole championship away, so if you're Henson, if it's there, the opportunity presents itself, go for it. But if not, take that second, feel good about it.
Yeah, you got 3 more to go.
He just looked over his shoulders like, where's everybody at?
All right, Levi Letty now coming down that short chute. That right there is rough as a cob as they come through. They pick their lines wisely, and here they come. Letty goes to the inside. Henson now that high bowl turn, but he's got a rider in the way. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he didn't double.
Oh, here comes Henson around the outside. He draws up pretty close. A couple of bike lengths, Kevin.
He is right there with him. What happened there with Letty? He was not able to double.
Yeah, Levi went around the outside, not able to double into the 10 Commandments, and that was enough to allow Henson to make up a little bit of time. Not yet enough, and also Zabanik now getting by Racing Kyler.
Yeah, he's
White
right
flag
there.
Is out, but man, this race is far from over. There's a lot of stuff happening as they're back in the storyline.
Dude, I like the way Zabanik looks right now. He is trying to scrub over jumps. He is all about trying to catch Talon Henson. That 3 turns into a 2. That helps that championship picture come into view. More lapped riders here. They skimmed right through him. Here comes Henson, changes his line on the inside.
Out of the storyland. I don't know if it's going to happen, Kevin.
Over that tunnel jump. It's going to take a little bit of a mistake. I don't know if you can just bonsai this sand and you'll go down.
Wow, this has turned into a battle with just a few turns to go.
And Zabanik is right there, K-Dub.
Might be out of time a little bit, but Zabanik is going to keep the pressure on as I'm not going to look. The Thor sweeper and the Bermuda Triangle has changed.
Don't jinx anybody. Don't jinx anybody.
Look at this.
We got one lap rider. Here comes Zabanik on the inside of Henson.
Oh, look out, Zabanik.
Henson going to try to close him off, and he can't quite do it.
Zabanik's going to get it done. No, look at the
Henson digs deep.
Wow.
Henson digs deep around the inside. They're right there, Kevin. 1, 2, and 3. Checker's going to fall. And it's going to be Letty, Henson,
and Zabanik.
What a battle. You have to feel great about that for all 3 of those racers, as well as Racing Kyler. You get a sense that it is any of those riders' championship.
Yeah. Speak to that. Like, if you are Talon Henson and Ken and Zabanik, like, what good things can you take away from that moto?
Well, both of them had some good passes being made. Ken and Zabanik, you mentioned it earlier, Kevin Kelly, that the way that he looked in his racecraft, charging, scrubbing late in the moto, that's a great takeaway. Of course, Levi Letty has a great takeaway with the W.
Pretty good
it doesn't get much better than that.
You can't get no better than that.
Racing Kyler held her own for a large part of that moto. And again, we're going to throw guys like Levi Geis into the mix when we come back from Moto 2. Give us a rundown there.
You got it right there. Vandergrift finishing 6th, Fiera 7th, McPherson 8th, Jax Baker 9th, Cole Workman going to round out your top 10. Brian Brockmuller 11th, Abzer Hall 12th as they come in.
That is a popular spot right there in front of that fan. Those kids trying to cool off. We see you, Levi Letty. Good job, dude. With the win, the 46th of Levi Letty. Mom is pumped. Let's get some water on that dude. Get him ready to chat it up on the podium. Hugs, man. He's like, get off me, man. I love you too, but I am hot.
You know what, though? I don't want to jinx it, Kevin Kelly, but it's a little bit better than it's been. We got some clouds. We got a breeze.
There we go.
A little bit better than the last couple classes, but hot is hot.
Hot is
hot. Summertime is always going to be after a brutal, tough moto. I'm not exactly saying it's comfortable under there, just comparatively better. One way to do it is to build up a nice solid lead and put in your laps and save something, and that's exactly what this rider is able to do. Let's hear it for Levi Letty. Well, it got pretty close there at the end, but you got to be happy. Tell me about that moto.
I got an awesome start, and I got Talon because he drifted out wide and got in front of McPherson, and I just didn't let off.
That's what does it here. We're going to move a little bit further up to the bike. We want to make sure we see you on camera. Rest of the moto, man, any scary moments, anything you were worried about, or were you just putting in your laps?
Yeah, on the last lap, I tucked my front going around the billboard, and I almost went down in the sand.
Woo. All right, good job holding on. Who do you want to thank, Levi?
OGs, TCD, 60, Dunlop, Noble Graphics, KTM South Georgia, Metro East Moto Photos, Tamer, and a huge thanks to my mom and dad for getting my bike set up good, and my grandma for taking me to training every day.
Yeah, good job, Grandma. Oh, one more. And who's helping you? Who's your trainer?
Sorby.
Oh, yeah, Eric Sorby helping out with a bunch of riders in this class. Let's hear it for Levi Letty. It did get close in the last lap, and now we know why. A couple mistakes, but you held on. You can go chill. Thank you, Levi. We'll bring up the second place finisher, Talon Hinson. Doing it for the blue crew. And what a battle, battling with Rayson Kyler and then Cannon Zabadik putting on a charge at the end. But in the end, Talon Hinson's going to end up with the silver. Let's hear it for him, Talon Hinson. Dude, that was a battle. Seemed like you had people either right there in front of you or right there behind you the whole way.
Yeah, it was hard, rough.
Second place, though, still got a shot at the title. Is that what you're thinking? You're going to be happy with second right now?
Yeah, really happy.
Who do you want to thank, Talon?
Well, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, and Aiden Zing out there for helping me. Altus Blue Crew Yamaha, Dunlop, Scott, Pro Taper, ODI, Ethica, Bell Helmets, Moose Elite, everybody else, thank you.
There it is, everybody. Talon Hinson taking the runner-up spot. And Cannon Zabadik getting it done at the end. We'll bring him up. This is the new world champion from FIM Juniors. Conditions a little bit better here today than that. Cannon Zabadik takes third. Did you have the bad gate pick because you had to come from behind in that one?
Yeah, I had 40th gate pick, so I was like very outside. And the gate dropped and I didn't go, so it wasn't that good. But it was a 20-minute race, so I just tried to just pass as many kids as I can. Then like Rayson and Talon were battling, so I started to like breathe. Then the last lap, I tried to pass them, but it was good.
It was. You got it done for the bronze. Who do you want to thank, Cannon?
MTC, Mom, Dad, Poppy, Yeah, Viva, Alpine Star, 100%, Cobra Elite, Roos, Pro Circuit, ASV, JOR Rails, Moto C, Recluse, T-Rats, Minden, PR2, Dunlop, Mitten Boys, Mitten Girls, Adler Coddle. Hopefully we can see him back at the races, and everybody else, thank you.
Cannon Zabadik, everybody. That's going to be a fun class to watch all week. Lots of fast little kids. And good job for Rayson Kyler. Almost got the female up on the podium in that one. Just got edged out. But there will be more motos and maybe some more history as the week goes on. All right, I'll send it back up.
All right, thanks a lot down there. Great podium down there. Jason Wygant, race 11, mini senior 1, 12-14. I got him from White Oak, Pennsylvania. The number 9 of Cooper Johnson. From Aguila, Guatemala, the number 11, Nicholas Guzman. From Wettempa, Alabama, the number 15 of Colin Holbrook. Prosper, Texas sends us the 17 of Jackson Bailey. Cairo, Georgia, the number 18 of Frederico Romo. West Lynn, Oregon, the 21 of Jackson Lang. Stockton, California, the 22 of Alex Campania. Greensburg, Indiana, the 23 of Colt Whitaker. The 25, Marcus Trulio from Amarillo, Texas. Killingworth, New Jersey, the 27 of Tyler Slazitsky. Maple Valley, Washington, the 28 of Jackson McCarty.
There you go.
Panama City, Florida, sends us the 29 of Brayton Krieglow.
Yep, and then you have the number 30 of Trey Jarvis out of Swanton, Vermont. Hey, just a quick reminder, Yamaha tent right now. You can go meet Ryan Villapoto. He is signing autographs. Ryan Villapoto is signing autographs until 12:30 over at the Yamaha tent. We'll pick back up with the 32 of Connor Hensley out of McKinley, Texas, aboard the KTM. Calvin Robertson, 35 out of Sparks, Nevada, KTM rider. Yamaha rider out of Wisconsin Rapids, Rapids, Wisconsin. That is Brayton Willis on the 37 machine. Caleb Luttrell comes to you on the 37 out of Bloomsdale, Missouri, KTM mounted. Gas rider from Valley Springs, California. Clavey Blagg on the number 40. Wally Rives, 46, Bloomsdale, Missouri rider as well on the Husqvarna. Visalia, California brings the number 50. We've seen him do some work today already. Maddox Timmerman on the Husqvarna. Logan Connolly on the 51 out of Gilbert, Arizona aboard the KTM. Mateus Thompson out of Windermere, North Dakota on the Gas number 52. Wes. 53.
Here you go. Keep your eyes peeled on this rider right there. Elliot Bowser from Clinton, Louisiana, the number 53 ride. Canada sends us the 55 of Talon Madeglia. Owensburg, Pennsylvania, the 67 of Bryce Danhauer. Highland Village, Texas, the number 70, you know him, Jackson Vick. Cairo, Georgia sends us the 71 of Max Daniels. Selkirk, New York, the 72 of Hudson Valji. Hilton, New York, the 73 of Samuel Hawk. Statesville, North Carolina, the 74 of Tiago Gross. Spencer, West Virginia, the 80 of Easton Kirby. Lake Way, Texas, the 80 of Bryson Dijon. Rhinebeck, New York, the 82 of Travis Snyder. Pasco Robles, California, the 83 of Tyler Grove. The 86, Tucker Choette from Maple Lake, New Mexico. The 87 of Gavin Gormley from Garnersville, New York. The 89 of Tace Morgan from Clearmont, Florida. The 93 of Landon Fresh from Magnolia, Texas. The 94 of Lane Fesci from Magnolia, Texas. The 96, Dylan Graham from Canyon Lake, California. The 98 of Caleb Likens from Belfont, PA. And rounding out the field, the 99 of Evan Talman from West Paul, Canada.
Hey, don't forget Ryan Villapoto right now. You can grab an autograph from him down at the Yamaha booth. One-time champion, Ryan Villapoto. Kevin, how many do you have?
I think it was a few more than one for Ryan.
Just one.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean here?
Here. Oh, yeah, now.
Oh, you're talking about here.
Yeah, his career really blossomed later on. But you can go meet the one-time champ, one-time Loretta's champ, down at the Yamaha.
Whatever you drive, however you drive, AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicle. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you and get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve. Shop by Vehicle at AMSOIL.com.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom.
How's it going?
We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Bogging off the bottom. Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a man. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank. Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that. Because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
You ready?
Hey, race fans, we compete on the track.
But one thing brings us together.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Scan the QR code or text SUPER to 785-833 to donate now. Become a monthly donor
and get this awesome Love Moto Stop Cancer t-shirt.
Your support allows St. Jude to provide treatments at no cost to families.
You can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. Together, we can save more lives.
Coverage on Racer TV of the Monster Energy Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
All right, we are back in the tower. Track maintenance is underway. We got a little trivia for you. It's just an opportunity to make us look really dumb. I think that's the whole goal, is to make Kevin Wyndham, Kevin Kelly, and Wes Kane look dumb. Doesn't take much, though. We've got the good.
We have a chance.
I don't know, dude.
We have a chance.
If there's any type of scholarly information that we're going to be required to know, we're in trouble here. You're our anchor, I'm guessing, but thank you to On Track for jumping in here with us and making us look stupid.
They tried to pick the topic that we should be best at doing.
You would think moto,
I mean,
right?
yes. So they're like, we know we have Wes Kane in here, so we have to eliminate a lot of topics.
Physics, not happening.
Yeah. Math not happening. So we're switching to motocross trivia as we do every year. And even with that, we fail miserably.
Yes.
And that'll probably happen again, but we're willing to try again.
Let's go.
Yep.
You got your questions ready?
We do. Hey, everybody. I'm Meredith from On Track. I'm one of the leads for the apprentice program and a high school art teacher for On Track School. And we've got Finn with us today. He's an On Track student and apprentice this week.
Heck yeah.
We've got Haley, who is graduating this Friday from On Track School.
Congratulations.
Nice. She's also racing. And then we've got Taylor, who is an On Track School ambassador and racing as well.
All right.
Now, last year, I'll go ahead and tell you, Announcers Tower beat us.
Wow. It was close. It was a tense battle.
It was close,
Yeah.
but I got to give credit where credit is due. Okay?
That's what educators do.
But we're all a year older, and mental capacity starts to dwindle.
If I
every year.
remember correctly, last year when there was 3 announcers that didn't get it right, we brought a 4th. And when there was 4 that didn't get it right, we brought a 5th. Right. Yeah, we keep increasing our odds.
We
to
have
get the answer
numbers.
right.
We have numbers.
We have the numbers.
Shrink the numbers. All right, what do we got?
I get it.
Let's
So,
do it.
Today's our first day of trivia this week. We wanted to just take it slow and ease you into it.
Oh,
okay?
I
don't
love
think,
it. That feels loaded.
I don't think the questions will be too hard today.
Let's
but you
do
give
it.
it your best shot, okay?
Let's go.
We'll start with Ben.
Oh, boy.
Which brand was the first to ever win a championship at Loretta's?
I'll go Honda.
I'll go with that answer. Anybody going to disagree with Kevin? Is that your final answer?
I heart wanted to say Cowie, but I do believe it's Honda, actually.
It's Honda.
Honda. Yes.
Kevin Kelly.
Way to go,
Kevin Kelly.
Megawatt is proud of
Bring it in, bring it in. All right, here we go.
I'll make
Bring it
All
in.
right, y'all ready? What brand has won the most national championships at Loretta Lynn's with a total of 419 wins?
That I will go Cowie.
Let's go Cowie. I'll go
Cowie on that.
I'll take Cowie.
Kevin Wyndham with the
Cowie.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Okay. How many consecutive wins did Kevin Wyndham have in his amateur career?
Consecutive. I'm going to sit this one out.
No.
Dude, we got a ringer.
What if I get it wrong? I mean,
That would be
come on.
bad.
That would be
That would
so
be bad.
bad.
Is this Moto wins?
Consecutive. Moto wins.
Yeah,
All right, we know this.
consecutive
Then.
Moto
Stewie
wins,
got him by
yes.
1.
No, I didn't. The record is still yours.
No,
though.
it was well, we got corrected on that last year.
Oh, wow. I was
3
walking
straight
around,
years,
believing a
3
myth
straight
for
Of 3.
that simple. A Moto wins?
Yep. 6 times 3 is what?
Well,
Come
on track
not you,
school.
Wes. You don't have to do this.
Yeah, we're keeping Wes out of there.
6 times 3. We'll let Weech handle that.
I'm hoping the on-track school students also know what 6 times 3 is. We're going to go with 18 straight Moto wins.
Correct.
Oh, my gosh.
We're killing
That's
it
also
today.
3-0.
All right, everybody got to
3-0.
win. There's got to be something I can do here.
Oh, Wes is feeling.
Here's one. Pick a color, Wes. Pick a color.
All right.
Just pick one.
I'm putting 20 on red.
She's an art teacher. He goes,
All
that's
right,
a
go
color.
ahead.
Good job.
Okay, great start to the week. We'll come back tomorrow, so be ready.
So
I think we're getting a little too confident early in the
Yeah, we're
week.
gonna
I
get
think on
smoked
track is
tomorrow.
going to make them more difficult as the week goes on, and I'm going to probably hope to sit some out later in the week. We'll get some other announcers up.
We get into the Pythagorean theorem,
Just
then
ask
we're going to
Alexa.
hand that off to you.
Yep. Wes is feeling a little left out that he didn't get one.
Pick a color,
No,
Wes. Just pick a color.
I'm a team player.
What color are
I
the
can win a
Kawasaki's?
championship
What-
ring sitting on the bench.
What
There's been plenty
color?
of them that's done it.
Wes, what color are Kawasaki's?
They are green.
There we go.
Unbelievable.
Guy.
Unbelievable.
Hey, thank you to On Track for all that they do for all of the riders and of all sports and people all across the country. It's been fantastic and awesome to see the apprentice program and what they do. Congratulations on your education and your racing this week, you as well.
Brand ambassador.
Hey, that is awesome to be graduating very, very soon. Congratulations.
Good job.
It's a great deal. So thank you
How we
to all
doing,
you guys.
How we doing on the racetrack? If you're racing, what do we got here? Anybody? You have a race?
Have a race yet? What classes are we talking about here?
I'm doing the WMX.
WMX as well.
Okay. All right.
So your moto is y'all don't have one today, right?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be y'all's first moto.
Okay.
Wes,
There'll be a quiz after your race as well. We'll see. We'll look at a different sort of stats, and we'll just check the results. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
We'll be ready.
How was practice for you ladies? As the track got really chewed up very quickly yesterday. It was super deep. How did y'all feel? Like first laps at the ranch.
I think it was honestly better for me to go on a rougher track just so I could build up my confidence in the hardest conditions.
Very race-like yesterday, right?
So I think I'm really confident going in.
Did you have to make any bike setup changes, any suspension stuff? Or
it's kind of hard to make changes when you have a 15-minute practice. So I just went out, ran what I had, and dealt with it.
They're hoping for the best, Kevin.
Awesome. How was practice?
Yeah, I felt pretty good. I think my suspension could have been a little bit better, so I changed that a little bit, and it felt pretty good. It feels good to be back at the ranch and having fun and nice hot weather, and
yes, it is.
Loving it. But,
Are you going to take advantage of the Monster chill zone? Is that the chill zone? Right?
Oh, yes.
Chill zone?
I didn't know about it until this morning, but I 100% will be.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
That is a requirement here. I think everybody needs to
smart.
indulge in.
Very smart people graduating from On Track. They're going to take advantage of the cool zone.
Not surprised
I
at
love
all.
it. Thank you to Monster for providing that for the athletes.
And thank On Track. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for having us today. We'll see you tomorrow.
We will welcome you.
I'll be ready.
Oh, Wes is not sleeping tonight.
Good.
Thank you, everybody. And the apprentice program, by the way, we do thank On Track for taking control of that. That was an idea that we had, I don't know, I think 2019 maybe?
It was
when the idea came around, and then 2020. MX Sports staff is, look, I'm going to be honest, we're barely holding it together at times.
We have here trying to take them around and help out with production and stuff.
We put some good people on it to really make the apprentice program grow some wings, take off, and become something. And On Track people said, we'll help handle it, and it's come a long way, because when they were just putting it in Kevin and I's hands, not Wyndham, because you saw how solid he just was with the interviews. He's solid. When Kevin Kelly and I had to handle it, when we had a couple of apprentices in the tower, they were probably getting nothing out of the experience. So thank you to On Track.
Jackson Burrell, one of our graduates, made it to the big leagues through the apprentice program.
Absolutely. But what's funny, if any apprentice now is very good and wants a spot, there just isn't room. So he's going to have to go after Jackson and may the best man get that spot in the tower.
There is a tiebreaker system, and it is a straight up, it's a fight. Fight Jackson Burrell.
Yes.
And he'll kill you with kindness. He goes, ma'am, I prefer you not to punch me like that.
Hey, I heard a story of Zach. When Zach and Jackie Legs were in that competition for that spot, he said it was easy. He goes, Jackie Legs like to sleep in. He goes, I just let him sleep, and I went in there and did my thing. And
nice.
I said that's a great way to look at it. Hey, you sleep. He was on it. It's like, I'm not going to wake up my competition.
Turns out they both made it in, and we are all better for it.
Yeah, we're good.
Zach plays a mean guitar. You know, D, C, and G. That's all you got to know to play a million songs, right?
That's at least 300 of them.
Taylor Swift? Put some Taylor Swift together down at the beach? Is that what I heard, Zach?
No, we had a little bit of Miley Cyrus. We were, in fact, partying in the USA over at the beach yesterday. So, the fans were requesting what they were requesting. I got to give the people what they want.
Doing it all, Zach Herron, and good to have our old crew here. That's me, Kevin, and Wes. It was just the three of us for way too long.
Oh, well, no, we had Rodney. And I tried to explain. I was telling Jackie Legs, it was rough back in them. Like,
as soon as
it was
we're
like
done with
5
Moto, coming to days, the
and they
worst
would try to bring people in, and they would just couldn't even hang.
No,
like
so we're happy to have our guys, Megawatt, Zach, Jackie, bringing in Sophie, of course, the incomparable Kevin Wyndham, who actually carried us through not only the on-track program better than the quote-unquote professionals did.
Yeah.
Better job with the quiz and asking them questions about on track.
Yeah.
But also, speaking of on track, does a pretty good job of keeping Wes Kane on track. When there's some battles, when something's happening,
reels him back.
He will often be the one that reels us back in.
He's the voice of reason up here.
There was one time, I don't know if you remember this, we were getting out of hand up here like usual. We had Tyler Bowers up, your old buddy from Arena Cross.
Right.
And you're asking him, just peppering him with questions, Tyler Bowers stories, and he's like, okay, that's cool, Wes. I think there's a race. You should probably be calling the race.
That happens.
He did. I was like, the rider had to come in and tell the announcers.
Yes, how to do
That's cool. You want to talk about me, but I appreciate it.
You know what I'm finding about being in the booth, kind of new to this game? It's like the confidence that you have as a rider. You know, you were talking about asking the questions to the
yeah.
It's because I had the confidence because we nailed the questions. I mean, we were 3 for 3.
Yep.
Now tomorrow we're probably going to get 3 wrong. Watch how I do after we get 3
pull
bombs.
back.
Yeah, no more queuing up.
I'll just clam up.
Yep.
I'll just go in my corner. You know, the on-track team set us up, you know, to have a little bit of confidence on day 1. I'm expecting day 2 is going to be quite a bit tougher.
That's how you get 18 straight moto wins. When it starts rolling.
You got to reset.
Now, technically, we've talked about this. 18 and done, right? You've never raced here again.
Never raced again.
So the streak is still alive.
It's done. It's done week.
He is yet to lose.
He tried.
Sitting on 18.
Still undefeated.
Sitting on 18. How many did Stu get? Just by one? Or?
Right? I believe he got 19, and I was looking the other, and I don't know that for a fact, but I was looking at the year prior. I actually had some good rides the year prior, but I had a DNF in one of my motos.
That broke it up?
And that kind of broke it up. It's so
he had
hard.
5 wins before that, right?
It's so hard to come to this environment with this level of talent and the race course that is forever evolving, and there always seems to be a chance of weather and just so many things that go wrong. So very tough to string them together, and it was definitely the catalyst for my debut there on the Yamaha going to the pros. So it's where dreams are made, right here in this hallowed ground.
You got to ride what dreams are made of, right?
You know, Brian Deegan tells me all the time. Brian Deegan, no titles here. He's like, because I always had to race Wyndham.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to win.
No.
Not against that guy.
Nope.
So he was a big part of the 18 moto streak.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah. Well.
Hey, what we saw when these guys, to set the stage a little bit, in this mini senior 112-14, you saw Maddox Timmerman on Cooper Johnson. Now they're going to go at it again here. Or will there be a spoiler in between those two in this one here?
Yeah, we've already set the table.
We set the table set.
We know who's
who.
who.
Said it before.
Yeah,
we went down the roster. We know who's on the gate. They've been in the cool zone right now. That gate is about to drop. But I wonder if it's going to be a Timmerman and Johnson show, or somebody else going to try to work their way up in there.
And Cooper Johnson looks so slick. And Jason, see if you pick this up. That kid has an Adam Cianciarillo leg kick. I'm talking about way high up, New York Rockettes style. Legs way up there above the head, dude.
Well, we're about to see it right
kick
here.
Field goals.
Yes.
You slow-moed it. His legs all the way up in his face.
I mean, I watch.
Two-card up.
Anywhere you go, you see Maddox Timmerman, the Timmerman family. Those guys are in it. They're in it up to their elbows. So when you roll in here and lead a guy out like that, you made a statement. Let's see what happens here.
Been a good week so far. Here we go, mini senior underway, and intermission is done. Back to racing on Racer TV.
Lang,
a little change of the guard here.
Is credited with the hole shot, Jackson Lang.
That's Samuel Hawk. It looks like he's challenging him for it.
I see Timmerman up there in 7th.
Cooper Johnson in about 3rd or 4th on the inside there. So he is right in the mix again, or maybe that's Tace Morgan. In fact, I could.
No, that's Tace. I don't see Cooper.
Yeah, that is Tace Morgan.
Get a look.
There's Cooper. He's 55, right? Nope. Or is he 30?
No. 9 or 10.
No, that was Talladega.
Johnson back in 35th has got a long way to go here.
Yeah, Maddox Timmerman in 7th when they came across the stripe. That's going to change up quite a few times. And we have seen, I feel like every single moto where we've seen someone buried, they have dug out 10 spots before they get across to the finish line. There is the number 50, got the orange gear. He's just in front of the 71 who had a little problem there. There's Tace Morgan just behind them on the Yamaha. So Timmerman making some moves.
We've actually seen that happening here in a couple of motos, Kevin Kelly, where, you know, we're finding riders credited with a start just barely in the top 10, and they go to work quickly and
fast.
And what a way to make a statement lap here early in the moto, giving yourself the best opportunity to not only keep your goggles clean, but your radiators clean.
The leader goes down to 71.
Wow,
Max Daniels was up front, and he holds up to 21. He was having a good run as well. That was our leader, Jackson Lane, who got the whole shot. So everybody flashes past, and it's an all-new ball game here.
Changing of the guard just like that.
Tace Morgan, I believe, is in 2nd now in the 89 Yamaha. There he is. Good ride for him. He came through the field earlier in the morning. There's the 73 of Samuel Hawk.
Hawk out front. Hawk's going to get that ticket. Oh,
Timmerman actually has checked out pretty good.
Oh, is he all the way out in front?
Yeah, he's opened up to a pretty sizable lead on lap 1. It's Hawk and Morgan going to battle right now as they have their first lap complete. Partial lap, we should say. Oh. Don't know if the mechanics have got the message quite on the board yet. That's a quick lap for the mechanics to go through.
Yeah, to try to figure out.
What do I write?
I don't know. Go fast.
Go fast on lap 1.
So there's the number 50 of Timmerman going into the 10 Commandments. Changes from the orange Fox gear, now has the red Fox gear on. You talk about making passes, man. He was in like 5th or 6th and zips right to the number 1 spot. That is a very tangible skill set to be able to make a radically quick pass like that early in the moto.
Ion Johnson, he was back in 30th, 35th, and he's already moved up to 21st. So
there's Bosher in 15th.
There's your guys.
Cooper Johnson in 21st, like you said. Jackson Vick, 26. Those guys have some work to be done for sure, as does Adam on this screen.
Plenty of laps in here. Timmerman, Hawk, Morgan, Bailey, Kirby.
There's Jackson Bailey in fourth. You're seeing in that Dayglow yellow gear. Some like tough Yamaha looking gear from back in the day. You remember the Ronnie Tischer Dayglow yellow?
Absolutely.
And we are slicing and dicing here for that number 1 spot, or number 2 spot with that 73. Morgan, has he cleared the spot? Yeah, I believe Morgan now up to second.
Morgan is firmly in second there. And this is going to be an important lap for just the mental game to see now that Morgan has clear track. Can he do anything with the gap that Maddox Timmerman managed to open up in just one single lap? So it's time to answer the call if you can, if you're Tace Morgan. So 1 and 2 are pretty well solidified at this point. 3, 4, 5, there is still a major battle going on as they're past the finish line. Look like the 17 losing a position. Easton Kirby up to 5th. Jackson Bailey sliding outside of the top 5 in the 6th. Trey Jarvis 7th. Talon
Creedlow back there doing a great job. Brayton Creedlow, 26, didn't get the start he wanted. De Jong also. Let's watch these guys. Diego Gross. Let's see how they work it up here as they try to make their way to the top of the board.
Yeah, Mediglia in 8th there. Look, Elliot Boucher now up to 12th. As also Jackson Vick looks like a rider on the move. Sitting back in 17th right now.
Johnson up to 15th.
All right, he's climbing.
You got to dig. This is where, you know, even if you didn't get the start, you saw something earlier. Does he have this tool?
Absolutely.
Can we check the box that he'll just put his head down and dig and get what you want? All these kids are great riders here, and we're watching them now.
All the team managers know it's easy to get a start and win. Not easy, but when things go your way. But if you have to come through the field, see what kind of a soldier you are.
Yeah. Put your head down. Let's see the best 20 minutes of your life.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see it.
There's 73 putting it down right now. In third, Dylan Graham in fourth, checking in with the 30, perhaps, or the 96 of Dylan Graham. We were just following along with him. Leader already touches down just beside us here. How's it going? Maddox Timmerman gives you a salute. Wes Gain, he's a big fan of yours.
I got it, man.
There's Tace Morgan.
Morgan's doing it.
Whoa, he's down. The leader's down in the Thorpe turn.
That was a big crash.
That was a big when the bikes
he
turned
kept
around
it running.
backwards, but he kept it running.
He's still in this mix.
All right, well, look who's out front now. Tace Morgan inherits the lead.
That was a big get off here.
I got excited there.
Well, at least it was nice and soft sand.
It was soft sand. I think he managed to only lose one position. That's going to put Morgan up to the lead. Maddox Timmerman back to second.
All right, so now are you in championship preservation mode? Like you don't want to just give up the ghost and start making a ton of mistakes and get a 7th?
Yeah, right now the job is just to try to level out the heart rate spike that you had. It got extra hot. The wind quit.
Yeah, the mechanic, he's got to rewrite whatever he had. He's got to just
scratch it off and just say, yeah, we're going to take a lap to recompose ourselves, both in the mechanics area and out here on the track for Max Timmerman. And to your point, you know, you're in a great spot with a 3-moto format. With any moto format, you know, second is great. Don't worry about it. And don't let one mistake turn to 2.
No.
True. There we go into the 10 Commandments, and he's right there. He can see Tace Morgan just in front of him, and he goes right back to work. Dylan Graham just behind him. Samuel Hawk on the 73. There is the 30 of Trey Jarvis. And there is Talon Medeglia in 8th now on the Yamaha.
All right, Morgan, Timmerman, Graham, Hawk, Jarvis, Kirby. We're watching your leader right there on Racer TV. That is Tace Morgan. He got 3rd earlier today in his first moto. And now let's see what he's got here. He is riding a ride that dreams were made of here down at the Dude Ranch.
One of those Yamaha Blue Crew athletes here.
Oh, Donnie's rebuilding that whole amateur structure.
Yeah, they look great. They got a bunch of solid guys.
Picking the riders, and
Tace was just working that Yami through that sand section, just standing, just letting the bike do its job. Looked really good, obviously because he's in the lead, but also in control.
All right, let's see what Timmerman can do now. He's had a chance to kind of regroup, and he's not really falling off the pace, K-Dub. He's right there. He can see his opponent just in front of him.
I noticed he took a different line this time around. The Thor Sand Sweeper.
Smart.
Did Maddox Timmerman. Last lap, he happened to be on the inside, got a little front wheel push towards the end. It bit on one of the big rollers and did a little catapult 180. Like, it was
it's like
pretty
a car
impressive
accident.
fall, but he got up quickly. Like you said, good to fall in the sand.
Yeah, thank goodness. That stuff happens so quick.
So he did rebound nicely. He put in a 205.9. Tace Morgan with a 204. But you expect that. You know, that's a good answer to, you know, falling over, having a small meltdown, remounting your trusty steed, and going back to work.
Fire that thing up and grab a handful. Let's go. Johnson now 12th. It's getting a little bit harder now to get some of those guys, but he's running a 08. He's got speed to get up in there.
Dude, he's passed 23 riders.
Yep.
He's passed 23 riders.
I mean, he was 35th. There's no exaggeration.
4 laps.
Elliott Boucher, another one that was well outside the top 10, has just entered into the top 10 there on lap 4. Jackson Bailey there in 9th.
Boucher rounds out your top 10. Top 10 brought to you by Dunlop Tires. Jeff Cernick, Rob Fox want to put you on the best tire possible. They will tell you all about tire pressure, where you need to be in terms of tire choice throughout the day, throughout the week. So check in with the boys at Dunlop Tires. There's Tace Morgan. His bike is operating at a 10 right now, I'd say, doing well.
He is doing amazing out there. Great job out there by that young competitor.
And where is Timmerman? Here's Tace. Timmerman.
We're watching him.
Uh-oh, there he is. There he is. Falling off the pace just a little bit.
Twisting those rabbit's ears on his TV. Got the foil on him. Look at her.
There you go. Adjust the tracking.
They're perfect.
Maybe the tracking's off on the VHS there.
It's great.
All right, here comes our leader coming right towards us. Comes out of that right-hander you see on your TV. He looks over his shoulder, checks on Maddox Timmerman. My dad used to say, I'm going to put mirrors on that motorcycle if you don't stop looking. And I'll take that seat off if you keep sitting down. Did your dad ever tell you that, Kevin? I'm going to take that seat off your bike if you keep sitting down.
It's a bad day when you lose your seat. Whether it's because the bolts fall out or your dad takes your seat off, it's just a bad day.
Takes that clutch lever and bends it straight up.
Yes.
Right now, not having a bad day is Tace Morgan.
Hey,
I'm thinking this is going to be a not back in the 204. He's just holding steady with a great pace. Max Timmerman again with a 205. So the gap.
How about your screen, Kevin?
It's beautiful.
There it is.
Great job to our TV crew and Jordan for coming to get us hooked up.
Bro.
Jordan's on fire.
For us.
Trey Jarvis now comes through in 5th.
It was kind of snowing for a minute.
It was for the better part of 2 hours, I'll be honest. I thought I was in the Matrix, but now we got it dialed in. We had to go old school.
We pulled the tear off.
Had to look out the window and actually watch. All right, Morgan, Tace Morgan, you have to pay attention. I want you looking ahead, right?
I'm a little concerned with
that looking back.
Tace, he's got a real desire to know where Maddox Timmerman is.
That'll get in your head,
and
right?
I will tell you, Morgan, you're pulling the lead. You got the fastest lap of that lap as well as the prior lap. Both lap 4 and 5, you're the fastest dude on track, man. Let's keep those eyes forward and just go to work, man. Focus on the front.
Is that something as a trainer you would say, hey, you did great, you did your job, let's look forward, don't worry about him? You can't do anything about it, right?
Look, there are so many things to worry about, Loretta's, and my encouragement to all of the riders, especially the ones that I work with, is let's worry about the things that we can control. If you can't control it, you might as well not. There's too many things to think about and to do this week. Keep your concerns on what you can control.
Yeah, you can't split you can't allocate. He does it again. You can't allocate any more resources other than what's going on with you.
No, and right now he's doing everything he needs to do. I mean, he's just throwing down some great laps. So keep that thing moving forward there. Number 89, Tace Morgan, you're looking great.
Yeah, send it over that thing, dude. You can jump so high, you can see Donnie Luce out there counting that Blue Crew Yamaha bucks.
He's happy. Donnie Luce is pumped. A little checkup from the neck up by Morgan. He's just a little peeking over his shoulder.
He is. He's a little peeker. He's a little peeking Tom there.
I mean, he doesn't do the full look. It's just a little bit of, yeah, I don't see you over there.
I mean, your mechanic's going to tell you. He's going to say +2, +3. So that's all you need to know.
Also, for the rider that's in second, if you see a guy looking back at you, you know you're in their head, right?
I mean, you're going to hear him bark. Yeah, don't look back.
If I see a guy looking back at me, it means, okay, he wants to know where I'm at. And I already know where you're at. I got the advantage right now.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to have to look very far because
Timmerman's going to have to work. Wow, look at the last lap there. Tace Morgan dropping to a 207.4, and Maddox Timmerman now answering into the 204 range. So we cut the gap by 3 seconds there on that lap here at Mini Senior 1:12-14.
Samuel Hawk doing a great job out there, number 73. Cam Pigley. Kirby.
And they're bouncing their way into the 10 Commandments. Inside rut there for the number 89 Yamaha Blue Crew ride. Here he is. He's got some company, folks. The number 50 of Maddox Timmerman has drawn up within a commandment of him, if you will, Kevin Windham.
Oh, yeah, and he also tripled out of those commandments, so.
Now he looks over the shoulder again.
Now you're to the point where you don't have to look because you can just hear and feel.
They're looking at you.
And
Let's
nothing
go.
you can do about it, man. Just put your head down, get to work. May the chips fall where they may. Into that left-hander around the big Triumph symbol there, the big banner there. Timmerman looks calm. For a guy that crashed, he's the one that should be riding frantically.
Well, with that 204, I mean, that's 3 seconds faster than any other rider. We have 207 from our first, third, fifth place riders. But Maddox is the only one under a 207 and by 3 seconds. So that's very, very impressive at only 4 minutes left of the moto. Again, they're a little bit shorter, down by a lap.
Jackson Vick still hanging right there in 12th with Trulio 11th.
Look at him here coming into the Thor sweeper here, Wes Kane.
Pick him up, Kevin.
We have one rider back to the inside. Look, the number 50 of Timmerman back to his inside line. That is where he tossed it away early in the race. He started trying the middle, but now
back
it's like
to the well, baby. Get back on that horse.
He wants to get that moto win here as they're by the finish line one more time, and it is just nose to tail for Morgan and Timmerman as 7 are now in the books.
No 2-lap card either. So
no, two's up.
Is it out?
2 is up. Yeah.
Yep. You are correct. So white flag will come out next time around. So Tace Morgan, you can hear him now. You don't even have to look. Timmerman has caught him, but hey, can he respond?
He did respond a little bit, is the Tace Morgan. He had a 207 last lap. Not a great lap for him, but he answered by dropping it down to a 205. But Timmerman still just a touch quicker as they are down the short shoot?
The long short shoot. Jackson Bailey in 10th, Trulio 11th, Jackson Vick 12th. Magnolia in 13th, Johnson 14th, Craiglow 15th, Daniels 16th, Holbrook 17th, Guzman 18th.
Oh, here we go. Look at the lead. Look at the lead.
Just like that. He missed a gear. Cooper Johnson, or excuse me, Tace Morgan missed a gear. Did not stall the bike, and there is
here
blood
they go
in
in the storyland side by side.
He will pounce at a little mistake that you made, but they happen.
Tace Morgan back to second place now as they go. Whoa, now darts to the inside.
For the moment, had a pass for just a second there. Runs another inside line, but just a little bit too much pace.
He might be able to hold him.
Timmerman now to the lead here.
Man, what a ride. Dude is on the ground. Picks the bike up, keeps it running. That was key, too. Picked that bike up. Only lost 3 or so seconds, maybe. And now the white flag will come out for now Maddox Timmerman, who is back in the number 1 spot, Wes Kane.
Yes, sir.
Tace Morgan trying to latch onto him, man. Look for a little mistake here, maybe a lap rider, maybe something. Here comes Morgan trying something. Here he's on the inside. Does Timmerman go super inside? So he's got life there on the inside. Tace Morgan is trying to take the lead back over. But Timmerman just fought him off, Wes Kane.
Look at the block pass there.
The
Devil's Triangle
getting some action right now.
Morgan goes back at him.
Morgan says, you want some? Come get some on that white flag. Here they go.
We are racing, folks, over the tunnel of no love right now. Not feeling
lost,
that.
Huh,
love lost. That was great.
Is it fisticuffs?
I like to see some fight in these games.
Those are fisticuffs.
Straight up, that was some aggressive stuff by what was it, Morgan and Timmerman
Maddox,
going into the Bermuda Triangle. That was like, hey, slamming the door.
Yeah,
hey, shut that door.
Trying to put him away, and he's not ready for that yet.
No.
So, shout out to Tace Morgan showing some life there. Gets a little bump and run from Maddox Timmerman. Didn't respond too well to that. Went right back at him.
Something must have happened a little bit there for Tace Morgan. That is not an insurmountable lead, but they were like literally fender to fender now. It's about 4 bike lengths, I would imagine. So
I think it was very furious for just a couple turns. You're probably holding your breath for 10 seconds, and he's like, all right, I'm not going to go down and get tangled up in this.
Now, Maddox Timmerman cannot make the mistake.
Yeah, we're going to have a few lappers here going into Storyland, and late into this moto, you're going to have not only the ruts to deal with, not only the bumps, but also a few lappers. So keep this ride going, keep it smart here on the number 50 of Timmerman, as you have just a couple of treacherous sand section. We've seen them bite them.
20 miles of bad road. Yeah. You better look out,
He's already crashed once, so we know it can get you.
It looks like his handlebars are bent down.
Wouldn't doubt it. That was a good hit, man. The left side of the bike where the clutch
see
is.
that?
You see that, yeah.
Looks like it's a little
thing pulls to the left
out of whack.
Get a alignment down there at Meineke real quick for the next moto. He's got 2 motos under his belt.
His toe and his camber is definitely out.
Definitely out. Not his real toe, the toe of the machine there. Timmerman now looks over his shoulder at Tace Morgan, and he has taken the measure of him in this racetrack and will get this race win, assuming he can make it in.
Yeah, he's rolling around in
impressive.
There. One more time through the Bermuda Triangle.
Tace Morgan right there behind him looking for a mistake. Careful
Not going to happen.
Checker flag flies from Maddox. Timmerman hits the deck, but hits the top step of the podium with that pass on Tace Morgan. Great ride for both of these young men here. We'll look for our third place rider, Dylan Graham, the 96. I believe he's about to come through. And there's how they will finish here. Timmerman, Morgan Graham, Campili, and Vagile, maybe? Go with that.
Vagile. Hawk Jarvis, Easton Kirby, Elliott Boucher in 9th, and Jackson Vick will round out your top 10.
11th coming through. We're going to pick them up as they come through. They're getting those boys cooled down right there. A lot of water down there, a lot of water. Timmerman, no stranger to a nice cool down. All right, we'll pick you up as you come through. Easton Kirby, like we said, is 8th. Bowser Vick. All right, 11th, I'm going to get Cooper Johnson back up there. He had an up and down, but
Jackson Bailey sliding back one.
Yep. Jackson Bailey in 12th. Marcus Trulio 13th. Talon Medega in 14th. Brayton Krieglow 15th. Max Daniels 16th, I do believe. Timmerman getting some high fives from the squad over there. I'm looking for 16th. Holbrook 16th.
Moves up a spot.
Yep. There's Max Daniels. Nicholas Guzman, 18th. Looking for Snyder to come through with Luttrell. There's Snyder, 19th. Look at Tace Morgan sitting over there. It's like, hey, I got you next one.
So there it is, top 20, Caleb Luttrell. And as they cool down in the impound area, getting their water and their air conditioned before they go onto the fans and all that stuff, look, do it after your moto, do it before your moto. Head down to the Monster Energy Cool Zone there in staging. Do yourself a favor before you line up and get on that line. Try to get your core temperature as low as you can. Great thing Monster's doing for every athlete here. Take advantage of it before your moto, the Monster Energy Cool Zone.
Yeah,
Jack your legs.
How's it going, K-Dub? They've got it going on down there, that Monster Energy cool down zone. It's open for all of our riders. You can access it there through the staging area, and they're going to have a little bit of everything. They've got ice baths over there, chiropractors in today. Actually, Deacon's chiropractor going to be here offering some services, so take full advantage of that.
I don't want to be selfish, but when they say everybody, do they mean everybody? Like announcers?
I believe just the racers that are about to.
I can't go in for an adjustment.
I mean, they might let K-Dub in, but
I'm going to try to work a little angle for the cool zone.
Yeah, go give it a shot.
The adjustment sounds great.
They got some video games down there as well. I believe we got an MX versus ATV set up, so all kinds of cool stuff.
That's incredible, man. I would definitely be the rider taking advantage of that zone, and thank you to Monster Energy for supplying it.
Yeah, they've done a great job this year. Monster always going above and beyond at all of their events, but especially here at the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships, of course, presented by AMSOIL. So we're getting ready to throw it to Zach Heron up on the podium.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm down here in the impound area with our top 3. Everybody desperately trying to cool off after that moto. We're going to try to get Dylan Graham up to the podium first, 3rd place here in moto number 1. If you think riding a moto is hard, try putting on a soaking wet jersey. All right, here he is at the podium. We must have walked right past each other. Dylan Graham, he's got a bronze medal here in the first moto. Let's hear it for him, folks. Put your hands together. Dylan, I'm going to get you up front. A solid performance here to kick off the week. Dylan, let's get you right here in the middle so everyone can see it home on Racer TV. Take us through that moto. Brutal conditions, super hot, and you turn it into a podium finish. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I got a decent start. I double clutched it and made my way through the pack pretty fast. I didn't even know I was in third until my mechanic told me on the pit board, and then I just tried to put the hammer down and try and find smooth lines.
I was about to say, yeah, you really seemed calm, cool, and collected late in the moto, trying to limit those mistakes. Was there any smooth lines out there? Could you find some smooth real estate, or was it just fighting the bumps all the way around?
No, it's pretty smooth lines middle to outside because they did some track prep, and yeah.
Hey, you played it smart. You turned it into a podium finish, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, 4 Aiden Zing, 7 Melon, MRP, SBR, Jay Whipple for giving me confidence after the first race, Tagger Designs, Aero Helmets, 7MX, Scott Got Goggles, and Mika Metals, Faster USA, Icon, and everybody else that helps me out. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, let's hear it. Third place there in Moto 1, Dylan Graham putting it up on the box. We're going to get our silver medalist up next. Second place all the way down to the wire, but 2 podium finishes to start off his week. Let's hear it for Tace Morgan. Tace, man, we got the boots off. We're trying to cool off because it is brutal out here. You were in a bar-to-bar battle late into that race. Talk about how tough those conditions were.
They were all right. I trained in Florida with dog pounds, so I'm kind of used to them. But I just got to clean up some stuff, and we'll be ready for tomorrow.
Hey, I know you got the big picture in mind, man. A solid podium finish to start off the week. Certainly a good position to be in. Who do you want to thank for helping you get out here?
My mom, my dad, Altus, Yamaha, Bell 100%, Moose, Alpine Star, Monster, Dunlop, Win and Kim, Donnie, Ed, the Lawrences, they helped me out a lot, and Jacob Hayes, and that's it. Thank you.
Good ride, buddy. There it is, Tace Morgan, second place to start off the week. Another solid podium finish for the Blue Crew rider, and coming all the way down to that last lap and getting a gold medal to go along with it. Let's hear it for Maddox Timmerman, your first moto winner. Man, talk about a fight. Yeah, we'll go by. This is your ride, man. This is what took you to the win. There is your gold medal. Take us through the chaos of that moto. We found ourselves on the ground. We found ourselves back in the #1 spot and grabbing the win. Take us through it.
I got a good start and ended up in the first lap. And I kind of rode my race from there, but in the sand I crashed. I had to deal with the crooked front end, but I ended up getting it done, passing Tace, and getting the win.
Hey, you didn't let it stop you. You brought it all the way back for a first moto win. Who do you want to thank for helping you get the job done?
My mom, my dad, my whole family, Motorex, DT1, Mika Metals, DRS, Guts, Omi Creation, Dunlop, and a special thanks to Monster Army and Fox.
All right, let's hear it. That's your first moto winner, Maddox Timmerman, getting the job done. Guys, back up to you.
All right, thank you there, Mr. Zach Heron, and it is just about time here for race number 12, our Junior 25 Plus. Going to take a look at our lineup here. Making his way from South Carolina is the number 4 of Brandon Haas. On the number 7 machine is Bryce Klippel. Making his way out of Tennessee, then the Ohio boy, Brock Peterson, going to be on the number 10 machine. Judson Wisdom going to be on the 12 machine, making his way out of Tennessee. Hayden Hefner out of North Carolina going to be on the 16. Jacob Weimer, how about that? On the 19, making his way out of Idaho. Trevor Tate out of Tennessee going to be on that 20 machine. John Muller on the 21, making his way out of Louisiana. Then the Tennessee native Dalton Fisher will be on the 22 machine with Dylan Kappeler on the 24, making his way from California.
Number 30 is Michael L. Ash from Florida. Giancarlo Clauser from Oklahoma is 32. 33 is Tyler McSwain from North Carolina. Mitchell France from Michigan is number 34. Cody Williams from Massachusetts is running the 35. Wilfredo Guzman, the number 36 out of Florida. Brandon Ream out of Minnesota is 38. Tyler Jones, the number 41 out of Nevada. Heath Harrison from Alabama is number 42. Brennan Myers, number 44 from Iowa. Dakota Robertson out of Idaho, number 46. Tyler Locke from Colorado is 47. Travis Delnicki from Connecticut is 48. Max Lee, number 50, is from California. You got it, Jackie Legs?
I got it. The 2 card goes into the air. We swap it for the 1. In the meantime, the 51 is Ezra Hastings. Alex Hilbrand going to be on the 52. Jacob Ballmer on the 57. And here we go, everybody. The gate is down. Let's see who it's going to be into turn number 1.
Wow, look like a Kawasaki and a Yamaha rider now, stretching it out. Both riders drop it to the inside. Let's see what they pick up. The 73 ride looks good. He brings along a 57 machine side by side as they lead the way down in a long short chute as they head into the 10 Commandments.
That would be Stephen Mages, and number 57 is Jacob Bomert.
Stephen Mages looking good. Hefner, Bomert, Canning, Champion, Hastings, Peterson, and Tim Wiegand. Wow. How about that guy?
Let's pick up real quick
as
they make their way around here on lap number 1. Y'all keep your eye on the screen. I'm going to finish this out. Tim Wiegand going to be on the 66. Zachary Taylor on the 67. Joe Pierman on the 70 machine. KJ McKenzie on the 71.
Ejected off their bike as they head into Storyland.
Oh, no.
So we're going to see if he can get back up there. Meanwhile, I believe he was like in second at the time. That could have been Hefner or Bomert. But now let's keep our eye on. We had Kata point him out over there, and that is going to be Brandon Haas back in 14th right now. Here they come down 20 miles of bad road in that sand section. Oh, look out! Katie Barrett, the doors down. Side by side, the deck has shuffled, and now the 73 ride of Stephen Mages now back at about 6 or 7. Ryan Dungey over here looking very fiercely over here at this plus 25 junior race.
Hey, speaking of Stephen Mages, that's the next one on my sheet on the 73 machine. Cliff Sanders on the 76, Austin Jamison on the 77, Luke Vollinger on the 81, Skylar Adams on the 82, Talon Gorman on the 83, Scott Champion on the 84, Chris Canning on the 85, and Jordan Oxley on the 89, William Hall on the 91, and Zach Peters going to round out our class on the 97. Pick it back up, Les Kane.
Here you go. Look out there as they head in front of the billboard. It's Bomert, Hastings, Tim Wiegand, and I have Tim Wiegand. Wow.
How about it? Scott Champion letting that machine dance on the 84.
Old Scotty Champion now, regular. Took a couple years off from the pros, and now he is back here at the ranch. Scotty Champion.
Jacob Bomert on that 57, already putting on a sizable lead over Ezra Hastings in second. I mean, look at that gap out there, you guys. It's got to be 5 seconds.
There you go. Back in 25th, Alex Hildebrand, Fisher, Locke, Gorman, Sanders, Myers now 20th through 25th as they try to make something happen and break in the top 10. Look out, the Yamaha now trying to go to the inside. Watch them now as they work their magic back into Storyland. Leader, Jacob Beaumont. You got company, son. You better look out.
He does. It must have been a mistake that put those guys all so close together, but man, in fact, I was wrong. We're looking at Tim Wiegand and Scott Champion right now, going back and forth. There's a lot of good battles going on immediately in this Junior 25-plus class.
You better look for Brandon Haas, the number 4 ride up in the 7th. He was way down out of the top 10 on lap number 2, but he's working it and working it well. Cody Williams, Moeller, Piron, McSwain, Tyler McSwain back into the practice here in the plus 25 junior class.
Yeah, additionally we've got Heath Harrison right behind him in 13th and Jacob Weimer in 14th.
I'm watching down there. There's a lot of notables. Cesarello, Klauser, Chris Canning was up there at first. Now, that might have been our rider that had the issue back in Storyland. Trevor Tate, Michael France, Brennan Mayers, Cliff Saunders, and Jake Weimer back in there. The number 19 in 14th. Boy, how do you think he's feeling right now, Kevin? Huh? Yeah.
That was the most excited I've seen you all day, Wes Kane.
Well, you better watch out because I'm watching Brandon Haas out there. The number 4 is in 4th right now.
Hey,
so
and
Haas,
Jake Weimer just made it up to 8th place that lap.
Weimer's going to be in that cool-down section. I could just about bank on it that he is bitten off a lot here. Tim Weejan.
The number 57, I'm really impressed by this gap that he's put on Ezra Hastings. We're at 6.5 seconds, two laps in.
Oh, Beaumont
getting a little woolly there. The number 57 pulled a koala bear move.
He did, getting a little,
yeah.
little out of whack there. Able to gather it back up as we head back off into Storyland. He's trying to escape while the getting is good up at the front of the pack.
Oh, you don't want to drag that leg right there. That's not a good thing. You drag that leg like that, and the next thing you do, you go right to the ground.
It was a good recovery, though, and he's didn't lose any time from it, it appears.
Bryce Kipple now, Joe Perron, Peterson, Mick Swain now in 13, 14, 15, 16.
Are Joe Perron, Brock Peterson, and Tyler McSwain, 14, 15, 16.
There we go.
You just started saying numbers, Wes Kane.
Huh?
So keeping our eyes on Racer TV here on this 57 machine of Beaumont as he makes his way through the sand of the Thor sweeper. And here we go. Gonna check in for another lap complete. 12 minutes left to go here in this one. And now taking a look back here at our second place, the 51 machine of Ezra Hastings. Scott Champion still holding on to a third place spot here in this one as he makes his way through the finish. And he'll take that back. That's Heath Harrison making some moves. So Harrison going to take over that third place spot, looking for a bronze medal in this one. No doubt about it. Harrison going to continue to chip away at this one. He's got his eyes set now on that 51 KTM machine.
Our spotter up here, K-Dub, says Heath Harrison dropping the hammer at a 1:58. Didn't get the start that he needed, but now that lap time's going to help him work it.
And there it is. He's going to be able to get the pass made as they head into the 10 Commandments now. Harrison going to go to the inside. Hastings to the out, and Harrison now going to be able to solidly sit in that second place spot.
Wow.
And look at that, a hop, skip.
And a jump.
And a jump. Making his way through those rollers with some style there.
So Harrison out there with a good lap time is going to work his way up there. He passes that big FMF inflatable. They head into Storyland. I'm looking for Brandon Haas, the number 4. Can he get up there and make this a three-way split?
We'll see. At this point, Haas actually losing a position to Heath Harrison. We'll see what he's able to do.
Come on, let's go.
I'm sitting here. I'm just listening. I'm looking at these numbers. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit behind. I'm a little bit behind Wes Kane because I'm
you have
honest, these guys are more of an older generation, respectfully. So you guys are throwing out all these names. I'm just trying to stay on top of it.
Hey, Ezra Hastings on screen now here on Racer TV, as he tries to hold off the Yamaha machine of Brandon Haas. Here we go, going to check in.
Within sight of number 57, our leader.
That is the key to this one as Jacob Beaumont tries to check out a 2:01.5 there as he checks in for 4 laps complete. Heading into a mile of bad road right there before the billboard.
Now checking in our second place position with a 2-minute lap time, just a little bit faster than our leader.
Hey, we've been searching for smooth real estate out there all day long. You're not going to find much of it other than the sections that we've touched up out here. A rough and brutal track at Loretta Lynn's.
A track dubbed too tough to tame right here, but it looks like Beaumont, Harrison, Hastings, Haas, and Weimer Old Scotty Champion out there doing a great job. Bryce Kipple, Peterson, Mages, Wisdom, using some wisdom out there in the top 10. Cody Williams, Vollinger, Perron, Hefner. Hefner was up there in the beginning, but seems to drop down off the radar, down in 14th right now.
Here we go. Got Brandon Haas on screen now on that number 4 machine, trying to make a move up the inside. Here we go. Haas going to shuffle to the outside. Side by side, back into Storyland. Can Haas get it done? He's able to absorb that jump just a bit better in the KTM machine, and that's going to be enough. The Club MX ride going to overtake the podium spot.
There you have it. Brandon Haas has risen to the occasion here. Slowly but surely.
This everybody TV continuing to work his way up. Could we see Weimer up in the mix? Continuing to work his way up. Could we see Weimer up in the mix for a podium spot here in Moto 1?
Weimer's no joke. He's won here before. He's had a successful pro career. Training, I believe he's training down at the, where's Weimer at now? He's got to be training somewhere, and I guess he put his
training
hat
on the couch, probably.
He lives in Idaho, right?
He put his hat in the ringer and says, I'm going to race Loretta Lynn's.
So he's probably training in Idaho.
No, he's training like a crew. Like, I think Weimer's at Sandbox. Weimer might be with the Lawrence brothers.
Wes Kane, I have no clue, brother.
I think so. I might be biting off more than I could chew.
Well, regardless, he just did a 2:02 in 4th place behind Brandon Haas. He's only 1.7 seconds back, so he's not too far off.
But take a look at that. Our man Heath Harrison, the fastest person on the track there for lap number 5, a 2-minute flat.
He's going to need fast lap times because he's 7 seconds back from our leader.
Yeah, that's what you get. Bomer checking out early in this one. He knows he has riders like Heath Harrison, Brandon Haas. What are you seeing?
Weimer's got missile lock on Brandon Haas. Take the shot. Take the shot. No, not yet. Not yet. Wait. What do you think? What do you think?
Did he take the shot?
I don't know, not yet, but he's about ready to.
All right, Wes Kane, here we go into the sand for the 57 Yamaha machine of Bomer. See if we can pick up that battle there between Weimer and Haas on Racer TV.
Yep, it looks like Weimer has made quick work of Brandon Haas. So there's our leader, buzzes the tower. Here comes Heath Harrison, the number 42. We're watching him closely.
Launching that Thor sweeper and headed into the Bermuda Triangle here.
Here comes, is that Weimer doing a little check over? So Weimer comes through over here. He peaks all the way across in 3rd now. Does he try to drop the hammer more? He's got 6 minutes.
I bet he does. I mean, I would assume that where he is right now, he's honestly just on a roll and he's pushing forward. That would be my guess. And you know what? You don't want to let Brandon Haas catch back up to you, and so you might as well just keep this momentum moving.
You know what catch-up's for?
Tell me what it's for.
Kevin Wyndham's hot dogs over there. So I don't. Yeah.
Of course
it's not out here, so he's going to roll them in. Good job out there. Good call out there, Sophia.
All right, on Racer TV, continuing to watch this 57 machine of Bomer. As we take a look out the window, going to pick up on Heath Harrison, still running in that 2nd place spot.
Bomer's been flawless. After that first lap where they were jousting positions, a couple of them, they were feeling their oats out there in the plus 25 junior. He has like, hey, I've risen in here. I'm going to roll this thing out. Just think if Harrison would have got one of those phenomenal gate drops that we've seen here the last couple of years.
It's true. Everyone was saying yesterday on practice day, Heath Harrison in his starts.
I know.
Well, you know what? He's going to have 2 more motos. We've been saying this.
Yeah, well,
beautiful 3-moto format.
You know what happens with the 2nd right now.
Oh, totally. It's as good as the 1st.
Just like going in there and having a pair of pocket aces. You're ready to go. You got something hit up your sleeve.
Pretty much. You are, yep. So yeah, that'll work out for Heath Harrison if he can stay ahead of Weimer. And we'll see how these lap times look when they come around again. But it should be probably 3 laps left at this point. I don't see any 2-lap card coming out.
Nope. All right, Tate, looking good out there. Trevor Tate, Ram Hall, McSwain, Klauser, Max Lee.
So Wes Kane, most of our fast laps, 6 laps complete here in this one. Got to make it 7 now with the 2-lap card out. 2 more to go here for the Junior 25 Plus and Moto 1. Most of our fast laps coming there from lap number 3. Just to show you, Heath Harrison running a 1:58.2 there on lap number 3. A blazing fast lap time for him. Checking in with Jake Weimer. His fastest is a 2:01.9 also on lap 3. And your leader, Bomer, turning a 1:59.8 there on that last lap, lap number 7. It was also the 3rd lap that was fastest for him up until this last lap.
All right, well, there's your leader on Racer TV, the 57, heading back into the 10 Commandments. Watch him right over there.
Heath Harrison lost a little bit of time to him last lap, so it seems that he's in a very safe 2nd place, especially because Weimer had a little bit of a bad lap. So did Brandon Haas.
Yeah, taking a look here, Haas with the 18th gate pick here in this one.
Oh, wow. We got red cross flags going into Storyland. 2 riders down. We sure hope they're okay.
Yeah, not going to affect our leader, though. He slices his dices around there, uses a little caution, gets around there. No harm, no foul for our leader. Didn't slow him down any. And he is hop, skipping, and jumping out of Storyland. Now watch him. He's going to head down 20 miles of bad road. Hand salute the monster tent. Waves hello to everybody under there, and now heads down that sandy section.
Hey, you want to talk about a bad gate pick? Jake Weimer with a 35th gate pick here in this one. That might have something to do with why we saw Weimer so far back to start this one out. Now has worked his way up into the 3rd place position. He's looking at a bronze medal right now. We'll see how he's going to finish this one out, as once again, only 2 laps to go. Now we're going to have a white flag flying in just 1 turn for the 57 of Jacob Bomer.
Jackie Legs, I really don't think this one in Moto 2 is going to finish like this.
Yeah,
I
no
think
doubt.
We're going to see a little bit of the deck shuffling as they come through.
No doubt about it. I guarantee it here in this one. This is going to be all over the place. Want to give a shout out to that 57 machine of Jacob Bomer, getting it done so far for Crossley Radio, Rider Assurance, Mom and Dad, and Nitty MX Schools.
Yeah, still out ahead with a very good lead headed into this white flag lap. It's got to be a good feeling for him right now.
Yep, the 57 machine knows he has to do the dance one more time here in Moto 1 of the Junior 25 Plus. Trying to do the Loretta Lynn's tango, you could say. Make it one more time around through here, and he will be on his way to a gold medal. You know that's what he's looking for, and then some.
Ooh, and our Brandon Haas has fallen back a little bit, down into 6th place with a 2:13 lap time, much slower than what he's been running before.
Yeah, possibly a hiccup for him. I can't imagine Haas, the leader of the Club MX squad, going to fall off that much on a lap, possibly so, but I have to imagine some kind of hiccup for him out there. Taking a look here at our lineup as we continue here on this final lap. Jacob Bomer leading the way. Heath Harrison in the number 2 spot. Jacob Weimer in the 3rd place position. Ezra Hastings and Luke Bollinger going to round out your top 5. Brandon Haas, Scott Champion, Bryce Klippel, Brock Peterson, Joe Perrin your top 10. Then it's Cody Williams, Judson Williams, Stephen Mages, John Moeller, Mitchell France, Mitchell Ash, and Brandon Rhyme for your top 17. Hayden Hefner, Tim Wiegand, and William Hall will round out your top 20.
Thank you very much, Jackie Legs.
Jackie Legs.
Here we go, everybody, into the Thor Sand Sweeper one final time here for the 57 machine.
2 corners left to wrap this thing up.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
2 corners indeed. How about make it no corners for the 57? Oh man, a little scary there, but he's gonna get it done. Wes Kane, a gold medal for Jacob Bomer.
A little baseball slide in there, a little Brody in there.
That section it tends to get a little bit slippery. We see riders sliding around like that.
Yes, indeed.
It's a good thing you made it out of there smooth, and man, starting out on a 1st is the best way to start your week, obviously. So good for him. Heath Harrison now checking in 2nd place. We expect Jacob Weimer just a couple seconds back in 3rd.
And there he is. The 19 machine checks in, and that is going to be your podium here for the Junior 25 Plus Moto number 1.
Bomer, Harrison, and Weimer.
What a burner. We knew it was going to be a good one, and it was. It did not disappoint. But folks, talk about not disappointing right now. We have got a special guest up in the booth for you. 4-time 450 Supercross champion, 3-time 450 outdoor champion. Let's throw in a couple 250 titles for fun. none other than Mr. Ryan Dungey. Wes, take it away.
All right, Ryan Dungey down here at the ranch. I saw you you're watching. You've raced a lot of these guys out here, and I saw you checking the window, spotting for them. What's it mean for you to be down here at Loretta Lynn's?
It's always got to get back here. It's fun. I mean, obviously, the last time I raced here was 2005, and it was a good year, but yeah, it just brings back a lot of memories, right? Your parents, you're in the motorhome. It's, you're roughing it, and it's tough, and just kind of in that point of life of wanting to become a professional, but now it's kind of cool to be on the other side of it and just come back here, watch some races. Obviously, a lot of these guys, like Weimer raced against him, so it's kind of cool. This is a cool class. Brandon Haas, he was a guy that grew up in Minnesota. We racing against him, and we got Scott Champion. So that was a good race.
Now, looking out there, do you say better that you're retired and you've been there and you've been at the top? Of course, do you say better them out there than me?
What's that?
They're out there racing. It's hot. You've been through the gauntlet. Are you in here in the AC? Huge success. You say, hey, better them out there. If somebody challenged me to get out there in this plus 25, is Ryan Dungey doing it?
Yeah, I think I'm still so close to, from finishing racing that my mind's kind of still there. Right now, this is not where, maybe one day I'll but raising kids and all that stuff, life's just busy. But all in all, it's good to be here still.
All right, so tell me your KTM. You're here obviously doing something with KTM. Tell me what that entails.
Yeah, no, we're here with the KTM crew. Obviously here to support them. All the guys, they're off to a good start, of course, and just supporting them. There's some pretty cool stuff happening this week. That the Micro E class, the 4 to 7-year-olds, the top 12 get to actually go to the finals, the SMX Cup, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's a huge opportunity. I got to do that as a kid, and especially if your dream is to become a professional racer at that age, that 7-year-old 4 to 7, it's like, and you get to go race on a track that the pros are, the top level guys. It like ignites that motivation to become a professional even more. So, cool little opportunity, and excited to be here and support all the guys in the Orange Brigade and enjoy it.
So Ryan, after we called the micro classes yesterday evening, I was walking out of the tower, and I got to tell you, I really wanted to go over to your group and kind of hear you break down the track. Like, how was that experience for you? I'm sure they were all tuned in to Dunge to see what he had to say about the track, but how was that experience guiding some of the KTM guys? And it was open to all the riders here, but walk us through what your evening was like.
Yeah, it was actually pretty exciting. I really enjoyed that. One, because the track, they hadn't really touched any of it yet, so we could kind of see the lines. The bumps were still there, going into the sand, everything. So, as we get to these sections and look at them and discuss them, they had questions. We can kind of like just debrief, and some of the braking bumps, especially here, they just get so big. And with this amateur rough, there's bumps in areas there wouldn't normally be on a racetrack. So it's kind of cool to, hey, we can jump in here, jump over this, and play around with the track, and you could see their faces lighten up, And they were asking some really good questions about lines and positioning themselves, and so it was actually a real treat to be able to do a track walk with everybody at the end of the day.
So after the track walk, I believe you went down to the beach, right?
We did the beach.
Okay, so I've been trying to get you to. We'll finish this up after the podium. Go ahead, take it away.
Take it away, Zach.
Zach, take it away at the podium. Sorry about that.
K-Dub and Dunge are talking about way back when up in the tower. We were just talking about how easy it was out there, right? It's super smooth. It's not very hot. Things are just a calm, cool day here at the ranch, right?
For sure. I'm wondering why I didn't sign up for Open Pro Sport.
All kidding aside, man, talk about how brutal this was. An absolute battle, a solid position. You worked your way into that podium spot. Take us through the moto.
Yeah, but really bad start. They watered it, and a lot of us did, but I spun so bad. And I'll tell you what, after practice yesterday, I was like, I probably shouldn't even line up. I was so bad. So I'll take that moto. Heath went by me, and I kind of just watched what he did for a minute. And by then I was pumped up, but I think if I can regroup and get a better start, I think maybe I can get up there a little closer and challenge the boys. So great moto, had fun. Just thanks to everybody on my bike and supporting me. And biggest of all, the Geek family. I'm here helping Sawyer, and they kind of supported. They're part of the problem why I'm here, but also supported me doing it. So just glad to be here, and looking forward to Moto 2.
Well, Jake, we're glad to see you out here. Congratulations one more time. Let's hear it. Jake Weimer, third place there in Moto 1 of 25 plus. We're going to try to get the Alabama Slammer up next. None other than Heath Harrison takes a quick drink. and has got a silver medal waiting on him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Heath Harrison, second place in Moto 1. Heath, I'll get you up front so everybody can see you at home on Racer TV. Man, we see you back here in 2025. We're on some new colors, man, kind of a new program, but the same old Heath Harrison, man, fast, consistent, and on the podium.
Yeah, I feel really good on the bike. I moved back to Alabama, started my own business, and yeah, you surround yourself with good people, good things happen, right? So, no, dude, I'm on a completely bone stock, basically Husqvarna 450. Jamie over at Twisted Development hooked me up with some tune, and man, the bike's running great. My guy back home, Justin Terry, rebuilt the bike for me before I came up here, and man, my man Dave Crane coming out spinning wrenches this week. It's cool, man. It's family oriented, and I'm stoked.
What's it going to take to get the job done here in these the second and third motos? I know you're a championship contender. How we feel about a performance?
Yeah, I feel good. My riding's great. I showed that yesterday in practice, qualifying P1 and then also P1 in Pro Sport. So I got speed, drew 39, which no excuses. Everybody has to draw from the same bucket. But yes, get terrible start on my part. And yeah, just charge through the pack, and I got the speed and fitness, so I'm ready.
Hey, absolutely, man. Well, Heath, who's helping you out? Let's hear it.
Yeah, just everybody. My man Michael Nazakadis, South Mississippi Power Sports, FXR, 100%. Man, everybody that makes this possible. FMF, Lil D personally brought me a pipe down here from California, flew with it, so that was a cool moment for me. And just, yeah, everybody that makes this possible and is in my corner, I appreciate it.
All right, guys, let's hear it. Second place in Moto number 1, Heath Harrison getting the job done. And last but certainly not least, Jacob Baumert, first place, your plus 25 winner. We're going to get him up on the box right before we drop this gate. Here it is, gold medal in hand. Let's hear it. Jacob grabbing that first moto win, man. Take us through honestly a dominant performance. You got up into that number 1 spot, and it just seemed like you were executing everything to plan. Didn't seem like anything was catching you off guard. Take us through the moto.
Yeah, I nailed the start. My hot lap start was horrendous, but I got it together for the moto. And just, I really tried not to override the track because yesterday I felt horrible, and that's what I was doing. So I just tried to ride as smooth as I could and let whatever happen, and we got a win out of it.
Hey, you let the race come to you, and it brought you a gold medal, man. Who's helping you out? Who helped you get here?
Got to give a huge shout out to my mom and dad, Brandon Parrish with Rider Assurance, Crosley Radio, Merge Racing's got my suspension dialed, my wife and my daughter are here. That's it, I think.
Hey, well, we'd love to see.
Wait. Shannon Ide. He let me put in the work a little bit this summer, and it's paying off, and I'm just trying to show that what he does works.
Hey, I love it. Had to get him in there. Well, a huge congratulations. One more time, put your hands together. Jacob Baumert, your plus 25 first moto winner. Guys, back up to you.
There we go, and a correction on that, Jake Baumert. Good job, my man. All right, 125 Junior coming up next, race 13. The number 3 machine is Alessandro Carminati out of Mexico. Then Cannon Hargrove going to be on the number 4. Colby Lazar on the number 11. Tyler Kirby going to be on that 13 machine. King Ballasina going to be on the 14. Quade Edwards on the 15 machine. Davis Daniels going to be on that 17. The 18 is going to belong to Logan Kressel. Austin Camden going to be on that 19 machine. Caden West on the 20. Carson Assay on that 23 machine. Lincoln Bishop on the 24. Luca Modica going to be on that 25, and here we go. We're off and rolling into turn number 1. It looks to be Logan Kressel on that 18 machine. And to pick up back where we left off, Braxton Mees going to be on that 26. Chadwick now we're going to be on the 27. Parker Harrington on the 28. Luke McNeil on the 29. CJ Coy on the 30. Sawyer Cardle on the 31. Chase Anderson on the 32. Tristan Pruitt on the 37. Benjamin Moya on the 39. And Brady Olson on the 41.
All right. From Brentwood, California, 43 of Maddox Purdue from Groveland, Florida. 44 of Dylan Reed from Payson, Utah. 46 Matthew Williams from Pottawatomie, Virginia. 47 Christian Humphrey from New Plymouth, Idaho. The 48 of Ethan Romero out there from New Iberia, Louisiana. Kerr Hawkinson, New York. The 49 of Tanner Dorman. Saugerty, Alabama sends us the 51 of Mitch Pierce. Then I've got the 52 of Jack Davila, the 53 of Logan Webb, the 55 of Justin Schuff, the 57 of Adian Golf, the 68 of Tommy Petz, the 72 of Chase Monahan, 81 Cash Hawkyard, 88 Alex Howard, 91 Oliver Camp, 94 Kevin DePino, and the 99 of Brock Lamb.
And some of our front runners here in this one going down there in the sand. One of our front runners, I should say, but it is a battle between the 47 and the 37. Tristan Pruitt, Christian Humphrey going at it as we check in here at the finish for one lap complete.
Here we go, Kevin.
One lap complete here in the 125 Junior 12:17 BC. Still have Ryan Dungy out hanging out with us. Saw you on the track walk. The last question I wanted to know is, did you participate in the s'mores? Did you put the s'mores into the temple of Dunge?
I can't say that I did. No.
You did not?
No, not because I didn't want to. We were just busy ripping around, and everybody there was.
I knew you wouldn't have a dog with me, but I want to know: did you have a s'mores on the beach yesterday?
It was a little dangerous. I mean, there's little kids. They have these big sticks. There's pokey. You gotta just stay out of the way, you know.
Well, look, man, I personally love seeing Dunge here at the ranch. We appreciate all that you do for the racing world, the St. Jude, all of your KTM ventures, and just an awesome family man. And the sport is definitely blessed to have you, especially here at the ranch. So, Dunge, thanks for being here, and thanks for being you, dog.
Yeah, good to be here. Thanks for having me.
All right, back to the action out there. Tristan Pruitt out front with Christian Humphrey, Logan Creasel, Cannon Hargrove, Austin Camden in the top 5. Keep an eye on Colby Lesser, Olson, Telpino, Dorman, Feeney, Bussalina, and Schuff in the top 12. What do you see, Sophia Phelps?
I'm seeing that our number 4, Cannon Hargrove, is up from 4th into 2nd and not far behind our leader, Tristan Pruitt.
I mean, absolutely eating. Cannon Hargrove ate that last 10 commandment. He is actually in the 3rd place position behind Christian Humphrey. Tristan Pruitt trying to escape up front on that 37 machine. This is what I like to call the bumblebees of Loretta Lynn's. These things are screaming out there. And this is one of those classes they got to work for it as the 37 machine works for Tristan Pruitt. Buzzes the tower, man, and absolutely slams into the sand.
Into the beach.
You better
Very impressive on the 125.
You better watch some of these notables back there. There's Chase Coy back there in 26. You better look out for him. Davis, Ethan Romero, Carminetti, Oliver Camp, a couple of notables. Watch Braxton Mays now. Bam Bam. The number 115 on the regular tour there, trying to make something happen. He's number 26 here, but we know the 115 out there and out in the local races.
All right, well, I would say Dannon Reed in 39th, podiumed in Supermini last year, so he's another one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
A number of boys that maybe had rough starts are going to try and make their way through the pack this moto.
Yeah, I was saying just a minute ago, this is one of those classes you got to work for it. As you see him right now, you got to finesse those machines. And speaking of finessing, watch that man go on the number 4 machine. Cannon Hargrove now will move up into that 2nd place spot as he look at that, a triple on the 125. Triple double. That's what I'm talking about, Hargrove. He's getting it done right now on that number 4 machine as he heads off into Storyland.
Boy, the rider behind him, Humphreys, almost went for a wild ride in the 10 Commandments. He broke about 3 of them, but they let him off the hook, and he's able to keep his composure and keep on heading towards Storyland.
Humphreys found some forgiveness out of those commandments for sure.
Hey, somebody's looking after him. All right, Tristan Pruitt now, one of the riders that went over to England in the Team USA Junior Championships out there. And he is down here at the ranch, and he is in full revenge mode right now.
He is. Look at that lead that he's got now coming out of the sand section, going over the Rocky Mountain, and 2nd place Cannon Hargrove is just getting into it.
He is on full send right now. Tristan Pruitt, you can't look over your shoulder. Don't worry about what's behind you. Race to the front, my friend. You're in the best position right now the ranch can offer because you are riding a ride that dreams were made of here down at the Dude Ranch.
It is true in this Bumblebee class, as Jackie Legs was saying, he calls it, which I kind of like that name. What do you think, Wes Kane?
I mean, it's okay as long as you don't get stung. I mean, we don't want none of that going on here.
Don't get stung by these bees. Tristan Pruitt throwing down a 2-minute lap time. That's fast. These are quick boys on the 125s. Of course, we know that, but wow. Yeah,
All right.
he's moving it. Let's see. Lifetime in scoring is showing that Hargrove was at 2:02, so lost a little bit of time to Pruitt there. Pruitt is on the move. I would just like to point out Kane Bolasina in 6th, also putting down a 2-minute lap time, and Tanner Dorman in 7th, another 2-minute lap time. So there's some fast riders that, like we were saying earlier, are buried a little bit in the pack. They're going to have to make their way up. But this is the way of first motos here at the ranch. And after this, when they have their ordered gate picks, this might change.
I am watching Oliver Camp back there now. Hawkyard, Anderson, Daniels, Cordell. Those riders 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Yeah, and Wes, you can see our top 20 lineup here on the left side of your Racer TV screen. Going to look just outside of it. 21st, Sawyer Cordell. Got Alex Howard in the 22nd spot. Then it's Maddox Perkue, Aiden Goff, Logan Webb, Danon Reed, Chadwick Nauer, Parker Harrington, Tyler Kirby, Mitch Pierce, Carson Assay, Tommy Pizzi, Quade Edwards, Ethan Romero, Jace Coy, Luca Modica, Matthew Williams, Lincoln Bishop, Luke McNeil, Alessandro Carminetti, and then Jack Dable and Brock Lamb will round out your top 42 here for the 125 juniors.
Woo. Wes Kane, who are you looking at over there?
I'm watching Jace Coy. I mean, great rider. I saw him out at the California Classic, get up there and get on the podium and get a title. Just not having a ride that he is wanted here, but he's soldiering on. Jace has come a long ways in his racing career the last couple of years and really stepped up. So I'm sure he'll get it worked out. Just a little something, little gremlins.
Yeah, I'm watching these riders jump into the sand here next to the beach, and I'll tell you what, if you are down there watching on those sidelines right there, you can feel the impact when they land. It's just pretty cool. It gives you an idea of how large that jump is.
I mean, we're almost on the second floor, and these guys are right here, flat landed into that rough section there. So Tristan Pruitt, he pulls the trigger with it every time. You got Pruitt, Hargrove, Bossalina, Dorman, Creasel in your top 5 here, and a lap time right there by Pruitt, still holding true at a 2.9.
So look at Tanner Dorman with a 1:59 in 4th place. He made a couple of passes that last lap, and I suspect he will make more in the coming laps.
He has dropped it down just a little bit, and that's where you want to be. You want to start edging down as the laps go on. Like halfway, when the halfway cross flags are out, that's when they cream rises to the top here. So Pruitt, Hargrove, Bossalina, and Dorman now.
Yeah, and on screen we can see those 3 Yamahas right in a row. You can see Hargrove right there, and not far behind him is Bolasina and Dorman.
Yep. Troubles for Christian Humphrey as he moves outside of the top 5 now into that 6th place spot, but full steam ahead now for the 37 as he continues to lead the way on that Motorsport Hillsboro Monster Army 110 Racing and Alpine Stars backed Husqvarna machine. Right now on your screen you see the number 4 Yamaha of Kane and Hargrove, and those other 2 Yamahas we've been talking about, Kane Bolasina and Tanner Dorman, those 2 battling it out right now. Looks like a pass is about to be made.
Leader. It's still Christian Pruitt on that Husqvarna out front leading the charge.
It is, and we've got the number 49, Tanner Dorman, almost making the pass on the 14 of Kane Bolasina. Look at them go over that wall and into our turn right here next to the tower.
Oh, 49 almost tipped it away.
He almost did give it
Look
away.
at that.
But now Kane's right up on Cannon, the number 4.
This could be it. To the inside is the 14 machine. Bolasina trying to make a move.
Just pounded through that sand.
Wow. Here we go into the finish for another lap complete. This time 5 laps complete. Cannon Hargrove in, Kane Bolasina in. Now Tanner Dorman also checks in, and take a look at that. Kane Bolasina turning it up with a 1:59.9 that time around.
Yeah, one of these boys will throw down a fast lap, and the others just match it. These lap times are incredible as they come around, and watching the 3 of them on the YZ125 just matching each other and catching their pace. Very impressive.
Well, I mean, Bolasina felt that Dorman was barking back there, and if you're out here and you want to be competitive, you're taught when they start barking on you, you got to drop that hammer, you got to pick it up, you got to get your lines, you got to figure it out. What do you see, Jackie Legs?
I am keeping my eyes on that number 4 machine as he triple doubles through the 10 commandments. Looks like a battle for that 3rd place spot going to ensue right now. The 49 machine to the inside. Is it going to be enough? to the outside now, and no, it is not. Kane Bolasina going to cut it off. But you see that number 4 up there. Keep your eyes on him. The EBR Performance Atlas Motorsports Dunlop and One Industry back Yamaha machine. Here we go again.
Dorman and Bosalina like gladiators in the octagon, jousting back and forth, looking for that submission hold, but neither one of them giving up on it yet.
Dorman has the position now, so we have a pass made, and it looks like another one in the mix as we head back into the sand here on the far side of the course.
Side by side, and they got a bogey in the middle. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's Hargrove they've reeled up into.
They have caught right up onto Hargrove, and you can see them taking every possible line. They're in 3 ruts at a time, just side by side at all different points. You never know who's in second, third, or fourth.
Hargrove's mechanics over there going, you better drop the hammer and get moving, because they are coming after you.
And look at that. That's how quick it can happen. Kane Bolasina grabs that spot back as he buzzes the tower, sends it into the sand. And it's going to be Tristan Pruitt, Cannon Hargrove, and Kane Bolasina. Your running order going to stay the same, but don't quite show the tail of the tape.
It is 3.
Look at that.
Oh, a little shuffle move.
Bolasina just made it past Hargrove right there after the Tunnel of Love.
The deck is shuffling here, and nobody's safe. There they go. Donnie Luce is watching his 3 gladiators out there. Got that little quiver in his knee. I know he's going to hustle these guys right over to the cool zone over there behind the starting gate. As soon as they get done, Donnie's over there. Hey, guys, make sure you get over there. I saw him, but he's doing it for everybody, not just his guys. So keep that in mind, guys. Hit that cool zone.
Before and after your moto.
Absolutely. We're going to go. Me and Megawatt are going to hit it when we get done here.
Yeah, they've got an ice bath ready to go for you guys. All kind of other amenities as well. So make sure for the riders, go stop by over there. Not Wes Kane, but the riders go on over there.
Hey, lead by example. I'm going to go over there.
There we go. All right, so it's Tristan Pruitt, Kane Bolasina, and Cannon Hargrove, your top 3 now. And we have another pass being made. Cannon Hargrove now going to move back to the 4th place spot as Tanner Dorman grabs that 3rd place position.
Did you see Dorman go through there, Jackie Legs, feet on the pegs, right through that deep rut, and said, I'm just rolling through this thing. Meanwhile, it's still Bosalina.
That's what I was talking about, Wes Kane. You got to work for it on these 125cc machines. You're not going to throttle out of it. And it's who's got the better line, who's got the drive, who carries the momentum on these machines.
Hargrove has been from 4th and up to 2nd and back down to 4th in just a matter of a couple of laps.
Now, is Hargrove saving something? Because you only got 4 minutes, so you're probably looking at 3 laps in this thing. What do you think?
I mean, he's close enough on Dorman that he could still try to save something and make something happen here towards the end of the moto, but he's losing a little bit of time, so if he's going to do it, he's got to do it now.
So Tristan Pruitt's kind of settled in his pace. You got eyes on him?
I don't have eyes on him. I was checking for a 2-lap card. Do we have a 2-lap card out?
No, we do not.
I think I see it.
Yes, we do. A 2-lap card is out, so 2 more to go here in this one. And taking a look, there was your leader passing by, Tristan Pruitt. And then Kane Bolasina, Tanner Dorman, still going to be that running order. Cannon Hargrove, the rider that was in 2nd for most of this moto, going to shuffle back to that 4th place spot. Braxton Mees holds on to the 5th place position.
These lap times have all been so close together, 1st through 4th, this whole moto, and you'll see one will have a bad lap, and then they'll have a good lap, and a bad lap, and a good lap. But they're not far enough apart, any of the riders, for them to slack off.
Yeah, but take a look at that. Bolasina over 2 seconds fast, 2.2 seconds was the difference there that time. 3.2 seconds was faster was Bolasina over Pruitt. So this one's not over yet. 2 laps to go. There's no doubt about it. Bolasina very well could catch up to Pruitt.
Yeah, he's 4.5 seconds behind right now. So if he keeps that up, then he'll be right on him at the end of the race.
Hey, I'm going to shout back out to James Coy back there. Has picked up a couple spots in the later end of this moto. He was down in the 30s, so he's slowly picking it up, showing you he's got some juice, but hopefully the next gate drop, he'll bring that thing up in the top 10 for sure.
And
back, what happened, Wes Kane?
Back on Racer TV is the 37 Husqvarna machine of Tristan Pruitt.
Flawless, you might say. Good start, good gate.
A beautiful ride.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you hope for.
Yep.
That's what you hope for down here. You want to knock out about 3 of those, 4 of those, and try to get either 2 titles or
18 of those. Like Kevin Windham.
That's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard one to beat.
That would be.
But white flag out there, guys. One more. The thing about that is there's so many talented riders in these riding schools now. So it's just like going to the grocery store. There's 5 loaves of bread sitting there. They're all ready to go. They're trained, and they just keep getting better and better and better. That's why we all have to realize we're all replaceable. You never know. There's always somebody ready there to take your spot, you know?
There is. You got to stay on top of your game. Like Tristan Pruitt right now has to stay on his game.
Didn't have the best game.
He's on it, but, Kane Balacino put down a 2-second faster lap time. That previous lap, now he's down to under 3 seconds of a gap.
Yeah,
manageable, but if he makes a mistake, that could shrink.
They're in the best seat in the house, all 4 of these guys right here, even Braxton Mays, because it's just going to take one start of something, and you're never safe. And we keep saying that, the irony of the ranch. Third moto is the charm. Some guys go in there with a 1-1, a pair of pocket aces, they're ready to go. They just got to win that one, and then curtains. You're like sitting here going, how did that just happen? Stick around, you'll see it.
Balacina continuing to be the fastest person on the track, going from a 2-minute flat now, the last time around a 2:01.8. Still going to be just about 2 seconds faster than Tristan Pruitt, your leader. As we see him right now on that 37 machine on Racer TV, he knows he only has about half a lap to go, and he'll be on his way to talk to our man Zach Herron.
Yeah, I'm curious if Balacina keeps his speed up on this last lap, where he's a little bit behind Pruitt still. But let's see if he's still going to lay down that hammer in the charge there at the very end. As Pruitt goes over the Rocky Mountain and going around this corner, about to pass the tower right now.
Woo!
Here he comes, he's airing out that sand jump every time.
And making it look easy as he heads into the final 2 corners. The 37 machine has hit all of his marks here in this one. Going to take the far outside. He takes a look over his shoulder. And there it is, everybody. Tristan Pruitt going to grab the checkered flag and a gold medal along with it. The 37 machine fires off. And now Kane Balacina checks in with a 2nd place. A great run for him. Still going to come in a second faster that time around than Tristan Pruitt, a 2:05 for him. And then Cannon Hargrove checks in with a 3rd place finish. Braxton Mees holds on for 4th. And let's see, Colby Lazar going to be your 5th place here in this one.
I don't know. Maybe if there's a lapper situation there, that last lap, but if Kane had kept up his lap times from the previous laps, then he would have been all over Pruitt and possibly ahead of him. So just a little interesting note there as they finish off, but I'm excited to watch this 2nd and 3rd moto. I don't expect that we'll see all these riders in the same order again. That was a really exciting moto, but what do you think, Jackie Lynch?
It was, as Kressel checks in the 6th place spot. We see Brady Olson checking in 7th. Austin Camden checks in 8th. Mason Finney in 9th. And now waiting for the 10th place to check in. Tough break here for Tanner Dorman as he has still not made his way through. Our rider that was up towards the front of the pack all race long now drops outside the top 10 as Caden West gets that 10th place spot.
Yeah, now outside of the 15. Hope Tanner Dorman's doing all right. Megawatt, what you got for us?
What I got is a shift change at the Foundry. We're going to do a little announcer change out right here. Got plus 50 come up. What I want to remind everybody, though, at 4 o'clock, got an autograph signing with Levi Kitchen at the Fox Tower. That's going to be from 4 to 5. Autograph signing with Levi Kitchen at 5 o'clock. Of course, we're going to go fishing with Mookie Malcolm Stort at 5 o'clock. Final weigh-in will be at 7. At 6:30, the Army at the HEP Motorsports Dinner. That'll be at the HEP Suzuki Pits. 7:30, the annual AMA Organizers Appreciation Dinner. That'll be at Loretta Lynn's Plantation Home. And also at 7:30 will be the Stasic Jam Fest Stasic Pump Track at the Stasic Pump Track. So looking forward to that this evening as well. Right now, waiting for him to get the podium set up. We're going to make our way down to Zach Herron in just a second. We'll be right back with plus 50 action.
All right, thanks Megawatt. Down here at the podium, getting ready to get the celebrations kicked off for 125 Junior BC. And we're going to bring our third place finisher up first. Cannon Hargrove got a bronze medal with his name on it. He's making his way up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for him. Put your hands together for Cannon Hargrove, third place there in Moto number 1. Cannon will get you up front so everybody can see you at home on Racer TV. Man, let's talk about the conditions out there. Super hot, but a solid ride. Take us through how you got yourself on the podium.
Yeah, I actually got off to an amazing start. I think I didn't come out of the gate quite as good as I wanted to, but I shifted early and got in the back and let the EBR bike pull and put me where I should be. I was about third. Then I passed my way up to second, and with about probably 5 minutes left to go, I just stopped flowing on my brakes too much, and 2 riders went around me, but I got lucky. One of them had a bike malfunction, so I ended up here.
Hey, no such thing as luck here at the ranch, man. You've put in the work, and it shows. Had yourself in good spots all moto long and still in solid championship contention. Got to be stoked about that, right?
Yes, sir. Ready for more.
Hey, I love to hear it, man. Well, who's helping you out? Who's in your corner? Who you want to thank?
I'd like to give a big thanks to my mom, my dad, my brother, and my sister. Everyone over at MTF, Colleen, Little B, Jacob, Simon, my girlfriend. The whole EBR Performance Altus Motorsports crew got me a great bike, really fast, handles well. Dunlop Tires, One Industries, Heat Wave, Garnet, Tamer Whole Shot Devices, Arai Helmets, Bills, Get, ASV, ODI, Backyard Designs, Recluse, VP, EVS, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for him, folks. Once again, that is third place, Cannon Hargrove, getting the job done and starting the week off right. As now going to move things over to second place, Kane Policino. Will get him up here. A solid ride from the number 14. Trying to get cooled off. Got a little bit of the bling bling. And he's got more to add to it. A silver medal for Kane Policino. Let's hear it for him. Kane, let's chat about this thing, man. It was a wide open race, some tough battles, and a solid result. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I wanted to win, so not great.
Okay, so let's talk about it a little bit. What did you feel like you could adjust on? What went wrong here in Moto 1 that you can correct moving forward?
I mean, I just messed up the start. That's all that happened.
So you feel like you'd be a rocket off the start and the rest is smooth sailing, right?
Yeah.
Hey, well, I'm excited to see you try to do just that. Who do you want to thank for helping you get up here for a solid result in Moto 1?
My mom and dad for everything they do. Greg Albertson, Greg Dorenzo, got a program dialed, GC, Game Moto, Moose, Altus Factory Racing, Jordan, Ed, Todd, LJ, Race Tech Titanium, Devin, Emily, and Jared back home, Birds Farm, and everyone else. Thank you.
He got a second, but he's hungry for more. Let's hear it for Kane Policino. And last but certainly not least, grabbing the win here in Moto number 1, we'll get Tristan Pruitt up to the box after what was an impressive performance in one of the tougher slots of the day, certainly on the warm side. But that didn't stop him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your first Moto winner. Tristan Pruitt gets the job done and gets the gold medal. Tristan, man, I just saw the sigh of relief, if you will. How long you been waiting to put on that medal?
8 years.
8 years, man. A ton of time and effort goes into this. Talk about what went right here in Moto 1 and how you found yourself getting the win.
In practice, we had a little bit of a faulty motor. My poor mechanic and dad, they've been working so hard. We put in a new motor. This thing's pretty fast. I was in 4th on the start, and I was just trying to sprint. Everybody's still getting used to the track, and I'm just trying to get a good gap. I was in 1st by the, I believe, 1st lap, and then I just tried to find a good tempo and then just keep racing forward there.
Yeah, it seemed like you were able to kind of find that flow, weren't overriding the motorcycle and kind of letting the race come to you. How good does it feel to kind of get the monkey off the back? We grabbed the first Moto win, and now we can focus on the rest of the week.
Feels great. I've been training really hard at the Baker's Factory, and you'll be expecting more of these.
I love to hear it, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you do it?
I'd like to thank my trainer, Timmy, my teammates, Christian and Chase. They just help push each other to be the best that you can. My parents, my grandparents, they put in so much sacrifices to help me be up here. TCD, we flew them down, get my suspension dialed in, feeling really good out there. Lynx Racing giving me a fast bike. Mika Metal Bars, 110 Racing keeping me looking cool out on the track. You guys got to go check out their gear down on Vendor Row. Just everyone, Monster, Bell Helmets, everyone that helps me get up here, X-Brand Goggles, keeping my vision clear, Monster, and everyone that helps me get up here, thank you so much.
Let's hear it for your first moto winner, Tristan Pruitt, getting the job done in 125 BC. Guys, back up to you.
How do these work here?
Good, you're in.
I'm just turning everything on. Hey, we're back at the tower. Good job, Zach Herron down on the podium. We're gonna break our own rules. We're gonna bring in 9 announcers here for the 50-plus class, but it's because some of them are qualified, not by age, only one. We're gonna bring in the Randy Richardson, who did race this class last year, guest on the bike. You've experienced what these riders are going through.
Some might call that post-qualified, as I did last year, 2024. Yeah,
you were a qualifier.
Yeah, 8th overall, top 10. Honored to be a part of what goes on here at Loretta Lynn's. Sitting here with Kevin Windham, Ryan Dungey, other iconic racers from this amateur racing, and me. I didn't discover it until much later in life, but certainly glad to be here, a part of the show.
Well, look, you are more qualified than Windham or Dungey because neither of them are 50. So
exactly
congrats.
right.
You got them beat.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
I'm going to give you the rundown of this Masters 50-plus class. Spring, Texas, number 7 is Michael Keating. From Sparks, Nevada, Scotty Guthrie on the number 11. From Keyport, New Jersey, Wayne Powers on the number 14. Petersburg, New York, Scott Phelps on the 18. Kevin got excited. Heard 14. Heard 14. Started thinking about it. From Scappoose, Oregon, the number 19 is Ian Hamilton. From Hedgesville, West Virginia, Chad Guckenauer on the 20. Alan Alford from Danville, Virginia on the number 21. Scott Lindley from Franklin, Tennessee on the number 22. Calvin Anlevick from Lincoln, California, the number 23. Richard Silvers from Wadsworth, Ohio. We have the camera on this as I read. Yeah, it's just fascinating television.
Well, they're going to see it in just a minute when we get down to number 31. It's going to be good.
Oh, it's going to be a challenge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get the camera back. Richard Silvers on the number 24. Tommy Jenks from Century, Florida on the 25.
Give me everything you got on
John Murray from Peyton, Colorado on the 26. Eugene Prida from Escondido, California. The 30 is Philip Segundo from Franklin, Tennessee. And on the number 31, coming all the way from Bayville, New Jersey, on the Suzuki, Barry Karsten. Also on the number 32 from Rome, New York, Scott Usmail. From Gilmer, Texas, 33 is Michael Gage. From Cleveland, Ohio, number 35 is David Jones. 36, Michael Ottenad from Dousman, Wisconsin. 37 is John Stewart from Wisconsin. The 39 is Brandon Meredith from Reddick, Illinois. Grant Carter on the number 41 from Kensington, New Hampshire. Frank Koenig on the number 43 from Columbia, South Carolina. Greg Paymart. Frenchie from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. On the number 44, Dwayne Carter from Plano, Texas, on the number 46. Are you taking over?
Yeah, I'll jump in there. The 47 is going to be Nick Morose out of Lancaster, California. Revan Kevin, the number 48, Kevin Kozad out of Atala, Alabama. Gabriel Gallardo, number 50 out of Mexico, Mexico. I don't know if that's a real place. 51 is Daryl Smith out of Whitney Point, New York. Rod Marshall, 55 out of Lebanon, Indiana. 57 is Michael Djokovic out of Des Moines, Iowa. Number 60 is Joe Buskirk out of Hannah City, Illinois. Mike Hodges, 71. Out of Aguada, Puerto Rico. Tressa Rowell, ladies and gentlemen, one of the two Rowells that are here. The number 73 out of Big Sky, Montana, the hotbed of motocross. 76, Matthew Hicks, Donald, South Carolina. Ronnie Ford, 78 out of Paducah, Kentucky. Bill Loy out of Illinois, number 79. Brian Sabal, number 80 out of Longmont, Colorado. Tallahassee, Florida brings you the number 82, Earl the Pearl May. 94 is Christian Robertson out of Winterville, North Carolina. Akron, Ohio brings you Christopher Opliger, number 97. James Jetmar out of Glade Hill, Virginia. It's number 98. Now, we take it away. We got these great ambassadors of the sport with us. I'll shut up.
Yeah, we got Kevin Windham and Ryan Dungey and Randy Richardson with us. I just do want to shout out, though, look at the age of Earl May there, racing in the 50-plus class.
Spotting him about 10, 11 years. He comes in at 61. He's drawing a pension from 3 different places here. He's
double dipping.
Gets the old Gold Corral Deluxe Special at 11 a.m.
He's got that car wash money, Earl May, coming out of Tallahassee. We'll get Ryan and Kevin on the mics in a moment. Davey Coons has the opportunity to take out his iPhone and bench race, probably showing some of the great photos he shot himself.
It's actually, he's currently showing us how insane the Monster Lounge is, the cool zone here.
Oh.
These riders definitely need to be taking advantage of the opportunity pre-race.
Can we announce from there? That is a much better setup than I had imagined.
That
The Monster
fantastic.
Cool Zone right there behind. It's completely tented in. It's got 4 walls. It has a big screen, pre-race, and that's so everybody get cool before their moto. Wow, that's a VIP treatment.
Man, we have come such a long way. You look at those videos from '82 where they're just sitting out in the Sahara waiting. I mean, I don't even know if they had water in that creek yet, man. It was so hot. It was just blowing the water out of there.
If you have your mechanic, we were just talking to Davey Coons. If you have your mechanic, have him take the bike. You don't. This is just a chill zone. Go lower your core temperature. Take advantage of some of the stuff they have available for you. It will make for a better moto. Monster Energy is awesome at supplying that environment. It was not around when the senior 50-plus
when they were getting
racers
started.
were back here years
so
and years
add
ago.
it to your repertoire. You're not used to that.
No. And I would have bet $5 that David was showing you some sign jousting. We got a gate drop getting ready to happen here in the Masters 50-plus. We got the one board up. These
So
guys
is
are
Earl May our oldest contestant? And you're not doing it this year, so.
No, I'm not. I'm only 58 at the time.
Oh, wow.
I've been lobbying for Davey to get a plus 60 for next year, so I'm getting Earl May on my side now.
Yeah, you have to tackle.
Yes.
Gates down, 50-plus class.
Look at that reaction time.
23 with a hole shot, boys.
Just like Supermini, the 23 is Trinity Batchelor, who's been a front runner at Loretta's for years and years.
Is it? No, I'm going to go with Calvin Andalovic. We're looking at 250B.
Oh, I'm looking at 250B. I'm like, he's been here a while.
Wow.
Yeah, in the mini cycle classes. Calvin Andalovic.
Yeah, he took a year off last year. He's raced here before in plus 40, plus 45. WPS sales rep out of Northern California. Great guy.
Oh, nice.
Really good friends with Donovan Mitchell as well. So a racer at heart and has been to the ranch several times before, making his return and hole shot here in the Masters 50-plus.
He missed out last year. Was it because you were in the roster?
I'm not saying that's why he wasn't here. He could have been afraid. I'm not saying that's why Brownie's not here this year, because he thought I was coming back. But I've scared many away from the ranch. I don't think Brownie's afraid either.
It's Buskirk and May, and also I did see Karsten there in the mix as well.
There he is.
On the Suzuki, of course. All right, we got Ryan Dungey up here in the tower with us. Ryan, coming back to Loretta's. Kevin Kelly cornered you before to ask about your bizarre pathway to the pros. Your last time at Loretta's, I'm sure you did not think would be the last time you were racing Loretta's. You were in the schoolboy class.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, it was a schoolboy class, and then right after that, I was going to the 250B class, and some things kind of shifted around, and kind of fast-tracked my path to the pros. And I didn't even come here as a 250B rider or an A rider. And so by the time the area qualifiers were coming around on the 250B class, I got the opportunity to try out with Suzuki, and before you know it, they wanted me to do the last 4 nationals, and the areas were already done, so I couldn't.
No Loretta's.
Yeah, so no Loretta's. Did a couple A races, and there we were. So it's pretty crazy. Just 1 year later, if you would have told me that when I was in the schoolboy class, you're going to be lining up pretty soon in the pros.
Yeah.
I'd have said you're crazy, but that's the way it was, but super grateful it worked out that way.
It did work out, as it looks like Paymart here, Frenchie on the 44, the Kawasaki, is making moves.
It's not a race without Paymart and the 31 of your guy just hooking up here as usual.
Yep.
Barry Karsten. They always get together. If John Grew was here, I'd say the same thing.
Yeah, where's Grewy? We have any scouting on this?
Not knowing. What's up with Grewy? Do you know?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything on Grewy. I haven't. Definitely want to mention Mike Brown, the absence of him. Great friend, and spent some time with him right after his surgery. Spent a couple nights with him there in the hospital. Doing great. He's way on the road to recovery, and look forward to Brownie being back to 100% soon. So we miss you, Brownie.
Hey, that's a great shout out to Brownie. We're certainly missing him here at the ranch, but going into the Ten Commandments was Calvin, who made a mistake. Paymart is now putting the pressure on him. The 44 is going to be on the inside as they head back to Storyland.
Probably wearing some moto kicks in between motos here. Those MKS shoes. You got a pair of those, Weege?
Several.
Heck
Don't
yeah.
you worry about
You're all
that.
about the free shoes.
Barry Carson probably has some too.
He probably does. They probably look ratty. As soon as he opened them up, they look 13 years old, though.
If he's riding that Suzuki, he probably has some Moto Kickstart, which is a special set that he makes just for Barry. Kind of an LE thing he does with Barry.
Well, they actually have an insert.
A metal plate.
Exactly right.
It's perfect for Suzuki
and I think the ones that Barry has are just on the right shoe.
And he's making the moves right now around Andlovic, so that could be second place for Karsten. Hey, I got to wonder. So this is a Class Brownie.
Yes, I was about to say
pass, right?
blood in the water.
Are they all thinking?
This is my year.
This is my chance.
Some of the guys are, and I'd like to speak to that. Some of the guys are saying that it's a good thing Brownie's not here. Or they're ticked off that they had to race someone like that. For me, it's an honor, right? Whether it's him or whether it's like Carmichael when he came back, the different ones that the regular guy who may have never gotten a chance to race them at a peak of their professional career to come here and share the track with them, to me, it's an honor. So for those of you that that have the opinion that the former pros shouldn't be here, man, it's an honor. You don't get to go play one-on-one with Michael Jordan, right? So here you can go head-to-head with someone with a legendary race career like Brownie or Emig, who again is not here as well.
Okay, so it's Paymart in the lead. Carson has taken second away. This is what I always say. In like the 85 class or the 65 class, you're also racing that level of rider. They just haven't had a chance to be pro yet. But somebody also raced Mike Brown in 125B and 125A back in the day. And it was fine then because it's like, hey, that's Loretta's.
Yeah, and what I would love to tell people, what I always like to tell people, if they tell me, I used to race Mike Brown back on 80s, or I used to race so-and-so, I'm like, well, guess what? You can still race them. Come to the ranch.
What I mean. It's the same.
Come to the ranch. It's all the same, right?
Actually, go anywhere. Brownie will race anything, anytime, any place.
Hey, does Paymart ever have even a moto win here? I don't know.
So many podiums, a number of hole shots, so many podiums. I don't know for sure a win. If so, it'd probably be 45 plus.
Right. That is exciting, man. Good for him.
What do you see here, Ryan Dungy? You're seeing these guys working their way to Storyland. Good battle starting to brew here a little bit.
Yeah, they're looking good. I mean, I'm always just, 50 plus. That's amazing. And then they got Earl the Pearl, man. No disrespect.
Yes.
I
it's
think
all good.
my dad would be out here, but
that's right.
Earl the Pearl May, 61 and 13, just ripping at. That's impressive. In the heat.
Did Earl come down and practice with you? Was he part of RC's little goat farm for a while?
He'd come over to the goat farm at times. He actually had his own, later on, he built his own track on a property that he built a house on, but never been, but it was a good track. But we'd hang out with all those guys in Tallahassee, and great guy, great family.
I completely agree. For me, I've heard the name Earl May. Never really raced him there in the Southeast, but squared off with him at the regional last year, getting ready for here, and then Cam had a good race with him, good battle with him here at Loretta's last year. So again, to me, honor to come race with someone who's of Loretta Lynn's legendary status, as well as someone like Mike Brown with a pro career.
Paymart rolling right now. We're going to see the lap times here in a moment. Buskirk is fourth. Scott Phelps fifth.
Oh, boy.
There's
Here he
Karsten.
is. He's creeping.
Got that reel out. Trying to pull him back in. Brian Saba is sixth. Michael Keating seventh. Wayne Powers eighth. Chad Gokenauer is ninth. Michael Gage 10th. Alan Alford 11th. Gabe Guardado is 12th. Earl May, we mentioned him, is 13th. Frank Koenig and Mark Otenad. That rounds out the top 15. That's brought to you by Race Tech. Look, Ryan, we saw you racing pro a couple years ago. I don't know. That's about as crazy as you going from schoolboy to pro in 2006.
Then couch to pro.
You went from couch to back to the pros. But if a guy like you roams around the ranch, everybody has one question. We're going to see you racing. That's what everybody wants to know.
Well, I said I would never race again after I finished in 17.
After 17? So you broke that one.
Yeah, I broke that one. But maybe one day. I don't know. Right now, life and kids and moving and all kinds of stuff happening. I don't really foresee it right now, but maybe one day.
Yeah, you're a Tennessee native now.
We are, yeah. We actually moved down to Franklin, Tennessee about 3 years ago.
Okay.
So never thought I'd live here, but it's been a great spot. Good spot to raise a family, everything. So.
Is it Nashville area?
A little south of Nashville, about 30 minutes.
There you go. All right, Tennessee's own.
Yeah, they actually got a couple tracks, private tracks in the area too. So.
Oh, don't get people too excited.
Here we go.
Place is done to ride.
Right.
You just saw Michael Keating on the 7, and that's the 80 of Brian Sabal coming through the 10 Commandments. And then Wayne Powers on the 14 right there behind him, 33. Michael Gage, that's going through 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
okay, is this what you experienced last year? There are battles. We're going
Yes.
probably 15 through 20 here, and these guys are as close or closer than the leaders.
Yeah, for me, I experienced what they're doing right there. Double, double,
Okay.
double for those Ten Commandments. And like my assistant gate packer, assistant mechanic Travis Pastrana said, my number 222, that's exactly what I did through those 10 Commandments. 222, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's just brutal out there. Line selection, especially when you get a bad start here at Loretta's, you can't choose lines. You just have to go where there's an opening and make progress. But Frenchie has this one under control. He's out front and choosing lines as he wishes and taking this thing to the front.
We'll have to get our stats man on this, but if Kevin Kelly is correct that Paymart has not won here at the ranch, I mean, what an impressive time to do it. Wait till you're in the 50-plus class. We say his name often, and maybe has not sealed the deal with a win, but looking great right now in our first moto of Masters 50-plus.
Maybe we could look up in the YouTube comments right now. Someone's probably calling you an idiot because
absolutely.
he does have a win and you don't know about it.
Probably is.
Maybe we could look that up, right?
Or some other reason.
Yeah, someone else,
for a number of reasons, calling me an idiot, no doubt.
Yeah.
So this late in the day, man, the track is just, we've given you the gnarliest racetrack we could possibly give you in this vet class.
It is just, to me, having never been here, it is like riding a GNCC with jumps in it. There's just ruts everywhere. There's bumps everywhere. And one of the unique things is you have, 65cc bumps and ruts. You have pro class bumps and ruts. It's just such a wide range of conditions that you just got to deal with it lap after lap, right? Paymar, I talked with earlier, asked him earlier in the week, asked him, so how do you think you're going to do? And he said, the track is the biggest competitor. The track is the biggest competitor. That was his words. Yep.
Great answer.
So, yeah. He didn't say it was alive, like Jeff Emmick. He didn't say it was alive, but he did say it's the toughest competitor.
How long do you guys think, and you can speak to this too, like to get ready for this race, to be a top 10 guy, what are we talking about effort-wise? How many days a week are we doing something, riding, training? Kevin, you could probably speak to that.
Well, yeah. Only slightly can I speak to it, because like for Dunge and myself and people who rode later in life, it was like our job. And these guys all have jobs. And I have never raced as a person who had a job other than racing. So, these guys have 9 to 5s and they can't get hurt, and they're, got family support. Some of them have other kids out here racing, and they're just here for the experience because their sons or daughters are also competing here at the ranch. So it's another level of complexity. Like, how do you get ready when it's like priority, but it's priority number 2? Like, I got to keep the bills paid, I got to keep the job going, and that's a dynamic that we haven't experienced. Dunge?
Yeah, I would assume that race locally on the weekends, and then maybe try to get in. You could probably speak more to it.
Yeah, for me, last year, going into the regional, I thought maybe I'll be on the bubble, right? So I work out quite a bit, ride regularly, but I dedicated 3 days a week of road cycling, 2 days a week riding moto, and kept my regular exercise routine, and just strive to make it past the regional. And once I did that, I made the regional. My good friend Kevin Windham called me and said, hey, I got a spot for you down here at Farm 14. Come down here, get ready for Loretta's. And I had to remind him that I have this thing called a real job. So I couldn't take him up on that great offer to come down there and hang out.
Number 7, Michael Keaton, our 6th place rider down right here by the tower. He is up and will be remounting his bike as the white flag flies.
Kevin, can you speak to, I don't think Greg Paymart's going to get 3 seconds a lap faster in 6 months if he just rides. So is it a fitness thing? Let's just get your fitness so we can get you to your best lap times and keep you around that ideal lap time? Because you're not going to get 8 seconds.
Consistency's going to play. Like if you are looking for a magical 3 seconds, that's really, really hard to find. So it's just bring your A game, whatever your personal A game is, to the ranch, and try to minimize, like Paymart was saying, that the track is kind of like one of those big competitors. Like it's part of one of the bigger parts of the challenge of the week. So bring what you got and do the best you can to bring that and work as hard as you can. But you're not going to find a magic wand to get massive gains in the multi-second range.
Yeah, I definitely was not nothing I could have done last year would have helped me find the 20 seconds a lap I needed to be on pace with Brownie. But and as a young rider, you can develop good habits. But as a vet rider like myself that never really had any training or work with anyone, you can work with someone like Kevin at Farm 14 and work on breaking those bad habits, because that's just the negative outweighs the good on that when you got bad habits.
Hey, we're about done here as our leader Paymark comes into the Thor Sand section. I want to know how many days of sick leave did you have after you made your reader? Did you eat them all up?
Well, I did have a couple days off. Luckily, I'm blessed to have some vacation days. I had planned some before and certainly had some after the ranch.
Hospice.
Here we are through the Bermuda Triangle, and it is the 44 of Gregory Paymark to take the win. Masters 50 plus. Frenchie.
Good job, Frenchie. Congrats, buddy, on what is possibly your first ever, unless Kevin Kelly is an idiot, and then it's
I may very well
next.
be. We're going to find out. We're going to definitively find out. Outstanding. So there is Paymark, Karsten, Scott Phelps. That's how they're going to finish up on the podium. So Weege is going to have a very ecstatic Barry Karsten, who is still in this. Still in this thing, no doubt. Buskirk and Lovick and Powers, that'll pretty much round out your field. But, man, we got some tired, hot vet riders.
I would say that Weege's heart rate is probably close to these races right now, knowing that he's going to get to interview Barry Karsten one more time on the podium.
Yes. That was his first Justin Brayman before he transitioned to Barry Karsten to Justin Brayton. Was that in that order?
It was in that order. And given the two, I think he'd choose Barry always.
All day. Look at that.
That's Greg's woman. That's Frenchie's.
There you go. Frenchie with the French kiss.
As fiance, as a matter of fact.
I think I seen him down by the s'mores last night.
He had a s'mores with you last night.
He was down there.
Frenchie.
Well, I'm going to have to pick his brain.
I also saw another vet rider up at the ice cream cone with Kelleher.
Yes.
So these old guys, they know the tricks. He's not going to cut out on the s'mores down with Ryan Dungey, even though Ryan Dungey cut out the s'mores for himself.
Maybe he's on to something.
Yes. So there's Frenchie. He is all smiles. Congratulations. He gets the free hat from Kawasaki. He's like, yes.
Of course he's happy. He just got finished with a win. He gets a kiss on the podium already, doing an old style kiss.
That's what I'm talking about.
Give that girl the medal. Let her
like Bob Hanna. Pick that girl up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put her on your head, dude.
I love it.
All right, let's get ready to toss it down to Jason Wygant, who, look, you didn't have to make him come up to that podium. He's ready.
Dude, he doesn't even need to cool off, Kevin. He's just standing here. You don't need to shade. I'm not even worried.
Look,
they told me the medals are around here somewhere.
There we go.
So,
we're hitting it down.
There they are. Hey, there we go. Passing the baton from Zach Herron. I'm Jason Wygant, and this is the gold medalist, 50-plus Moto 1, Frenchie, Greg Paymark. Buddy, was that the same as usual, or was that another level? Because you were absolutely flying out there.
Well, you know, I don't have to tell the story of the vet class this year, so we're missing some numbers, you know. I hope they're getting well. Thinking about you, Bronny, and you know, as they say in France, when the cat's not around, the mice are dancing.
Oh, so that's you guys.
Yeah, the cat's not around, so. But Barry's always hard to beat, man, and I led 90% of my races against Barry, and he beat me 90% of the time in the last lap, so I think it was a good moto, you know. I had a 35-second fifth gate pick. Doesn't matter. Cowie, Team Green, Crossroad Power Sport, almost all shot. All the road racing practice, you know, with an N2 track there. Hi to my boys, and road racing has a lot of similarity actually to motocross, especially here in the first turn. Put a knee out.
Oh, okay. Just like road racing.
Outside, yeah, the same thing, yeah. Yeah, no, Shannon, FXR, FMF, you know, Dot Lab, Twin Air, Boysen, Timmer for the old shot, Scott Goggles, just FMF. And this time I'm not going to forget myself. MKS Moto Kicks.
Yes, please do.
MKSmoto.com. You type in MKS20, you get 20% off. Not you get a special deal.
I do get more than 20, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
But you're cool, you know. So, and GPMX Motocross cool too. So, Shannon, I said, and everybody else, yeah, everybody behind me, you know, they work their ass off. It's 109-degree heat index. Feel like 105.
Oh.
It's a little cooler.
Yeah, not bad at all.
No, yeah. But thank you guys. Thank you for everything. And my friend at home, Joe, and all the boys, and Tom and Angelo, you know, everybody helped me a lot, so we can make it here. So thank you guys.
Yeah, some people back in France actually right now. Let's hear it for Frenchie with the moto win, Greg Paymark. Yes, now that's going to be our phrase for this class. When the cat's away, the mice will play. We're going to bring up the second place finisher, who I'm sure would love a nice discount on some MKS shoes of his own. He'll take a discount on anything. Let's come around front, show the logos. Barry Karsten, everybody. Well, just like Greg, man, you've been close to titles here a lot. do you have a little more pressure? Do you think a little more of it this year? As like, okay, we started off well. This could be the year.
I mean, you always want to win. I try hard as I can. I got winded, and I couldn't come overcome that. I caught him about, I don't know, it felt like we did 5 laps, but I caught him in the middle, and then I cased it triple twice, so then I overjumped it, and then I just stiffened up, and that was about it.
Okay, maybe the next time, right?
Yeah.
All right, Barry, who do you want to thank?
Thanks to family. Nobody's here in my family, but they're supporting me 100% at home. It's hot, you know, and they don't want to sit around here all weekend. They could watch it on TV. So.
You're back to doing this all on your own now.
I'm riding solo.
Other people helping you?
Yeah. Again, we got the bling from the RM Army, Suzuki. Their contingency keeps me and my kid going, all the nationals and local events and even the majors. So that's fun. Action Motorsports, Suzuki, my new gear, 110 Racing. I didn't know if I had any comments on that.
No, we just scouted this. We're going to have to talk about this next moto.
Yeah, I mean, it's all engraved, everything, and you can do whatever you want with them, but they're awesome. Grenade boots, Harai helmets, Scott goggles, Twin Air, decal works, Kessler Pro suspension. Bike was working good. It was just me. I got winded and couldn't overcome that. And just thank everybody for coming out and making this a big race, and we'll prepare for the next race a little better, and we'll see you up here again, I hope.
Always a pleasure. There it is, folks. Barry Karsten with new gear, finishing second. All right, Barry, great job. Should be a championship duel all week. You got one more, buddy.
I'm sorry, Joel, FMF.
Yeah, there we go. Pulled a pretty good start. Joel and the boys at FMF hooking it up. Scotty Phelps is going to be our third place finisher in 50 plus. Let's hear it for third place, Scott Phelps. There you go, Scott. Had to make some moves to get up on the podium. It feel good to make this happen?
Oh, yeah, it was good. I've been just riding woods all year, so it's not like third motocross I rode, so.
And are the other two like the qualifiers?
Yes, exactly.
So not a lot of gate drops?
No, woods drops, so.
Yeah.
Trees.
Are you actually pretty pumped then for third? Like, that's really good.
Yeah, no, this is great. I'm planning on being up here at least, somewhere.
Yeah, hey, long week.
It's tough, like the GNCCs anyway, so it's survival out there.
Well, that was actually our analysis in the tower. Is it actually feel similar, the conditions, with how rough it is?
It feels like a Florida race.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is something you can understand. Who do you want to thank, Scott?
I want to thank my friends and family, FMF, for hooking me up with a silencer when I got here because I needed one. And that's about it. I'm running stock everything, stock suspension, you name it, it's stock.
Somebody hooked this guy up. He just got third. Give him some non-stock stuff, maybe even for the woods. Let's hear it for Scott Phelps. Thank you. Nice to meet you. 50-plus class. Love talking to these guys up here. Congrats out to Greg, Scott, and Barry for those podiums. And Barry Karsten is wearing a new brand of gear. I don't know if there's anything left we can believe in this world. He's still on a Suzuki, so we're doing okay, but I'm getting worried. I hope nothing else changes. Send it back to the podium.
Hopefully nothing does change, Jason. Back up here with Dean Diaz, Jackson Burrell. As we get ready to go here with our 250B class. Kevin Kelly as well. Can't forget about Kevin Kelly. Megawatt in here spotting for us. But take a look at this. Emmy Russell came out here to the ranch with his Loretta Lynn's granddaughter, who you might have saw on the big screen just a few weeks ago or a few months ago in American Idol. Man, it was quite the show to see her. Quite the show to see her right here at Loretta Lynn's ranch as well, Dean.
Yeah, absolutely. I was down there for the show. I was checking it out, watching out. Emmy did an amazing job on the stage. Very impressive.
Yeah, it sure was. It was a great time. Here's a little bit of audio. Yeah, super cool to have Emmy Russell out here with us. It was very cool. She played Coal Miner's Daughter to end it off. So some super, super cool stuff there. Very special for us. I'm sure very special for her as well.
I'll tell you what, man. I've heard the original version. She did a great job out there, and it really gave chills through my body because, I hear it every morning, Coal Miner's Daughter, and to hear her sing her version there to end it was an amazing feeling.
Yep, everybody had to get their phones out for that one. And I'm sure she feels the same way. I'm sure that was very, very special for her as well. Well, great to have Emmy Russell out here. Another thing that is great is our 250B class is coming up next. Race number 39 on our sheets. It would technically be about our 15th one here today, Dean. We're going to start it out, give you our lineup as they make their way around here for their sight lap.
Absolutely. Going out here now, the 250B class, what I consider the highlight. The scouts are out here. They're watching it, and they're going to be watching number 12 of Logan Edwards out of Fresno, California. The number 13 machine of Kai Gentry out of Fruitland, Idaho. The number 17 machine of Ryan Jarmilio out of Los Lunas, New Mexico. DiGadino, he's going to be out there out of Malakoff, Texas. Definitely one to watch. Number 21 of Harrison Bates. He's out of Powhatan, Virginia. Trinity Bachelor, he's going to be out the number 23 machine out of Mountain Home, Idaho. Going to watch the 24 machine. That's going to be Owen Koval out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. On number 25 machine, that's going to be Ammon Pulsifer out of St. George, Utah. And number 26, he's also one to watch. That's going to be Carson Wood out of Zephyr Hills, Florida. And another heavy hitter out there out of Marietta, California, Vincent Way on the number 27.
And on the 28 machine, you're going to find Devin Cook making his way out of Gilbert, Arizona. Grayson Townsend going to be out there on the 29 machine, the St. George, Utah native. Jace Wolf aboard the 31 making his way out of Wisconsin. Then we have Mason Rayner out of Albertson, North Carolina that you will see on the 33 Yamaha machine. Christian Merman going to be aboard that 34 machine making his way out of Pennsylvania. Nate Freehill, the California native, will be aboard that 41 machine. You'll find Michael Hill aboard the 44, the Idaho native. And then Baylor McKellar, the Luther, Oklahoma native, will be aboard that 45 machine. The 47 will be Aiden Kiefer making his way out of California. And then Jacob McPherson, a.k.a. Meatball, going to be out there on that 49 machine, the Ohio native.
And just after 49, we got 50. That's number 50, a Chase Lawton out of Foster, Rhode Island. And number 51, Jet Kellogg out of Windsor, Colorado. Ryder Scodris, he's going to be with us. Number 54 out of Sussex, Wisconsin. Number 55, Colton Stewart out of Stewart's Draft, Virginia. Mason Pappas, he's going to be out there on the 57 out of Loomis, California. 58 of Tommy Doble to Cairo, Georgia. Definitely one to watch as well. The number 59 machine, that's going to be Blake Parker. Parker out of Castle Rock, Washington. On the 64, that's going to be Tyler Lynch. He's one of the Florida boys out there out of West Palm Beach, Florida on the 64. Dakota Baker on the 65 out of Bowling Green, Indiana. Drew Roberts, he's on the 66 and hails out of Kemp, Texas.
We'll have the 68 machine of Alexander Anderson out of Melbourne Beach, Florida. Michael Lambert, the Indian Land, South Carolina native, will be aboard that 69 machine. You'll find Seven Henderson on that 73 machine making his way from Fairmont, West Virginia. Out of Antioch, California, the 74 machine will belong to Wyatt Harrington. Will Campbell going to be aboard that 82 machine making his way out of Cairo, Georgia. Waddell, Arizona's own Micaiah Ulrich will be on the 83 machine. Tegan Kortenbach, you'll find him on the 85 machine as he makes his way out of Wolf Creek, Canada. Cade Bradley going to be making his way from Kingman, Arizona aboard that 88 machine. And then Jonathan Yelton going to be on that 91, making his way out of Butler, Kentucky. William Kaniger, the Hernando Beach, Florida native, going to be aboard that 95 machine. Holland Russell will be on the 98 out of Los Angeles, California. And then the Memphis, Tennessee native, Mac Treadwell, you'll find him aboard the 99 machine.
Dude, how convenient would that be? Just live in Memphis, zip back home in between races, grab a sandwich, get in the pool, chill out, bring all your friends over. Everybody's wanting tickets from you. Oh, the home race.
Yeah, definitely. Probably be at the house more than he'd actually be here.
Right. I've got one guy that I was going to give it a little bit of a shout out to, and I've already talked about it once before, Holland Russell on the number 98 machine. I saw him at the World Mini, and he put it to all the Team Green guys. I'm like, why have I never heard of your name? Never seen this guy from Los Angeles, California. So let's see if all those skills translate from the West Coast down to the deep ruts, the temperature, the heat, and all that stuff. So we'll see how he fares in this next race.
Yeah, definitely a good ride. I've actually heard the name because I used to train a bunch of kids growing up that raced against him. And I was out of the practice track the other day, and Dad forgot to tighten up the front sprocket bolt, lost it, man. He's all bummed. At least they got it dialed in, got some practice laps in there. So I'm really curious to see what he does out here today.
We'll see. Here we go. The 2 board goes into the air.
Turn that thing around. It's kind of heavy. She's kind of struggling just a little bit, but she's hanging tough.
She got it. Elbows up.
Elbows up, going to go sideways, and then 42 250s are going to scramble right towards her.
Here we go. The cart is sideways. The revs are up. The gate is down. Oh, tough luck for the 74, but into turn number 1, it will be the Yamaha machine of Carson Wood grabbing the hole shot.
Yeah, that Star Yamaha rider getting off to a good jump out there and getting that lead walking wheelie down over those bumps going to the left-hander after the start as they make the way into the switchback and right into the 10 Commandments.
Tommy Doble going to be right there on the 58 gas machine. And take a look at that. The 27 of Vincent Way going to make his way into the picture now as he runs in the 3rd place spot.
And just outside the top 3 out here on the start, we got Vincent Way, Baylor McKellar, Cade Bradley, Chase Lawton, Deacon Dino, Aiden Kiefer, and Christian Merman running your top 10. And that's just the way you're starting out here. They're shuffling it down right now as they go into Storyland.
And don't get too caught up if you see a guy in 9th place right here, because that will change drastically. We've seen so many kids come through the first turn in 9th, make 5 or 6 quick passes. The next thing you know, they're inside the top 5. This B class, lightning quick. You'll see lap times that approach those 157, 58s. They'll be just inside the range of our pro class. Typically, this is one of your last stops in the B class before you turn pro anyway. Carson Wood looks like he is ready to go right now.
Yeah, Carson looking really good to that sweep right there, able to get out of the inside and still get up over that double as they make the way into the middle of the track right here in front of us, buzzing the tower into the sand sweeper.
There's Vincent Way on the 27. He gets a lot of attention there.
Take a look at that. The 19 of Deacon Dino going to join the chat as he sends it into the sand here.
I'll tell you what, Dino had some really fast, flashy lap times in practice. I knew he was going to be one to watch going in here.
He's flashing right now, going from 8th now, sitting in the 2nd place spot as he checks in for a green flag.
Wood is off the track and he hits the monster barrier. So Wood has to get back on the bike. He's not hurt. It's just kind of a little sideways, couldn't stop in time. Hops off the bike, so Carson Wood, the race just derailed for him. Almost a lap in the books, I guess. They're going to give him credit for that lap. And now Deacon Dino Vincent Way will now be in charge of the front of the field.
Man, how about that?
That just changed really quick.
Big shuffle in the deck right there.
Yeah, so Deacon Dino going to have some fresh air out in front of him. Vincent Way going to try to track him down. Those two already starting to put a gap on the rest of the field.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where Carson Wood was able to get back up and get back into this race. There we see Deacon Dino, Vincent Way through the Commandments. Tommy Doble doing a solid job. Aiden Kiefer and 3rd. Then number 17, Ron Jarmilio. He's putting in a good ride. Then a couple KTM riders in the mix as well. Still looking for the number 26 of Carson Wood. He is starting to be buried in this pack. He's going to have to fight his way back through this one.
Yeah, he's going to have to reset after that one. I'm sure that one, no doubt, shook him up. Not a hard hit for him, but what could have been.
Exactly. Could have been a lot worse, but he made it happen right there. And you see him with quickness back up on the bike. And, man, that's why I tell my kids all the time, you crash, you got to get up right away because you lose a lot of valuable time.
Here we go. Going to catch a replay of Carson Wood here in just a few seconds. Here we go.
I mean, that's not a good look right there. He's not scrubbing, folks. No, he is hooking a hard left and just
nowhere to go, Kevin.
Yeah, nowhere to go. A little bit of an impact there.
That was harder than I expected.
It might have started with a little scrub. He might have just lost traction on the rear end right there.
Yeah, we did put a touch of water down.
Yeah, and a lot of the guys tend to run the paddle. Definitely the track's drying out now.
And that part of the track is pretty hard packed. So we got to look at Deacon Dino just sending it right here in front of us into this whooped out. We don't really play around with this sand. We leave that stuff nice and rough. And that is so tiring, Dean. You can speak to that, like pulling your bike up, lifting it up over every one of those bumps while you're turning.
Absolutely. Being a Florida boy, I rode a lot of sand in my time, a lot of sand rollers and stuff, but there's just something about the sand sweeper just a little bit different than the sand we have down there in Florida for sure.
It's never ending. They keep bringing it. We are tapped out on the sand here. We're coming through. It's Dino Way, Doble, Kiefer up to 4th. Jeremio is 5th. Ulrich 6th. Freehill, Coville, Carson Wood back up to looks like 9th. So he's not out of this just yet.
Deacon Dino making his way out of Malakoff, Texas, going to be riding for KTM, Orange Brigade, the Monster Army, Renan and Alpine Stars, and making them look good right now as he's starting to open up a gap, a 157.1, the fastest man on the track last time around.
Yeah, Carson Wood continues to tumble in the standings now all the way to 33rd, so not sure if he was able to get the bike running.
He pulled off the track over there.
Might have tweaked the bike.
Exactly. It's a tough break for one of the favorites going into this one, 26, Carson Wood.
He's about to check in now over at the finish as I take a look out the window. So
yeah, got it straightened out. Probably pulled to the mechanics area. That's a good thing about the mechanics area.
He needs to get that thing to the finish line. You don't want a DNF in any of these motos, but I do believe that is probably going to end it for the 26 machine as far as a solid finish goes in this one. Checking in now in the 40th place spot and going to be quite a ways behind your 39th place.
I don't know, Carson Wood, though, he's no slouch. I guarantee by the end of this moto, he'll be up in the top 30s for sure. So maybe further. What do you see, Kevin?
No, I was just saying there's a look at Kiefer trying to keep the pace here before he falls off too far behind Doble. There is Way, I believe, on the... Nope, that is Kiefer who we're watching. And he's got Doble just in front of him. Very similar looking bike setup there with a KTM gas.
Yeah, speaking about a 47 Kawasaki, I believe Levi Kitchens signing autographs today, so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Chase Sexton signing autographs at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Sexton will be signing at 1 p.m. tomorrow. That's Wednesday at the Oakley booth here. You want to pay some bills there, Jackson?
Yeah, Race Tech. Race Tech is sponsoring this moto. Every day they're going to have a moto out here. Today it is going to be the 250B class. For over 40 years, Race Tech has been studying the motorcycle industry with high-quality suspension components made right here in the USA. From modern to vintage, Race Tech is your go-to source for suspension performance. Building a reliable, world-class engine requires a combination of state-of-the-art equipment and experience, knowledgeable technician. Race Tech provides quality precision engine services using the best equipment and processes in the industry. Well known for supporting the fastest privateers, but did you know behind the scenes some of the winningest factory teams also trust Race Tech for their industry-leading engine services?
Thank you for that. I'm curious how a lot of these guys running those Race Tech gold valves out there on the track right now, and it's very important with the track the way it is.
Yeah,
Race. You can speak to that, Race Tech guy.
Race Tech is that they got other suspension.
I'm not hearing you. Make sure you're on. There you go. Weed's a big Race Tech guy.
Hey, speaking of those gold valves provide a flush feel for the drag.
This one's good. Better traction, bottoming resistance, and made in the USA. Whoa! Not working there.
Yeah, is that Kiefer?
That was the 47 machine.
Off the race.
Oh, Kiefer. Luckily, he's okay. Yeah. Track definitely getting slick.
Yeah, losing that rear end for sure.
That's 2 crashes.
Yeah, you can see some of the slick spot in that part of the racetrack there, depending on what tire you have, if you're hooking up or not.
Yeah, back in the day, we didn't have the scoop. We had the 773, and we'd run that thing. And once it got hard like this, man,
you're in trouble. Yeah, and a lot of guys running the scoop for the start. And some of those jump faces got to be careful. The newer scoop is a lot closer. They tell me the biggest difference is actually under braking. It's closer, but man, still he went for a ride. Good to see Kiefer's okay. You're watching Vincent Way on the 27 here in second, but Deacon Deno throwing down around the 157 lap time and really stretching his lead. Yeah, we mentioned Race Tech, got the gold valves, plusher, better bottoming resistance, more traction, made in the USA. But the cool thing about Race Tech is there are centers all over the country. So you can order their stuff, do it yourself. They consider the gold valve, the revalve in a box, or you can go to an authorized Race Tech center near you. So unlike most things where you just got to ship it and hope for the best, you can find some Race Tech people all around the country. They even run seminars, I believe, in October out in California. Well, they'll teach you suspension theory. Yeah, Race Tech sponsors some of my shows, and I've also had shows sponsored by other suspension companies. And they're like, basically, if we're telling people that you can make your suspension better in general, we'll get some of the customers. Somebody else gets some of the customers. But in general, you can always improve your bike from stock. We just want suspension to be on your mind. Hopefully you pick us, but you can always do better than a bike that's designed for generic rider. And also maintenance goes a long way as well.
Yeah, you can go to racetech.com for all of those details and then some. Taking a look now here on Racer TV at the 19 KTM machine. Deacon Deno, man,
yeah, man,
having a good one here in this one.
See that one? Taking that way inside, missing those bumps, get a good drive, and get a good angle going into the sand sweeper.
He has, and a shout out to Vincent Way as well. I've been seeing him hop skipping his way through, trying to find some smooth line and making some smooth lines for himself. As right here we see Deacon Deno sending it into the sand now. Got to make his way through.
So how are we looking lap time wise? He's in that 157 range, just like our Pro Sport guys. Do we dip into 5.6s or 4s?
Kiefer turned a 154 this morning.
This morning?
This morning.
Was that like Moto 2 or something?
Yeah.
It was pretty early for sure.
I'm going to go with the later, apples to oranges anyway. That's still impressive.
Moto 2.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, no doubt. That is as just about 0.7 seconds off of the fastest practice that we saw all day.
Track's got to be worse right now.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, then this
look
morning,
at those braking bumps.
this is daylight.
That is what?
Kind of like just a
How
normal.
the bumps start that? So we got acceleration and braking bumps that look identical.
Yeah.
Just whoops.
One of them's the brake, one of them's using gas. I don't know how they look the same.
Look
Good
at
separation between them.
Sure.
Yeah. You just saw how rough it was for Deacon Dino hooking past the start straight. My gosh. But he's getting it done. This is the best you could do. As rough as it is, he is the race leader and pulling away.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job out there in front of his KTM, and I like the style. I hate to sound like a 50 dad, but he's got those elbows up, nice and squared, hopping the brake bumps, hop, skipping, and jumping in those ruts, and he's like, there you go.
Oh, they love the hop
really
and the bumps now. They're all Jet Lawrencing out there. Hop those bumps. Been around forever, but somebody takes it to another level, and now everybody's got to do it. You will never be able to find somebody like a forensic expert to figure out where techniques were invented. Because guys in the 80s will say, we scrubbed too, brother.
Nah,
it was not a James Stewart thing.
We tried to stay low, but we didn't know how to do it. We knew you need to stay low.
You're going to say JoJo, but I'm not just talking JoJo. And then the Jet Lawrence riding style. Many guys say, we were doing that long before that. Not the first to do it.
Yeah.
Eli Tomac on the pegs in the corners, not the first to do it.
I mean, there are lines in the sand. Like when you go from MC is a big definitive change in style.
Yeah.
Like it still looks good now.
Yep.
And then Jet's so precise. Like Chase Sexton and Jet are so similar to me. Very, very precise riders.
I don't know why Lachine comes to mind for me, but he must have been a good rider or something back in the day.
He had some talent. The original star at the first Loretta's back in '82, Ron Lachine, the first big graduate out of the A classes.
That's awesome.
The machine. Honestly, I think a lot of it is you can only develop with the technology of the motorcycles.
There you go.
And the guys in the 80s will tell you, if we tried to ride over the front like that, that fork just started flexing and going. You couldn't trust it.
Yeah.
So the two things have to mix.
Yeah, they're like, oh, he was so smooth. He goes, I had to be smooth, dog. My back and my legs would not pay. I'd pay the price.
Yep. And through that whoop section right there, they were watching in this Race Tech Moto on Racer TV. That is unbelievably rough. So where did Kiefer end up after that off-track excursion? Man, 25th place.
That's tough.
Was in fourth. Owen Koval with a good ride here in the 24 you're watching right now. Won a moto earlier today. I think that was Schoolboy 2.
Oh, there's a rider down. I don't know if he was part of our lead pack.
Take a look at that. Carson.
Yeah, that's the long short shoot.
Oh, no, that's the 58.
Oh, that's Tommy Doble.
No way. Doble,
fourth place rider down. Back up.
Well, I think he lost a whole lot of positions, maybe 2 or 3 positions, but huge shout out for Carson Wood. I told you guys to get up in there, back up the top 30. If you look down on the board right now, he's in 31st and climbing.
Good for him. He's kept it on, stayed out there in the race. There is the race for the number 2 spot with Koval has got Vincent Way in his sights. Somewhere there he is. Look at that.
Look there, back in the running order, 24th and 26th. I think we're going to see a Kiefer and Wood battle back there in the back.
Wow. It could have been up front. Yeah, so Koval right here on the Yamaha with that pink gear has caught Way. This would be a battle for second place. Koval, the rider out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. Plymouth Rock's going to land on you.
Yes. Yeah, he's about to throw a rock right on top of Vincent Way. What you got?
Koval was the rider last year that was on the 125. We were so blown away by some of the
class?
Yeah, or one of our other classes, I believe, one of our schoolboy classes.
Well, Koval won some 125 class titles last year, and now showing this year he can do it on the 250F. He won a moto earlier today. There's Koval trying to go from third to second. Drone.
And he's got some great lines out here as I'm watching him, man. Cutting, carving these corners after the bumps, pivots real hard to the right side, gets out of those ruts, find the smooth lines. Look at that, how low he just stayed over that triple after the finish line.
A lot of speed he was bringing to the tunnel of blood. Got to be careful to get pinched off at the bottom there. And then you got this set of stadium rockers that they built in between motos. That's a very technical supercross section.
John Savitsky.
Wow.
Stadium Dirt Designs. Oh, around the outside, Koval. Going to put him on the inside, and he has second place.
Now that might be huge in terms of the championship when it comes down to a point or two. Obviously, he picks up a point there. So digging deep late into this moto. Late in this moto, we still got 8 minutes to go.
I think Vince Away hit the wake-up button because he definitely woke up as Cole went around him.
Yeah, Wade's coming right back, Dean. Outside line into the 10 Commandments.
Double, triple.
Thou shalt not fall asleep during the race. So Colville will finally secure that number 2 spot. Now, if you have enough time, there's your leader just flashed to the left there. That's a good bit of real estate he's going to have to make up.
And now Wade relinquishes the spot. It looked like he was going to make a move to try to get second place back. So it's Koval. See if he can make a run, at least just see where he is.
Yeah, now that he's got a clear racetrack, I'm really curious what his lap times are going to be.
Koval with a 2-minute flat. Dino with a 2-minute flat as well.
Yeah, Koval's going to be a 19-year-old out of Massachusetts riding for Yamaha, Monster Energy, Dunlop, and Moose Elite. As we see
had a rider down, trying to figure out who that is there, Jackie.
Yamaha rider.
Chase Lawton is fourth. Nate Freehill.
Who is that? Is that number 19? Yeah, he's off the track.
That was Deno.
Was our leader.
That was the leader, Deno.
No
we just caught it.
Now, where's Koval in relation to him?
Here,
There he is. So blood in the water now. Deno with a massive mistake. He let up. He did throw his hand up to let everybody know I'm not trying to advance. And I saw that. I can vouch for that. He was not trying to make any progress.
Yeah, good camera work by Racer TV to get the drone on that. It looked a little shifty, but it was trying to get a view of the leader picking it up. So Deno right there in the 19 on your screen is the leader, but second place a lot closer. Deno ran a 2:05 on that lap with the crash.
And look at Koval matches that. Says, I'm going to run a 1:59.
Uh-oh.
He is. So there's pressure now with Koval putting the pressure on. Now a mistake by Deacon Deno. And that could be a huge benefit for Deacon Deno, or excuse me, Koval.
That's why you never give up.
I think Owen Koval's going to put on a push here late in this moto. He sees the leader right there. He knows he can do it. And like we talked about, moto math, every position matters out there for sure.
And what are you putting on that pit board now, man? There's like just blood in the water for him. He's got to feel that.
Yeah, and you wonder if Deno can get back up to that pace that he had immediately after a crash. Often it's hard to do that. You got Way, Lawton, Freehill, Mackay Ulrich 6th, Tommy Doble, who crashed 7th now, Mason Rayner 8th, Christian Merman and William Canaguire. That's the top 10 as they're all headed back to Storyland.
And that's your leader just in front of him. So Koval is coming.
He's definitely catching him for sure.
The 19 of Deacon Deno, little mistake there. Koval riding, standing up a lot more. You get in that zone, man. I know you can just feel it, and you can see the guy in front of you. You can see your fitness, all that work you did all summer long comes into play. And there's that crafty line to the inside.
I love that line right there.
Shortens that racetrack up a ton. It may look slow for just a half a second, but he trims the fat on that wide sweeping turn.
I don't even know if Deno knows he's there right now.
I would save that line. What he's doing right there, he could put that in his pocket and put that pass together if he gets close enough, because you would never suspect the rider to be that far inside. Look at that. Barely sat down in that right-hander.
I mean, you have to assume Deno knows that he's in rough territory after that incident there.
I mean, it's just happening. The pace is coming from the 24. Different lines way on the edge of the racetrack.
I really like the line choices.
Look at that. Standing up, surfing it.
Crowd getting behind Owen Koval. I think everybody's just behind a great race. How many times do we, like your local race, you might see 4 or 5 good races. Every one of these races are so good.
Yeah, man, it looked like Deno was going to make it a yawner. As they say, a boring race good for somebody, but not now. He fell, and he does 2:05 and 2:05 again. So not able to put it back together, not able to get back in rhythm. And the two riders you're watching past the mechanics area, weaving through lap traffic. But that's a battle for the lead.
And guess what? 2-lap board is out right now, so we got 2 to go.
Oh, boy.
The timing is just spot on here. Owen Koval, if he can save that little move he's got over there coming out of Storyland, I promise he can put a pass together there. That bike is dancing all over the place for the 19 of Deno. Here he goes. Different lines again, Dean.
Yeah, he comes out of that inside, holds it tight right there. It's going to set up to the inside here, going through this right-hander, and it's going to switch right back to the left. And they're going to take that launch into Storyland, where all the stories are told here at Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, and it may not even be for a pass, but the pressure you are putting on a guy when he sees you, oh, that's smooth again. He's stringing together some good stuff here.
He is. The 24 machine seems to be able to put that machine anywhere and make it work.
Look at that. He's going outside. Deno protecting the inside line. We're coming up on that spot where we feel like he might be able to pull a pass off in this next right-hander. He might do it right now.
Yeah. Here we go.
Scrubs the jumping just like that.
He doesn't even have to take that line.
He will, though. And he looks over. He's like, oh, God, I got to get back over all the way over here, and I'll cut him off at the pass. How about that? Owen Covell, Donnie Luce, open your Blue Crew wallet up. Give this man some money.
Look at that. Already going to have at least 3-4 bike links on him within just a turn or two.
That is something else. That is, I don't know. I'm not going to say he's not fit, but I know Covell is feeling all of his work coming into fruition right now. Not even jumping that jump, says I'm going to, the risk reward's not there for me.
Look at the confidence this guy's building. He's looking at 2 golds today, coming off some titles last year in schoolboy, and the rider out of Massachusetts going to be looking at the white flag now.
Yeah, I hope you guys are paying attention to Racer TV, because these are some of the most crafty lines I've seen all day out here right now by Owen Covell on that number 24 Yamaha.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great tool. If you're back in the RV just chilling out, get some AC. Well, watch the racing. You can see how this track is developing. Now, that's to say it. Will it be this way in 3 hours? Probably not. But being creative in hunting is on your sight lap. And, you know, when somebody passes you, you're like, okay, what were you doing to get around me? What was so good about that? How you put that pass together?
Let's do a little check up for the neck up and give you a top 10 rundown out here. Owen Covell, your leader. Deacon Dino in second. Vincent Way in third. Nate Freehill, he'll check in at fourth. And we're going to assume Chase Lawton will come around in fifth. Makai Ulrich out there. Tommy Doble, Christian Merman, Will Campbell, Will Kanigher rounding your top 10. And give you a Star Yamaha update. In 16th now is Carson Wood. So
that's
climbing.
Impressive.
Absolutely, that's impressive.
Good ride for Grayson Townsend, too. He has had to climb way out of the field there on that Honda. His family owns those Fastco bars.
Absolutely. Now, last lap through, it looks like Will Campbell having some issues. He's going to slide outside that top 10. So tough break for Will Campbell. Hopefully get remounted and climb back up in there.
Take a look here on this final lap. You see your top 20 on the left side of your screen. Take a look here at our 21st place, the 49 machine of Jacob McPherson. And then we see Blake Parker, Tegan Kortenbach, Trinity Batchelor, Bailey McKellar, Aiden Kiefer, Amnon Pulsefire, Michael Hill, Alexander Anderson, and Dakota Baker will round out your top 30. Then it's Drew Roberts, Colton Stewart, Seven Henderson, Mason Rayner, Devin Cook, Tyler Lynch, Harrison Bates, Michael Lambert, Mac Treadwell, Jet Kellogg, Mason Pappas, and Wyatt Harrington to round out this 250B class here on Moto number 1.
Absolutely. Checker flag about to fly now for our winner. Kevin, you see him over there on the finish line?
Yeah, picking him up going into the Bermuda Triangle one more time. The number 24 Blue Crew Yamaha ride is going to be a happy man there. There's a 19 going to finish right behind him, guys. He looks over his shoulder. Deacon Dino was dangerously close, but the checker flag, the moto win, goes to Owen Covell. Deacon Dino, hold your head up high, brother. You are in this fight. The number 19 will finish up second. Great ride for Vincent Way as well. Those boys are pumped.
As they should be, man. That was a great ride out there.
Top 10 tent is a happy spot. The rest of the boys filing through. Should be Vincent Way coming across the stripe. Nate Freehill should be in the mix there as well.
So there it is. Owen Covell, Deacon Dino, and Vincent Way will be your top 3 here in this one. Moto 1 of the 250B.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid ride. We're going to see all those top 3 down there on the podium. And just outside that top 3, they're making their way through the finish line area right now. And it's crazy to see the gap that these guys had. They're able to pull out with those lap times. You know, really, after lap, that 2 to 3 seconds gets to be a sizable lead over the rest of the crew. And the rest of the crew there in 4th, Nate Freehill. Chase Lawton will finish 5th. Makai Ulrich going to finish up in 6th. 7th place, looking at Christian Merman. 8th is going to be Tommy Doble. 9th, Chase Wolf. And running a top 10, he's going to make it. We talked about him earlier. Holland Russell going to take the 10th place position. And 11th, we're looking at Will Kanigher. Ryan Harmilio going to finish up in 12th. Will Campbell having some more issues out last lap, 13th. And a ride was leading earlier.
How about that? Yeah. We said he might. Talked about it. I didn't think he would get out of the top 30. You said he would at least get up to 30th. How about a 14th for Carson Wood? That is how you make a comeback ride.
That is amazing for Carson Wood right there. Solid ride, and that'll definitely help him overall as far as the score goes. 91 machine Jonathan Yelton, he's going to finish up in 15th. 16th going to go to Grayson Townsend. Tough ride for him. Kate Bradley in 17th. 18th, Ryder Skadris. 19th, Meatball, Jacob McPherson. Logan Edwards will round out your top 20.
And Kai Gentry in the 21st spot. Blake Parker in the 22nd. And Tegan Kortenbach will be your 23rd. How about 24th for Trinity Batchelor and Michael Hill, your top 25.
Now we're sitting down to the podium.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, just waiting for Owen Covell to come on up. I mean, this dude put in some work. He was way back, took advantage of a mistake by Deno, but that only helped him close in on the lead. He actually had to make the pass to get the lead, and he did it. And this is a rider making a name for himself. Really broke through last year in the 125 division, back this year on the 250F, and winning 2 motos so far today. The rider out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. And there's a coveted award on the line, the AMA Amateur Rider of the Year award on the line. We're looking for Owen. He's got to get a hat. He's got to get the right hat. All right, it's turning very professional for the B class here. And this could be a star in the making. We have seen many riders break through in this very class and really go to another level and use that to power themselves into the pro ranks over the next few years. This could be happening right here, right now. Let's hear it for Owen Koval. Dude, 2 golds in one day, not bad, and you worked for that one. Tell me about it.
Oh man, I came from deep. I seen him getting away the first lap. I was like, damn, this is gonna be a charge. So gave everything I had, and yeah, we're gonna recover good for tomorrow's moto at 3.
Awesome, man. Yeah. What kind of work you been putting in to be able to put in motos like that?
We've been really going hard with everyone at MTF, Colleen and Brian, and yeah, everything's been paying off, and even the off-the-bike stuff that has been challenging, but we're digging through it.
Okay. Who do you want to thank, Owen? It's been an amazing run here last year and this year so far for you.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, everyone back home that supports me, and private sponsors, the whole Altus Yamaha team, Alpine Star, Christian over there, Cy, Bell, Monster Army, 100%, Moose Elite, and also I forgot. Thanks so much.
Let's hear it for Owen Koval with the win. 2 wins so far for him today in 2 different classes. Like we said, AMA Amateur Rider of the Year will be handed out generally from the B group. Could be from the 450B or 250 Limited. We'll see. Second place, we're going to bring him on up. He had a giant lead in this moto, but a crash. He recovered and still finishes up in the number 2 spot. And we'll bring up the rider out of Texas on the KTM. All right, let's bring him on up and make some noise for the number 19. We're waiting for one more piece, it appears, before we're podium ready. There it is. All right, we're getting a drink there and getting ready. Let's hear it for Deacon Deno. Come around front here, Deacon. Well, that was a great ride. Probably exactly the way you wanted it to go for a little while, right? You had that big lead, had to feel good, at least at that point.
Yeah, for sure, man. That couldn't have gone any better those first 5 laps. I know. I got up to about a 5th place spot, maybe further back, but made good passes first, and then Carson had a little bobble over there, and yeah, those first 5 laps, you can't ask for anything better than that. I strung my laps together, and yeah, we'll get it figured out for the next one. It's first moto of the week, so you can't be mad with the second. So yeah, we're gonna get it figured out, go back and go over some things, and you can't be mad with that ride. So yeah, we'll figure that out.
Cool. Who do you want to thank, Deacon?
I can't thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, you know. My mom, my dad, they do so much for me. Just to be up here, I'm so grateful. Brownie, Styles, you know, we've been working our butts off, and I think I proved it the first half of that moto. And yeah, the whole KTM Orange Brigade team, they helped me out, you know. 100%, ran in for the sick kits all week, Bell helmets, Monster with the sick lid, and Alpine Stars, and TCD for the great suspension out there, FMF pipes, bikes ripping, Twist Development for getting me off the gate, and Dunlop Tires hooking up, and all my other sponsors, thank you.
There it is. Let's hear it for the runner-up, Deacon Deno. And we'll talk to the 3rd place finisher. Highly coveted class here, 250B. Never know, some of these riders could be their last run at the ranch. Some riders do go from B, and then by the time they develop through next spring, some of them are pro level. We'll see how that turns. A bit younger group this year, so that's probably not going to happen. Anyway, let's bring up the 3rd place finisher. I believe that's going to be Vincent Way. And And he was running second for a while in this one, but Coble put in a huge charge, but able to grab that bronze and keep himself in contention. Vincent Way. Take me through that. Happy with the ride for the podium, or do you want a little more?
Yeah, I want a little bit more. I struggled out there the whole moto, finding a flow, and I just need to do better.
Okay. Who do you want to thank for a good start to the week?
My mom, my dad, Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki, Monster Army, Answer, Bell Helmet, Scott Goggles, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, there it is, everybody. Vincent Way taking third, and that'll wrap it up on 250B. I'll send it back upstairs.
All right, thank you very much there, Jason Wygant. It is now just about time for race number 15, about our 17th race of the day, but race number 15 on our sheets, the 250C class. Going to be a good one here. We are going to have been taking a look at our rapid replay here for this one real quick for our 250B class, brought to you by RacerTV.com. A great moto there for that one. DiContento was on fire, but it was all Owen Colville. There was Vincent Way making his way through on that 27 machine as he was on a way to a podium spot there in that third place position. But there was the man with the plan right there, the 24 Yamaha machine. And he was pumped about that one, and he should be, man. Starting off his week right. Looks like a little bit of track prep going to be taking place here in this one before we turn loose this 250C class division. Going to bring back in Mr. Kevin Windham. Going to bring in Zach Herron along with myself, Jackson Burl, and Dean Diaz. What's going on, K-Dub?
Just for a sec. I'm going to watch this race, let you guys call it. But, you know, you hear about how cool things are. I did a little recon mission here. I went down to the Monster Energy Cool Zone. It is everything that we've been saying it is. It is cool, amazing TV setup. They're all watching Racer TV. Great opportunity to see the lines. Great opportunity to rest your legs. And the other cool part about it is the folks down at staging come and get the group. Come and get the class. Say, hey, it's time to draw chips. So you don't have to be, you know, worried about missing your draw and things like that. They've really got a cool situation, no pun intended, as it is the Monster Energy Cool Zone. But having a chance to go and check it out, it is exactly what these riders need. So again, want to encourage everybody to go take advantage of that opportunity because it is awesome.
Well, and K-Dub, you know as well as we do, in conditions like these, doing a little bit of pre-work, right, before the gate actually drops, just trying to get that body temperature down, that can make the biggest difference as far as late in those motos go. And Jackson, we've talked about it as well, Monster Energy back on board with us here in 2025, continuing to up their game by now introducing the cool zone here for all of our racers.
Yeah, Zach, they know how to do it right over at Monster Energy, and I mean, they even have MX versus ATV down there. That shows how above and beyond they went. They've got the ice baths in the cool down area, and you can get to it, like K-Dub was saying, through the staging area there. But it looks like it's a part of Greenville. However, it is for you riders, for all of our riders, brought to you by Monster Energy. So some cool stuff there in the cool down area.
So you mean to tell me when you guys have been disappearing, that's where you've been going all this time? Is that what I'm
I laid it all out there for the public. Now you guys know, like when you step out, you can say, like, hey, you just got to step out for a minute. We don't no questions asked, right?
Yeah,
that's where I just snuck off to. What an experience. Take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Take advantage of that. And it doesn't matter what bike color you're on. It is tucked in behind Greenville, but they don't care.
Yeah, no, it is open for everybody there. So some track maintenance happening here for all of the folks watching at home on RacerTV.com. Make sure to spread the word. Let everybody know. Free to watch on RacerTV.com. You can also find us on YouTube at RacerTV. And for everybody that's here on property, make sure that you let everybody know that is on your team what time things are going to be. Let everybody know at home, all the family members, when your race is going to be coming up, and let them know how they can find you on Racer TV.
Don't forget, guys, everybody here on site, Levi Kitchen going to be signing autographs at the Fox Tower in just about half an hour from 4 to 5 p.m. And then don't forget about that Mookie Catch Classic Fishing Tournament with none other than Malcolm Stewart himself. We had him up in the tower earlier. He's looking forward to it, and that is going to be taking place at Lake Loretta Trackside Pond between 5 p.m. p.m. and 7 p.m. Of course, we've got our RM Army HEP Motorsports dinner going on tonight at 6:30 as well, open to all Suzuki riders and families over in the Suzuki pits. And then our annual AMA Organizer Appreciation Reception out at the Loretta Lynn's Plantation Home as well. And then how about the Stasic Jam Fest? This is for non-racers only, and that is something that we do need to highlight, because I know we got a couple of those micro rippers that are putting in a couple of motos long before their moto on the Stasic track. Dean, these kids are ripping it up and leaving a little skin out there as well. They are laying it all on the line.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And back to that Malcolm Stewart fishing tournament, he was up here, and I was trying to get some advice from the man, but nothing at all. I was going to throw a line, see what he recommended for bait, but he's not like the boys at Dunlop over there.
No, it's Loretta's, man. He's keeping all the secrets close. He wants to be the winner of his own tournament, if you will, but I think we're all excited. He was excited to see a lot of people running around with fishing lines and enjoying kind of the other side of Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, he said he's ready to get out there right now. But hey, another thing that'll be happening here tonight at 8 p.m. over at the Monster Energy Arena, going to have the Pay Dirt movie show. So make sure to come hang out with us there for that as well. Once again, Pay Dirt going to be shown over at the Monster Energy Arena at 8 o'clock.
Hey, how about that? One of our very own films, Pay Dirt, the movie. I haven't even gotten to see that yet, so I might be sneaking my way down to the arena.
It was
8 o'clock.
It was great, Zach. It was great. You need to stop by down there. They even talk a little bit about Loretta Lynn's in it, so a super, super cool film there. Once again, 8 o'clock over at the Monster Energy Arena. Dean, they're making their way around for their sight lap here in the 250C. Going to go ahead and give you a rundown. Making his way out of Pennsylvania, going to be Dylan Welsh on the number 11 machine. Talon Tran going to be on the number 12 out of Texas. And making his way from Minnesota will be Carson Tabaka. Jacob Kingsfield going to be making his way out of Tallahassee, Alabama. Then Blake Mara making his way out of Alva, Florida on the 17 machine. Bayard Bates going to be on the 18, making his way out of Virginia. And then out of Wyoming, going to be Alicio Chavez on the 19 machine. Colton Moe going to be on the 21 machine out of Tyler, Texas.
And then we got a 22 machine. That's going to be Ryder Stackhouse. He's out of Idaho. Brownie Marlowe on number 23 out of Warrior, Alabama. The 25 of William Vanderford. He's out of Centerville, Mississippi. Noah Kaverick. He is out of Grant Pass, Oregon on the number 32. The 35 of Michael Snyder out of State Road, North Carolina. We're going to see number 37 of Jackson Hoyluck out of Omaha Beach, Florida. The 40 Wade Gardner out of Depew, Oklahoma. Travis Head, he's going to be out of the 42, and he hails out of Castle Rock, Colorado. Out of Chesterfield, Virginia on the 43, it's going to be Ryan Smith. The 44, Alana Janke. He's out of Cross Junction, Virginia. Lawrence Shate out of Wayland, Michigan on the number 46 and the 48 machine. That's Graham Bull. Yep, Jack's Graham Bull out of Henderson, Nevada.
How about it? The 52 of Charles Hale coming out of Charlotte, Michigan. We've also got the 49 of Wyatt Gordon coming out of Hayden, Idaho, as well as the 51 of Jackson Beck out of Bel Air, Maryland. We jump back to Jack Dawson coming out of Bricky's, Arizona, or Arkansas, excuse me, on the 55. Coming out of Osgood, Canada, Brody Meacham on the 56. Nathan Albrook coming out of Concord, North Carolina on the 57. Springville, Alabama, Cade Martin on the 58. Comic, New York, that's going to be Braden Malgren on the 59. Pine City, Minnesota, that's going to be Dirks Foster on the 62. Coatesville, Pennsylvania, Preston Miranda on the 65. And the 67 of Cannon Kaufman coming out of Hayden, Idaho.
And then going to have the 72 of Brock Worcester making his way out of Iowa. Going to have the 76 of Jace Lyles out of Ohio. Then Mason Sakanikas going to be aboard that 79 machine. Maverick Gold going to be aboard that 81 out of Virginia. Luke Carlson going to be making his way out of Minnesota on the 86. Hunter Trumbull on the 88 machine making his way out of Stella, North Carolina. Out of Missouri will be Dylan Fodge on the 90 machine. Michael Thomas going to be making his way out of Wesley Chapel, Florida on that 91. Justin Gamage going to be on the 94 machine out of Jacksonville, Florida. Then we got Jamin Wilkie on the 96 out of Utah. And to round things out will be the 97 of Jake Roberts out of Sumterville, Florida. So the stage is set here in this one, Dean, as the riders make their way back over to the gates. We're going to get set to go here with this 250C class.
Yeah, Jackson, the stage is set for sure. And as you're going through those names, like, man, I've heard that guy before. I've been seeing these guys for a while now that we're into August. These guys have been going through these races, and they've kind of established a name for themselves, even here in the C class.
Yeah, they sure have. Going to be interesting to see, you know, the C classes are kind of synonymous with not quite having the most consistent finishes to their races. We'll see how it's going to go here this week. Like you said, some of the names that you already know coming into this one, so that might not be the case here for this 250C class division.
Well, in Jackson, it seems like it's either one or the other. We've got a 1-1-1, or we've got scores all over the board. You never know what you're going to get, but it is certainly going to be exciting. We know that much. And here in Moto 1, we've already seen how much the random gate picks can play a role into the way championships are going to shape up. As the 2-minute card up in the air, one of our on-track apprentices getting to run the 2-minute card, and we are just about ready to go 250C racing.
There you go, car goes sideways, gates drop and whole shots pop, and here we go, 250C class out on the track right now.
Let's see, barreling into turn number 1, possibly a KTM. That's Blake Mara out front leading the way. Alessio Chavez on the number 19, sitting in the number 2 spot. Landon Jank on the 44 in third, with William Vanderford on the number 25 in the 4th place spot. Fodge rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, it looked like Mara had that whole shot, but already going into turn 2 and 3, man, he is about back in that 4th, 5th place position right now. So that's not always a bad thing. You know, you get the whole shot, there's a lot of pressure. You're holding your breath, you're not breathing right. But now you're in 5th, you're still right there in contention. I think it definitely takes a little pressure off.
I tell you what, guys, I am keeping my eye on the number 19 of Alessio Chavez. Kevin Kelly, you already know it. I was a little concerned because he wasn't going to have neon backgrounds, but he's got neon gear. This guy has dominated the C class over on the West Coast. We saw him at World Mini earlier this year, dominated all of his classes, and is lightning off the start, finds himself inside the top 3 early.
We'll see what he can do here on the big stage. Oh, man.
Second place.
Man, that was
right there. Get a number that's a 56 machine. So on our sheet, that is Brody McKeachern having some problem. McKeachern.
Man, tough break for him to start this one out. The 19 machine still having a good run up at the front of this field.
Looks like a 76 now in the 2nd place position. Jace Lyles goes out to a good start, but not a great start, starting off in 6th, but already making some moves out there early in this one. Oh, looked like it might have been Gammage there off screen, running kind of tucking there as he went towards the outside of the racetrack as our riders making their way around the beach. The sweep around the beach here at Loretta's.
Chavez staying true to his brand, making sure everybody from outer space can see him in that gear boot combo. And that's his thing. He absolutely loves the neon stuff, and it's usually not hard to spot him. It's towards the front. Alessio Chavez going to lead the first lap here in 250C.
The 19 machine is getting after it as they go into their 2nd lap here in this one. Going to be riding for Chavez Concrete, JB4, Bajaj Brew, and Art of War Suspension. How about this, Zach? 23rd gate pick. Going to find himself up at the top of the charts.
How about this, Jackson? Mason Sakanikis now moves into the number 3 ride. That's a name we're familiar over in the GNCC series. He can do it in the woods, and he's showing what he's got out on the moto track right now, battling for 3rd.
He sure can. I'm going to keep my eyes on him all race long. It looked like William Vanderford possibly making some moves there as well.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you one thing. I think being a GNCC racer right now definitely has its advantages.
Absolutely. Yeah, these guys used to doing it for hours on end. Mason kind of jumping over to the moto side of things. Mason's also got 2 younger sisters that are at the top level of the field on and off track. One getting a podium at the KTM Junior Challenge. So these guys doing a little bit of all of it. As backside of the 10 Commandments we go. Whoa, that Kawasaki dancing around Vanderford, just trying to hang on to it.
Kevin feels it up here right now, I can tell you that. He's in it like he's out there on the racetrack. He's turning with him. He's jumping with him, trying to take him out on the racetrack. He is making it happen out there in the tower as well.
Vanderford picking up 2 spots fairly quickly there. As we see the 76 machine, Jace Lyles trying to fight back.
Who are we watching out there, Kevin? Is Vanderford your guy? All right, yep. So he's spending some time at the farm out there at Vanderford, and he is putting all that work to use right here in this first moto of the 250C class.
Take a look at this. The battle takes its way to the beach as the Kawasaki rider going to close the door on Jace Lyles for that number 2 ride. So William Vanderford on the move. As a little bit of paddling there for the 76 of Lyle Sakanika, still right back there as well. And looks like that might be Hunter Trumbull trying to make a little Trumbull up towards the front side of the top 5 as they're getting ready to put another lap in the books.
That was a good one, Zach. Here we go. The 19 machine and the 25 going to face off here. Vanderford going to try to chase down Chavez, and he's done just that.
Wow, look at the lap times right there. 5 seconds faster last time through, so you know Vanderford's going to be right there. Knock on the door. There he is.
What
you see the 19
line.
Chavez look over, and here is Vanderford making it a race for us. He's going to go around the outside, take the long way around, but carry the momentum. And Vanderford is our new leader.
Slingshot engaged right there. Vanderford absolutely rockets his way around the outside of Alessio Chavez and puts himself in that #1 spot, but the 19's not quite done yet as he's trying to make his way back into the #1 spot. I don't know. K-Dub's putting his money down on the 25 of Vanderford.
Smooth and steady there for the 25 machine. He's going to be backed by Farm 14. More environmental and construction, 110 Racing and ACM, and boy, he's making them proud right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, you see him open up a couple more bike links over the fast Alessio Chavez. Chavez, though, he's still trying to keep in tow with him. You never know. If Vanderford makes a mistake, he's going to be there to capitalize on that.
Well, I'm telling you, you look at the lap times, and that tells the story. The 2:06 of Vanderford going to be significantly faster than the 2:11 of Chavez. Next closest 2:10 of Browning Marlowe back in the 6th place spot. So right now, the Kawasaki really feeling things out front, going his way as he continues to lead.
Here you watch now as they come out of Storyland. They're going to make their way through this right-hander and step up over this little camelback here and through this big sand sweep returner. Big thanks to Monster Energy for keeping the guys covered over there in the shade as our leader unleashes the beast out there, William Vanderford.
Headed through this beast of a sand section, and Vanderford making it look easy out there. Going to round the corner and going to make his way to us here in the tower.
Yeah, the 25 has done the work right now. He's not having to pick and choose his lines. 14 years old, we're being told up here in the tower. So, man, this guy's got a lot ahead of him and an impressive performance. We talk about the pressure here of the C-Class riders at the ranch, kind of experiencing most of it for the first time for a majority of these riders and making the most of his first trip here.
Yeah, look at the lead that he has right now. He's seen a good view there panned out on the drone cam. Just how big a lead he has. About probably, I'd say, 7-8 seconds now over your second-place rider, Alessio Chavez. Oh, look, Mason's going to move up into 3rd. That's your GNCC boy out there, so solid ride for him. Michael Thompson also going to move up, so possibly Jace Lyles as he slides back to 8th. Had a little issue now. Hunter Trumbull at 5th. And 6th, Browning Marlowe. 7th is Dylan Foch. Behind Foch, look at Jace Lyles, Noah Kovarik, Preston Miranda running your top 10. And our whole shotter, I got to point that out. He was in 17th. He makes me up to 14th right here, but Blake Mara not where he wants to be outside that top 10.
And guys, believe it or not, 15 years old, going to be about the average age here for this class. Most of these riders 15, 16 years old. Crazy to see how young, but I want to give a shout out here to the number 32 gas machine of Noah Kovarik. Only 13 years old out there on his Fly Racing, Guts Racing, Micah Metals, and DRS suspension back drive.
These are always some of my favorite motos to watch. The names maybe not quite as known on a household level, but these athletes, they put in the time, they put in the effort, and man, they always put on a show for us. As Vanderford really making an impressive showing right now. Chavez, Sakanikas, Thompson, Trumbull, your top 5.
Just outside of that is Marlowe, Foch, Lyles, Kovarik, the 13-year-old we were just talking about running in the 9th place spot, and then Preston Miranda will round out your top 10. Headed back into the sand for your leader here on Racer TV. Vanderford starting to open up a gap here in this one, turning a 2:08.2 last time around. He was the fastest person out on the track, but look at Dylan Foch back there in the 7th place spot. His lap time was also a 2:08, so we can expect the number 90 machine, I believe, to pick up some spots.
There goes Vanderford, and there goes Chavez. Looks like Chavez has a burst of energy now. Oh, no, as our leader makes a big mistake right there. About gave Kevin a heart attack up here in the tower. Said it was a close one as he went through that sand sweeper. Watch now as they make the finish line. I'll tell you what's going on timing and scoring. Checking in here for lap number 4. And it's going to be a 2:10 for William Vanderford, and our second-place rider, Alessio Chavez, going to run a 2:11, so still about a second, 2 seconds off of your leader right now, but a 2:10.8 for your third-place rider. So Canikas, he's doing a good job there in that third place position. Number 79, Michael Thompson, charging hard. He's going to run a 2:10 as well in fourth. And now for fifth, looking at Browning Marlowe. Jace Lyles in sixth. Seventh, Noah Kavaric. Justin Gamage moved up in the eighth spot. Solid right for Gamage to break up inside the top 10. Preston Miranda in ninth. Blake Mara, he also joins that top 10 party. He rounds out the top 10 on the number 17 Motor Bros KTM.
All right, so 4 laps complete here for 250C class, Moto number 1, here at the 44th Annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by AMSOIL. Hot one here today at the ranch, going to be putting these riders to the test, but that is what Loretta Lynn's is all about, putting the best riders in the nation head-to-head on some of the tough conditions that you'll find to see who is truly the best in the nation. Right now, Vanderford trying to say, hey, that's me. Chavez trying to do the same, and then Sakanikas hoping to do the same, sitting back in that third place spot. No doubt about it, Sakanikas is more than capable of it. Like we've been saying, one of the top off-road riders. And good to see him trying his hand out here in the motocross. And, you know, we talked about how they spend hours racing in GNCC, and this is fairly a quick moto. While that is true, you do hear a lot of the GNCC boys saying, well, it's just a different world out here in the motocross side of things. You're going full speed. It is a full sprint. Not that they're not in GNCC. It's a full sprint for them as well, but a true full sprint here at Loretta Lynn's.
Well, and I tell you what, Jackson, I was talking with Stu Baylor, Nick DeFeo, some of our GNCC stars that are here supporting the Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team, and they said, hey, it is different. The intensity levels aren't the same. There's an element of patience needed in GNCC, whereas here you got to make things happen immediately in the world of moto.
And it looks like the white flag is waving here in this one, Zach. So one more lap left to go. Our 250C class has to do the dance one more time here in Moto number 1.
The 25 trying to bring it home, going to be the longest moto or longest lap of his life right here. Every little bump, got to just try to hang on tight. We've seen things slip away on these final laps.
Oh, and Vanderford is still out there in the lead. I just wanted to get Kevin.
Oh. That isn't funny. That isn't funny.
It was a little funny. I believe Vanderford doing a great job out in front right now.
Kevin Windham now dragging Dean Diaz out of the tower.
He'll be back in a while.
Vanderford doing great right now, and I mean, this is a hats-off ride to him. He's got out front, kind of put that little bit of barrier between himself and Chavez, and from there has pretty much just maintained. We haven't seen him riding over the limits, just trying to hit his marks until he sees the checkered flag.
Yeah, you can tell he's been putting a lot of work down there at Farm 14, man, really putting his efforts together here in the first moto of the 250C class, and I think we'll see him on the podium a few times here this week.
Without a doubt. And Chavez, a solid run. A second, I've been told, is as good as a first in the first moto, and so Chavez still plenty of opportunities to grab some wins and maybe even a championship.
Yeah, that's actually a true statement. Second is just as good as the first here in the first moto, so good, definitely good job pointing that out for sure.
And then once again, shout out Mason Sakanikas there in the third place spot, switching from off-road to moto and looking at another podium finish. If he can hang on for one more lap, a treacherous half a lap or so to go here in this 250C class. You can see things starting to set in a little bit for William Vanderford. A little look over the shoulder, trying to take a deep breath, doesn't want to start celebrating too early. Whoa, getting a little sideways there. And he almost goes down. This is what we're talking about. The emotions overcoming him. Oh, man, Kevin Windham probably almost ran out on track there.
Yeah, for sure.
So Windham.
Kind of like when you count your chickens before they hatch.
Oh, my gosh, he's got both feet off the pegs with one corner to go.
Ain't a lap rider in the way.
He's going to be able to do it. Here it is, boys.
Take a breath, Kevin.
There it is, the 25 Kawasaki of William Vanderford.
And I'm going to go ahead and count my blessings count my blessings right now that I didn't do the announcer's curse.
Yes.
You know?
Vanderford, a fantastic ride. Look at how close Chavez was. He is right behind him. Alessio Chavez taking it down to the wire. Mason Sakanikas going to hang on for that final podium position in 250C Moto number 1.
Way to go, my friend, on that 79 machine. Michael Thompson on the 91 going to come through in the 4th place spot. And then how about it, Dean Diaz, Justin Gamage going to come through in the 5th place position.
Yeah, solid right there for Gamage. And just outside that top 5, we're looking at Noah Kavaric. Jace Lyles in 7th. Blake Morrow was able to climb his way back up to 8th after that good start out there. Preston Miranda 9th. Landon Janke in 10th, running your top 10 out there. And
how about it? The 13-year-old on that number 32 machine going to come through in the 6th place spot. So he is able to grab a few positions out there. Looking outside of that top 10, Ryder Stackhouse in the 11th place spot. Brody McUrchin. Yeah, that's right. Brody McUrchin going to come through in that 12th place position there on the 56. Jackson Harry-Luck going to be just behind that in 13th. Then we see Hunter Trumbull in 14th. Dirks Foster in 15th. Browning Marlowe in the 16th place spot. Colton Moe in 17th. Dylan Welsh in 18th. Talon Tron in 19th. And then Jackson Beck in the 20th place position.
And just outside that top 20, we're looking at Cade Martin with 21st. 22nd for Brock Worcester. 23rd going to be Wade Gardner. 24th, Cannon Kaufman. 25th, Travis Head. And 26th, Barrett Bates. 29th. Sorry. Barrett Bates taking 26th. 27th is going to be Jamin Wilkie. Jack Dawson, 28th. 29th for Michael Snyder. And 30th, we're looking at Charles Hale.
And then it's going to be Jackson Cramble that comes through in the 30, or Jax Cramble, I should say, in the 31st spot. Nathan Albrecht in 32nd. Dylan Lodge in the 33rd position. Luke Carlson, Jake Roberts, Ryan Smith. To round out our top 36, we'll throw it down to you, Jason.
Thank you, Jackie. I'm waiting for Mr. Vanderford. He's getting a hat on. He's getting ready. That was a really strong ride for that win. Had to make some passes and ends up with the moto victory in the C division. And we'll see if he can hold it throughout the week. Gold medal for William Vanderford. Dude, you're on fire out there. Did you expect this level of performance, or are you even exceeding your own goals?
Oh, I came in with the highest expectations, and I just put down heaters in the beginning. My bike started bogging about like at Storyland, died right when I got to the podium.
Woo. Just made it in.
Yeah, barely.
Hey.
I'm happy though.
Oh yeah, that's great. You won't have problems in the other motos. You got the bad luck out of the way. Who do you want to thank, William?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, God for keeping me safe, Kevin for training for all these years and dealing with me, Chris for getting the tracks ready, Adam for fixing my bikes, and 110, Scott, CBR Fabrication, More Environmental Constructions, and that's it.
All right, there it is. A dominant moto win for William Vanderford. All good. You can push the bike back now. It doesn't matter how it runs after the checkers. The next rider, the silver medalist, will bring him up. He led quite a few laps in that one. Alessio will bring up Alessio for second and hand out the silver. Looking for Alessio Chavez, a second place finisher in this C division. I believe we have the girls class up next. And then Supermini. Here comes second place finisher, led a lot of laps in that one. Let's hear it for Alessio Chavez. Good ride, got some laps led. What's the feeling like when you're out front in clean air, but you know a lot of guys are gunning for you?
You definitely have to push yourself and make sure you don't make any mistakes. But good first moto. Had a really rough practice, but rebounded and did pretty good.
Oh yeah, silver. That is a heck of a rebound. Who do you want to thank, Alessio?
I just want to thank my whole family. Lord Jesus Christ, Art of War, Let's Ride. And who else am I forgetting? Game Moto, Greg, and then my Finnish trainer, Greg, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it from Alessio Chavez. I'm going to try to get this name right. Third place, so bring him on up. Mason Sakanakis. Sakanakis. You tell me. Mason what?
Sakanakis.
Sakanakis. Oh, it's fairly close. How'd that moto go for you to get third?
That moto was pretty good. I didn't really get the best jump on the start, but I held it wide open around the second corner. I probably made my way into fourth. Going into the 10 Commandments on the first lap, I just jumped, like quadded the bumps. I don't know, this feels amazing.
Yeah, you're up on the podium. Who do you want to thank for it?
I'd like to thank I'd like to thank my mom, dad, JT Motorsports, Evo Suspension, Mid-Maryland Racing, 2-0 Rider Podcast, the Boyers, the Evan Brothers Service, V-Lee Enterprise, Skippy's Seafood, Limited Decal, and all my friends and support.
All right, that's a good list and a good ride. We got one more?
And the Shoals.
I got to thank the folks at the Shoals. Yeah, let's hear it for our third place finisher, Mason Sakanakis. Oh, we got it. All right. Meeting new people all the time here in the C class. It is going to be the girls division up next, followed by Super Mini. As we keep rolling here, it's the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National. Big thanks to everybody that helps make this possible, including AMSOIL, Rocky Mountain ATV, MC, Parts Unlimited, Fox, Oakley, and all the manufacturers. And there's more than ever, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more coming. I just saw the Triumph people down here hanging out during that B-Class moto. I'm sure it won't be long to see some riders supported by them. We know a lot of other brands moving into the sport with Beta and Ducati, and on it goes. Little renaissance with seeing a Suzuki RM85 up on the podium earlier today. So a lot of health, a lot of growth in the sport right now, and that's pretty fun. And a lot of it comes into this class here, the ever-growing ranks of the girls division, which is up next, boys.
All right, thanks, Jason Wygant. As now we are live, making our way into the Monster Energy Cool Zone here on Razor TV. So this is a unique feature here in 2025 for all of our athletes to have an opportunity to come hang out. You can wave, guys. You don't have to act that cool to us.
Well, shoot, I'm headed over there.
We know, yeah, go chill out.
Yeah, let's do this.
You've been working hard, jump in that ice bath. How long did JT go? You can probably do a minute longer than that, Jason. So these guys trying to get that that core temperature down before the moto. Everybody gets to watch Racer TV, see the way the track is developing. Something very cool being introduced by our friends at Monster Energy this year.
That is such a cool opportunity, and if I were racing this year, I'll tell you what, I would go in there before my motos and afterwards. That's perfect and exactly what these racers need.
And Sophie, as a competitor yourself, you can talk about just kind of cooling off a little bit before the race. Your nerves are already at a high. This just kind of lets you kind of get in the zone before you actually go out and start to compete.
It does. And additionally, I would say that sometimes I feel nervous to go up to the line too early, knowing that I'm going to be dehydrating myself by being out in the heat. But in this case, you don't need to worry, and you can go up to the line as early as you want because you can just sit there and cool down, and your mechanic's the one that's going to get dehydrated. So, don't worry too much about that. But, yeah, what an awesome opportunity, and then to come back afterwards and cool down immediately before riding across the pits is awesome. Yeah, so what a cool thing. Thank you to Monster for setting that up. We can see the girls 11 to 16 class headed out for their sight lap now. Let's run through this race order, boys. We got the number 4 of Tinley McCoy, number 10 Kylie Hayes, 11 is Madison Casimir, 12 is Cheyenne Hins, 13 Callie Smith, 14 Brooklyn Baker, 16 Gracie Campbell, 17 Gabriela Espinoza, number 19 is Kaylee Frick, 20 is Jaylee Wishin. You got any for us, boys? They're not looking at the paper. That's all right. 22 is Lexi Gower. 24 is Skylar Draycott. 25 is Hadley Hamrick. 27 is Peyton McCluskey. 39 is Adrian Spiker. 40, Logan Shilley.
And a 47 ride of Allie Clemens from Libby, Montana. The 48 of Luca Marble from Manteco, New Mexico. The 50 of Kinsley Jackman from Saratoga Springs, Utah. 52 of Callie Sutton from Evansville, Indiana. The 57 of Hannah Jameson from Henderson, Colorado. 58 of Reagan Heighton from Marietta, California. The 61 of Reagan Davis from Statesville, North Carolina. The 62 of Riley Davis from Statesville, North Carolina. Zoe Moore from Springtown, Texas, number 63. Ellie Young from Pemberville, Ohio, the 64 ride. The 66 from Onetta, New York, Addison Platt. Thornton, Colorado sends us the 67 of Mayla Herrick. The number 70 of Shanae O'Leary from Colfax, California.
Kensley Watanier on the KTM is number 71. Mary Denny also on the KTM, number 72, or number 73. Daniela Saldariga from Texas. Number 75 is Callie Garay from California. 76 is Piper Bell on the KTM. And the Husqvarna rider, Relay Hedich, is number 77. Number 79, Lena O'Brien out of Indiana. Ella Salomon out of Ohio. Number 80. 83 is Lainey Sheehan out of Florida. Number 87 is Ava Elliott out of Indiana. Kai Polak is number 89 out of Pennsylvania. Leighton Dalebout from Wyoming is number 94. And Isabella Likens, number 99 out of Pennsylvania. That is our girls class.
The deck is stacked.
It is stacked.
Let's see what happens here.
Absolutely. We have some really fast front runners from last year. We can see Tinley McCoy's running the number 4, which means she took 4th last year. Madison Casimir is another
number
notable
11
name. Let's see, who else do we got on here that you recognize? Mayla Herrick, the number 67. She was battling for the championship last summer here, and she crashed, and it took her out of the championship standings. Really unfortunate, but she's back.
Now, what about Hannah Jameson?
Hannah Jameson, I believe she was 2nd last year at the championship. 2nd or 3rd.
So she's in this class. I believe you did call her name out.
Yep, she is.
Hey, I'm down to the cool zone.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to hear about it?
Tell me how cool you are.
All right, this is cool. Literally. So I didn't even know this existed, but you didn't. So I'm going to talk to some guys.
Let's go.
Are you going down Supermini? Are you in the next moto? You're in the next moto after this? What's your name, bud?
Medallia.
Okay. Did you even know this was here?
No, I had no clue that was it. It was here.
Is this your first year racing?
No.
No, at Loretta's. Is your first year at Loretta's?
Oh, yeah, it's my 2nd time.
Right. So this is way better than what you used to do, which is just sit there, right?
Yeah, it's way better. Way better.
And where's your mom, dad, your mechanic? Are they out there?
Yep, sit in the heat.
That's the idea. Absolutely. Well, welcome back to Loretta's. I'll grab. How's the cool zone, man? Is it cool?
Oh, yeah.
Where's the rest of your crew? Out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know this was here, or did you just find out?
I just found out.
Yeah. Probably don't want to leave.
Yeah, no. It's
okay. Yes, much better in here. All right, Supermini will be up next. These guys are all staying cool. I encourage all riders to come do this before their moto. They'll be up next. It's right behind staging, so they're going to hop on the bikes and race. Girls class on the line. Thanks, boys. See you in the next one.
All right, thanks, Jason Wygant down there. Cool as a cucumber in the cool zone.
Such a cool opportunity. Again, I would highly recommend that all the racers.
Hey, that was a great follow-up. I'm going to have to give you a
honestly, I didn't really think too much about it. Kind of just.
It just rolled off naturally.
That's perfect. We got the 2 card out. The gates are ready to drop.
They are.
Are you feeling the heat, Wes Kane?
But being so cool with a cool situation, I'm feeling a little cool right now.
That's perfect.
I mean, I'm not very cool, but I feel cool.
It's pretty hot outside. These riders are feeling it now. Gate is down.
Oh, boy. Who you take? Who you thinking?
Ooh,
without looking?
Maddie Casimir's really good at starts. How's my guess?
Yeah, but you better watch out.
Oh, it's Mayla Herrick and Hannah Jameson. Zoe Moore is in 3rd.
Oh, here they come down that long short chute. There's the 57 ride. You know who 57 is, don't you?
Hannah Jameson out of Colorado. Her and Mayla Herrick, we knew this was going to be a good battle coming into it.
So we're going to pick this one up. It's Hannah Jameson right into the 10 Commandments. There's Michaela Herrick. Look at them. Like the superstars of tomorrow. Hey, you know what I'm looking at right now?
What are you looking at?
You've watched WMX. You've been there on the weekends. This is huge.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of deep talent in there. That means that WMX is there's somewhere to go.
Yes.
Because at first it was so up in the arm, like, where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? And then WMX was at a lot of the amateur nationals, but now it's back taking a foothold to the up at the pro, the SMX.
The pro nationals, yeah.
Look at that talent out there.
Well, and I've even heard Sophie talk about this as well. The athletes that we have and the standard that they hold themselves to, not only looking to compete here in these women's classes and girls classes, but against the boys as well. Yeah. It just shows the intensity. I mean, you look at your Lachlan Turners, your Mayla Herricks, your Hannah Jamesons. There are really big names now that are starting to have a decent following as well, Sophie, outside of just the moto world that show, hey, we know how to get the job done, and we're really good at what we do.
It's true. This morning we saw Umena Burning, sorry, not to cut you off, Wes Kane, but what an incredible ride by her. Her and Hannah Jameson, and now we've got Hannah Jameson and Mayla Herrick going back and forth. We're 1 lap in, not even a lap in.
Yep. Don't even count out that battle. I'm looking out the window here, and they're going to start coming in out. There's going to be a lot of pressure here with 1 and 2. I see 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll catch them when they clock in.
These are incredible mini bike riders. We, like you two were saying, we have a very strong women's class coming up in the next few years. Not that we don't have one now.
No.
And they're moving up into the ranks.
I like to see the breeding ground start to work, that the seeds are planted here, that it's solid. It's there, just like a whole sea of 50 riders. the next couple of years we're gold. Especially these area and qualifiers. Some of them's got qualifiers there where the P-Dub's got 60, 70 kids still showing up from the areas to qualify for top 5 or top 6.
And look at the lap times that our leaders, a 153.1 for Herrick, a 154 flat for Jamison. I mean, they are absolutely flying. I don't care, boy, girl, what class. Oh,
miscue.
Hang on a second. Was that Jamison that maybe went off track?
Yes, it was.
Pushing the envelope. Look at that. Jameson cuts back underneath, a unique line choice for the 57, and she is right back in the fight.
No harm, no foul on that one.
Yes, absolutely.
No advantage, back in second.
These corners.
Yeah.
She's trying to avoid a lot of these holes. I mean, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And
our leader!
Herrick got a little off balance entering that corner and just went over the high side. That's going to give the spot to Hannah Jameson. Where is Callie Sutton and Zoe Moore currently 3rd and 4th?
They're going to come into the picture frame. There they are, right there. They're ready to pounce right there.
They are.
So Sutton, Moore, and Tinley McCoy now coming to the fracas. Michaela Herrick still trying to get her trusty steed refired.
Man, how about that?
4 spots just right there.
Bada boom, bada bing. That's how fast it goes. You've been there before. You know what happens.
I do. And
if
you know what?
Slip, they grip.
Like you said, they had a big gap, but unfortunately, it just took her a little bit too long to pick up that bike. I'm sure she's moving.
Well, it looks like
now. Callie Sutton, that's the 52 of Callie Sutton coming through the Rocky Mountain sand section.
Yep.
And over the wall jump, we got Zoe Moore right on her heels.
So take a look at this. Sutton may be your race leader right now as they're getting ready to buzz by us in the tower, and I have not seen another bike. So the 52 of Callie Sutton now finds herself in a number 1 spot. No, excuse me. Okay. Number 2 spot. There goes Hannah Jameson now checking in.
So it's going to be
we lost her for a second, Mega.
It should be Jameson, Sutton, Moore, McCoy, Casimir. You called out earlier, Madison Casimir, number 11.
Yep.
No, not going to roll over here. It's going to be fighting to the end with these ladies here.
She's been strong in this class for a couple of years. I believe she's coming up on the end of her run in the girls class. But look at her move up to 3rd. She's going to make a statement out here.
Great job out there. You can see the overview, the drone over that billboard there, and these riders just come hopping and skipping down through there. Inside, outside line, it doesn't matter. The girls are they're on the gas. They're lean back. They're making it happen.
They are, and these ladies have great form, awesome technique. A lot of them are staying out at training facilities or maybe spending a lot of time at local tracks. They're putting in equal amounts of effort as the boys, which is really cool to see.
Top 10 looked like this on that one. Jameson out front. Then in second was Sutton, Casimir 3rd, Moore 4th, McCoy 5th, Herrick 6th, Bell 7th, Spiker 8th, Hamrick 9th, Kylie Hayes in 10th. That's round out top 10. Brought to you by our good friends at
Yamaha. Hey, giving a shout out to our friend Mary Denny there on the number 72, friend of Jackie Legs. He said they're shooting for top 10s, and she's sitting in that number 11 spot right now. So knocking on the door. We talk about the different goals that people bring into this week as well, Sophie. Some people just happy to be here. Some people want a top 20, a top 10, a top 5, a podium, and then, of course, that championship as well. So a lot of different expectations and goals out here at the ranch.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, and you could probably attest to that, set your goals realistic.
Yes.
You know what's happening out there.
Yeah.
Set your goals realistic and achieve them, and then set the next goal and achieve it, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people talk about setting SMART goals, and that's an acronym that has a bunch of great things in it that I can't remember right now. But, you know, things like something that's achievable, something that's measurable, something that's realistic, and things like that. So, yeah, setting your goals ahead of time, something that's realistic but's going to push you. And I think that sounds like a great goal for these girls, and I'm sure, you know, there's probably 3 girls that went into this weekend.
They came in saying, I'm here to win this
That's
thing.
what I was going to say.
That's their goal.
There's probably at least 3 girls that came in this week saying, I'm going to win this thing.
I'm here to win this thing.
And that's the thing is this. There are plenty of people who are not going to hit that specific goal. But, man, what a stacked talent. You can't be too upset coming out of here and riding and hanging with these levels or riders at this level.
Great job out there. Here they go. Turn and burn. Hey, they're not looking for a smooth line. They're diving right in there. It looks like a washboard down in front of that billboard, and they aren't playing.
They would look for a smooth line if there was one.
Whoa! How about that line there, just bouncing off that braking bump and launching?
You know what? That braking bump was nothing to her. Did you see that?
Wow, I saw that.
Check out that.
Incredible.
Mayla Herrick just launching over that anthill on the inside.
Looks like that was Mayla Herrick possibly making a pass as well. So she is bouncing back from that early crash. Crash Star lose a lot of positions trying to fire that machine up, and now she's got a point to prove.
Here we go. Jamison, Sutton, Herrick, Casimir, Moore, McCoy still hanging in there. Telling McCoy, hey, number 4 coming in saying, hey, I'm one of the bad ones for
I belong in here.
Yeah, I belong in this thing. You see my number? I see a lot of 2 digits. Single digits hard to come by here.
It is. And Mayla Herrick now in that second position after passing Callie Sutton. She's still about 20 seconds back from Hannah Jamison. So she has a lot to make up.
Full launch. Look at that. There is Jamison right there making hay while the sun shines, having a ride that dreams were made of down here at
Loretta Lynn's Ranch.
Hey, good volley.
That was a pretty easy fill in the ball.
That was easy.
Yeah.
You're on your way to stardom. I'll be looking at my TV in a couple years, and I'll see you over there interviewing Hayden Deegan in the 450 class.
Or interviewing Hannah Jamison in WMX.
I dig that.
There we go. I love it.
I can dig that.
We have Christina Denny.
I'll set that goal for you.
Thank you. We have Christina Denny in the house. She's our WMX coordinator, and she is up here to watch all of the women and young ladies who she's going to be working with.
She's looking to carve that path from this amateur level right into the WMX. And you know what? You need that. And if anybody could do it, she can.
It's Christina Denny.
I already know that. She's run a full-grown, full 250, 450 Supercross pro team. She can do anything.
She can do
She can make anything. A decal, too, if you want one.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, that's great.
She is jack of all trades, master of all of them, too. Look at this. So Mayla Herrick now checking in with a 2:07 lap time, 4 seconds a lap faster than Hannah Jamison right now, but still 21 seconds back. So she has her work cut out for her. They only have, let's see, is 2 card out?
We got almost 4 minutes here. I would love to see this one if Herrick could have stayed up on 2 wheels, where this would have been. It would have been like the Red Baron and then battling up there in a dogfight.
Well, hey, Wes, she's in second, and it's only Moto 1. So second, what do we say?
No, it's you're right there. You might as well be as good as a win.
Yes, and second and third motos, I'm sure we're going to get awesome battles out of these two. Look at Hannah Jamison just railing those ruts. That girl has amazing form. They're all such great riders. I love watching them.
She has got great corner speed. Great corner speed. Oh no! Oh, could have been curtains.
Wow.
For Hannah Jamison, she came up close on a back marker coming into the Rocky Mountain ATV sand section, and with her momentum going as fast as she did, sorry for the, I don't like the other rider that fell, but it could have collected her. She'd have been a little off her pace.
Yeah, unfortunately got together with a lapper, and Hannah was on the lucky side.
And I see the riders up, and, we wish that accident did not happen, but that could have been a close call. And that could have changed the format here and put Herrick up there. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. That's the unspoken variable. You can only control your race. Sometimes it's a mistake or not even a mistake, a battle from another rider. Once again, if that rider would have gone all the way to the outside, that could have spelled disaster. So Jamison got to stay on her P's and Q's, keep that focus late in the race. Even though she does have 20-plus seconds on second place, there's a lot of other factors that can take this win away from her.
She does need to keep her head on a swivel, especially coming through these lapped riders. She's riding at a faster pace, and having riders come through at different paces, you're not expecting that. Someone coming by absolutely flying, you're not expecting someone to come through the corner that fast, because that's not what you and the people around you are doing. So these blue flags are out. Obviously we've got great flaggers here, but man, there's only so much you can do. So Hannah Jamison is on her toes.
I'm gonna say this. Hannah Jamison has studied some footage.
Yes.
Because she is dissecting this track. She's not going in ruts. She's swinging wide. She's crossing over them. In this section here, she's choosing lines like you've seen Ricky do and Bubba. They're not in the rut. They're crossing and they're setting herself up before. If you watch her, she's studied some film.
Well, very similar to what we saw with Enzo Timmerman earlier. It just seems like she's flowing. She's not riding over her head. She's putting the pieces together. A 2:11 flat on that last lap, and she looks like she's really not even trying that hard. That comes from putting those track pieces together.
And you know what we're going to watch? We got Supermini next. So we're going to see where her lap times go with some of the boys, And I've seen her race with the boys, and she can hold her own.
Absolutely.
She totally can, and she did that this morning as well in a class. She was, I believe, in the top 5.
I think she did get top 5.
Mini Senior 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Yes, incredible riding by both of them. I'm curious to see later in the week when her second and third motos are at different times if she has that same riding style where she's kind of going outside and cutting down across corners, or if she's taking different lines. But right now, I would say she's probably picking the track apart because she knows where it's going to get rough.
She is stringing it together, they say.
Well, and another thing, she's cutting across a lot of these lines as well, Sophie. She's not following one line all the way through the corner. She'll cut down midway or so. So kind of creating her own track.
Just like that.
Just like that, exactly.
Oh, now look at that counter move. Wow. Counter move.
She saw that.
That's pro-level stuff right there.
Yes, taking the checkered flag.
That's pro-level stuff. That was a pro-level move.
That was great.
And to the win.
Yes.
So that could have cost her right there in the Devil's Triangle.
It could have.
So,
but yeah,
all right, bring us home.
She was on her toes. That was Hannah Jamieson taking the win with a 2:12 lap time. Mela Herrick is your second place rider, still yet to come across the finish line. There she is. Callie Sutton is expected in third place. Madison Casimir in fourth. Zoe Moore in fifth. Tinley McCoy is in sixth. Seventh place is Adriana Spiker. Eighth place is Piper Bell. Ninth is Kensley Jackman. 10th is Kylie Hayes. 11th is Mary Denny. 12th is Hadley Hamrick. 13th is Leighton Dalebout. 14th, Riley Davis. And 15th, Kenzie Watanye. That is your top 15.
Brought to you by
Dunlop.
I love it. Absolutely.
Thank you, Dunlop.
Quit slipping, get gripping, as Wes Kane likes to say. And man, what a gripping race that was with girls 11 to 16. I can't wait for these motos throughout the rest of the week. We're already starting to think about who's in championship spots, who's maybe a little bit of the dark horse, as we see our finishers now in the cool down impound section. Hannah Jameson, Mela Herrick, Callie Sutton. I'm going to throw Madison Casimir, Tinley McCoy in the mix as well. That entire top five, really impressive lap times throughout that whole moto.
Yes, I would say that all of those five could be shuffled at any given point. Though we did see some very impressive lap times from Hannah and Mela as they got out front and started to pull away at the beginning. But we can see Hannah Jamieson on screen right now and Callie Sutton getting cooled off. I'm sure they're going to head over to the Monster Energy Cool Zone.
Absolutely.
After this, maybe hop in an ice bath, maybe just cool down on a couch, whatever it is. That's what I would be doing right now.
Well, hey, let's give you a look at the backside of that top 20. The 71 of Kinsey Watane in the 15th place spot. The 27 of Peyton McCleskey in the 16th position. 17th, that's going to go to the 79 of Lana O'Brien. Luca Marble on the number 48 in the 18th ride. Skylar Draycott on the 24 in 19th. And Callie Smith going to round out your top 20.
All right, that was a fun one. Everybody cooling off under the tent. We're going to get the moto winner on up. And there was some drama there, some great charges, some great battles. But in the end, it's going to be Hannah Jamieson with the gold. You know, not only do they have the cool zone chill area before the moto, but there's also an ice bath after the finish line as well. So riders can jump into that when they're done. And these riders have definitely earned that ice bath. Let's bring it around to the back so we can see all the logos. Hannah Jamieson. Yes, that is awesome. You got the gold. And there were a lot of battles too. It's never easy at Loretta's. It's got to feel good to get it though.
Yeah, I've been dreaming of this, honestly. Me and Mela were battling. She got a really good start. I have no clue how she pulled that. But yeah, we were battling and she tipped over unfortunately. But yeah, I was able to get it done.
Yeah. Is this your first gold here?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Who do you want to thank for it?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Fox, Alex, Matt Moore, SOB, Annalise, Matt Toth, Austin Kuhn, Game Moto, Greg Albertson, Bees Moto Lab, FMF Joel, Lings, T-Rex, Guts, Tamer Holeshot Devices, oh my gosh, and everyone else, thank you so much.
There it is. This is awesome. First time ever. Moto winner, Hannah Jamieson. Mela Herrick finished second in this one. We'll bring the silver medalist up. And Callie Sutton ended up in third. That was a wild moto. So we're looking for Mela. She's coming. We're good. And that was really fun to watch. Sets up a couple of more good motos we expect as the week goes on. Some riders we've already gotten to know quite well through the years at Loretta's. Let's hear it for Mela Herrick. Take me through that one, Mela. How'd it go?
I mean, I got the whole shot, and I was riding pretty good. Figured out the triple and the 10 commandments, and my clutch lever got stuck when I was coming into a corner, and it just kept sticking the whole time. So, but it's whatever. Just regrouping on to the next.
Yep. Still got a shot at the title for sure with the silver. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my family, everyone coming out here. Sun Enterprises, Matt and Mike, Matt, and coming out here and just giving me a bike, and then Rob Fox, Dunlop, Fox, Alex and Matt, they worked so hard. I can't thank them enough. Aaron for coming out here from Oakley, Monster Energy, Mike and Nick, DBK, Twitch, Renthal, Paul from Renthal, Route Designs, they killed it with my graphics, EVS keeping me protected, Slade Racing getting my HDS pipe, Lynx, TCD suspension, Pro Circuit, Motomuck, Moto Seat, Race Tech Titanium, Jesus for keeping me safe, and Aiden from being up there watching down.
Mela Herrick, everybody, second place. Third place finisher is Callie. Let's bring her up and talk bronze medal in the girls division. Looking for Callie Sutton, the third place finisher. Looking for third. There we go. Third place, Callie Sutton. How'd that moto go?
Good.
How'd you get third? How'd it happen?
Had a good start and just held it.
There you go. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Scholes, Moto Speed Factory, 110, Wushner, Edge Auto Sports, Watts Perfection, Pirelli, Hot Cams, Moto Seat, Dirt Lab, ODI, and everyone else.
Okay. Let's hear for Callie Sutton taking third in the girls class. Congratulations. That's it. Next moto will be Supermini. Take it away.
Check, check. All right, let's go. Let's take a ride with Supermini 1, 12 to 15. The number 11 is going to be Kobe McAllister, out of Cascade, Iowa. Number 14, Camden Scoggins out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Number 15, Beckett Ferry out of Sonoya, Georgia. KTM rider Colin Galliardo, number 16, out of Jack, Alabama, aboard a TM. The number 17 is Jackson Aarons out of Brook Park, Minnesota, KTM mounted. The 19 is Gage Brown out of Cypress, Texas on the KTM. KTM rider aboard he's aboard the KTM with number 21 on the plates. Tucker McNeil out of Metamora, Illinois. 24 is Jason LaBouffe out of Worcester, Massachusetts aboard the KTM. Bernardo Diaz, number 27 out of Vial de Bravo, Mexico on the KTM West. You saw that was tough, man. The number 30 is Drew Marson out of Minden, Nevada aboard the Husqvarna. The 31 is Anthony Pasella out of South Walpole, Massachusetts on the KTM. Brendan Moss on the number 32 out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, going to be on that KTM. Austin Webb, number 33 out of Wendell, North Carolina, KTM mounted. Gas rider out of Lakeville, Minnesota. That's going to be Carson Whitman on the number 34 machine. Dane Pappas on the number 35 machine out of Loomis, California on the gas. Kid goes good. Another good one here. Reese Seba, number 36 out of Wrightwood, California. KTM rider. Dad has a great chin, great jawline. 37 is Brayton Willis out of Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. Yamaha mounted. Clavey Blagg, number 40 out of Valley Springs, California. He's going to be aboard a gas. KTM rider out of Hagerstown, Maryland, home of David Iser. That's Timothy B. Great Scott, number 43. And the number 44 is Nolan Ford out of Fairfield, California, KTM mounted. Wes, who's the next rider up on that 47?
Well, if you want ice cream, you're going to have to know Colt Martin, number 47 from Talladega, Alabama. The number 50 is Bryson Woodman from Farmington, New Hampshire. The 52 is Trip Glassgrove from Cairo, Georgia. Sebastian Sari from New Hampshire. The number 54. Hey, I call it like I see it.
You sure did exactly how you saw it.
Brooklyn Park New Mexico, the 55 of Cash Anderson. 56, Britt Ickerbach from Enola, Utah. 58, Darren Pine from Montgomery, Texas. 61 of Carson Bullitt from Statesville, North Carolina. From Oak Hills, California, the 62 ride of Trazen Payne. From Canada, Canada, the 65 of Callan Medina. 66, Travis Lawrence from Hollister, California. 67 of Knox Lewin from Chandler, Oklahoma. He hails from Cairo, Georgia. On the 71, KTM, Trenton Burton. For Tiogo Gross, the number 74 from Statesville, North Carolina. The 77, the Lincoln Lawyer, Lincoln Brocker from Belham, Washington. 78, Bryce Stefan from Hampton, New Hampshire. The 82 of Travis Snyder from Rhinebeck, New York. The 83 of Chylan Stewart from Belton, South Carolina. Arada, Colorado sends us the 84 of Cole Maza. Brody Pacho from the 85 ride from Bourne, Texas.
Nailed it, dude.
The 92, Davey Collins from Blanchard, Oklahoma. The 96, Chase Danshill from Fairfax Station, Virginia.
And look at that.
Here they go. Who's it going to be, Kevin?
Man, it's you name it. From the inside, looks like it might be a Husqvarna rider. Chase Danshill, the last name you said. How about that?
His dad helped us set the motorhome. Come over with some blocks and stuff. He goes, I'm a carpenter.
Dude, are the people in the pits the best? Like, you pull up, like, what do you need? What do you need?
Well, I had bumped my head on a slide out, so I was
Band-Aids.
I was hurting, and I said a few choice words and got his attention. He goes, let me help you. I was knocked out.
Oh, here we go.
I got knocked out on Friday morning.
It's early to get knocked out. Let's get into this class here. The Supermini 112 to 15. Wes Kane, Kevin Kelly. We're going to call the action here, and there's already been a ton of action. New leader, I believe. It's going to be the 47 of Colt Martin out of Talladega, Alabama.
The Alabama Slammer.
Trains over there at the Super Speedway.
And he was one of the riders that went with Jeff Zernick and Mike Burkeen over for the Junior
World Championship. Yeah, you guys need to get in on that, man. That is such an honor to get selected for that team. You go overseas and have the bikes ready for you.
The experience is priceless.
Absolutely.
And you get to see what they get to ride on. They saw the mud. Those Euros ride in that every weekend.
It will make you better. You'll see guys like Jeffrey Hurlings or Ken Roxon in big races.
That's what Sorby said. He goes, you go over there for 6 months, you're better than anybody over here.
Yeah, like there's 3 guys your speed. Mike Burkeen said there's 3 guys, 5 guys Colt Martin speed in his class. Over there's 35 of them.
Yeah.
They're the 5 best guys from every country. It's the elite of the elite. But look at that. There's the 44th, Nolan Ford. I caught a glimpse of him. There he is on the outside.
Here they come. They're buzzing the tower. There's your leader right there out front with the ice cream cone in hand, Colt Martin. And he's got the attention of Kevin Windham.
The number 18 or 19 jumping up in there as well. Gage Brown, he was 16th, and I believe he might be top 5 on the inside. The number 44.
Nolan Ford with that F-250 coming through there.
Let's go. So we are changing it up here. Colt Martin out front. Nolan Ford jumps into the number 2 spot. Cash Money, Anderson, Chase Dashiell, your whole shot man in 4th.
Gage Brown,
my guy, in 5th. Gage Brown there, Darren Pine, all the boys here. Dane Pappas back in 10th. Man, what a deep class
Knox
here.
Lewin in 9th, McAllister 8th, Glasgow 11th, Marson 12th, McNeil 13th, Paccio 14th, Trace and Billy Payne in 15th.
You know Clark Stiles is loving this, and Mark Barnett, both those guys from Alabama.
Yeah.
Alabama, the 47 out front.
Not only that, you better think about Shea Bentley over there jumping around.
Yeah, Shea's from Georgia, but he trains. I believe he has a big hand in Colt Martin. Yeah. So they got a good group of guys they train over at Monster Mountain. That is a beautiful, that's a destination track. If you're in the southeast, you want to hit that track. Monster Mountain, Ichikani, those are gorgeous racetracks in the south. As we take a ride with Supermini 112 to 15, Colt Martin trying to run and hide from Nolan Ford. We'll see about that. There's the number 19. We're tracking you. Gage Brown is doing things right now, folks.
They got a little glimpse of, rider down. Could that be our leader?
That was.
Whoa. Let's watch and see. Where is Colt Martin? Did he throw it away? I haven't seen him come through yet. Oh, we got a new leader, Kevin Kelly. Watch them now as they come down.
Coming through the
20 miles out of that Rocky Mountain ATV bad road over there.
I think we're good with Colt Martin. I think he's up right here. Not sure if that was Ford or not.
Looks like Ford could be, or that's Cash Anderson. Let's see.
There's Ford here coming into the right-hander.
Wait a minute.
So he is way back.
That is Martin still up.
Martin's good. I think Martin's that was good. Ford. Nope, there's Ford on camera. I'll eventually get this right. Straighten us out, Zach. Do you know something?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Anderson. I wanted to wait.
Cash
Anderson, yeah, he's dropped down about 3 spots. Pretty quick pickup, but still going to cost him. We know how bad those early mistakes are, as we're already starting to see a little bit of gap between 1 and 2.
All right, Colt Martin now checks in on lap number 2.
Dude, you see that line just middle of the jump there? You avoid the whole braking bump on the inside just by moving 6 feet.
You better look out. The 44 is coming into camera view. So Martin better get on his trusty steed, put his head down, and keep riding. It's going to be Martin, Ford, Pine, Brown, Lewin,
Dude,
Anderson,
Gage
and
Brown
Dane
was 16th
Pappas.
on the first lap.
Yeah.
Brown was 16th. Now he's up to 4th. So there is Colt Martin out of Alabama.
Brown delivers, Kevin.
What can Brown do for you?
He can deliver.
Well, I'm trying to gauge the competition with Gage Brown here. And you had some Brown issues with your RV a little bit ago. You had to get that thing pumped out.
Here we go. Martin, Ford, Pine, Darren Pine to 58.
Another heavy hitter there.
Heavy hitter.
Last year.
This just goes so strong. This shows you right here the Supermini. That's on your 3-year plan. Supermini, Schoolboy 2, B-Class, Pro. These are the guys in the next 3 years you're going to see fill those gates.
Absolutely.
And let you know there's trouble coming.
Yeah, this is typically the last step before you jump onto the big bikes. There's the 19 as we travel right alongside. Gage Brown is on the hunt for a championship. He's got a few riders he wants to run through. We'll spin to the left here. Grab our leader, the 47 of Colt Martin. Colt 45, Martin from Alabama. I mean, come on.
It's Colt 47. They gave him two more grains of gunpowder. 2 more scoops
Not
of ice
the Colt
cream.
45, it's the Colt 47. Pow, pow. He's out front. Followed by the number 44. You called him the F-250. It's Nolan Ford.
Got it.
That's no E-vehicle right there, sir. That is premix. That is a combustible engine there. No E-bikes in sight.
All right, here comes Martin one more time by the towers. You got Martin, Ford in tow. Darren Pine now pops over that jump like a Pop-Tart out of the toaster and now sets his sight on 1 and 2, Martin and Ford.
A look at Knox Lewin in the number 5 spot. Cash Anderson 6, Dane Pappas, Chase Dashiell, Reese Siva, and Kobe McAllister rounding out your top 10.
Little bobble there. It looked like by Pine, but he's a surly guy. The Texans don't play. I've seen that kid bounce off the ground and get right back up. They put a body bandage on him, and they get it done. His old man just scoops him up and sends him on his way.
Finish the moto, son.
You can't get a better crew than those guys right there.
All right, so what's going on here? Nolan Ford has absolutely caught Colt Martin. I'm not sure if Martin had a little bobble there, but you can see on the camera that the 44 is locked and loaded.
That's not what you want if you're Martin.
Nolan Ford not following either. If you watch these corners, he is not taking the same line at all with Colt Martin.
Well, what he's done, he's opened the track up a little bit. He's not braking, chopping down on those insides. He's just keeping the momentum going and hitting those outside. These guys, if you just see it right there, there's the difference.
You can't ride the track the same way you did at 10 this morning.
No.
Like it's going to be a
got to
completely
open
different
this thing
racetrack.
up. I mean, look at you break down to the inside. He's got him going line for line now, but he's going to change his lineup. He swings a little wide, pops a triple. You can go in there. I'm going to hold the momentum, and I'm going to draw up on you right here.
Ford loves staying up on the pegs right there as he
I
launches
was about
back
to say
into
that.
Storyland.
Same exact thing. He was up on the pegs there, Ford. And that requires a lot of fitness, man, to stand up the entire way around this racetrack. There goes Ford. Going to go outside here.
Now,
so we did do a little prep on the racetrack, so the lines have shifted a little bit. Not quite as deep as they were earlier today.
But now, if you're Ford, if you're Martin, you got to feel him barking back there.
Yeah,
you're going to have to put your head down and dig up a little bit more, and that's when the mechanic over there should be listening to what we're saying and go, hey, they're calling, he's opening the track up, open the track up. That's the next thing that Colt Martin's board should say. Open this thing up a little bit.
Right, a little round, not so tight.
Get out of here, all these Greg Albertson and Van Martin and all these guys. Just go to Wes Kane. He's got you dialed. We're going to have the Wes Kane
School of Hard
Knocks. Yeah, you have been there, actually.
Had a couple.
You would have put that on the pit board.
Did 3 to 5 for Larson.
Off
the track there, the 40 or the 44 of Ford.
Okay, that's going to help.
That is not opening up the track.
No,
that's way too far inside.
Way too far inside there.
So that's going to help Martin out a little bit, get just a tad of a bit of a breathing room. And he goes right inside.
How is he that close to 47? I thought he lost a bunch of time, but then he's right where he just was.
I don't think he actually lost too much. It was a mistake, but I don't think he lost a ton there.
Now there's Martin opening it up, hitting the outside, getting her all dissected in. Like I said, Martin's got to hear him barking back there, and if you want it, how bad do you want it?
They better fight off Darren Pine because he is right there as well. We got 9 minutes to go. Plenty of time for kind of things to happen here. Fitness going to come into play.
Dude, we're Pine and Ford open that thing up. Nice smooth line, nice rail to the outside.
Top on that opener.
Hop, skipping and jumping through the 10 commandments. Not breaking one. Not breaking one commandment.
You can't. It's that one that gets you every single time. And these guys continuing to change back and forth.
Kevin and Wes have broken so many of the commandments, often at the same time. It's terrible.
That's why I double the commandments there. Hey, join MX Sports as they support St. Jude in the Lapathon. Just hit your little QR code there, jump on in, and you can help the good folks find a cure there. This guy's trying to cure some remedies on the racetrack, having some problems there, the 47, trying to fight off the 44 of Nolan Ford.
Ford's got that thing in low lock, full-wheel drive, and he is
creeping.
He's slowly got him in there.
Dude, you need it. You look at the exits of some of these corners, especially in the Superminis. They are bouncing all over the place, especially in the harder sections. And that's what we said, the bumps, it works both ways. It's annoying to have the 65 bumps on a 450, and it's annoying to have the Supermini bumps when you're on a 450, and they got to deal with 450 bumps on their bikes, which are a little bit smaller. They're super minis. They're super, but they're still not quite as big.
Let's take a look at this. Pine time up the inside.
Pine.
Look out.
Looking around. I call that, when you're in third like that, I call that the catbird seat. So you're watching 1 and 2 up there. And Pine probably, they listen to us and put on the board, open it up, go after Ford.
Man, look, you can almost tell the 44 starting to get a little fatigued here. Body language changing just a little bit now. Kind of a resurgence of energy as Pine shows him a wheel. So let's see how much fight is left in the 44. He tried to bring it to Colt Martin now, just trying to keep himself in front of Darren Pine.
Well, this is, a little bobble there. This is going to help Martin, because he's riding offense and defense now, and now it's going to let Martin get away a little bit. No, I'm just saying he's opened it up.
We just got a lot of hand signals up here. Yes, he has, though. Martin has opened it up. Now it's a one-on-one for second with Ford and Pine. Pine going to open up the racetrack around the outside.
Ford controlling that inside line, though. He's got to be on the defensive now, trying to fight off Pine in the pine trees now, but not out of the
He's out of pine tree. Hey, he's trying to get out of the pine trees, but not out of the woods yet.
Got all that pine tar all over
who's going in Storyland in the woods is that Colt 47. Looking good, Colt Martin. Pine just sitting back there, whistling a little bit. I'll let you make the mistake.
Oh, he's going to force you into one for sure with that kind of pressure. There's a look at Gage Brown. He wants to get in on some of the fun. This might be it.
Ford might just be trying to hang on, a little defense move there. What do you see, Zach?
I'm watching Pine stay very patient. He's shown a wheel a couple of times. This time he's trying to put them both in front, but Ford continues to put up a great defense. They're side by side making their way through the beach. Ford's going to have the inside. Let's see if Pine tries to cut underneath or slingshots around over this single.
Launches it. Double, he does.
He was able to hold him there. They're going to come by the tower.
Yeah, he does. Right out of the right-hander there.
Section.
Yep, Pine staying very patient. We watched him almost make this pass a lap ago. Once again, Ford leaves the door open. Pine going to try to make it happen. But Nolan Ford keeps the momentum up towards the tail end of that corner.
Wow, good call, Zach.
How exhausting is that, fighting that little bike, standing up, just that thing?
That was so rough
just
on the inside.
Pounding your way.
Dude.
It's like Southwick over there, like pounding your way through there.
Bring back the kidney belts for a situation like that.
Hey, they're issuing one. You get a bib and a kidney belt just for that section.
Just for that section.
Protecting your kidneys.
I love what I'm seeing in a Ford, man. I love it when a guy catches them and you figure it's over. Why even bother putting up a fight? Well, this is why. We're 2 laps into it, and he still held him off. And it's not impossible that Pine could be the one that makes the mistake. And Pine now going to turn it outside and inside. Is it enough?
All right, here we go. It's still 8. And where is Colt Martin? Let's pick him up on the track. He has got to really be stretching that lead out now.
Yeah, Martin making his way into the 10 Commandments while second and third. Down the long short chute. Pine once again. Slingshots around the outside. Going to go 2, 3, 3. Pulls up alongside Ford. That might be the pass coming into the next corner. Let's see. Did he get it? That is your leader on screen.
Yeah, Colt Martin now heads into Storyland, but pick this one up, Zach.
Yep, Pine got it done. Yeah. Stayed patient, waited for that opportunity, and finds his way around the 44 of Nolan Ford.
When opportunity knocks.
Is it on?
You got to kick that door open. Good call, Zach, on that one, bringing Pine back up in a second. Now Martin has to run away and hide on this one.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Kind of interested to see what these riders are going to do. If you're Nolan Ford, you got to try to bring that fight back to Darren Pine. Pine may look at that gap to Colt Martin and have to ask, how much do I have left in the tank? It's hot. It's late in this moto. A second's as good as a first in Moto 1. But Colt Martin, keep it simple. Don't make any mistakes. Turn this into a gold medal.
Well, here's what we're looking at. Colt Martin's at a 205.3. Nolan Ford 206. Can Pine drop that now? Now that he's broke free from Ford, is there more in the tank like Zach said?
He's right there just in front of him. Why not? Make a run at him. Just see if your speed brings you up to him. If not, take the second place. But look out behind him. Gage Brown has closed in on the 44 Ford.
And Seba and Anderson is in that hunt as well.
Getting close here. Under 4 minutes, Wes Kane, to go. Jason, what you got?
I'm going to head to the podium.
Yep.
It's going to be the first ever podium. We're going to have Sophie Phelps in charge of this one. We'll see how she handles.
Hang on.
Oh, see if she can handle it. See if she can handle it. We did not have her work the girls' class. No cheating.
Just right.
It's going to be super mini.
Yeah. I say put her in, Coach.
Oh, she's in right now. We're tagging her in. And not much time left for Brown. See if he can make the move on forward. Also, shout out to our boy, Jason Wheels Todd, listening from the hospital. Broke his legs like a couple days ago.
That hurt.
And he just showed me the photo of the laptop. He's got the laptop and Racer TV up at the hospital, so get well soon. Wheels, who used to help us on the social side, helps out Monster and Hook It.
Yep.
And hope you're watching. And this will heal you right up.
Yeah, you're getting treated to a great race, Wheels.
We're going to go to Nashville one day again.
There's the 44 on the inside. Gage Brown side by side with his KTM teammate. And happy birthday to J.P. Parsons. I'm just shocked he's still alive, man. Just glad to hear he's still topside, Wes Kane.
Hey,
it's amazing.
Every blind squirrel gets a nut every now and again.
Every day is a miracle for JP. He wakes up, goes, feels his body's like, I'm still here. This is a great day.
All right, let's go top 10 on this. Martin still out front. Pine second, Ford third, Brown fourth, Seba fifth, Anderson sixth, Lewin seventh, Pappas eighth, Dashiell with a great start ninth, Pacheco in the top 10. Pacheco,
the Russian goalie.
All right.
Vladimir Pacheco, there's the 44 of Nolan Ford, hanging tough in third. Now slips back one spot, still has Gage Brown right there, so championship not lost at all.
Nah,
you catch this racetrack at like 7:30 in the morning, you get a smooth racetrack. You're going to get so many different variations of this thing.
But you and I both know after 3 of those, it looks like this. It doesn't take long to get.
No, 3 or 4 motos in the day, and it's done.
On.
There's the 47 out of Talladega, Alabama out front. How about that? Is that the white flag? That's a lovely sight to see when it's, what do we got here on that temp gauge there?
Oh, he's good.
93 feels like the sun.
Just says hot.
H-O-T. It's hot. All right, down into the billboard section of the racetrack. Hang that hard left. Look over at your pops or your mechanic, man. You know they're all smiles right now. How good does that feel?
It's going to be root beer floats for everybody. You ought to get, hey, Kevin, Wyndham, you're in now.
Yeah.
With that win right there, they're just passing you one.
Root beer floats for the whole gang over there in the Colt Martin crew.
He's going to get one. He's already probably had 3 over there. He's parked right by him.
Settle down. We're following along our leader, the 47. Yellow flags are out just in front of him. So now you just got to get through the lap. Get through the lap traffic here.
But don't be so protective that you let Darren Pine roll up on you.
I think he's got just enough.
There he is, right there.
There's Ford.
Coming.
There's Gage Brown. That's the race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're all in the 10 Commandments at the same time.
I say do not. Oh, Colt Martin looked over his shoulder. Don't do it. Race ahead of you, son. Zach, not good, right?
Definitely frowned upon. It's something that bites you more often than it helps you. We have seen several riders doing that, and that's something that happens. You get hyper-focused on the competition. Colt Martin trying to show that there is no competition for the 47 right now. Just about half a lap left to go.
Well, like K-Dub said, he goes, I never look back. And he goes, when I was behind somebody and they looked back at me, I knew I had them.
I got him.
It was only a couple more laps. I had them. Or turns.
So there's the 47. Smashing that little left-hander. Yellow flags out just all over the place. You have to have your head on a swivel, man, at this late in the race. You go into that berm or that rut, you're stuck behind that bike that's just parked there. So the 47 can look up. He can see the checker flag will be in sight in just a moment. Wes Kane, what a sweet feeling. Oh, man, big yawn there, big guy. You okay?
I'm good.
Okay, all right. As we head towards the finish line, the 47 of Colt Martin. Zach, take us home, brother.
How about it? He fought off the challenge from Gage Brown, Nolan Ford, and Darren Pine, and Colt 47 going to try to bring it home here for Moto 1 of Super Mini 1, 12-15. Colt Martin gets the job done. It does look like Darren Pine going to turn things in for second place to kick off the week, with Gage Brown trying to round out the top three and just edge out Nolan Ford for that final podium spot. Let's see as they come across the line, and it looks like it will be Gage Brown in the third place spot, Nolan Ford in fourth, and Reese Seba looking like going to round out your top five.
Yeah, I think we learned that Colt Martin is fast. He's a good starter, but we also know Darren Pine and Gage Brown were able to come through the field, so they're all going to get pretty equal gate picks on this next moto when they're all together, so I think we'll see an even better race. Congratulations to the 47 of Colt Martin. He's going to say hello to Sophia Phelps, her first podium, not her first podium as a racer, but as an announcer.
On the other side of the mic this time.
That's right.
As shout out to Dane Pappas coming across the line in the sixth place spot. Knox Lewin
his hair's
across
not
the
even
line
wet.
in seventh.
How's that possible? I see guys
I'm sweating up here in the tower, and we have
man.
AC.
That is the driest hair of a guy that just raced for 20 minutes on a racetrack. Nice job, man.
Cash Anderson going to cross the line in the 8th place position. Chase Dashiell and Brody Pacheco going to round out your top 10, brought to you by our friends at Cometic Gaskets. Watching our Super Mini 1 riders take a brief moment to get cooled off, get a drink of water before they get ready to chat it up with Sophie Phelps down on the podium.
Yeah, don't forget about our Cool Zone. I know you guys are aware of it now. Just get in that thing before your motos. Keeps you out of the elements. Let your mechanic, your dad handle the bike. They'll stand in line. They'll handle all of that. You chill out. You watch the races, drink in some fluids, and hey, it's a great chance to get a last-minute look at that racetrack, Kevin Windham. I mean, I would think that's one last little tool you can kind of add to the toolbox, right?
Yeah, for sure. They were locked in, and it's a very large screen they have down there at the Monster Energy Cool Zone, so good opportunity to maybe check your lines before you get to check them for the hot lap.
Cooling these guys off, the top 10 tent, that's a happy place to be, man. You finish top 10, they roll you right into that tent. They get you cooled down. The top three are going to get to say hello to their sponsors, man. It's a really cool thing, man. The way this race has evolved and how they take care of all the riders, the awards, the whole deal. There's Sophia.
Look at our girl. Let's go, Sophia.
All eyes on you. Take it away. We're just going to send it to Sophia right now. Just make up
Hey, boys, I'm out here on the podium. I've got Colt Martin coming right up here after his Moto 1 win in Super Mini 1. Congratulations. Colt, that was nearly a picture-perfect ride. Will you tell us about the training that it took to get to this point and a little bit about your moto?
Yeah, I've been training at Colt Max, been in the work in. And yeah, got off to a great start. Well, I think I was third, past Chase and Cash, and then throw my race from then. Yeah.
Well, you did what you had to do. Who would you like to thank for helping you get up here?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Chris and Weston, for coming to help and watch. My grandpa. Sorry. Alpine Star, Oakley, FXR, Deft, EVS, Mika Metals, T-Rex Throttles, Hydro Power, Comex, Daniel, Hayden, Ben, Brandon, Aaron from Oakley, Christian from Alpine Star, Jason from EVS, Factory Connection, Roost, Tamer, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Colt Martin with a lot of support. That's your Moto 1 winner of Super Mini 1. Now I need our second place. This will be Darren Pine.
Did he get all the sponsors? Good to see you.
Darren Pine making his way up to the podium. Come right here in front of the bike. Come on up here. Darren Pine, tell us a little bit about that moto. We saw you started further back, but you made it an incredible race.
Yeah, I think I started in like 10th. I didn't have the best gate, I'd say, but it was a decent start. I stopped like 10th, and then I almost landed on someone on the first roller, and then I was riding really good. I was trying to catch all the leaders, and I got the second, so that's good enough. We'll go win these next motos.
You overcame the adversity. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
My mom, my dad, TTMX, Van Martin, Gas, Monster, Mended, Alpine Star, 100%, and everyone who supports me, thank you.
That's very kind, everybody. Your second place, Moto 1. We've got our third place up here. This is Gage Brown, everybody. Gage, that was a little bit of a surprise there at the end. Tell us how you pulled it off.
I came off to a decent start, and then I saw it was on the pit board. I was 4th, and I was just pacing because I knew no one was fading a little bit, so I paced, and I got on the second to last lap, and then I just rode my race home.
Strong until the end. Who deserves thanks for getting you up here?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, and Papa, Mimi and Papa, my sister, JM Racing, Belle, 100%, my grandpa and Papa, Mimi and Papa, my aunts, my uncles, 100%, A-Stars, 100%, Bell, 2X throttles, on-track school, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, that's Gage Brown, your third place in Moto 1. Send it back up to you, boys, in the tower.
All right, here we go. Race number 18.
Hey, before you get started on that, great job to the riders.
Yes,
and send a little shout out to Sophia, right?
Yes, great work, man. It's not easy to just jump up in there and
well, it is for her.
She did it. She looked like she's
right
done it
up in there
a million times. So shout out to Sophia for doing her first podium. She's been on the podium, but that was her first podium here. Let's get into the college 18 to 24 class. The number 0 of Rocco Morse out of Burbank, California. Ronald Johnson, number 3 out of White Oak, Pennsylvania. Cincinnati, Ohio brings you Brett Hydorn, number 7. AJ Greenwell out of Aubrey, Texas will be aboard the 11 machine. Travis Byram on the number 15 out of Pontypool, Canada. Number 16 is Isaac Juergens out of Charlotte Hall, Maryland. Montgomery, Texas rider Walker Alfano, number 17. Harrison Bates will be aboard the number 21 out of Powhatan, Virginia. Costa Mesa, California brings you Caden Gonzalez, rider number 22. Euless, Texas brings you the 26 of Brecken Poirier. Mansalona, Michigan rider Tyler Archambault will be aboard the 27 machine. Connor Mowry out of Chateauguay, New York. That is a tricky one there, number 31. Roberts, Wisconsin brings you Jeffrey Wrinkle, number 32. Slater Pearson, number 33 out of Mariposa, California. 36 is Bailey Clancy out of Australia. 37 is Dakota Bender out of Winchester, California. Layton, Pennsylvania brings you Ronnie Snyder, number 38. Dane Morales, number 39 out of Canyon Lake, California. Sealy, Texas, going to have the number 40 on the plates, Bradley Williams. And Hayden Bone out of Weatherford, Texas, number 42.
Hey, coming out of Lakeside, California, that's going to be the number 43 of Kyle Looney out of Partysville, Pennsylvania. Alex Panzarella on the number 46. The 48 of Travis Randonella coming out of Marlton, New Jersey. Creedmoor, North Carolina, bringing you the 53 of Grayson Watkins coming out of Peoria, Arizona. That's going to be the 55 of Trevor Bernard. Kenansdale, Texas, that's going to be Cade Miller on the 56. Rapid City, South Dakota, that's going to be Blake Broderick on the number 60. Colima, Mexico, that's going to be Victor Villasenor on the number 63. Trevor Hazlett on the 65 coming out of Hamburg, New York. North Canton, Ohio, going to bring you the 71 of Trevor Maley. Alameda, California, that's going to be Cole Coker on the 75. Yardley, Pennsylvania brings you Michael Corcoran on the number 80. Millersville, Maryland, that brings you Clayton Stockstill on the 82. All the way from Australia, it's going to be the 83 of Blake Thomas. Madison, Wisconsin brings you Josh Bowman on the number 85. Kemp, Texas brings you Carter Roberts on the number 86. The number 88 of Kingman, Arizona, that's going to be Cade Bradley. Christopher Schroeder coming out of Baroda, Michigan on the number 89. China Spring, Texas brings you Cameron Harrison on the number 90. Levant, Illinois, Ben Ibianskas on the 91. Aurora, New England brings you Caden Meyer on the 94. And last but certainly not least, Talon Zollers on the number 99. And that is your college 18 to 24 rundown.
College 18 to 24.
Hey, don't forget you can support the Team America's efforts to go to the Motocross of Nations. We've got a booth set up. You can buy all the merchandise, hats, T-shirts, socks right next to Fly Racing and the Roost MX tent there. What do you think Pops is saying right here? Like, you know what, buddy? Just give it your best shot.
Hey, you got to go.
Got to go.
It's go time.
It is go time. Got the big screen behind the riders there. Got the cool zone, the Monster Energy cool zone set up just behind there.
Yeah, got a bunch of micro kids in the Monster Energy Cool Zone right now. This will be our last big bike race of the day. We'll have some track prep, and then we're off to the riders of tomorrow, today.
Yes. How hard is it to keep those little grommets calm?
Well, they've actually switched it from Racer TV to Miss Rachel in the cool zone for right now. So they've got everybody paying attention.
Everybody, shh.
Yep.
Crisscross applesauce, guys. Shh. Yep. So they're in there Indian style. They're probably coloring, doing some schoolwork. They got the on track down there, trying to school them up to the last little bit here.
They've got the Moto Remix wheels on the bike, go round and round.
Round and round. There you go. Playing Michael Motorcycle on the screen.
Exactly.
All right, last little bit here before we go racing with the college 18 to 24. It's back to school for these boys. There's the number 42, the number 40. Everybody going to slide up on that.
That's bad when you draw 40 and 40
and
on
you
your
are
bike.
40.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That is tough.
Those boys to the outside as the 2 card is now up.
One of our Monster Energy girls. Flip it over to the 1. That's a nice clean flip too, man.
That's a good flip.
Good. We're going to go sideways here in a minute, and it's about to get sideways on the start. There we go. Head down, gate is down.
College 18 to 24 off and rolling, our last big bike group of the day. And look at the momentum carried around turn 1. Looks like it's a Yamaha leading them in.
53 perhaps of Grayson Watkins. Carter Roberts second. Cade Bradley. We'll see if Grayson can buck the trend of losing. Nope, he just hands off that whole shot to the number 88 of Cade Bradley from 3rd to 1st. Kevin, how good does it feel right here to roll into these 10 Commandments, and you are the guy?
It feels great, especially when you come around the first turn in 3rd. That's not a bad start, but you're wondering about who you're going to have to. Is the rider in front of you going to go inside, going to go outside? What do I got to do? He don't have to do nothing. He can go wherever he wants to go.
Yes.
Because he made a pass as they came down the long, short chute, and now they're already back heading to Storyland.
And so you've got everybody behind you. Those first 3 or 4 turns, if you can get to where they're at now, you've made a big chunk of your race a lot easier.
Yeah, you're in control of the situation now, and now it's just the power of the mind and keeping all the nerves at bay. It's I can tell you want to be in the front. Obviously, who doesn't want to be in the front? But when you hear 41 guys behind you just revving the heck out of the 250s and whatever they're riding in this class here.
Somebody yeah, absolutely. Somebody on the KTM, the 85 of Josh Bowman went from 7th to 2nd, so he's making some headway. There's the number 3. He's moved up from 12th. That is Ronald Johnson. Ronald Johnson on the big number 3. That means he's a returning 3rd place rider from last year, perhaps, in this class. It's not Josh Hill on the 75. I know that.
Well, he is definitely another man on the move, as he was credited for around 12th place off the start, and he made some quick work. I think the number 3 is
3rd.
Now, he was in 3rd, but he made a
big bobble there.
He's in 4th there in the Thor sweeper. Let's see where he checks in as they come to timing and scoring loop.
So you kids in that cool zone, the Monster Energy cool zone, look at the track, man. They're giving you all the information you need.
Well, they do have a track prep.
Oh, right before there.
The micros,
that's right.
They're
going to smooth it all out. So even better. It's only going to be better when you guys go out there. Oh, the number 3 with another problem.
Wow.
Over the tunnel of I am ticked off. It's not tunnel of love. I'm not sure if this is going to work out, honey, is what just happened there. So the number 3 had 2 mistakes. Yeah, I think it's not you.
It's me.
It's me in this track. It is definitely you, actually. I'm going to say it was you, honey. All right, so Cade Bradley will be credited with leading a lap, the number 88. Josh Bowman up to 2nd. Cole Coker in 3rd. Coker Pumps fame. Hands out all those silver dollars. Hands out silver everywhere you go.
I love that guy.
I do too. Everybody loves him. You see him coming with a big bag of Crown Royal bag of silver.
I had to come clean with him. He told me at one of the races, please hand these out to all the riders on the podium, and I handed most of them out to the riders on the podium. I do have one in my truck as a little
Gonna hand that off?
Let's call it a keepsake.
Yeah, let's call it just mine. Let's just do that.
All right, back to 4th. Ronald Johnson 4th. Kyle Looney 5th. Grayson Watkins there in 6th place. Jeffrey Wrinkle 7th. Carter Roberts in your 8th place. Blake Thomas 9th. And Connor Maury in rounding out the top 10 with tons of racing left to go there.
Yeah, we've got plenty ways to go here before we get to the finish line. There's a look at your running order. It'll pop up on your screen there. We'll tell you who it is. The number 85 is Josh Bowman. He's got company of Cole Coker. Myron Short and his gang over there at Mammoth Mountain. He's one of the helpers of the big Mammoth Rockin' Bowl, the good folks at Coker Pumps. That's his pops. Up and over the big beach jump here and then into the big Thor sweeper. Somebody needs to sweep that thing. It's dirty. It is bumpy. She's got a helmet on for protection. I like to see that.
Little front end push there by the 85 allows Coker to pull up to the rear. Not enough to make the pass.
It kind of seems like Coker maybe just a little more raw speed, but Bowman doing a great job of riding a wide bike for the moment.
All three of our front runners checking in with the same lap time of 2:05, and it's 2:05 till we get back to Wrinkle in your fourth place position with a 2:04. That might get exciting here in a couple laps.
The number 3 tumbling down the results after that mistake over the Tunnel of Love. Where did he finish out? He's in 9th, man. That dude's had a wild 2 laps. He's had a near crash experience, then he did crash, still inside the top 10. So all is not lost for the number 3 of Ronald Johnson.
And Kevin, you can talk about that. Much easier said than done. Bringing that heart rate back down after a wild couple of opening laps. He's going to be in the thick of things. A lot of fighting on the backside of that top 10, but he's got to try to focus forward.
Yeah, Kevin, tell us about that heart rate.
Kevin Kelly, if I wasn't clear who I was throwing that
74, yeah. It's all you, buddy. This is all you. Do they have heart rate monitors in the 1900s when you were racing?
I don't know if our 1900 models used too many heart rate monitors here at Loretta Lynn's.
They just used a stethoscope, just like, he's alive.
It was a guesstimate.
Guesstimate, there you go. The doctor would come up with his leather briefcase, check your pulse there at the racetrack.
Smoking a cig with his leather briefcase.
My pediatrician did smoke cigarettes the whole time. I'm like, man, how are you telling me what to do? You're smoking a Camel while you're doing my evaluation.
All right, through the 20 miles of bad road for our leader.
And on screen, watching Cole Coker try to bring the fight to Josh Bowman through the beach.
I mean, we got a great race here. The top 3 all knotted up. The 32 kind of getting in the mix there. Is that Jeffrey Wrinkle?
It might
be. Wrinkle was the one that put the 2:04 up last lap.
There we go.
It makes sense that he is now to the heels of this three-way battle. Leaders took a little bit of a gap, but man, 2:34 is getting dicey right now.
Yeah, your leader,
to the beach.
Yeah, your leader just out in the top of your frame there, and then this three-way battle.
Almost 3 wide there.
Pick your line. Here we go into the slot cars. They're going to be 3 wide here.
It really looks like those outside lines working well. Look at that, slams the door shut. He was nice. He definitely could have forced the issue a little more as Wrinkle actually going to make the pass.
Maybe he was too nice because he didn't take all of the steam and the energy away from Wrinkle as he was able to overtake Cole Coker for your 3rd place position there.
A wrinkle into Cole Coker's program for sure. There is Wrinkle on the 32 going now after Josh Bowman. It is just a sea of doubles. You just jump everything. You just hop around this racetrack.
So watching Bowman, all these guys trying to keep Cade Bradley in sight. Bradley, haven't even talked about him quite as much because he's got just that perfect little bit of gap out front. Not having to pick and choose his lines based off of who's behind him. There he is right on cue. Cade Bradley leads the way. Josh Bowman and Jeffrey Wrinkle now left to do battle over the 2nd place spot.
The 32 of Wrinkle there, right after the 10 Commandments, had a very cool cut across line. He went outside, set it up, squared up all the ruts, came across. Very, very good move by that young man as he wants to make short work of the 85, but that's easier said than done, right, Kev?
100%. Josh Bowman's been in the mix the whole time. Wrinkle just letting it eat here. Little problem there.
Side by side as they take the 20 miles of bad road to the beach.
Wrinkle's been really good about taking outside to insides, and looks like he's going to turn that one into a pass.
I believe that's your leader just barely in front of them. They've cut that lead in about half in a lap. If that is, in fact, our leader, the number 88 of Cade Bradley, they should jump into view here, Kevin Windham.
Here they come with the flyby, and you are correct. That gap for the lead is
shrinking.
A little reduction in lead size. So
at what point with
Thor sweeper,
when you had your 18 moto streak here, which covers 3 years here at Loretta's, at what point were you aware that, hey man, we got something cooking here? Did you ever even think about it?
I think there was a lot of just dope. Like, not a lot of
no time to think about it.
You can't plan for that, right? Like, it's get too caught in the plan of trying to protect a streak or something like that, it goes away really quick. Speaking of the gap going away.
It's about to go down here.
In their billboard corner.
Wrinkle.
Getting the message from their mechanics.
Ironing out the competition here is Jeffrey Wrinkle.
Watch his lines. He's just slightly different. A lot of cut across. That's it.
Yeah, you're like two fighter pilots just switching lines.
Switching now. He's going to take the outside and see if it works out.
It might. Good clean run all the way to the inside, coming into the 10 Commandments.
Slam the door.
And again, sometimes that just puts the pressure on the guy in front of you, forcing a mistake out of him. It's going to set him up good here on the inside. He knows it. He's coming all the way across. He about sawed that front wheel right off of that KTM.
Bradley making it clear you're going to have to take this #1 spot away from him. He is not going to give you a thing. Very different lines as they head back into Storyland. Wrinkle trying to carry as much momentum as possible.
The advantage for Wrinkle right now as he tries everything different, right? So you get to find out, does it work? Does it not work?
That didn't work.
Well,
it almost worked in a bad
way.
Lost,
like almost nothing.
And then he's making the pass. Kevin's like, it did kind of work. And there's that hook in that right-hander. He looks over. He's going to come across on the 88 of Bradley. Can he stick it?
The thing about Wrinkle's lines is now we're 4 laps complete, and I don't think he's had to pull a tear off, right? Because he hasn't been behind anybody. He's everywhere they're not.
Yeah, I don't think he's rode the same line twice in this race. So he's got a good idea of how this whole entire racetrack looks. Looks good from right there.
Yeah, I think he's happy with his view now.
Pretty good here. Down in front now, not anymore. The big sand roller section there. And that was all smooth this morning.
Perfectly smooth.
A little 2-inch knobby, 1.5-inch knobby, just throwing dirt.
And it's been funny to watch the progression of that corner throughout the day as well. They started on the inside, then moved out, and then once it got whooped out enough, right back as far inside as they could get.
Yeah, that landing right there is smooth as well. They'll start jumping and hopping over that big bump there. Then we got a big set of stadium rockers going into the
billboard
turn, yeah, for sure. There's the 85, Josh Bowman. There's should be Cole Coker on the 75. Ronald Johnson up to 5th. Channel 5 News.
Hey, speaking of Ronald Johnson, what a seesaw back and forth deal for him, right? That's the #3 who had the problem.
Holy cow, he was. Yeah, you're right. He's been up, now he's fit.
Been back.
It's over. It's not over. So he's in the championship. He's out.
What a moto for that guy, as it's had some roller coaster effects here as we have 5 in the books.
Second fastest lap time on the racetrack. So that tells you something, man. Tells me he's good and fit after picking up a motorcycle, almost crashing a couple times. Let's go. I'm on the Ronald Johnson train now. It may be a bumpy ride. You may derail a couple of times, but that's okay. A lot of fun. Be ready. Head on a swivel if you're on that Ronald Johnson. Fixing that pit board about 53 times. Like, oh, God, let me hold on. Let me see what's going on now.
It's like investing in Bitcoin.
It's up and down. You got to ride the dips and whatever, right?
Well, right now he's riding them well. He's back into the top 5 for Ronald Johnson, so good job there. Knows he probably has some more if he just cleans up a few of those mistakes, but good rebound here, Moto 1 of College Boy, 18 to 24. I guess it's not College Boy. It may just be
college person. Yeah, just whatever you identify yourself with, Kev.
Well, we may have some girls out there.
Yeah, why not? College person. What's your major? This is a minor here. Look, nice wide turn there. It's at the 32. Almost off the racetrack.
He's been doing some unique stuff, man. I'm just telling you.
It's a good word for it. Unique.
It's working. It's working. Posted a 2:03 last lap. Let's see what he does here to close out lap #6 as he's got to navigate the Bermuda Triangle.
There's the 88 just behind him. In this sweltering heat now, we're sitting at 93. Feels like, I don't know, your oven.
Yes, it does. There you go. 2:04 now for Wrinkle on lap 6. Very respectable late into this moto.
Let's see what old Ronald Johnson's doing here. We'll check in with him in a minute.
Has about 5 minutes left on the time clock, but remember, we are cutting them by lap.
That's right.
Still doing that.
Right past the mechanics area we go with our number 32.
So look again for the #3 of Ronald Johnson, checking in with a 2:04.
Ties our leader. Yeah, a couple of guys with a 2:04 there. He's got a guy behind him with a 2:04. Getting some push now.
Heidorn?
Heidorn, yeah. Heidorn.
Heidorn in 6th, also posting a 2:04.
That's strong.
That's the 3 riders there in the 2:04 range, so good ride for those 3 guys.
Late in the moto, late in the day. Going through the 10 Commandments, there is the 85 of Bowman.
Now we see the 3 again.
There's Coker. There's the number 3. He's jumping in this. You know how in Back to the Future, Marty kind of disappears from the picture, the championship picture. Now he's slowly coming back when he plays. Yeah, he's back in there, man. This full place. Play the long game. He is going after that guy immediately, a pair of Yamaha teammates. So he's going after Cole Coker. And what a story. Like, if you just see the results, you'd be like, yeah, man, good ride, top 5. He'll be like, nah, man, I led for a minute, almost crashed. Then I did crash, fell all the way almost outside the top 10. I'm still probably going to get 4th right here with that pass. That's outstanding. Ronald Johnson on the number 3 machine.
Coker triples.
Fighting for
Might
it.
take it back.
Yep.
For just a second, but the number 3 is hard charging right now as he's to the inside, and what is that? Coker to the outside.
Yeah, there you go. Hang on, boys. Don't collide.
Wow.
Woo.
Coker. That pass has been going on for about 3 straightaways now. Wow.
The big deep ruts there. The number 3 just locked in on the 75 of Cole Coker. We are locked in on that battle as well.
Oh, look. Coker's not having
what happened
for Johnson.
What happened?
Problems, it looks like, for Ronald Johnson.
Yeah, sorry, I said Coker. Yeah. It's not Coker having the problem. It's actually the number 3 of Ronald Johnson with yet another problem.
Something going on with the bike. It looks like we saw him taking a look around.
Took his left hand off the machine there. So there's Coker.
That's not a good hand to take off.
No, you need that one. You need both of them. Unless you got some spares. I don't think you do. Now he's jumping stuff.
Yeah,
so
looks like he's
was he not happy with it? Did something happen there? He's like, what's up, dude? Like, I don't know if something happened. That's not going to help, though. I'm not sure if he thought the motorcycle was going away.
Well,
and
he went from a 204 to a 208, so that's not good. Hopefully he can
sort it
out. Make it just a little bit more time as the 2-lap card is out. I want to try to get this moto in, man. You gotta fight here. Something's going on with the number 3. He's got about a lap and a quarter to try to get that Yami across the finish line here.
There's a 75 of Coker, and now, I mean, he's moving at a decent race pace. The number 7 of Heerdorn did get him, though. He jumps through the 10 Commandments. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a flat tire or what, because he's kind of zigzagging around now. What a bummer, man. Can't wait to check that dude's vlog out.
Making his way back out of Storyland and headed to the beach once again.
Yeah, that's our leader, Jeffrey Wrinkle there.
Wrinkle.
And Wrinkle has worked his way forward in this one as well. We've talked about what that does for your confidence throughout the week, kind of already answering the question of, can I work my way around this rider or that rider? So the 32 going to have a ton of confidence as he makes his way by us in the tower once again, Kevin.
Couple lappers he needs to deal with here. Yep. Check up. You got a good lead here. Just take it slow.
Wrinkle going to be seeing the white flag after he makes his way through the Bermuda Triangle.
There we go. White flag flies for number 32, Jeffrey Wrinkle. The 88 hanging in there pretty tight. Good ride for Cade Bradley.
And that's another one of my favorite sections, that over the tunnel of love. We start to get that braking bump developing on the inside, and I remember Cole Davies last year launching all the way over it.
That is wild to say Cole Davies last year.
Crazy,
and
right?
Now this dude has won a Supercross. Like, that is remarkable. That just tells you the skill set. The dudes in the B class are pretty much pros, and the guys in V Pro class or A class are definitely ready. They've gotten, I mean, that's what this whole journey is about, getting you ready for that next level, and they do a good job.
I mean, it does. It's crazy to think about, but it honestly happens every year. And you see some really great times come out of the schoolboy classes and the B classes and the A classes, and you're the best of the best if you're here in any of the classes, right?
Absolutely, for sure. We're following along the number 32 here on this white flag lap. Wrinkle has had quite the moto here. Good for you, my friend. Got to make it through. I mean, you can look on TV. It just looks hot. You ever look at it on screen? It looks hot. You can actually see the heat.
Hot right now is Wrinkle, as he's our leader. Cade Bradley in second. Josh Bowman third. Cole Coker is in fourth now. Brett Hydern in fifth. Blake Thomas now in sixth. Trevor Maley in seventh. Now we got Ronald Johnson, who has slid back to the 8th spot. Don't know what's going on there, but he was doing a little hand wave, so
must be
the
a
gesture lets us know something's going on. Dane Morales in 9th, and now Caden Meyer up to your top 10.
Let's go down Main Street with the number 32. Just a couple more turns remain for Jeffrey Wrinkle. One more time around the big Thor Beach. He can jump into some flip-flops here in just a moment, actually go down to the beach and cool off. Speaking of cooling off, get into that cool lounge before your race here. One more straightaway to go for the 32, and it will be curtains for the college 18 to 24 class. Jeffrey Wrinkle does it from behind, comes through the pack. Kevin Wyndham, what a ride there for him.
Great job, our number 32. Head over to impound, sit right by a fan and have your friends and family
dump cold water
all over you. Then head to the beach.
Oh,
jump in the creek.
That has to be the most satisfying thing, to jump into that creek and cool off. Got a lot going on tonight, Zach. We got some certain dinners and such tonight.
We got some special activities going on all week long tonight. We've got that Mookie Catch Classic going on already. That started just about 20 minutes ago over at the Lake Loretta Trackside Pond. So that's going to be from 5 to 7 o'clock. You guys can go throw in a line, try to catch yourself some big fish there with Malcolm Stewart. And then don't forget as well, we've got our RM Army HEP Motorsports dinner at 6:30. That's going to be at the HEP pits. We've also got our annual AMA Organizer Appreciation Reception at the Loretta Lynn's Plantation Home at 7:30, and the Stasic Jam Fest going down at 7:30 on the Stasic track as well.
There you go. Checker flag continues to fly in the 18 to 24 college class. We'll get ready to toss it down as these guys cool off under the tent there. Got to get yourself presentable before you hop on that podium, and thank your sponsor.
Hey, we're ready earlier than usual because he's got the Gregs, and Kevin Kelly will respect this. This young man is trained by Greg Dorenzo, so we don't need to cool down after our motos. Let's talk.
That's great.
We got a winner. It's Jeffrey Wrinkle. And Kevin Kelly, Greg Dorenzo is looking for you, by the way, so I would lock the door to that tower. As for you, Jeffrey Wrinkle, it wasn't even a good start. That was a heck of a moto. How'd you do it?
Man, I just followed into the first corner, made some passes, and made my way into first.
And that was it. But it took a while, didn't it?
Yeah, it took me a while. I was trying to ride smooth and smooth fast.
That's right. Who do you want to thank, Ben?
I'd like to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, BDM Max, Game Moto, Greg Albertson, GC, Greg Dorenzo, FXR, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, Jeffrey Wrinkle, everybody. Well done. We're looking for Cade Bradley, who finished up in second. Now you can actually go hang out, sit down. The Gregs, the trainer, said, you're good, you're good. Now he can chill as long as he wants. Cade Bradley is second, so we're looking for the runner-up in this College Boy Moto. And we will attempt to move out front here for Mr. Bradley. Here we go, and welcome into the stage, runner-up, Cade Bradley. Good job, Cade. You got yourself some hardware at Loretta's. How was the moto?
Oh, it was much better than my 250B moto. I just rode pretty terrible, so really glad I was able to turn it around, and yeah.
Cool. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Gavin Graysick, Next Level, O'Neill, X-Brand Goggles, Factory Connection, Altus, and yeah, that's about it.
All right, let's hear it for Mr. Bradley here, taking second. And the third place finisher is Josh Bowman, and we got Sophie Phelps there wrangling. She's apologizing. We'll let you back over there in a moment, but I know you want to celebrate this. Let's hear it for the third place finisher, Josh Bowman. All right, Josh, tell me about that one.
I finally got off to a good start. I picked chip number 2, so that helped a lot. But executed the start and just tried to be smooth, find good lines, keep the bike moving, good airflow so you didn't overheat. But overall, I'm pretty happy.
You got to be, man. You got up on the podium. Who do you want to thank for it?
My parents for everything. My sister, she made the trip over. All my friends and family back home watching. Rob's Performance, MTF, Old Trapper Beef Jerky, Tyler from Power Band, Tamer, Fly, Scott, and everyone else, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Josh Bowman. Wow, that was loud. Okay, that's the top 3 in college, and we will end the day with a flurry of 50cc racing. Always a fun tradition here at Loretta's. I believe it's 4 classes. I'll send it up to the tower to get this started.
We got you guys at Beef Jerky.
All right, thank you. As we are back up here in the tower, hanging out and enjoying what's to come. We've got some micro racing coming up next. And we're going to do a little bit of track maintenance. Going to touch up a couple of spots before we get our little rippers out on course, which means it sounds like a perfect time for us to go to commercial break. Here's some of our amazing sponsors that help bring you this live coverage on Racer TV. We'll be right back.
Whatever you drive, however you drive, AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicle. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you and get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve. Shop by Vehicle at AMSOIL.com.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach. Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too. That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer. But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? I don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
The United States Motorcycle Coaching Association has been setting a standard for motorcycle coaching since 2016. Coaching is important for all riders, no matter the age or skill level. The USMCA connects riders with coaches, whether the rider is just starting out on their motorcycling journey, to a competitive amateur racer looking to reach their next milestone, or the professional athlete trying to clinch a title. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app and get connected to a USMCA certified coach today.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
You ready?
Hey, race fans, we compete on the track, but one thing brings us together.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Scan the QR code or text SUPER to 785-833 to donate now. Become a monthly donor
And get this awesome Love Moto Stop Cancer t-shirt.
Your support allows St. Jude to provide treatments at no cost to families.
You can help make cures possible for kids with cancer. Together, we can save more lives.
Coverage on Racer TV of the Monster Energy Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's is brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, Rocky Mountain ATVMC. Get ready.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the 44th Annual Monster Energy Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. Jackson Burrell jumping in here alongside K-Dub, Kevin Windham, and Kevin Kelly. Going to have a little highlight reel from today popping up on the screen before we get into some micro racing.
win. That's a warrior right there. He came, charged through the field, got that moto win. That's how you do it. You wheel that machine right up on the top of that podium.
That was a great ride for Timmerman, as he did not get the best of
Another Deacon in the house, the number 23 out of Meadows of Dan, Virginia. Sounds lovely. Weatherford, Texas brings you the 24 of Logan Moore. Point, Texas brings you Bodie Roberts. Mason Howard out of Jerome, Michigan on the number 28 machine. Tyler Campbell, number 34 out of Thunder Bay, Canada. Adrian, Missouri, that's home to Edwin Meyer. We've seen him earlier, the number 36. Dylan Chipman out of Fallsbrook, California, number 38. Colton Tubbs. Where is Crockett, the number 40 out of Corinth, New York. Bayshore, Kansas brings you Carson Flowers, number 43. Brock Norris, number 44 out of Burgettstown, Pennsylvania. New Plymouth, Idaho brings you Jack Corson, number 45. And number 47 is Jackson Burrell. I can help you if you need me.
The wrong one. There we go. The number 47 machine going to be Riker Ward out of Washington. And the Oklahoma native, the 48 machine, Ryan Mode. Indigo Spinacult going to be making his way out of New York. And he's going to be aboard that 49 machine. The 50 will belong to Talon Smith, making his way out of California. Then we're going to have the 51 Cobra machine of Trey Geary. Going to have the 54 of Jet Scrotas. The 55 machine of Breton Gonzalez. Gonzalez going to be making his way out of California. Then we're going to have the Ohio native of Jerry Arbinoski. On the 57 machine, Brady Taylor aboard the 64, making his way out of Shrewsbury, PA. Going to have Bryce Hollinger making his way out of Ohio. Then we got Mickey Fluhart aboard the number 69 machine, Carter Reneker aboard the number 70, Joseph Capolino on the 72, Luke Witt on the 74, Hudson Bott going to be on that 77 machine, Ezra Armbruster going to be making his way out of Garden Grove, California on the number 79 machine, Emmett Frost going to be on the 80 machine. Braden Riley on the 81, Maverick Manzer on the 86, Brody Johnson on the 89, Lincoln LeBuck going to be on that 91, Jason Kukelka on the 98 machine, and then Isaiah Benton on the 99.
Jackson, you got some tough names, buddy.
I think I might have butchered the 98 machine.
It's okay. It's okay. They're very technical names. That'd be like a step-on, step-off for Kevin Windham.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Ezra Armbruster gets a better start than he did last year.
Yeah.
I bet he does.
I think that's safe to say.
He was he was like a lap
almost
down.
a lap down, yeah.
Man, do you remember that, Kevin? Me and you were announcing that one. That was hectic.
Chaos. Pure chaos. The whole pit's lit up to try to help him get that bike. All the dads jumped in and helped him, and just as the riders were coming around, he jumped in and unlapped. It didn't unlap himself, but he almost got lapped, and he worked all the way to 7th. He went 1-1-7.
And for anybody that don't know, when you have a malfunction like that, you're not able to go off the gate, they hold you for so long. That time expired. They had to let the gate go, and then he had to get out there before our leader made it through the finish.
You're officially out of the race.
Yeah, or you can't take off, and he was able to do that. I don't know if it was dad or a team member that was standing there with him the whole time. They were saying calm, cool, and collected. Had about 5 people working on that machine.
Sure did.
And I'll tell you now, if that was me, there would have been so many emotions. I have no clue what I've done. But
a lot of kid cuss words, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been making it up to 7th place, that's for sure.
Daggone it. Crap.
Darn it.
So here we go.
The talent is ready. Look at the last-minute coaching here. Let's go. Son, look at that gate. It's about to drop.
Yeah, I was watching that dad. He was nervously waiting for his son. That's half the battle. You know how those kids will go off and kind of something will happen on the parade lap?
They're like, hey,
where's he at?
The creek's over here.
It's so much cooler over here, yeah. Kid makes it all the way back. We got them all back on the gate here. So several little 50cc races coming your way. We did a little bit of smoothing out on the racetrack, not to make it super easy.
Half of the
racetrack.
Exactly half of it.
Diced up a little bit. just so these little dudes can make it around. That's literally the only changes we will make for any riders out here.
I'm excited about this one, guys. A lot of talent in all of these classes, and the Micro 3 promises to be a good one as well. The cart sideways, gates down, they're off. Read the numbers, Kevin Kelly.
Not a chance. Not happening right here with these little mailbox numbers. We'll let the computer do the talking. That kid's doing the talking with a great start. Carter Reneker. We know that name.
Colton Tubbs.
Jack Corson. Big name for a little guy. Little Jack Corson, but Jack slips back to 4th. Indigo Spina-Culp. That's a tough one there. Mason Howard, Deacon Thomas. But that's all going to change 43 times before the end of the first lap. So don't fall in love with anybody out front. We'll see. The 70, God, it looked like the 78. Might be the 98 of Jackson Kokila.
So here for our Micro 3, this is going to be a 7 to 8 year old class. This will be the oldest of our micro classes that you're seeing here. Oh, one of our leaders going to be going down there in the 10 Commandments. Looks like he is good to go. Not quite one of our leaders, one of our
front runners.
Front runners, yeah.
So these kids will go about 13 minutes, it looks like.
And this is a limited class here for the Micro 3 7 to 8 year olds, as Carter Reneker appears to continue this lead here on this opening lap. Oh, maybe not. There is.
It's the 41. Is that who that? The
That's
number
what
40,
I saw.
The 40 of Colton Tubbs, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like the 41. Good Lord, where did he come from?
Yeah, where did he come from?
41. Who would that be? If I only had some sheets that had that on there. How about that? I do have sheets, but I think that might be the 47. We'll just stop guessing, and we'll wait for the cameras and everything to reset.
It is the 47. He was in 15th off the start. That's going to be Riker Ward.
That's the number 40. That's Colton Tubbs. Light playing games with these old eyes. Readers, bifocals, transitional lenses are all the norm now as these aging motorcycle eyes get older. Kevin Wyndham, you got to make the move, dude. You're over here trying to raw dog it without glasses. That ain't gonna work.
The number 40 sending the table had a tough landing, but he kept it going.
Tubbs doing it.
As Tubbs into the Thor sand sweeper.
Check out Mason Howard in second now. He was in 6th on the start, passed a ton of guys. There's the 69, the 23 of Mickey Fluhart, and the 23 is Deacon Thomas. Yeah, a lot of movement here.
To the inside there, trying to make short work.
Kevin, how do you keep, like, do you have any of these kids at your facility, any younger kids on the 50?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, the energy level they bring is just off the charts, trying to contain that all day long.
Man, they love to ride.
And so, I mean, we've made them wait all day long.
Yeah, I think the strategy here is let them go play in the morning and then have them come in and take a little nap, a little cat nap.
They got little cots in their little RVs, little juice boxes. Take a little nap and a little fruit slices, cool them off. All right. We're kind of poking fun, but these kids are little racers here. Colton Tubbs, it's starting to heat up. The push coming from behind him. Oh, inside, outside for the 36. What was that? Edwin Meyer.
He is the one putting the pressure on right now.
Man, but I'll tell you what, the 69 pushed him all the way.
3 wide, all going to the outside where the track crews tightened up a little section of track. Hang on to it, bud.
Whoa.
Meyer and him switch
lines. Able to almost whoop through those.
Yeah, he was almost bouncing through him. The 69 of Mickey Fluhart.
Yeah, Fluhart and Meyer are on the move right now.
What a move there. Just flies past him like Amelia Fluhart there in the number 2 spot.
Was it Amelia Fluhart?
I'm pretty sure it was Amelia Fluhart, right?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
No, it's not.
Here we go, boys. It looks like a pass being made, and it is. The 28 machine gets it done. Or is that the 69?
Yeah, that's Amelia Fluhart. No,
that is
Mickey Fluhart.
Fluhart's to the lead, and I believe Meyer is still in our third spot. But as they come out of Storyland, he's putting some pressure on Tubbs right now.
Yeah. Crockett and
Look,
Tubbs
there we go.
On the
you were saying you didn't think they were going to take the inside. Right now, it didn't work out for Meyer, but he's trying everything he can. He knows the track crew smoothed out half the track. He's like, hey, I got to go now. I'm going to take this super deep
crazy radical line here. All right, dead center of the racetrack. We'll pick up our leaders. What do you got, Jackson Burrell?
And the Monster Energy juice boxes are flowing today, no doubt about it. These boys are fired up. A 3-way battle up here at the front of the pack. Let's see what they do here through this Thor Sand Sweeper. We've been seeing some of these riders choose that inside. That is that inside line that we didn't think any of these riders would be taking, but look at that. Our leader is going to go the rough way around.
Yeah, and it did not work out very well. Now, watch Meyer is about to put 2 passes together and 2 straightaways.
With Meyer up the inside, not quite enough to get the job done, but that's 2 times in a row coming out of the Bermuda Triangle there that he has
almost had
dove the little 36 to the inside.
So the 69 machine of Mickey Fluhart going to continue to lead the way. And look at this, the 36 of Edwin Meyer going to go up the inside here. Not going to be able to get it done there, though, as they head back down through the start stretch.
So we're having some technical difficulties with our sidebar there that shows you the names and numbers that was showing the last race. So we'll try to help you out with names and numbers. There's the 69 of Mickey Fluhart out front, holding off the number 36 in the number 2 spot. That's Edwin Meyer. And just behind them in third is going to be Colton Tubbs.
And then in the 4th place spot is Mason Howard. Carter Reneker holding on to the 5th place position. Deacon Thomas in the 6th place spot. Boone Lloyd in 7th here with 2 laps complete. Lincoln Buck going to be in the 8th place spot. Ryder Drake in 9th. Brody Jones in the 10th place position. Just outside of that as we continue to battle for the lead. Could this be it, boys?
It has been a tough row to hoe there for the 36 Meyer, trying to put together that pass over Mickey Fluhart. And I believe he might have finally done it for the moment, but Fluhart challenges the inside, Kevin.
Wow. This
back to the inside.
Woo. Side by side, and they're riding pretty much half of the track.
Oh,
wow.
Lines almost come together, but it's still Fluhart fighting off Edwin Meyer.
Oh, to the inside again for our leader, Mickey Fluhart, and that was a bad call because Edwin Meyer goes a long way around and overtakes Fluhart now for the lead on the number 36, but Fluhart's not done.
Yeah, he's got some fight in him. Not afraid to take those beat-out lines, and he's back to the number 1 spot. Again. Yes, Fluhart makes the pass back, but here comes the pass to the inside, elbow to elbow, and the 36
the 69 squares him up.
I cannot even keep up with this.
All right, here we go to the Thor sand sweeper. Let's see, one line smooth, one line's rough.
Yeah, he's going to follow him this time a little bit. The 69. What a battle, not going to give up. Here he comes back again on the outside. The 69 challenges Mickey Fluhart now in second for just a moment. He's going to have a good head of steam coming out of this turn. And finally, Edwin Meyer able to secure that pass with the 36 machine for the moment. Up and over that tunnel jump. They'll avoid those braking bumps. Man, what a furious race here, Kevin Wyndham.
Yeah, they're going after it right now. It's impressive to watch, and they have been – it's been some form of passing for that entire lap.
Yes.
I mean, they were just handlebar
Nobody was
to
in
handlebar.
solid
No,
control.
it was like no one had it really locked down.
Look at the 69. He's got his right arm twisted as far as it will go.
I don't think he can twist it anymore.
Not any further.
He's got to twist the grip off of that thing.
Got to rotate that throttle tube around so he won't be so out of position there. There's the, now he can say he's the leader. The 36 of Edwin Meyer moving up a spot. Lincoln Lukey and Ryder Drake to 7th and 8th on the 91 and 14 machines. He's still right there, man. I'm not going to give it to Meyer just yet. The 69 trying to hang tough, doubles all the way through the 10 Commandments. Jackson Burrell, what are you seeing here, my man?
And our new old leader of Meyer trying to put some ground between them. A couple bike links, but not going to be quite enough to be out of the danger zone yet. Just like you said, taking a look here outside of our top 10. We see Dylan Chipman in the 11th place spot, Ezra Armbruster in 12th. And let us know, there it is.
There we go. He's back. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Fluhart has taken back over. He followed him, picked up the lines, but not for long because here comes Meyer back on the inside. Fluhart back again out front.
See if Fluhart takes the same line. No, see, he's not going to go to the inside twice. He knows that's where the pass was made just a lap prior. Now he's playing defense, baby. I love it.
What a great race here. Back and forth affair here with Fluhart and Meyer. And he's fighting him off again. The 69 of Fluhart. They almost come to blows yet again. Going to run that tough inside line. It's a risky move. And Meyer is back out front.
For the moment.
For the moment.
And this might be the toughest battle I've saw all day long coming out of this Micro 3 class.
They're going to come into view right here up and over that jump, and it is just too close to call right now.
Look at them wheeling off of that jump there.
We got to be getting close.
Into the sand. We are getting close.
2-lap board looks like it's out.
Oh, the 69 with a little bit of a bobble there. I thought he was going to tuck the front end, loses a ton of time there. See if he's got anything in the tank. Hopefully there's some gas there to get him to the finish line. We'll start with that.
All right, maybe some time for me to go through our list now. Ezra Armbruster in the 12th place spot, Riker Ward in 13th, Brock Norris in 14th, and Talon Smith going to round out our top 15 here in this one. Raiden Riley, Hudson Bott, Deacon Thomas, Bretton Gonzalez, Tyler Campbell in your top 20. Then we see Bodie Roberts in the 21st place spot, Joseph Capolino. Then Caden Wood, Emmett Frost, Luke Witt, Indigo Spinal Colp, Sawyer Saunders, Bryce Hollinger, Jason Kukulka.
It's a tough one.
That is 29th place position on board that 98 machine. Michael Tisch in the 30th place spot. Then it's Ryan Moe, Jerry Arpagoski, Jet Schroeder, Henry Manley, Logan Moore, Easton Richardson, Trey Geary, Carson Flowers, Maverick Manzer, Jack Corson, Brady Taylor, and Riley Dow will round out our class here as we continue to watch your lead 2 here on Racer TV.
Yeah, Edwin Meyer finally. Go ahead.
Kevin and Kevin are glad you took that top 42 rundown for us.
You did.
That was some tough ones.
He did some heavy lifting
there.
That
was good. Good stuff. Right now doing heavy lifting is Edwin Myers, and I interrupted just a wonderful thought. Kevin, do you remember what it was?
Nope. It was fleeting, so don't worry about it. I'd like to see Fluhart get one more push here on our leader. Lost a little bit of time in that big Thor sweeper, so he's trying to bring it all back, and he's right there.
Man, for these two, like a little bobble goes a long ways because they have been what for this entire race. Like, it's been so impressive to see a pass being made for straightaway upon straightaway, and you want to give it to Meyer and it's Fluhart. You want to give it to Fluhart and it's Meyer, and right now, with about a half a lap to go,
I think Fluhart's there. He's got one more shot at him.
He's got another shot, but
gonna have a perfect half a lap here and a perfect white flag lap. I believe the white flag will come out. I believe the two-lap card is out.
Two card is still out. So here they come by the tower. Again, it's Edwin Meyer,
Fluhart, Mason, Howard, Tubbs, and Renneker. That is your top 5. We are following along with the drone. I mean, here he is. He's closed in. He's done it again. We've got a race yet again. Here comes Fluhart. What kind of time did he just make up?
Into the Bermuda Triangle here.
All right, folks, white flag lap. First moto here for the Micro 3, 7 to 8. I mean, this has been an absolute barn burner.
You called it. You said you think he has something left for the last lap.
Let's go.
I gotta say you were right. The gap looks to be less than a second right now.
He lost all that time last time in the big Thor sweeper, made it all right back up.
You know what? In the sweeper.
Yes, that's where he lost it all.
They were kind of staying all through storyline. They were staying about what and what, and the turn that Fluhart really messed up a lap prior.
Treated him well that time.
He made it all up in the Thor sweeper here.
Check that right arm again. He's way down there.
Baby, twist.
Giving her all she's got.
Get all you can out of her.
All right, Mr. Meyer, what do you say here? Can you hold on? That number 36.
Meyer making his way out of Missouri here on this Game Moto Coaching Minton Cycles FXR and Alpine Stars ride, trying to bring this one home. Mickey Fluhart going to be making his way out of Maryland on that Cobra Elite Thor Scott and ABS back drive. ASV, what am I talking about? Long day.
ABS. Brakes, got good brakes on that bike there. Gets pushed out a little line by the lap rider. Looks like Meyer knew he could feel Fluhart showing up. He has picked the pace back up, so we need to get Fluhart back up there to challenge one more time. Maybe make an exciting pass in that big sand sweeper as we head around on this white flag lap. Micro 3, 7, 8, like you said, the oldest age group we have. Some of these guys double dipping on the 65. They probably ride the 65 at home a ton.
And then just tear up this 50cc.
This will probably be their last race on the 50. There's Fluhart. He's fallen off the pace just a bit.
Yeah, because we're talking about a 1.5-second gap.
Yeah, big. The wheels have fallen off.
Compared to what these
they were not even a
young riders have given us for 3.5, 4 laps, this does seem like a very large lead. But in theory, yes, it has, because you could throw a blanket over them for the entire race. But, man, what a show these Rippers have put on for all of the fans here.
Yeah, that has been the most side-by-side action I've seen all day for 4 good laps. Nothing was set in stone. Here we go, up and over one more time, right down Broad Street into the big Thor sweeper. One more time, Edwin Meyer. Can you hang on to those little 50cc handlebars, your mag wheels, making it through here? Come on, little dude. He had a little problem again. The feet drag there. The drone trying not to pass him. See the shadow there. Shadow's getting long here. Couple more jumps here. And we're going to have Edwin Meyer taking home a moto win. How about that? He's going to get a big old juice box, a Monster Energy juice box there. There's the 69 of Mickey Fluhart.
Keep your head high there, Mickey Fluhart.
Heck yeah.
It's a long week. That was a great ride. Could have gone either way there. That was a good moto.
Absolutely. They could have jumped into some mistakes. They were going so hard at each other. So that was a fun race to announce. Looking for Mason Howard. That battle just pushed them a good chunk of the way down the road there. Going to got the helmet on, rolled that machine right up to the podium. He knows what he's doing.
There we go. Mason Howard now across to round out our podium.
Look at these. These dudes are ready to go, not even wiping the face off.
Now let's get out there. Got the gloves for that. Got all his handlers. Come on, let's get this little bib off. You eating some crab legs with that little bib on.
Our early race leader, Colton Tubbs, comes across in fourth. Good ride for Colton.
So it's Meyer, Fluhart, Howard, Tubbs, Luque, and that will be your top 5 as we get ready to toss it down to the podium. Maybe.
Reneker, Lloyd, Drake, Chipman, and Talon Smith will round out your top 10. Who do these boys get to talk to down there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. We're about to find out.
Yeah, I hear a little
mic's on.
A little podium mic down there. Who we got? I know who we got.
Hey guys, I'm
Edwin Meyer and Sophia.
I'm up here with our moto winner. Gonna take the spotlight from you guys and hand it over to our Moto 1 winner, Edwin Meyer. Edwin, that finished off perfect. Your moto was perfect at the end, but was it always like that?
No, not really. I got last gate pick, so I was like trying to get the whole shot. I was like 10th off the start. I was trying to hold on there, pick off one by one. I thought I was in like still in 9th, and I saw the leader right before the finish. I was like not letting off until I get that guy. So yeah, it was a good race.
That's awesome. Good job. And who would you like to thank?
The good Lord, my mom and dad, the whole Game Moto team, Greg Albertson, GC, everybody at Cobra, Rob Mitten and his whole family, Alpine Stars for my boots, helmets, and goggles, FXR for my gear sets, Guts for my seat covers, 180 for my graphic kits, PR2 for my suspension, Pirelli for my tires, and Renegade Fuels for my bike rips.
Edwin Meyer, everybody! Your Moto 1 winner, Micro 3 7-8 Limited. We're looking for our second place finisher, Mickey Fluhart.
Yes.
Silver medal this moto. This is Mickey Fluhart. Yeah. Come on over here. Let's talk about that moto. Tell me what happened out there. How was the track?
It was good. I got like 5th off the start. I worked my way up the first, and then I got past, and I just tried to not wreck.
Well, you did a great job.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my brothers, my sisters, Thor, Cobra Elite, Scott Goggles, Dunlop, Roost, SRE, Carolina Cobra, Ethica, Roost, BP Racing, Nathan Jurgens, and everybody else.
That's second place, everybody. Mickey Fluhart from Micro 3. Now we're ready for our bronze medalist, for Moto 1. This is Mason Howard. Give it up for 3rd place. Way to go, Duke. Let's come over here. Mason, tell us a little bit about your ride. I know it's hot and late in the evening. What's going on?
Well, I try to consume energy on the first like 5 or 4 laps, and then I try to push as hard as I could, and then I think like 3rd lap, Colt, he fell in the 10 Commandments that made me get 3rd and just had to held him back.
Well, sounds like a great strategy. Congratulations on the podium. Who would you like to thank for helping you get up here?
K2, one touch painting, 100%, so I could have great bait vision. And then one touch painting, TCD, and T-Rex for the great throttle.
3rd place in Moto 1, this is Mason Howard.
All right, everybody, we're getting ready to go here with our Micro 1 class. Going to be 2 more races following this for our Micros. Got our Micro E and our Micro 3, but for now it is Micro 1. Going to take a look here at our rundown. We're going to have the number 7 of Easton Conway making his way out of Buffalo, West Virginia. We've got the 11 machine, Wellen Fettner, making his way out of California. Also making his way out of California going to be Kaysen Hawks on the 14 machine. Then we have the 15 of Hendricks Miss Azesk making his way out of California. The 16 machine of Landon Babino making his way out of South Carolina. Felipe Lozano making his way out of California as well on the 17 machine. Then we got Weston Fry on the 18 making his way out of Washington. Axel Leitner making his way out of New Jersey, going to be on that 21 machine. The 22 going to belong to Beckett Manzer, the New York native. Then we got Knox Ray on the 23, making his way out of South Carolina. Leo Kelly on the 25 out of Tennessee. Then Michigan's own Colt Kilicki going to be on the 26 machine. Still Crocker out of South Carolina will be aboard that 27. Nolan Rich out of Pennsylvania on the 28 machine. Gannon Driggers out of South Carolina on the 31. The 32 machine is Bodie Burke out of Texas, and then we got Cody May Lloyd out of Virginia on the 33. The 35 is Axel Middleton out of California. Brecken Talmadge making his way out of Florida on the 36. Jackson Conley out of Texas going to be on the 37. Landon Blades out of Illinois on the 38. The 41 machine is Payne Piercy out of Kentucky, and then Maverick Francis going to be making his way out of Kentucky on the 42 machine.
And on the 44 machine is part of the Michigan Mafia, it's Weird Racema. The 47 of Baron Kilmer, he's out of Nevada. The 48 machine, Dayton Brown, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Out of Ohio, we're looking at Grayson Boswell. Illinois for Drake Koslow. Trip Roberts, he's a Texas rider out here, a California man. That's the Alex Schultz on the 56. The 57, a Weston Fees out of California, a Mississippi rider, not too far from K-Dub. That's the 66 of Casey Corcoran. Another Oklahoma rider out there, that's Miles Moss. James Winger on the 71, he is out of Pennsylvania. The 73 of Everly Conley out of Minnesota. The 77 of Lincoln Mash, he's a Texas rider. Jet Schultz, he's on the number 78 out of Arizona. On the 81, that's Max Moreland out of Michigan. The 86 of Lucius Del Grippo, he is out of Pennsylvania. Out of Oklahoma, the 91 of Clyde White, Texas rider. They were looking at Riggin Alexander on the 92, and the 99 of Julian Stowe, he's out of Kansas.
And here we go. Dean Gate is down for our Micro 1. Into turn number 1 they go. Oh, and some bar banging going into turn number 1.
27.
Still Crocker going to grab the whole shot. Look at that. Knox Ray going to be in that number 2 spot. And Gannon Driggers holds on to the 3rd place spot.
Knox Ray, man, he's going for it. Talking about making history. Eddie Ray, his dad, has a championship here. Jessica Patterson has one. And now Knox Ray, he's trying to knock on the door
on a championship as he is running second right now, but it's super early, especially in the shaft class. This is where it all gets started right here.
Yeah, going to be one of our youngest classes that you're going to see here at Loretta Lynn's, a 4 to 6-year-old class. And like you said, going to be on those shaft drive machines.
Second place.
One rider going down there in the 10 Commandments. That's the 31 machine. He is back on the bike now, going to get it fired back up.
Stalled it. Man, tough break for Driggers. Rolling backwards.
Look, he had to roll down to the bottom. Yeah. Tough break for that young rider.
Still not able to get that machine fired up, and now finally getting it back up and going. A tough break from our third place rider there off the start. Going to move back to the back of the pack.
Super cool class. It's been around for everybody. This is the longest running class.
Yeah,
still running strong with 42 young riders out there.
And of course, all of these riders going to be on Yamaha machines, PW50s. One that most of the riders start out on, and going to be our smallest wheelbase we're going to see here as well. The least amount of suspension travel on these machines. So these riders going to have their work cut out for them.
It looks like the 23 right now, Knox Ray, is trying to make some moves.
PW shaft going to the inside rut right there. That's insane. That's super confident. Look at him.
He must have seen McCain Fitch in that line earlier.
We know the track crew worked the outside. I don't care. I want to dive bomb the inside, make the pass.
You can see him right there. Got a three-way battle between our leader, the 27 of Steele Crocker. I believe that is still the number 23 machine in second of Knox Ray.
It is. Yeah, look at him trying to make a pass.
I think that's more aggressive than anything I've ever seen Eddie do out here.
Look at him. Now he's to the lead. Knox Ray takes it. Well, I say that. As soon as I say it, it gives a little bit of room.
Side by
side racing action for sure.
Here we go. Going to make their way over this next jump and into that sand sweeper.
Crocker says, I want to keep my, I don't know how much roost is coming off of the shaft drive, but he wants to keep clear vision there in front of him as he takes back over the lead over Knox Ray. As, oh my gosh, that sand's got to be so intimidating for a Micro 1 shaft drive.
Hey, you can only imagine. Oh, one of our riders going down there in the sand section. Let's see if we can figure out who that is. It wasn't one of our first two, but definitely one of our front runners.
Another number 99 machine. He's in third right now, trying to make his way up. That's Jackson Conley. He wants to be part of this battle. He wants to join the party.
Let's see who potentially went down. Look, Stowaway's now in third. See if we can identify the rider that fell back. Jackson Conley fourth. Kason Hawkson fifth. Easton Conway sixth. Rigger Alexandra in seventh. Nolan Rich eighth.
It looks like Miles Moss in the 9th place position. And running a top 10 is Payne Piercy.
Possibly Felipe there going down.
Yeah, his name was red. He's just outside the top 10. That might have been the young rider to go down in the floor sweeper, but it's all a guess.
Yeah, and Gannon Driggers, he's one with a good start. Had the issues in the 10 Commandments. He's dropping way down on the board, man. So tough break for him, but he's going to get back at it. Sitting about 34th here on the opening lap.
Hey, able to pick up a few spots there for him, or quite a few actually. Working on a good run, all things considered.
Look at the battle. They're three wide in the corner there before the 10 Commandments.
And look at this. One rider going to the outside. That's Knox Ray choosing that outside line. But how about it? We have Julian Stowaway joining the chat.
Oh, yeah, 99 machine making some moves out there.
I think Stowaway's about to get a twofer here. All through the 10 Commandments. He's got by Ray, and now it looks like he sealed the deal on Crocker as well. No, I say it too quick, as Crocker's around the outside of Stowaway. They are still handlebar to handlebar as they head back into Storyland.
And you know what I love so much about these shaft bikes? You have to carry momentum. There's no way around it. There's no brakes, exactly. All gas, no brakes. Stand up as quickly as you can. Get that clutch to engage.
Yeah, it's real important, though, to really work the 3 inches of travel.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are railing these outsides. One thing we know for sure, they are wide open on these machines. If you've ever been on one of these machines, I can't believe the speed that they can get them to go. Look at this, a battle for the top spot. The 99 machine going to come out on top.
Battle here.
Exactly.
I mean, the last two motos in the micro class have just been incredible to call and to watch. We had a great moto there in Micro 3, and now Micro 1. It's not a 2-horse battle. It's a 3-horse battle. Yeah. They are handlebar to handlebar, just making it happen through the sand now.
And these guys are just bike links apart, so I definitely say this is the closest three-way battle we've seen all day so far.
Stowaway going to be at the top of this battle now. Knox Ray in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, making a move on Steele Crocker there. So what's Crocker doing? Oh, something happened to him. He made some mistakes back there. He fell behind these guys, so it's a tough break for Crocker. Hopefully he can get back and going again.
Wow, I see a flag flying. I don't know if that's for our leader, though.
No, that is over in the sand sweeper. That's for about our 5th to 7th place rider there. Going to move it down a few spots.
So this is going to feel like a really short race to us with the lap times that these shaft drives are doing on their first lap there, 3:06. This one will probably be a little longer because of the start and whatnot. So not a lot of laps around the course with a 3-minute lap time. So
going to have to make the most of it here in this one.
I believe we have a card in hand, possibly a white flag already. We'll see as they come out of the Bermuda Triangle. Nope, they didn't get anything that lap.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-lap board next time around.
So here we go.
3:15, 3:18 for, 15 for Stowaway. Ray was at an 18, and Crocker now at a 3:20 lap time there for our top 3.
Yeah, I think Crocker, like I said, made a little mistake right there because he'd been having good lap times. And there's where we see the fade. Jackson Conley had the issue in the sand sweeper. He's going to drop back a little bit. That's going to allow Casey Hawks to move into 5th behind Reagan Alexander, 4th place rider. Then we see Easton Conway in 6th. And coming through in the 7th place position now is the number 28 machine on his Yamaha. That's Nolan Rich. Felipe Lozano in 8th place position.
There you go, bar to bar again. Check this out.
Sorry, man. Take it back to the top.
No, look at it. They're going to the long short shoot now, heading towards the 10 Commandments. And Ray has found another gear on that shaft drive. I don't know if they have gears, but he's found another one.
No gears on these machines. It is pure throttle for them. Here we go. Both of these riders going to choose to go to the inside. Knox Ray trying to track down Julian Stowaway.
Do you see your leader right now?
Yeah, look.
Wheeling down the backsides of these things.
He got a little wobbly there, too. I was glad to see him straighten the 99 Yami out as he was trying to work the backsides. Got a little loose there, but no harm, no foul. Still holding the lead. But here we go in the storyline again. Check it out as Ray tries to square him up here. He did square him up. They're going to be handlebar to handlebar again.
Handlebar.
Ray not giving him much room at all, side by side as they head into
Whoa! Wow, what a double that was right there.
We're going to air it out on the P-dub.
Sending it. Now, I'll tell you what, I can tell this little guy has been playing some MX versus ATV Legends. The way he was wheeling through those rollers and that launch, that jump right there, he feels unstoppable.
My wrist would break. You know, I mean, these young joints, these young bones, there's no travel on these bikes. And they are just launching, going back in the storyline. That's how bad Stowaway wants to win this thing, as he felt a little bit of pressure from Knox Ray, but he said, no, I'm going to leave this thing cracked.
And he's real fast on that backside of the track right there, as he has got a little bit of lead now over Knox Ray, but Knox Ray's still right there, man. Don't ever count out a Ray, that's for sure.
So here we go, a battle between the best PW50 riders in the nation going down, with the 99 leading the charge. Knox Ray in the number 2 spot. Steele Crocker in 3rd. Reagan Alexander and Kason Hawks rounding out our top 5. Easton Conway, Nolan Rich, Felipe Lozano, Miles Mazza, and Payne Piercy, your top 10 here in this one with 2 laps complete. Got to make their way up and over as they head toward the big Thor sand sweeper. Stowaway now opening up a few bike links. What you seeing, K-Dub?
No, I think you can still throw a blanket over him. Got one lapper here in the sand on through the Thor sweeper here, but I don't see it opening up too much there, Jacky Legs. It's still pretty tight here. Look at them as they go into the Bermuda Triangle.
Hey.
Knox Ray's going to stay in the same line here as the 99, see if he can get a drive. Check him out. Here we come to the finish line to get the white flag. So these guys did not receive the 2-lap card, I don't believe. Now when our...
Hey, K-Dub, look at this. We have a new leader out on the track. Knox Ray overtakes it.
We blinked, man. That's all we had to do was blink, and before you knew it, Knox Ray got there in the lead. He shot. Well, I say that. But it looks like answering back is the 99 machine, just like that.
Yeah, that's a lapper there. The 23 still of Ray is still behind Stowaway, but this thing is far from over with only 1 lap to go, but it's a 3-minute lap. So we got plenty of opportunities. That's getting into a little bit of lap traffic. Look, one of them to the inside. No, they both go inside there.
Yeah,
I think that's the first time both of those riders have went to the inside.
And that lap rider definitely played a factor in that decision. Look at there, double the breaking bumps, man. Knox Ray wants this win back. I'm sure Jessica and Eddie are over there be like, hey, second, you know, just take second. But
they're not listening.
Knox is not listening, and neither is Julian Stowaway, as it shows right now. This is going to be a good battle all the way through the week. I guarantee you that. These guys are players out here in this Micro 146 Shaft Drive Limited. And look at the lap times, man. 217.4 to 218.6, only a second, and that's been every lap.
Yeah, you know, Knox had the lead there for about 2 turns.
Yep.
And now Stowaway's taking back over. But we go into the storyline here, which is where Ray has been super fast. 1 lap ago, we saw Stowaway launch this triple here. Not fully tripling, but we're still going single, single, single. But to air that thing out and land on the face like he did, he's fully committed and wanting this win.
I can only imagine the audio on that one.
Oh, there was some clanking going on when that suspension came down, that P-dub.
I don't think these guys let off the gas, to be honest with you, the whole track, and I think that's how they established a little bit of a lead they have over the rest of the competition. We're now watching Julian Stowaway and Knox Ray going at it all the way down to the checker flag, and the checker flag will fly here at the end of this lap. I mean, they're kind of following each other. You know, they got this line. It's established. It's developed.
It's too good of a battle to break away from. We want to give some love to all of our top 10, but with about a quarter of a track left, you can throw a blanket over Ray and Stowaway, as it is too close to call. Some really difficult sand sections to come.
I think Knox just ate roost right there. I'm not for certain, but I'm pretty sure.
All right, just a few more corners left to go here in this one. Knox Ray, Julian Stowaway battling it out for the top spot. Right now, the 99 of Stowaway has control of it. Can he bring this one home?
I don't know, man.
A lot of stuff.
Oh, Knox Ray makes the pass.
Mike, I don't know what happened there. A little mistake, a little miscue, maybe a slip of the peg.
Here we go through the Thor Sand Sweeper. One final time for Micro 1 Shaft Drive Limited here in Moto number 1. And how about this? 1 corner left to go.
Big back.
Check up there.
And
gotta give
here we go, Dean. How about it? The 23 machine of Knox Ray gonna take the checkered flag and a Moto 1 win here in the Micro 1 class. Julian Stowaway comes through with a 2nd place finish, and let's see, can still Crocker hold on? And he does. The 27 machine gonna come through for a bronze medal.
What a crazy ride and race there. Ray did not have the lead for very many straightaways or turns, not a full lap certainly in that race. He did it where it counted, came out of the Bermuda Triangle. Actually, a little check up here over these tabletops from Stowaway. Don't know what happened with the miscue there, but that one little bobble was enough to give Ray the edge, and he was in front when it counted.
Yep, this is what it's all about, K-Dub. Taking a look here at Knox Ray on Racer TV.
Oh, yeah, Dad Eddie giving a hug. Wes Kane down there. Congratulating his roommate, and Jessica. Awesome little family thing. I'll give you a top 10 rundown of this class. So Knox Ray going to take the win. Julian Stowaway, seen him a little emotion call off the track, upset, but still finishing 2nd. Steel Crocker around on the top 3. Easton Conway in 4th. In 5th, we got Kason Hawks. Reagan Alexander in 6th. Weston Fry will be 7th. 8th is Felipe Lozano in 9th. Miles Moss, and running your top 10 out here is Nolan Rich.
And while we get ready up on the podium, look just outside of that, Drake Croslow going to hold on for an 11th place finish. Hendricks Mizizek going to hold on for a 12th. Axel Middleton, your 13th. Payne Piercy going to be your 14th place finisher. Maverick Francis with a 15th. And then Reed Wiersma, your 16th place. Brecken Talmadge holds on for 17th. Weston Fees, Cody May Lloyd, and Clyde White will be your top 20 here in Moto number 1. And look at that, Wes Kane going to help his little buddy Knox Ray grab that helmet strap. And there it is. We're going to get ready to throw it down to the podium. Wes Kane, take it away when you're ready.
Come around the front. Come on here. Guys. He hails from Great Court, South Carolina. He rides about 1,000 laps every day with Cooper Johnson and the rest of the crew. He is my roommate. Give a high five. Moto 1 winner, Knox Ray. Hold that medal up. Hold that medal up. And the one. And the one. Knox, the 99 gave you a little run for your money out there. You passed him once. He came back. Tell me about it.
Yeah, just go out there, try my best, and just have fun.
Who do you want to thank for helping you out?
Mom, my dad, Twelly, Scott Goggles, and everybody else.
What about Minden?
In Minden.
Donnie Luce?
Donnie Luce. Dunlop.
Oh, Pirelli.
Pirelli.
All right. Great job out there, guys. Give it up, Knox Ray! What about McKenzie?
Sure.
All right, who's next? Come on up. Sophia, come on up. Help me out.
Want me to take it? All right, we're looking for our silver medalist. This will be Julian Stowaway. Give it up for second place. Come up here, bud. Hey, that was an awesome ride. You had a lot of battles. Tell us about it.
It was kind of hard.
Yeah? What did you do to train for this moment?
Go to Sandbox, go to Career Christie's, and train in deep ruts, and that's it.
Well, it worked out. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
I would like to thank my mom and dad, Christie's, Sandbox, PAX Racing, Roscoe's Barbecue, 110 Racing, and Sandbox MX, and Don Donnells.
That's Julian Stowaway, everybody, for second place in Moto 1 for Shaft Drive Limited. Let's get your third place rider up here. We need Steele Crockett. Give it up for Steele. Come on up here, bud. Show that medal. Steele, have you ever been to the ranch before?
No.
Well, tell us about your first moto.
It was good.
Did you have a whole shot?
Yeah.
That's the way to start off your experience at the ranch. Who would you like to thank for helping you get up here?
Mom, Dad, Shoals MX, Thor, 831 Motorsports. That's all.
Steele Crocker, everyone. Your third place in Moto 1 of Shaft Drive Limited.
Micro 1. Yep, that was. How about this? So we're off and rolling as Connor Berglund that is going to be leading the way here on this number 12 machine. Robert Fender and Rowdy Keelan. Rowdy getting rowdy out there right now, running in that third place spot. So as they make their way around, we'll give you a rundown real quick. Going to have the number 11 here of John Luke Aroya. Connor Berglund going to be on the 12, Landon LeBlanc on the 14, Chad Hunwardson going to be on that 16 machine, Jasper Collins on the 17, Wyatt Tedesco, he's going to be aboard that 18 machine, then the 19 will belong to Mathis McKenzie, Jackson Podcat on that 20 ride, then Carson Zink will be aboard the 21 machine with Hudson Hinich on the 22, Weston Blaylock going to be on the 23, Asher Ingram on the 24, Challen McKinney on the 25 machine, Cade Swartfager on the 26, Jaquin Saunders on the 27 machine, Brentley Faber going to be on that 28, Max Myers on the 29, Maverick Chan on the 31, Braden Burlew going to be on that 36 machine, then the 38 ride will belong to Houston Sandoval, Noah Forte on that 40 machine, Rowdy Keelan on the 41, Easton Owen on the 48, Robert Fender on the 49, Luke Baggett on the 51 machine. Daxton Slanovic going to be on that 52. Russ Lampley going to be on the 53. Edwin Miller on the 58. Parker Bledsoe on the 59. Braden Tillery on the 62. Avery Freerichs going to be on the 66. Nick Black on the 69. Carl Wedden on the 71. Colton Brazzi on the 72. Grayson Jameson will be aboard that 80. The 81 is going to be Brantley Compton. Braden Hendry going to be on that 83 machine. Bryson Mia going to be on the 85. Cole Caldwell on the 88. Callahan Russo going to be on that 94. Mason Wager on the 98. And Levi Bowen on the 99.
Thank you, Jackie Legs. As we are already into lap number 2, we're not going to waste any battery on a sight lap. We are just going to rip it and rip it.
I'm like, why are we not getting the names all in before the race started? Because we didn't have a sight lap. You're right, because of the batteries. Wyatt Tedesco in the lead here, K-Dub. You got Keelan. Is that the same Keelan that was just out there? Did he just back-to-back moto it? There's so many Keelons that have raced Loretta's through the years.
I think you can only ride one of the 50 classes. So, no, that would definitely be a different one. And Fender, the Sender, now back to third
Fender the
spot.
Sender.
Yeah. Hudson Hinnich up to 4th. He's having a good little ride already as they start their lap number 2. He's moved up a couple positions.
Tedesco in the lead. Not related. Last year he was running up front. Everybody's like, who's that? Ivan Tedesco's kid? It's his nephew, his cousin. I'm like, no, I don't believe there's any connection there. Just got a fast last name. And, man, riding really well right now in this sand section on the 18, getting away.
Hey, either way, living up to it.
It is. Definitely. Keelan second and Fender third. And, yeah, the laps are short in this moto as well. This class has actually been around a little while now. I think it might have been 2019 maybe, something like that, when the electric bikes first came into play with their own class. And kind of a tweener on ages, 4 to 7. Because we have 7 to 8s and 4 to 6, but that kind of spreads it out, lets a lot of different little guys and gals race these bikes. No challenge for the leader right now.
Going to make his way back in here for what will be 2 laps complete this time around. And 18 machine having a good run. Wyatt Tedesco checks in once again.
I love these bikes, man. There's a definite advantage. I know on the full-size bike scene, some people don't like the electric, but for kids, there's definitely something to be said about a bike that takes 0 maintenance besides the chain and charging the battery. There's something to be said about that. Makes the sport pretty accessible, a little less intimidating also for young riders because you can adjust the speed and have the thing be basically...
Wow, rider down there.
Rider down there in third. Was that maybe Keelan?
Maybe Keelan.
Yep. Uh-oh. Hudson Hinnich, who is 4th, and Connor Berglund in 5th. They could be the ones taking advantage.
I also love this class to kind of hang out by the fences because the fans and the moms.
You actually hear it.
Brothers, oh my gosh, they yell for these young rippers as there's a lot to yell for. Look at this. We're going to double. Is he going to go all the way through? Yes, all the way through the Ten Commandments. Our leaders here, both Tedesco and Fender the Sender here. Doubling all the way through the Ten Commandments.
I guess that's how you get the nickname. Fender the Sender, doubling all the way through. So that must have been Keelan that fell from the second place spot.
Yeah, that should move Hinnich up to 3rd place.
Let's see what happens, yeah, if that's going to affect that. We'll find out next lap around. You got any kids at your farm racing on these?
Not in the E-Class. No,
not in the E-Class?
Not right now.
Okay.
Worked with a few of them in the past, so...
Well, what some of the coaches tell me is that the kids all think they're faster on the gas bike because it sounds good and you're spinning the tire and it feels fast.
But the clock never lies.
And this class sometimes is faster, I've heard, yeah, on the lap times. For better or for worse, electric power is perfect power. We got a rider who, I can't say the word stalled on an electric bike.
I think that might have been the rider number 11.
Yeah, John Luke Arroyo. He's back in last place now with the bike not running.
Possibly unplugged, we could say.
Yeah. Trouble with the electrons. So here's the 49 offender. See if he can try to close in a bit on Tedesco. Wants a little scrub there on the takeoff.
Here we go into the Thor sweeper. kind of chewed up Wyatt Tedesco there. It looks like Fender's going to tighten the gap up a little bit. Small mistake on a small wheel bike in the sand is super costly. Here comes Hinich by the tower. He is the rider in third now. 12th place, Connor Berglund now up to fourth, I believe.
And end over end.
Leader.
Was that the leader, Tedesco? Okay, he's quickly scrambling to his feet, but that was a big hit. And just like that, he goes from leading the race. I don't know if he's going to be able to get back in this one. At least he's walking around. Wow.
Man, heartbreaking there for the 18 machine. Absolutely hate to see that.
Oh, I had such a good run going. So now Fender is going to take over the #1 spot.
I'm not sure if it was on purpose or not, but Fender throwing a huge whip there on the finish line. Looking great.
Fender the sender, Jackie. No doubt about it. He's headed toward that long, short shoot, and then we'll see what he does on the 10 Commandments, and now has a big lead. Heartbreaker for the 18 of Wyatt Tedesco.
That is an absolute heartbreaker.
He's going to go back to school and say, I was leading the national championship, and then I crashed, and I was leading, and all the kids are going to go, yeah, right, dude. Yeah, right, dude. No, we have it on Racer TV. It's not going to show in the results. But it happened. Fender, there you see him on the 49, headed towards Storyland.
Fender going to be sitting about 16 seconds or so ahead of our second place, which is Hinich there, Hudson Hinich on the 22 machine. Connor Berglund now going to move up into that third place spot and inherit that third place spot there on the number 12.
Then Keelan, who had that little tip over in the billboard turn. Keelan is 5th. Maverick Chan 6th. Chad Hunwardson is 7th. Max Myers, Braden Tillery, and Cade Swartfager. That is the top 10 of Micro E. And Kevin Kelly spy the tower there. Yeah, white flag is out. And this one could be curtains. Could be over if the 49 can just bring it home for another half a lap. Fender out of Douglas, Georgia. And this has to be wrong. It says age 30 on my announcer sheet. I'm going to choose to believe that's not the case. There might be another Robert Fender out there that maybe is 30. Backed by Cobra, Elite, Oakley, Thor, and Moody.
He does ride like a seasoned vet.
Really? Okay. All right.
But I'm going to go with you. I don't think he's 30 yet. This guy has been fun to watch. I see him at a lot of the big amateur nationals.
Okay.
And he is always in the front as he goes through the Bermuda Triangle, and he's always Fender the sender. He's not scared to jump as he airs it out yet again to take the checkers of Micro E 4-7. Robert Fender the sender as we watch. How did Wyatt Tedesco remount? I
Are you kidding me?
No,
we got to see when he comes back through.
He's going to shuffle back, but I do think he remounted. So that's
salvaging something
through, guys.
Is it really?
About to come through, yes.
No way. This battle right here, you got Hinich on the 22, and then is that the 12 in there? Berglund trying to challenge the 41 of Keelan.
Keelan's going to edge him out, I believe.
That's our boy right there crossing the finish line now.
Keelan does edge out to get second, knocking Hudson Hinich back to third. That is your podium. Fender, Keelan, and Hinich round out the top 3. And look at the comeback for Wyatt Tedesco. Maverick Chan is in 4th, but Wyatt Tedesco picks the bike up after a nasty tumble. Bring home 5th position.
That was more than a tumble, a full front flip there for that young man, and able to get back up and going. Top 5 finish. He's still in the championship hunt after one of the gnarliest crashes I've saw here all day.
That is incredible. Yeah, he could win the title with the way he was riding at the beginning of that moto. Now, credit to Fender. Fender had caught him and put pressure on, but good to be young. The rubbery there.
Yeah, that would have broke us.
Yeah, dude, I don't have that flexibility. He got right back up on the bike.
Hey, speaking of being young, they're already ready to go up on the podium. How about that? Robert Fender getting set up now. Sophia Phelps gonna jump in here. Sophia, take it away when you're ready.
Hey guys, I got our first place in Motor 1. This is Robert Fender. Everyone give it up for first place. Robert, tell us about that ride. I'm sure the track is really gnarly right now.
Yeah, we had a good battle up front, and then he hit the big kicker.
Well, good job. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
Jesus Christ, me save, Oakley, Thor, Cobra, the whole Cobra team, everybody else, thank you so much.
That's first place, everybody, for Moto 1, Robert Fender.
Let's go. Hold it up, Robert. The medal, Robert. Got the medal.
Hey, I got him.
We're looking for second place. We got him here.
Go get him.
It's Rowdy Kalon. Rowdy, let's come up here for the bike. Everyone give it up for second place. Rowdy, you look pretty tired. Can you tell us about your moto?
It was good. I fell on the second lap in the corner before the mechanics area. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry that you fell, but you made the most of it. Who would you like to thank?
Oakley, Aaron Kane, Fast Track, Jax, Mended, Malcolm, Mom and Dad. That's it.
All right, everybody, that's Rowdy Bentley, second place in Moto 2. All right, we got our third place. This is Hudson Hinich. For Hudson.
Pull him out in front of that.
Yeah.
That way.
Hudson, let's go around here, okay?
There you go.
Here's medal. There at the end of that moto, will you tell us what happened?
My bike just died out of nowhere.
But you still pulled out a podium?
Yeah.
Well, good job. Who would you like to thank for helping you get up here?
My mom, my dad, Owen Motorsports, Ranch 54 family, Eric Sorby, and yeah.
Hudson Hinich, everybody. Your third place, Moto 1 of Micro E.
Great job, Sophie. Excellent. That's Micro E, another group of 50s out on the sight lap. I think we might have the replay of the crash that was very costly for the race leader. This is it, the white number 18, Wyatt Tedesco. Watch this.
Whew. Wow.
K-Dub, is that a bike problem, or is that a kicker or a bike problem there?
It's very uncommon for a bike to pitch down quite that hard,
much?
that fast. It's hard to speculate what happened, but I mean, the way he's been riding, you wouldn't expect him to make that mistake.
Yeah.
So there might have been a malfunction there. It was good to see him get back up, and an unbelievable ride and come back in a potential to keep yourself in the championship chase, as it's a long week, and to bring that home in 5th place after a crash like that is super impressive for Wyatt Tedesco.
Unbelievable. Yeah, still got 5th after that crash.
So here we go, sight laps, and a big thank you to Cam Cotter for that, hooking us up with that replay there. But sight laps right now for Micro 2, our final moto here in our first full day of racing at the 44th Annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships here at Loretta Lynn's, brought to you by AMSOIL. Going to take a look here at our lineup. Going to have the 11 of Cameron Wolf, going to have the 12 of Jackson Boyd, Cohen McKittrick on that 13 machine, and then Traylon Tolbert on the 14. We're going to have Liam DeLowry on the 16. Rowan Williams, he'll be on that 17 machine, and then Louis Policia going to be on that 18. Blake Antoniak, there we go. Blaze Antoniak going to be on that 19 machine. Blaze going to be aboard the Cobra, as the rest of the class will be too. A full lineup of Cobras here for Micro number 2. Gus Meisbeyer going to be on that 22 machine. The 23 is Kai Borden. Lawson Workman on the 24. Cooper Lemke on the 25 machine. Wyatt Otto going to be on the 26. Bryson Torres on the 27. Axel Goodman on the 28. Keon Nagamine going to be on the 29. Grayson Clark on the 30 machine. Jameson Martinez on the 31. Maximus Bo Tucker going to be on that 32 machine. Nathan Webster on the 33. Wade Lloyd on the 35. Connor Michael is going to be on that 36 ride. Dayton Nelson on the 38. Rivers Rice going to be on the 39 machine. Maverick Duffy, he'll be aboard the 40. Ty Schrader on the 41. Jet Tincher on the 44. Cruz Galvin going to be on the 45. Ryder Corbin on the 47. Brian X. Roberts on the 48. Rhett Harris will be aboard that 50 machine. Memphis Wierzema going to be on the 53 machine. Slayton Charrington, the 60 machine. And then aboard the 61 will be Weston Helpenstell. John Schultz, he'll be aboard the 63. The 66 going to belong to Banks Braden. Ray Resendez going to be on that 69. Memphis Lamb, he'll be on the 76. The 81 belongs to Braden Barnett. The 92 is going to be Ryden Williams. And Ryan Nolan going to be on the 94. And then to round this class out, Bowden Barrett on the 99, as we get to take a look here at our starting lineup before they take off. A good-looking group of kids down there on the line.
We love it, man. That's a lot of nervous dads as well. Hopefully they have a better clue what the heck they're supposed to do, more so than I did. And also got that cool zone down there that I got to visit. These kids probably don't even care. I don't know if they even get tired.
Hey, it's nice down there, isn't it, Weech?
Oh, you check that out?
Oh, my gosh, the cool zone.
Yes.
Where it's at.
What took everyone so long? Why now? I mean, it's not this amazing technology that didn't exist until 2025. It's a great idea, and everyone rides down to staging, and the riders are encouraged to get off the bike and sit in there and cool down before their moto, instead of just sitting in staging for 45 minutes.
One of the Ys is a really cool sponsor, so hats off to Monster Energy for all of the product that they supply. I know not only us announcers, but all of the areas where you can get the Monster Energy beverages, as well as the cool zone that has been there for every rider.
Toro water. There is water in there, kids. So there is a fridge full of Monster water. So any age.
Deep well water.
Apparently. It is well. Yeah, late to get in to the site lap. Now here we go. All the advice you could possibly cram into the next 30 seconds.
These kids are looking at their dad just like deer in the headlights. You know, all this valuable information in one ear, out the other.
They're not taking it in.
We got one to go, guys, and this has been an amazing day one. There has been some incredible battles, and a lot of them have been in the micro classes here. So looking forward to the last one.
Did they lock down a whole shot device?
Some do, some don't. It's rider preference, but yeah, a lot of them do have the lockdown device on.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't have clutches on this bike, so I don't know how hard they're launching.
News to me. I never saw that.
Got the scoop tire there as well.
Got to run the scoop.
Wow. Look at the proportions of the rear tire versus front tire.
A lot of rubber there in that rear tire. Exactly. Oh, no, not a 2-minute hold. Okay, the hold is done.
Okay.
Now the board is going up. Look at the smoke coming off of the start line. We're cleaning those things out. We've been holding them for just a minute here as a lap. One of the final riders on site lap took a minute to get back. But it is go time now as the car goes sideways. Whoa!
Oh, almost jumped the gate. One rider might have got stuck.
Into turn number one they go. Let's see who it's going to be.
Jackie Legs, give us a number.
It is a 66.
Impressive.
Banks Braden.
Good job picking that number up. Weston
E-score helped him a little bit, right, Jackie?
Oh, he just went right to the board, I see.
Perfect timing, huh?
Yeah. Weston Hempelston has taken over the lead from Banks Braden, that whole shot rider, and Jackson Boyd was third. Okay, I thought you saw it on the bikes. You just saw it on the screen.
He does have young eyes, Weech.
I was so jealous, man. But the numbers are a lot smaller on these bikes than we've had most of the day. Now the 12 has taken the lead. Jackson Boyd.
Look at the sea of Micro 2, 4 to 6 limited riders in
how
the
many kids are in this class? 60?
Ten Commandments.
What is the deal?
That is a sea.
Kevin Kelly, look at this shot.
Unbelievable.
It was so many bikes.
Here we go. Leaders back to Storyland here. It is
look at
still
that pack back there.
The number 12.
Dude, you're one pass away from 5th or 15th. That is unbelievable right there. The ants are marching, as Dave Matthews would say, and they're going toward the front. We got another pass.
New leader here.
Is that Rivers Rice on the 39?
Rice credited with 6th place on the whole shot, and deep into the middle chapters of Storyland, I believe he took over the lead here.
Well, we said the pack was close. It didn't take much to make a couple of moves. Look, I don't have the young eyes like Jackie Legs. I might have picked that 39 incorrectly.
No, that's him. Number 12 now in second. That was Jackson Boyd. Give your eyes some credit there. You are correct.
Wow, you're the one saying they're right. Yours are probably just as bad as mine.
Yeah, probably worse. But Racer TV's got us covered here as we're focused and tight on the 39.
Hey, actually really helped us out.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate the help.
Okay, so Jackson Boyd here on the 12. See if he can get it back. Kevin, what do you tell the riders when they're on the smaller wheel bikes and there's just ruts they're just not going to go into? What do you tell them? Don't even go through there? Do you try to hit it at a certain angle? What do you do to just avoid getting straight up stuck or just dragging fork legs and everything?
Well, the good thing for this track is with the amount of riders that have been around it today, the ruts are a little bit wider. The track crew did a great job earlier to smooth out the outer lines. But you know what? These young rippers have a great idea of what's too deep and what's going to get them stuck. I expect them to have, this class got a sight lap, and they know what they can handle. And a lot of times to try to pick their lines for them is almost a little bit counterproductive. Just let them go with their instinct.
They have a better idea.
They have a great instinct at a very early age nowadays. And
that's crazy.
Yeah, you're kind of surprising to see what some of them hit, but they managed to make their way through and do it quite well as Rivers Rice here comes by. Is there a pit board? Probably just a go. I think it's a big yell for Rivers Rice here.
Not much strategy now, just try to get away.
And he is getting away at the moment.
That roost he just threw as they head to the short chute. Boyd, Ryden Williams is up to 3rd. Gus Biesmeyer is 4th. Wade Lloyd 5th. Cooper Lemke is 6th.
Oh, come on.
Kevin Kelly just ruining this tower right now. Ryder Corbin is 7th. Weston Helpenstill, who had the lead briefly, is 8th. Jet Tincher is 9th. And Max Bo Tucker rounds out the top 10.
We need a spotter, Kevin Kelly. Why don't you help us spot here?
There's the 92.
Yeah, good call. 92 there.
Ryden Williams. Jackie, is that the first Ryden you've seen? We had Racing Kyler earlier. Plenty of riders. Yep. Have you seen a Ryden yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I believe this is it.
All right.
I asked Kevin
Racing Kyler and Ryden Williams, I believe, relation to each other as well.
No, you're kidding.
I believe so, yes.
What? Oh!
I believe brother 18. And sister, actually.
Well, really? Well, that's wild. Okay, we just saw the 18 with maybe a bike problem getting back
Fleischer
on.
There, and now back to 40th position.
Ugh.
I asked Kevin Kelly to spot for us. He did. He said you can throw a blanket over 4, 5, 6, and 7. So probably going to see some name changes here in our top 10 as the riders are still pretty packed together there in the later stages of our top 10. As we go through 20 miles of bad road here, focused on the number 12 with Jackson Boyd kind of zigzagging his way through the sand.
All over it. Yep, Boyd there in 2nd. You just saw Ryden Williams on that 92. That's the 3rd place rider. Gus Biesmeyer is 4th. Gus in a 4 to 6-year-old class coming back around.
Rivers is rolling right now, guys. He's all the way through the Thor sweeper, heading down to the Bermuda Triangle, and the number 12 Jackson Boyd just now coming by the announcing tower. Getting a little pressure now from Williams.
Oh, you can see the lap times.
Look at the number 12 just hanging the roughest line around the inside of the sand sweeper. Nice drone footage here as the 39 goes to complete lap number 2. Rivers Rice around to complete. But we got a great battle now for 2nd place between Boyd and Williams.
Oh, yeah. The stealth bomber.
All right, there goes Rice, and now we got the battle here for 2 and 3 between 12 of Jackson Boyd, and now Ryder Williams going to try to sneak around the inside. He got it done there.
Man, what a line from Ryder Williams, making some grown man moves here in this one.
Ryder Williams riding well, but look, Jackson Boyd on the 12 trying to hang with him. Yeah, what is the deal with the dark lenses? Sheesh. Parents do not want anyone to see what's going on there. You will not see the identity of my child. You put the limo tint on the goggles. And all the social media posts, they just put like an emoji over their face. And in the goggles, they tint them. I'm just kidding. They're in the 10 Commandments right now. So Ryder Williams, could he ride his way all the way up toward the lead? It's a pretty big gap right now.
That's the question. The Brooksville, Florida native there of Williams, riding for Mended, Oakley, Alpine Stars, and Minton Cycles. Then we got the 12 of Boyd. He's riding for O'Neill Money Motors, Inc., Shower Walls, Inc., and Cannon Coating getting it done right now.
Well, shout out to our 8th place rider. I don't think we've said Maximus Bo Tucker there. Now inside the top 10. Good ride for him.
Kevin Whitney, we're going to take a shot at the 9th place rider name. Can you handle that one?
Yeah, Keone Nagamani, is that what we're going with? That's what I'm going with.
All right, I'll give it to you.
I'm right until somebody tells me I'm wrong, and if I am, please find me and let me know. I'd love to know how to say it.
Some of the toughest names for the toughest kids out there.
Weston Helpensteel there in the 10th spot.
There's the 92 of Ryder Williams. And to see if he can match a lap time of the leaders, Rivers Rice, who's on that 39 and has got a pretty big gap built up now. Rivers is flowing right now in the lead at Loretta's. And still be cool for Boyd if he can hold on for a podium. Ryder Corbin is 4th. That's the rider trying to make things happen. That's the 92 of Williams right there.
We're going to have to check the gap here, although the 2-lap board is coming out. I believe the 92 might be posting a pretty good lap time here. It might be too little too late as River Rice comes around to complete lap number 3 and get the 2-lap card. Let's see what 250 for Rivers Rice. Here comes Boyd. Let's see what he throws down. Oh, I'm sorry, Williams. Excuse me, Ryder Williams.
Yeah, it's the tail of the tape right here. Oh,
yeah.
Almost the same lap time, 250s across the board.
Yeah, some 0.6 of a second, but that's not going to be enough to bridge the gap with 2 to go here. So, but what do we know about second place there?
Ryder Williams.
Yeah. What do we know about it? It's as good as a first.
Yeah.
And technically with a 3-moto format, third is as good as a first. If the rider Jackson Boyd goes 3-1-1, it's going to be hard to beat that. The math's just not going to play out, as the later motos are the tie-breaking motos.
Could be, 3 controlling your own destiny, even with a third, if you can go out and win those final 2. But right now, Rivers Rice showing he's going to be a contender in all the motos right now, the way he's riding.
There we go. Double a couple of them. Maybe.
Yeah. And then hang a left. Really wants to get to the outside and avoid all that mess on the inside. That was like a detour right there.
Going to be about 10 seconds here that separates Rice from Williams. Then we see about a 5-second gap back from Williams to Boyd.
Love the drone shot here because we can really see what Rivers Rice is doing, and I'm not a lot of foot dabbing. And when you're in the deep ruts, especially on a small wheel bike, man, that foot can really pull you off of the machine, tip you over to the low side, and man, just great technique, not a lot of foot dabs, and that's probably why you're seeing him to the front. Good technique, right?
Yeah, it definitely helps, especially you mentioned these rutted tracks. Hey, do you feel that some of these techniques, so many people talk about the feet on the pegs and things like that now, has it changed a ton? Are there things you're teaching that are different, or you're like, nah, what worked, what I was trying to be the fastest guy isn't much different than what's working now, or have things evolved?
Well, one thing about when I'm coaching, I try to never say never.
Okay.
You know, if it's one of those things, and there's a technique for every situation.
Yeah.
The bigger thing is when I'm coaching a section, I want to let them know why me personally, why I'd be standing, why I'd be sitting, why I'd have feet on pegs, why I'd have a foot out. Why I might use a little clutch and the evolution of the track. It was really cool to have Ryan Villapoto at my house for about 3 weeks here leading up to Loretta's. You know, when you're racing, he's racing, we kind of had the same number. Like, you would expect a line to last 3 or 4 laps, even in the later motos, right? There's subtle changes happening to the race course, and the way you may run a turn is going to change from lap to lap.
Okay.
So the bigger thing for me is knowing why we're doing it. We're not just doing it because we see Jet Lawrence do it. We're not just seeing it because we see, you know, maybe some of the GP guys do it.
Yeah.
Let's know why we're applying it. And to me, that's the bigger deal. As now we have 1 to go to wrap out day number 1 of racing here in Micro 2. Rivers Rice turning a good 252. Ryden Williams now with a 248. Closed the gap significantly, but are we going to run out of time here? We don't know. Too early to call.
I'm trying to see if that was a lap rider or if that was Williams in the picture. Big mistake, almost a tank slap swap coming out of that billboard turn. Well, was that the second place rider or was that a lap rider? There's Rice, the leader, on the 39, 1 to go.
Still going to be 6 seconds that separate them. So that was going to be a lap rider that he was making his way around. But still, nonetheless, 4 seconds. Picked up that last time around. A few more laps, and it might be a different outcome here in this one.
Rivers just killing. I mean, he's not looking back, not dabbing his foot, doing everything right here. Hopefully he will bring this thing home here with, lapper there down in the Ten Commandments. Navigate around that. Few more sections to go here, but they are really some of the tougher sections. That Storyland gets deep and nasty, and then of course 2 sand sections to go on a small wheel bike. That's not something I want to ride through even on a golf cart. So some challenging sections here to the Loretta Lynn's course, but Rivers just been riding flawlessly here as he's heading back to Storyland now.
Well, watch out for the lap traffic. Almost came together the lines there. That's the 38. That's further back in the pack. There's the 39 of Rivers Rice. Half a lap away from a gold medal. And this would be huge. We're going to start the week off. We run the 50s at the same time of day. It'll always be the final motos on the 3 days that they will race. Just makes it a little easier on. We expect that some of the parents and racers, it's their first time here, so it's a lot easier to keep track of a schedule when you just have consistent 5 o'clock motos. That's the plan there. And good way to end day 1.
39 machine just has a few more corners to go, and he will be bringing this one home. Let's see if he can make it to a checkered flag here in this one.
Rivers Rice out of Fombelle, Pennsylvania, backed by Podium Works, Thor, Minton, and driven 6 years old. Some riders are 7 in the class. They call it AMA 6. As long as you're 6 on January 1, you can keep on racing. So I don't know, he could even come back maybe next year in this class, depending on how that times out. But that's next year. This year, he's working on a win already.
And here we go through the final corner here for Rivers Rice. And it pays off for this young man. The checkered flag flies, and Rivers Rice going to be taking home a gold medal here in Moto number 1 of our Micro 2 4 to 6-year-old class.
This is a battle here to the line, trying to see how this is going to turn out. And checkers. Yeah, Williams had a rough last lap time, but he's still going to take the second place spot. I believe that was that same lap rider we saw earlier, so it wasn't a battle to the checkers.
Might have had a change here for our 4th place position. Ryder Corbin now up to 3rd, knocking, I believe, Jackson Boyd. Yep, slides 1 position now to 4th place.
There it is. The big congrats down at the podium for Rivers Rice. So we have Rivers, Ryden, and Ryder as the top 3 in this 4 to 6 moto.
Shout out to Cooper Lemke. I believe he will come across in 5th. We'll let this timing and scoring make sure I'm not saying it falsely.
Yeah. Let's see. Waiting on Cooper's on that number 25. And
no, see, that's why you don't get ahead of timing and scoring. Who got 5th there?
Oh, here we go. Keone Nagamine.
I believe that's exactly how I said it, which is probably wrong.
I mean, learn it from the best here. So that should be a hard-earned 5th for the 29. Keone making it happen there in the final lap, making his passes. Cooper Lemke 6th, Wade Lloyd 7th, Gus Bismeyer is 8th, and we'll wait for the rest of the top 10. There's some more checkered flag shots and some more riders coming through the line. There it is. Helpenstell is 9th, and Max Maximus Bo Tucker rounds out the top 10. That's the end of racing today. But we still have podiums yet to come with Sophie.
Hey guys, I'm down here on the podium. Sorry to interrupt.
All good.
Perfect.
But I've got Rivers Rice down here, your Moto 1 winner. Give it up for Moto 1 winner, Rivers Rice, everybody. Tell us a little bit about your race, bud. It looks like you started in first and ended there.
The track was pretty rough. It was ruddy, and yeah, I just ran my race.
You did awesome. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
My mom, my dad, Podium Works, Driven Max, Door, Catalyst, Elite Decals, Clay, Jason, Youngkins family, Dunlop, MX Tire, MX6, 60, T-Rex, Ride Brand, Rich Gas, EBS, Whippo Trucking, everyone else. Thank you so much.
That's Rivers Rice, everyone, your Moto 1 winner. Ryden Williams, Jackson Boyd. We've got our silver medalist up here. This is Ryden Williams, everyone. Give it up for the silver medalist. Come up here, bud. All right, tell us a little bit about your race.
Good.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah.
What are you going to do so that your bike is up here next moto?
I don't know.
Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
God for keeping me safe, Oakley, Mended, Alpenstar, Mitten, Cobra. Thank you.
That's Ryden Williams, everyone. Your second place in Micro 2.
I think it's Ryder Corbin, by the way, who took that third place spot on the last lap.
Oh.
Yep, there you go. So, yeah, we got Rivers, Ryden, and Ryder Corbin in third.
Sorry, bud. Come on. All right, Ryder Corbin. All right, I'm up here with our bronze medalist. This is Ryder Corbin. Everyone give it up for bronze. Tell us a little bit about your race. It sounds like there's a switch up at the end.
I got a bad start and pushed up to the front and just tried, and yeah.
Who would you like to thank?
Mom, Dad, Fred Tires, Money Inc., 110, MCMX, Logan Shelton, and everyone else.
Ryder Corbin, everybody, your third place in Moto 1 of Micro 2. Back up to the tower, guys.
All right, thank you there, Sophia, and that'll do it for us, everybody. Day 1 of racing here at the Dude Ranch comes to a close for the 44th annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championships at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. What a day, what a way to start off racing. We're going to be back at it live on Racer TV at 7:30, starting off in the morning.
Man, how about it, Jackson? What an incredible way to kick off the 44th year of racing here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. We had some incredible battles from some names we maybe didn't quite expect to see on the top step of the podium. Meanwhile, several names we did expect to see not having to start to the week that they want. So it's going to be exciting. Going to leave lots left to watch right here on RacerTV.com.
Yep, there's some riders going to have to rebound. There was a lot of confidence gained, and there was a lot of confidence lost here at Loretta Lynn's today. Tomorrow, things are going to heat up. We're going to finish out Moto 1 and get started onto Moto 2. Open Pro Sport going to be coming up tomorrow for their first moto as well. So a full day of racing ahead of us, a full week of racing ahead of us here at Loretta Lynn's.
And make sure if you guys are on site, you're going back on the Racer TV archives and watching your motos from today, maybe doing a little bit of studying as to how that track broke down throughout the course of today as well. And make sure all of your friends and family are at home watching as well live on RacerTV.com. As making our way through the final few motos of the day, taking a look at that Racer TV rapid replay. Jackson, it's crazy how many different riders we've seen, how many different storylines we've already seen so far, and it's just day one of racing. We're going to be back tomorrow with more right here on RacerTV.com. And we want to take a moment to thank all of our friends and helpers there at RacerTV.com. I want to give a shout out to each and every one of our amazing camera operators: Adam Atkins, Dylan Atkins, Chris Baggett, Josh Hefner, Tanner Griffith, Kate Coombs, Adam Arndt, and Mike Nichols, our drone pilot. Gabe Scholl, our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, OPAG, our producer, Adam Gordon, Don Hampton, our director for this week, Cameron Cotter on replay, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, Jack Renner, our second engineer, and Dan Reithart, our manager, for all of the quote-unquote talent up here in the tower. Jason Wygant, Jackson Burrow, Kevin Kelly, Wes Kane, Kevin Wyndham. I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys. Caution flaggers, absolutely. Kevin Kelly making sure they get some love. Big shout out to all of them. And a big shout out to Sophia Phelps up in the tower with us as well all week long. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow for more Loretta Lynn's Racing here on Racer TV.